Marty Natchez across the blue line, enters the wild zone, doesn't take the shot. Now it's Malinsky. He scores! Sam, I am. Now it's Drury from O'Connor. He scores! You're on Drury duty. Save made by Volta, turns it back in front. Lekanen scores! Nathan McKinnon, an electric factory, and we're up all night to get lucky. Blankenberg trying to develop a 2-on-1. Blankenberg! Yeah! In the nick of time, it's Nick Blankenberg with his first career postseason goal. Finds it underneath. Taves lets it go. Tip. They score! Hands it off McCarr. Far circle McCarr. He scores! Kadri, a wrist shot, he scores! The Kadri man can! Cale Makar doesn't take the shot, now he does. He scores! Oh, Cale! Broke it up, McKinnon has an empty net, you betcha! 9 times!
9 times.
9 times.
9 times.
Was it pretty? No. Does it matter? No. I think a lot of what yesterday had to do with was a number of different factors. One, you were off for a long time. You're jumping right back in the thick of things, and you're trying to stay on your P's and Q's, but you're going to be a little bit rusty. And I think that's what we saw at least a little bit yesterday. We saw a team that just went through an entire first-round series in which they couldn't really move. Against LA, they couldn't get to the spots they wanted to get to. They couldn't play offense the way that they wanted to play. They wanted a more free-flowing style. That's how the Avs are. And they just couldn't open it up in that sort of way against the LA Kings. And then you played against Minnesota, and it was so wide open that I think that everybody was just like, yay, I get to do the hockey thing. And that means I get to jump into the play and go try and score, but that'll lead to some mistakes. And I think all of it is like, to me, Cale called it after the game, quote, a one-off. I think I agree with him. But I think it's another beauty to the way that this team is. You just played a series in which you swept the team who was playing their style, not yours, and you adjusted to the game, and you won in 4. And you had to win games 1-0 and 2-1 and all those different things. And then you jump into a game like this against a very, very talented Minnesota team. And like, if we got to win the game 9-6, watch this. It's the way that they're built. They're kind of built for every style that you want. You know, I don't think it helps on the defensive side when Cale leaves for essentially an entire period, and then you're already missing Josh Manson, and then you have Malinsky who leaves after taking a puck to the mouth and has to go get stitched up in the middle of a game. I think it's hard to find a rhythm defensively when you're getting paired up with some random guys, dudes jumping on the ice, leaving, going to the tunnel, coming back to the bench. It's a lot to deal with from a mental chemistry standpoint. I think all that stuff gets fixed. You know, it was pretty crazy. You jump out to this 3-0 lead, and then they cut it down to 3-2 before the end of the period, but then you score again to make it 4-2, but then they scored 3 straight to go up 5-4, including the one that's the most frustrating, which is giving up a shorthanded goal again while you're on the power play. And that one was just pretty unbelievable how wide open and lack of pressure the Avs had for them going the other way and Foligno scoring on that shorthanded goal. But then you respond immediately to tie it up 5-5, and then it's a brand new game going into the third. I think you had one of the more wild sequences that you're going to see all night. In which, what was the final total for goal scorers? Was it 12?
No, I think it was
Or
14.
14?
Because Cale Makar had 2.
He had 2, and he was the only one.
Yes.
14 goals. I'm sorry, 14 different goal scorers in the playoffs.
And I hate to admit it, maybe I need to turn in my Avs fan card here, but when Blankenberg scored, I was like, who?
Well,
Blankenberg?
So he jumped into the play. He actually almost had 2 goals last night. And remember, Blankenberg he was acquired in the middle of the season. And it felt like he was exactly what his role was last night, which was insurance. He was going to be your defensive insurance if a guy like Manson gets hurt. And that's what's going on right now. Now, he almost had 2. He had one in the first period, which he was on. It was kind of like I forget who threw the pass across the crease, but threw it to him on the opposite side. He's kind of like bearing down on that, for him, the near post. And his momentum's taking him beyond the goal. He's got to get a shot off, and he tries to, it's almost like he's throwing it directly across. Hits off the post and just didn't quite get it, but then comes back later to score. He was the one that threw in the first goal of the second period. But it's hard to really judge. Like, did you play well? Yeah, I mean, you scored 9 goals. Did you play well, though, holistically? Not really, because you gave up 6. I don't even know how much of that I can put on Scott Wedgwood. I think Wedgwood probably had a couple that you'd want him to get back, but a lot of times, like, Minnesota's really, really good at creating traffic in front of the net, and it makes it very difficult. I think there are multiple times in which Scott Wedgwood didn't even see the puck. You know, a couple of weird bounces off guys, and it hops over his glove and this and that. Like, there was a lot of, on both sides, a lot of weird goal scoring last night. But I think not 9-6, but part of this was probably to be expected. I mean, you weren't going to hold teams to 1 goal a night for the entire postseason. You take about a week off. You're losing Josh Manson for the game. You lost Cale Makar for a period. You have Sam Malinsky, who leaves the ice for an extended stretch of time to get stitched up. I think it's just going to be a little bit sloppy in that sense. But again, I love that the Avalanche can win in a myriad of different ways. If you want to play more wide open, let's get shots on net, like do it that way, they're totally fine with it. They can do it. If you don't, if you want to play sort of a sticky, stack people up in the neutral zone, don't let anybody get a real open rush, like they can do that too. Some of the quotes after the game, interesting. Nazem Kadri about the goal that he scored. He said that he picked a spot and he did the homework on the goalie. So there must be something to that sort of low glove side because they found that quite a bit on him. Now, there's a lot of different factors to this. There's traffic in front. There's sticks all around you. Can you hit the spot or not? Like, even if you know the goalie has some sort of soft spot within his game, there's still a whole bunch of other factors that are going to combine and get baked in the cake for whether you're going to hit it or not. A texter says, this is one of those games where you're pissed off the entire game because of what's going on, but you're also excited the entire game because of what's going on. Now that the game is over, you can enjoy the hell out of the highlights. I mean, yeah, kind of. Look, man, you go up and put a 9 spot out there in the first game of the series. That's going to make you happy. But you give up more goals in that one game than you did the entire previous series to LA. That's why I think I'm just going to take the McCarr approach. I think this game in particular is just a one-off, and just be glad you're on the right side of it, because if you lost 9-6, think about how you feel this morning. You aren't going to care at all about the 6 goals that you scored. You're going to be thinking about how the hell did we give up 9 in the first game of this series? I mean, the Avs scored 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 4 in the third. It was just an onslaught the entire night. The good news is I think that's probably, not probably, that is, you'd think, going to be the worst defensive game you're going to play all series. And the fact that you did that in a win is highly encouraging. But you had sort of everybody involved in it. And I'm talking about on both sides, the good and the bad, the offense and the defense. You had almost everybody involved on the offensive side. You had almost everybody involved with the problems defensively that you faced in that game. But I think one thing is incredibly clear. LA was a good team because of what they forced you to do. Minnesota is a good team because they are very, very talented. You go up and down the line from Matt Boldy to Kaprizov to Quinn Hughes, who was incredible last night, to, even look, man, your Tarasenkos that are on that team, the goal that he scored, pretty unbelievable. I know that he had a free rush to get there, but to kind of put on the brakes, go back, give it a tap right outside of Wedgwood, they have really, really talented guys on that team, and they are not afraid to run through everyone. Like, it was something that Bednar mentioned in the postgame. They use 4 lines. And if you aren't willing to do that, you're going to get beat. Because they will toss everybody out there for extended stretches because they trust them. The good news for the Avs is, so do you. You trust your 4th line just as much. Like, I will, hey man, I'm ride or die with your Nick Waz and your Parker Kellys and Jack Drury's and Ross Coltons. Go ahead. I will put those guys up against anybody else, 3rd, 4th liners, all day. But what you saw in game 1 was a gigantic talent leap from what you saw in LA. LA has to play, when I say dirty, I don't mean like over the line. I just mean like a dirty style of play where it's just not that aesthetically pleasing. They have to do that because that's the only way they'll have a chance to win. Minnesota's just going to be like, let's line it up. I'm going to shoot. You're going to shoot. Let's go. And again, these games are not going to be 9-6. This is just a crazy start to the series. But you're going to have moments of panic within this one. You're going to. Nelly, when's the last time you threw 9 goals in the open of a show?
I would say never. I think that's the first. You know the real
yeah.
You know the real question we got to ask? Can Connor McGahey speak this morning? Does he have a voice?
Oh my God. Especially because like all of those are huge goals. Even the one to ice it when you had, McKinnon going the full length of the ice essentially to score. It's a huge goal, even though you're up 2 with 3 minutes left or a couple minutes left. It's like that was the only time you felt comfortable was when it was 9-6 with 3 minutes or 2 minutes left. You're like, all right, I think we're finally set in which they can't come back from this. 303-504-0925. It was fun, though. Tell you that. There was nobody going to sleep last night during that game. Broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So, talk more about this game. I want to get some audio post-game. Jared Bednar, so we'll do that in a bit as well. Big thing here for me. Something I saw from over the weekend regarding the Avs in this series and what to expect. But it bothers some things. We'll get to that along with some audio post game from the coach. Stick around.
How do you explain what just happened?
I cannot. Yeah, I mean, if you scripted that one, then I don't know how you do. Yeah, I can't explain it.
It's tough, but the Avs do get the win, a 1-0 series lead over Minnesota to start things off. I still am kind of in disbelief from what I watch. It's funny. Right before the show started, as the intro's playing, I'm like running over to get my coffee. And I'm running back, and Nelly goes, I got 9 goal highlights. You got plenty of time. Relax. I was like, oh, great. Thank you. But to put up 15 combined goals in the first game of a series is crazy, especially considering, I don't know how many of you guys watched the game leading up to the Avs game last night, but Montreal and Tampa, or Montreal gets the upset on the road. They go to Tampa in Game 7 and win, despite the fact that the Avs had 9 goals in their game. Montreal had 9 shots on goal. Shots! That's it. Compare that to the Avs' 43 they had in that game. Here's what's funny, is the Avs had 2 power plays. 2 over the course of that game. And in those power plays, they score on the first, a hell of a play by McKinnon, sort of like weaving through traffic, throws a shot on net, gets his own rebound. He kind of dumps it back to Lehkonen, who's got a wide open side of the net, as long as he can get it past a defender that's sort of waiting for the blocked shot in front, and he 5-holes him. So you score on the first one. You're like, all right, got the power play rolling. Let's go. The second power play you get is like the worst thing ever. It's a 4-4 game. You're trying to snatch the lead back. You're on the power play. McKinnon draws the penalty. But then the turnover on sort of dropping the puck back near the blue line, it's missed, and it gives them a wide open run at the net. So now you're down 5-4. But, I mean, it's not going to count on the stat sheet, but it's right as the power play expired. Taves shoots from the blue line, and it's tie game 5-5. I'll give them a technicality. They were 2 for 2, but also giving up a shorthanded goal. So whatever you want to make of that, where the shorthanded goal's still something I guess we have to be concerned about, but the power play was, in my book of record, 2 for 2 on the night. I think the Avs were dealing with a little bit of rust, and I think it affected their goaltender. He was in a rhythm playing every other night, and now you had this long extended break against a much more high-powered team, and here was Bednar's assessment of Wedgwood last night.
Well, it wasn't his best. That being said, on the defensive side of things, it was probably no one on our team's best. I group him in with the rest of the team. You know, we have to get better, and we'll do that for game 2. Yeah, but he's been great for us. Give us a chance to win. Give us a chance to win tonight. You know, like their goalie played amazing in the Dallas series, and he let in a bunch tonight too. So it's, you know, most of the things that we're dealing with aren't just exclusive to us either. It's, you know, they'll be going through the same things and trying to get better, and I'm sure both teams will be better defensively come game 2, and we'll keep trying to push it the same way we have offensively.
I think it's just a rhythm of the game thing. You know, it's just some games are just like that. You know, you can get prime Roger Clemens on the mound, and there's going to be a night in which the final score's 10-9. And you're just like, yeah, it's weird. It happens sometimes. But I think a long break led up to that for the defensive presence and I don't want to say effort, but I guess execution on both the defensive side for the Avs and with their goaltending. You know, and it's one of the things that actually bothers me is when this series got announced. Remember, we went into the weekend not knowing when this game was going to be played. And you find out it's going to start on Sunday. And I was happy. I was like, good. I want to get whatever that Nuggets taste in my mouth that I still had from a few days ago. I wanted to get it out with an Avs game. I didn't want to have to wait until today. But then I keep looking at the schedule. So they play Sunday. They'll play again on Tuesday. Then they don't play again after Tuesday until Saturday. I don't think I've ever seen a break like that in the middle of a playoff series, in the NHL anyway. I think you can get those occasionally in the NBA because they really want to make sure they have the TV matchups and blah, blah, blah. Having that long of a break between games 2 and 3 is pretty wild. And maybe it'll lead to something like we saw last night, which was just goals for everybody. But I will say it makes it a little bit hard to assess when you have all these positives of what you did on the offensive side. You had all these goals that were scored and you know, again, 14 different guys scored a goal in that game last night. But then you have to evaluate, well, what did you do on the other side and how good / bad were you there? I just think it was a weird circumstance of a whole bunch of different things sort of coming together. But overall, like, again, I love the idea that you can go out and win a hockey game in any way that night, that particular night dictates it. Sometimes that means you got to put up 6 to win. Sometimes that means you got to hold them to 1. Sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, it's the way that you're able to adjust on the fly to the style of the game. Now, you don't want 9-6. That's understood. There's a bunch of guys last night, like I mentioned, the 3rd and 4th liners, your Nick Waws, your Kadris, your Coltons, your guys like that maybe didn't have overall a great night. But the point is, can you go out and play that way if you have to? And the answer is yes. They can do it. And I think that game 2 will be a lot tighter and less open. But I will say this, after watching an entire first-round series of you're just begging to have any type of offensive scoring opportunity, any type of rush down the ice that was unimpeded, that gave you sort of a clean look, you made up for all of it in a single game here. So now you can pull it back just a little bit. Go back, watch the film, and see where the mistakes occurred on the defensive side and get those corrected. Make no mistake, though, this is going to be a very, very tough series. It's going to be. You know, I thought it was silly heading into this series when you saw some of the graphics of which trio would you rather have, McKinnon, Makar, Natchez, or Boldy, Kaprizov, Quinn Hughes. Those guys are good, though. Really good. And something that's really confusing to me is those Foligno brothers, because they're just like a dyslexic form of the numbers already. It's 17 and 71. They're both gigantic human beings. They both are willing to throw their bodies around and try and hurt you with it. And I believe that's one of them was the guys who hit Makar, wasn't it? There are so many things I have to remember from the stupid game. And I can't remember who exactly laid the hit, but it's like Makar went sort of flying up the boards, was sort of on one skate. But when he left, there's a couple of factors to this. He leaves, he comes back to the bench, he tries to skate a little bit, goes back to the bench again, period ends. He goes out there to skate a little bit more, and now you're starting to get really nervous. You're like, how bad is this? Can he even come back in the game? And then when he does, he comes back and throws in 2 goals, and an assist. And then in the post game, he looked no worse for wear. I know Bednar was kind of asked about it. He said he wasn't concerned, and then he said, well, I hope not. I haven't heard anything yet, but the fact that he finished the game is a great sign. More from Bednar post game.
But at 5'5", it's simple for me. Like, you got to dig in defensively. It wasn't puck decisions. It was, we had some lost battles. We were soft in some areas. And then the details of our game, like, we were giving up scoring chances on things that we've been doing the same way for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and then just making mistakes on it. Like, we didn't know what the coverage was on the face-offs and in all 3 zones, and sort outs in the D zone. Like, they make some plays on some difficult reads. Every team does, but we had way too many that were routine where we were giving up scoring chances.
Yeah. And I think that gets corrected going into game 2. Texture says, everyone in the stadium was yelling for a penalty. I don't want a power play at this point. I'm assuming that's when you gave up the shorty. Here's the thing. Like, they did give up a shorthanded goal, but they were like 2 for 2 on the power play last night. They did score on both opportunities. I'm still a little bit concerned of how many penalties the Avs are taking, how many times they're going off to the box. But in 3 power play opportunities for the Wild, you held them to 0. For as bad at times as your power play has been this year, your penalty kill has consistently been top 2 in the league. And it continues that way. You got a shorthanded opportunity at least a little bit yourself. LOC, who always seems to find one each time that they're out there, he had a little bit of an opportunity. But I think a lot of the stuff that you saw is correctable from last night, and I think it's going to be heading into Game 2. Game 2 is probably going to have more of a 4-3 feel. I don't think it goes all the way back to like an LA Kings thing where it's like you're struggling to get shots on net and all that. But I think the rest of this series is probably going to feel a lot like 4-3 sort of games. And it's because of too much talent on both sides. Like, that play that Hughes made was unbelievable. To get it to Hartman. To make it 3-2 with 4 minutes to go in the first. Hughes is he's such a phenomenal player. And I just saw this podcast. I think EJ was on with Spit and Chicklets recently. And he talked about how when Hughes first entered the league, they're like, my gosh, this guy is so good. And Chris McFarland, who was the assistant GM at the time, said to him, they go, if you think he's good, wait till you see this McCarr kid who is still playing college at the time. But it really is 2 of the best defensemen in the world, 2 of the best defensemen in recent memory going against each other with a whole bunch of other talent on the ice. They're going to find ways to put the puck in the back of the net. Now, 15 combined, little bit crazy. But they're going to find ways to make you work for a dub. And I, for one, can't wait, because if this is the style that we're going to get, like this last night, beyond the frustration, last night was incredibly fun. I can't yell and scream in my house because I have 2 small children who are animals if they wake up from their sleep. But I will, the pounding of my couch is sort of my new scream in watching these games. And I was obliterating my couch. Like Mike Tyson prime. Hook, uppercut. I did what would be illegal in boxing, which is I came straight down on top of the head of my couch, like, see? But that's what that sort of game does to you.
And I know we said that this was going to happen, but I felt like the gif of Wesley Snipes in New Jack City where he's reaching up a gun to shoot someone while just tears are flowing out of his eyes.
Yeah.
Anytime Quinn Hughes had the puck, because he's Captain America, man. He was the hero of the gold medal game, and anytime he got the puck, I was like, you put that away, you hoser. You're not scoring on my team. I hate that.
Two of the heroes. Like, if they went out and they traded for Connor Hellebuck, it's just like, all right, so you just want to form Team USA. It's Boldy, it's Quinn Hughes, it's Hellebuck. You can't have Brock Nelson. Sorry, he's ours. But it's true. Like, that sort of stuff, it gives you, like, this affinity for these dudes that you would typically hate. But you're right. Like, he is the hero. By the way, speaking of one-off, here's McCarr postgame.
Just a weird game. Obviously, coming from the last few games we played, it was really tight out there. It felt like weren't generating a lot, and today it just felt a little bit more open. And sometimes that can be a tendency to kind of lack a little bit on the defensive side. And I feel like on both sides of teams, it happened a little bit tonight. And I don't think we're going to see that again. I think it's just probably a one-off. I like that we were able to stick with it and find a way to win, obviously, in a unique way.
It's exactly what I think. It's one of those flow of the game things. And that breeds confidence on the offensive side, and that applies to any sport. When guys are making shots in basketball, like, you're going to get a game that's 135 to 130. When even in baseball, I remember you have these games in which guys are just on it. And sometimes it's because it was pitching, and sometimes it's just because you're swinging hot sticks. It's just the flow of the game. And I do believe that last night was just an example of it. They played an entire first-round series where they didn't have any looks like that, and then they finally started to get it. Maybe you got a little bit greedy. You wanted too many guys wanted to be involved in it, and it led to some mistakes. Fine. But I don't think that this is going to be a theme here. I think both teams are probably going to go back to the drawing board and be like, all right, whatever the hell that game was, we can throw that in the trash. That ain't going to happen again. So again, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. You can lock in your seats right now for every remaining game of the playoffs at coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Tickets are on sale for every possible game, so don't miss the most anticipated Avs series of the year. Back after this. Nelly, do me a favor. Can I hear all 9 goals in succession again from Connor McGahee? Is that something we can do on the fly? Because I want to hear the tone of voice in Connor McGahee, especially towards the end. And I don't know how he's going to be able to speak going into tomorrow's game, but go ahead.
Marty Natchez across the blue line, enters the wild zone, doesn't take the shot. Now it's Malinsky. He scores! Sam, I am. Now it's Drury from O'Connor. He scores! You're on Drury duty. Save made by Volta, turns it back in front. Lekkinen scores! Nathan McKinnon, an electric factory, and we're up all night to get lucky. Blankenberg trying to develop a 2-on-1. Blankenberg! Yeah! In the nick of time, it's Nick Blankenberg with his first career postseason goal. Finds it underneath. Taves lets it go. Tip. They score! Hands it off McCarr. Far circle McCarr. He scores! Kadri. Kadri a wrist shot. He scores! The Kadri man can. Cale McCarr doesn't take the shot. Now he does. He scores! Oh, hail Cale! Broke it up. McKinnon has an empty net. You betcha! 9 times.
9 times.
That is insane. All from one game. And I'll tell you what, that crowd was juiced. And I think an extra factor to it is you were looking, and the Avs have had this all year. But I mentioned this before. I don't know the crossover between, hockey fan and basketball fan. There's plenty that root and cheer and live and die with both. But there is, hockey does have its own unique sort of fan that maybe that's all they care about. Basketball, the same thing. I wondered, how much of the Minnesota-Colorado hatred between each other was going to carry over into this series, and it didn't feel a lot like that. But that place was ready to explode. And I know a huge part of it is, you have belief that this team can hoist another Stanley Cup. That's one. But it's also, I think you just wanted to wash that dirty taste out of your mouth from how the Nuggets season finished. And then you get some news over the weekend that it looks like David Adelman is going to stay in charge with the Nuggets.
Just quickly before we pivot to that, one last thing on the Avs crowd. So the early game on ESPN, or excuse me, TNT, that was the Montreal-Tampa Bay game, right? So when they...
Game 7, yeah.
Yes, so when they sent it over to Game 1, and they're like, now let's kick it over to so-and-so in Denver, and then they showed that shot of the arena, and they brought in the commentators, I couldn't even hear what they were saying.
I know.
It was crazy.
They were ready.
The crowd was so loud, and the guy was like,
welcome to Denver, Colorado.
I went, who is that? Are you talking right now? I can't hear you.
Can we get a more centralized microphone, please?
Yeah, I couldn't hear him over the pom-poms, man. If you were at that game last night, way to go.
I mean, it was an incredible atmosphere. Now, to go back to the Nuggets news from over the weekend, Adelman, it looks like, is going to keep his job. I think I could have understood either way. Nobody wants to hear this right now, including myself, but I did have to take a second and say, if you were thrust into a job for your first year, and in that first year you had these high expectations, and while you had the high expectations, you get decimated with injuries that makes it impossible to keep consistent stretches of basketball together. It's a really difficult spot to be put in year one. And if that's the way that they chose to think about it in the case of David Adelman, then you know what? I guess I can understand the logic. I would have understood it the other way, too. If they just said this was not up to standard and we're going to move on, then fine. I think you could make a strong push either way. The bigger news, I think, is the reports that everybody outside of Jokic is on the table, which I think has to happen. The bread and butter that you've had over, the last 7-8 years, which is the Jokic and Murray two-man game, I don't know if it's gotten stale. I don't know if teams have found out a better way to defend it. I don't know what it is, but I think more importantly, what this team needs, they need athleticism and defense to surround Jokic. They need to have guys that can stay in front. It's amazing to go back and look at the draft that Zeke Naji was selected in. If you go back and look at it, Anthony Edwards was the first pick of that draft. You had picks like 24 and then 27 is what you traded for, and you ended up taking Zeke and RJ Hampton, if you remember him. The pick that was about 2 after RJ Hampton was Jaden McDaniels. And I really think a Jaden McDaniels is exactly what the Nuggets kind of need. And it's somebody that defensively can stay in front of anyone. A big problem that you face. Jokic has assets on the defensive side. He has things that he can do. He can get his hands in passing lanes. He can do this and that. But what he cannot do, and what makes him look terrible and your team look terrible and defensively you get picked on, is when you allow straight line drives and Jokic is the last line of defense at the rim, he just can't defend it. He's not a rim protector. He's not going to sky up and get a block or provide the same impediment that we saw Rudy Gobert provide when guys drove the lane against Minnesota, where they were kind of scared to go at the rim because he's standing there. That's not what Jokic does. So you need guys who stay in front. And that means athletic dudes that can move laterally and not allow, if nothing else, you provide pressure to where it becomes, if somebody drives the lane, you got a guy draped on him, as well as Jokic sort of bearing down in the middle. But you can't allow Jokic to go one-on-one, and that happened way too often. And so I think whatever moves you have to make, and that means everybody's on the table. That means Jamal. That means Mr. Nugget, Aaron Gordon, who I love to death, but you can't trust him to stay healthy. That means anybody. And I know there's a couple of guys in this roster that I think you would prefer to trade. I think it'll be incredibly difficult, but they need to find a way to get athleticism on the roster. Vic mentioned it over and over again after the Nuggets got bounced. They looked old, and they did. They looked really old.
Can I ask you a question about Adelman, though? Mm-hmm. And this isn't a rhetorical question where I have something in mind. I'm genuinely asking. If you just looked at the season on paper and you said first-time head coach, aside from the few playoff games that he coached last year, first full season of a head coach, David Adelman coaches his team to 54 wins, and he had about 7,000 different permutations of the starting lineup, dealt with so much injury, so many moving parts, still got them to 54 wins and the 3 seed in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And yet, basically every Nuggets fan wants his head on a stake like Lord of the Flies. What's the disconnect between the results and how people feel about him?
Expectation. Look, man, he was put, whatever you think of David Adelman, you have to admit at least this. He's put in a very, very difficult spot. Year one, you come in, you're expected to win a championship. And almost anything short of that was going to be seen as a complete failure. Now add in injuries. Now add in inconsistencies within your lineup. And now add in, I don't know what you want to call it, if it's a little bit of complacency within the players. I don't know what it was, but there wasn't the same level of drive and fight as Minnesota had, and I think that's clear. I think that he was put in a very, very difficult position. Now, despite that, being put in a difficult position, he did not do his job well enough to. Like, there's 2 parts to that. I think the way that he used the rotation, the lack of depth that he went to in that series was a really, really big mistake. Willingness to play certain guys and not going to others. That's all coaching. That's rotations. That's what his job is. So I think it's both. He had the weight of a lot of expectation with a whole bunch of obstacles thrown in the middle of it. And then he also didn't do his job well enough. Like all the things that can be said about injuries, you could say the exact same thing and more on the Minnesota side, and Chris Finch found a way to get it done. And so, again, they want to give this one more year. I think I can see the logic in it, but I could have saw it the other way too. Can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, also on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A lot more to get to with this Avs game, a 9-6 game 1 win. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Marty Natchez across the blue line, enters the wild zone, doesn't take the shot. Now it's Malinsky. He scores! Sam, I am. Now it's Drury from O'Connor. He scores! You're on Drury duty. Save made by Volt that turns it back in front. Lekkinen scores! Nathan McKinnon, an electric factory, and we're up all night to get lucky. Blankenberg trying to develop a 2-on-1. Blankenberg! Yeah! In the nick of time, it's Nick Blankenberg with his first career postseason goal. Finds it underneath. Taves lets it go. Tip. They score! Hands it off McCarr. Far circle McCarr. He scores! Kadri, a wrist shot. He scores! The Kadri man can. Cale McCarr doesn't take the shot. Now he does. He scores! Oh, hail Cale! Broke it up. McKinnon has an empty net. You betcha! 9 times.
9 times.
9 times.
9 times.
How's that for game one? 14 different goal scorers, Moj? 14?
What did I tell you? Yeah, out of 15 goals scored. What did I tell you about the Kings series and about what this series was going to be like? What did I tell you?
You said they'd be different, but nobody expected this.
That is correct, but man,
Actually, Moser said he thinks 15 goals a night is going to be
He
scored.
pretty much.
Moser said going into this series, guys, it's going to take 9 goals to win each game.
yeah. Actually, it only took 7 last night, but they got 9.
You know what? It shows me.
That was more than my little old Moj heart could take, almost.
You know what it proves to me? How little the LA Kings did to try to play hockey. It shows to me that the LA Kings series and that whole approach. Why are we wasting our time doing that? Like, what is that compared to what we saw last night?
I really, in the middle of that game, I was having so much fun. And I'm like, God, I'm so glad it's not another Kings type of series where it's just boring.
Borathon.
And then I thought to myself,
This is tough.
this is too much. It's way too much.
It's like
Can we not find a happy medium?
It's like going from church to a raging party of lunacy.
Like an ecstasy EDM party. You're just like,
Yes.
whoa.
Just got out of church. That was, we got through it. And now we're raging all night.
See, I would have no clue what an ecstasy EDM party is.
I don't either.
I'm only guessing that there's freaks on whatever spinning around with lightsabers.
One of those parties with glow sticks and everybody's a sucker in their mouth.
Okay.
For some reason.
That's the one where they have those things in their mouth.
Yeah.
But you know about that.
It was too much. It was way too much. And I think it's a combination of factors. I don't think the long break helped in this sense. I think that's a part of it. The other part is, Moj, I think when you get boxed in for 4 straight games against LA and you finally have a game where everything opens up and you see all your buddies scoring goals, you want to jump in on a play, but you aren't very disciplined on defense. I think that not having Josh Manson, then McCarr leaving for a period, then Malinsky having to go down the tunnel to get stitched up because he took a puck off the face, having that inconsistency for your D pairs, that didn't help anything either. It was just a lot of things that kind of bowled together in this. But the great news is, to go back to something we mentioned a lot in that opening series against LA, Moj, how you want to play? Because however you want to play,
They can
win.
beat you. Yeah, they can beat you. I talked to Marty Natchez after the game. And he said, look, we know we can score goals. Okay? He's like, but we do have to take care of our own end better.
Yeah.
And Jared Bednar made that same claim. And by the way, so did John Hines on the Minnesota side. Bednar said, look, we don't even need to practice. We don't need to get out there on the ice to get the point across what we need to do. He's like, our guys know. It's just a matter of going over some things today. He's like, these are easily correctable. Well, Minnesota said the same thing. They think their issues last night are easily correctable. But again, Minnesota did not see this kind of attack from Dallas, And certainly the Avs did not see this kind of attack and high-end talent from the Los Angeles Kings. So we'll see how teams adjust going forward here, but what a hell of a way to kick off round 2 of the Stanley Cup playoffs, man. That was crazy.
Hey, Bednar, how do you explain that?
How do you explain what just happened?
I cannot. Yeah, I mean, if you scripted that one, then I don't know how you do. Yeah, I can't explain it.
Yeah, it was crazy, but I'll tell you what, I saw Darren Pang. I saw Panger between the second and the third periods, and it's 5-5 at that point. And he goes, good God, it looks like me against the Nordiques back in the day. I'm like, yeah, because, look, the NHL back in the 80s, kind of wide open hockey, right? And he wasn't the biggest goalie
He's
on the
tiny
planet.
compared to these guys.
Yeah, now, guys, this Volstead, dude, he's 6'3" and like 230, 225, 230, moves like the wind. He's still a really good goalie. They got to him pretty good.
I didn't see Volstead celebrate last night.
Not last night, he did not, no. And Wedgie didn't either, but that's one of those things where the goalies weren't great, but the guys in front of him playing D also were far from great. So, heck, man, what a crazy game. I mean, what a crazy, crazy game.
It's a reset game because I doubt you'll see something like that again.
You're 100% correct. You won't.
And both coaches, even Coach Bednar afterwards, I'm sure he had a lot to say to his team. I mean, it's fun to be in the wide open, in the wilderness like that, but as a coach, you're probably pulling your hair out.
I would think so. Both coaches presented very, very calmly. And, there's some things I really, really liked in that game. Obviously, we need to clean some things up. Mm-hmm. Even John Hines in the losing effort did the same kind of thing. But deep down, they've got to be like, dudes, we cannot open it up like this. We can't do it like this.
Well, I heard Kadri say something in the postgame. He was in the locker room about Volstead. And he hinted at like he's got a weakness. And here's what he said.
I feel like I was in a pretty good scoring area. Ross made a nice pass to spring me on the half breakaway, and been watching a lot of this goaltender, so just picked my spot and definitely picked it properly. Yeah.
Yeah, so what is it?
He said later, I think it was low glove is what he said, like low glove side.
That's fine, but they also beat him blocker side.
And they also beat him high side. They also beat him.
Just for the record, that was courtesy of DNVR, that audio.
But it's one of those things where, hey, man, sometimes the puck goes in for you. Like Kadri could have that half breakaway, that baby breakaway, 10 times, and 8 times he's going to shoot it wide, or whatever the case.
Sticks in the way or something. Yeah.
But I will say this: he comes down that side, Malinsky scores on that side, and Cale Makar scored twice that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Coming down into that circle and blam. Now, again, you got to keep them guessing because some were across the body, some were right here. I mean, it's just different areas.
First of all, I forgot that Blankenberg.
Yep.
I forgot that he played for the Avalanche until I saw him streaking down the left side. What a play.
Dude,
what a pass.
Well, he almost scored in the first.
What a pass, first of all.
First of all, he's a great dude. Not the biggest guy in the world, but one thing he can do, what makes him a good defenseman, is he skates very beautifully. And when he gets the puck on his stick, it's a lot like the Sammy. Get the puck on your stick and get it out of the zone. Mm-hmm. Period. End of story.
He looks like Sammy G.
Yeah, there's no goofing around with it.
With it.
It's on your stick and it's out of the zone. He's not even as big as Sammy, by the way. It's on your stick and it's out of the zone. And then for smaller defensemen, they've got to rely on their positioning and their stick.
My favorite
because
part
they're not
going
to body anybody up.
Was the celebration where he tried to stick himself up on the glass.
Like flypaper.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was those Velcro
awesome.
things.
Yeah. Just jumped up there and said, I'm going to stick here for a while.
Well, take your choice. You had 8 other goals to choose from, which were all cool. Like, the one thing that is so abundantly clear, and I said this after the series was done, I said it in the middle of the series. When you played against L.A., I gave L.A. a ton of credit because it feels like that's as good as they could play. Mm-hmm. The way they played against the Avs is as good as they could play. This team is so much more talented, and we knew that going into this, but God, did you see it last night. Even, the obvious ones are your Hughes and Boldies and Kaprizovs and guys like that. The goal that Tarasenko scored was sick.
That was.
I mean, to go back and at the last second give it a tap to get it by Wedgwood.
I'm sure you saw a lot of people online calling it the Forsberg.
Mm-hmm.
That's because Peter Forsberg scored that way in the Olympics in '92 in Lillehammer.
Swedish postage stamp goal.
That is correct.
Here's what's funny though, Moj, and we'll get into like the sort of the nitty-gritty details of all of this stuff.
Funny, ha-ha funny, or funny, weird funny?
Weird funny. I'm going to give them a technicality on this because it was right after the 2 minutes was done. They were 2 for 2 on the power play. But when you give up a shorthanded goal like that, how do you evaluate that one?
What the hell happened there?
Like, technically, Taves scored. It was, what, like 2 seconds after the power play was done? I'm counting it. That's 2 for 2 on the power play.
Did it just
But
skip?
you gave up a shorty.
Did it just skip past Nate?
It did. And you've got, I call McCarron the motorhome. That's probably
disrespectful?
Yeah, probably, but the Foligno brothers, you know what came to mind? Vic, don't get mad. You ever see Ghostbusters Part 2?
No.
Then you wouldn't get it. Never mind.
I don't watch cartoons.
Sure, other people have.
Nelly?
But
you ever seen Ghostbusters Part 2?
Nah, they nailed it with the first part. I stopped after that.
There's so many movies.
You're
you
all
can say that about.
jackasses. I don't even want to talk about it. You know, no.
I don't like how the Folignos just have dyslexic numbers to each other. It's hard for me to tell.
17 and 71?
Yeah. It's hard to tell.
Well, of course, their old man was a terrific player and was an assistant coach here with the Avs when they won. So it's like,
Moj, can I offer one? Just, am I allowed?
Okay, but hang on 1 second. What do I do with the power play that I consider they're 2 for 2, but they give up a shorty?
Let me explain. It's that drop pass high in the zone that drives me crazy sometimes. And that's what it did. It skipped by McKinnon.
And then as somebody's bearing down to create pressure, it gives them an easy break.
And let me give Foligno a little bit of credit here, because if he's not reading that play and jumping it, then there is no breakaway, because he's a motorhome. He's not a Ferrari.
Yeah.
Dude, he's a big old Winnebago who, when that momentum gets going, man, you can plow through things. And by the way, I did not know I thought maybe Marcus would have that kind of move.
I did not know
Nick.
your game. Wait, which Foligno hit McCarr?
That was Nick.
And
so
so
he scored the
Marcus,
goal.
Nick scored the goal.
Marcus scored. Marcus scored.
Marcus scored.
Nick hit McCarr.
That is correct.
All right. Can I have one?
Marcus scored. Nick hit McCarr. Good God, the Foligno.
I told
17
you.
and 71s, man.
All right. This is not necessarily
when they're out of their gear. By the way, they don't look the same. So you'll tell them apart easy that way.
One source where the Avs can readily improve, in my mind, and I think you'll agree with me. Having Josh Manson out of the lineup leaves this void. There's not enough hitting from the Avalanche.
They did it, though, against LA without him.
There's not enough. There was too much.
Well,
it looked at times a bit soft.
Well, let me put it this way. They out-hit the Wild last night, 26-24, but, and what the Kings had, 50 hits in one game, 52 or something crazy. But you're talking about the impact of the hits.
Yes.
The bangity-bang, blowy-uppy, smoky
And that's
smoke,
where they miss a guy like
blam,
Manson.
blam, kaboom, kaboom.
There really wasn't a hit
For
last
sure.
night where the crowd went, ooh.
Well, there was.
Like,
There was one in McCarr.
There was that
that's
one.
true.
No. And then Kadri blew up.
Yeah, he did.
Blew up Middleton in,
right on the
the
board.
neutral zone.
Yep.
He blew him up right at the red line and knocked him in midair, but then he got tripped. Otherwise, then it was an icing call on the Avs. You're like, oh, you got to be kidding me.
You know, even Coach Bednar said it. We were soft in many ways, in many areas, and I would have to agree.
Yep.
All right.
Do you agree with me, or
I don't know. Well, I don't. The hits were not booming hits, but they checked effectively at times.
Well, there's a whole bunch to get to with this game.
Times.
And we will do that over the course of the show. 303-504-0925. The Avs are ahead 1-0 in the second round. And the only local broadcast of Avs hockey can be found right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Connor McGahey. Local pregame on the radio will start 30 minutes before every game. Tune in for local TV coverage on Altitude TV and Altitude Plus. The whole crew is live an hour before puck drop, and then immediately after the game, Altitude TV, Altitude Plus, Altitude Sports Radio, your home for local playoff coverage.
it's not a broadcast, it's a broadcast.
Broadcast,
Bunch of bros just hanging out.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
It's a broadcast.
The early one?
Well, I misspoke, and it sounded like a broadcast, and I kind of like calling
it's,
it that.
It's a procast.
That's a broadcast.
It's a pro.
That's a bunch of
pros are
bros.
Yeah, the pros are the pros are bros, but it's procast.
Just a bunch of bros hanging.
It's a AAA cast at best.
Oh, okay. All right, well, I'm going to call. JML's awake right now. Should we call him and say, dude,
I would like to get him on the show because he said something.
you're playing for the Edmonton Trappers?
He said
AAA?
something over and over last night that I wanted to get some clarification on it.
What's that?
All right, we'll try.
Well, I'll tell you later, but I want to
you
get
want
him on
Johnny
the show.
on?
Yeah, let's get Johnny on.
All right, we'll try and get Johnny on here in a bit. Stick around.
Guys being dudes.
I've worked with American Financing for an awfully long time. Hey, it's Moser. And let me tell you something. Something's going to happen with the Fed here in about a week and a half, 2 weeks. And that's going to be really, really good for you if you're looking to purchase a home or refinance your home. You know, do yourself a favor if you're stuck in that rut. American Financing, family-owned mortgage lender, not one of those big banks where you're just a number. They really, really take time and they really care about you. Licensed in all 50 states. So do yourself a favor. Make your equity your exit strategy. Consolidate, calibrate, and conquer. If you've got interest rates on credit cards that are 20% or more, a mortgage interest rate is much, much lower. You can use your home's equity to pay off that high-interest debt. By the way, if you do that, you may delay 2 mortgage payments. You may close in as fast as 10 days. Used with a refinance, not a purchase. You save an average of $800 a month. They've got salary-based mortgage consultants ready to help you, and no upfront fees and no obligations. So do yourself a favor. These people are great. The customer service is superb. And there's going to come a time here very quickly when you're going to want to buy that new home or you're going to want to refinance. So here is the telephone number. Write it down and get ready. 303-695-7000. Super simple. 303-695-7000 or go online at AmericanFinancing.net.
Lock in your seats right now for every remaining game of the playoffs at coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Tickets are on sale for every possible game, so don't miss the most anticipated Avs series of the year. A lot happening in that game last night, but the Avs do take a 1-0 lead. I do think some of this, Moj, and I don't know if they're willing to admit it, I think some of it's rust. I think some of it's you were off a long time in between games. So that's probably an aspect of this, but I will say this. When the schedule got released, because we didn't know when the game was going to be played heading into the weekend, and I saw that it was going to be on Sunday, I was like, great, that's what I wanted. I needed something this weekend to wash the Nuggets' awfulness out. So I'm glad the game was played on Sunday. But then I looked at the rest of the schedule. Has there ever been Sunday, Tuesday, Saturday?
Not that I recall.
That long of a break between 2 and 3?
But there's a reason for it.
TV?
It's because the Minnesota Frost have the PWHL has a game on Thursday.
It's the playoffs. It's the playoffs.
I don't know if they couldn't switch the game
Just move their game.
Yes.
Hang on.
It's the playoffs.
Just move their damn game.
Okay. The Minnesota Frost have a game that night.
Which night is it?
Playoffs.
Friday?
Thursday.
So why don't they play Friday?
Because now you're getting into TV because the ESPN or TNT, whomever, wants this game on the Saturday. The league wants this game on the Saturday.
Okay, so listen. I don't know.
Silly.
Move the PWHL game, okay? Just say, sorry, this happens during the Nuggets had to go back to Memphis at some point.
My bad.
But the thing is that I'm sure, look, if I was the Wild, I'd say this. Oh, we can't. Oh, yeah. Look, they're missing Eric Janek and Brodin right now. They're probably like, oh, yeah, that's just
But that's the thing.
impossible.
It removes the benefit of you getting that extra rest because you've earned it.
I agree, man. Dial 1-800-BETMAN. What do you want me to say?
Stupid. Anyway, I do think part of that was they were off for a while. And somebody says, come on, guys, the PWHL is great. It's not that it's not great or anything like that. It's that it's the Stanley Cup playoffs. You can't have a 4-day break in between games.
I don't care how great it is. One takes precedence over the other.
So we got Johnny on the horn here on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. John Michael Liles, what's up, buddy?
Not much, guys. How we doing?
Why are you laughing at us?
Yeah, why are you giggling?
Why are you starting the show just laughing?
Because I've been listening to the show this morning.
So
I've
what
been
do you
giggling since minute one.
What do you think about the schedule then? I mean, what are your thoughts on not playing for like 8 months between games?
I think it's a unique thing in the schedule, and I mean, listen, if Josh Manson's able to come back on Saturday, I'm all for it. That's what I'll say. But it can benefit Minnesota too. So I haven't seen a break like this in the playoffs before. I will say that.
It just doesn't happen. You said something last night in the postgame show. I wanted to ask you because watching that first game gave me a new, if I didn't already have respect for Hughes, I saw it in the Olympics, obviously.
Yeah.
But last night, my goodness, that kid can play. That kid can skate. And you were asked several times last night, how do you stop him? And you said, make him defend, which sounds easier said than done. How do you make him defend besides just going right at him all game?
Well, I mean, listen, they're going to try and go right at him, but he's such a good skater. I mean, I was, I think, more impressed last night with him and Faber and the way that they were able to, like the edge work from both of those guys. I mean, it's another level. And we talk about Cale Makar and the way he's able to do that all the time. But the way that those two were able to dance away from hits and, you know, control the puck, make passes that just don't seem like they're there. You know, that defensive pairing is right up there with Makar and Taves in terms of, you know, the top pairing in the league. But to make Quinn Hughes defend, I go back to Makar's second goal. And I just, what happened, it's a set breakout in the Avs end, and Cale Makar recognizes Lekkonen's at the far blue line, posted up on Quinn Hughes. And so he sends the stretch pass to the far blue line, and Lekkonen doesn't give up the puck. He makes Quinn Hughes defend. So Quinn Hughes is on him, and he says, you know what, I protect the puck better than you defend. And he protected the puck. and he brought it down into the corner, and Quinn Hughes is on him, but he's playing zone defense, if you will, right? Like it's he's in between Lehkonen and the net, but he's not out muscling Arturi Lehkonen. And so what happens is then the Avs get into a cycle, and the puck goes around and gets to Cale, and it's a beautiful shot, but who's the guy that gets to the front of the net? It's Arturi Lehkonen, and he's the screen, and Quinn Hughes is a half step late. So not only do you quick up it, make him defend, like he's playing 30-plus minutes a night, right? Like, he's got some lungs that not a lot of players have, but making him defend that's where you wear him down, when he doesn't have the puck on his stick. And I thought that play in particular was a really good example of it. Now, that guy, Quinn Hughes has the puck on his stick more than anybody in the NHL. It's a fact. The numbers support it. And so it's not always easy to do that, but when you are able to do it, it can take a toll.
Hey, Johnny, a couple things. Faber had 51 points in the regular season, and he's only 23. He's really, really good. And if a defenseman has 51 points, you're like, damn, that's a really good season.
I don't like his photo, by the way, where he's got the secret squirrel glasses.
Oh, yeah, he looks kind of like a nerd, ain't no doubt about it. But that being said, Johnny, from the get-go last night, when I looked up, Faber's the one deep in the zone. I mean, he's below the goal line, and he's battling for pucks along the inboards, and I'm going, the hell's he doing down here? Well, what that means is that obviously he's got great support, not only from his partner in Hughes, but a forward, but that he's got the full green light. They both do from Hines at any time.
Yeah, and I think, if you look at, Devon Toews and Cale Makar and the way they operate, how many times during the regular season do we say, Makar's got the puck at the point,
right,
and Devon Toews is in front screening or tipping?
Yeah, where the hell you going, Seven? You're going where you should go.
Yeah, and part of that is, I think there's so many eyes, and there's just, I don't want to call it polarizing, but when Quinn Hughes has the puck, there's 5 guys on the other team that are like, oh no, what is he going to do? And so Faber realizes that, and I think he jumps in. I think, Devon Toews does this so effectively as well. And Brock Faber, to me, like, you know that he's good. I thought at the Olympics he was unbelievable. And since he came back from the Olympics, like in that Dallas series, he had 6 points. I think he had 3 goals, 3 assists. Like, he was really, really good. And now all of a sudden you have to deal with 2, which is what so many teams that play the Avs, Devon Toews, I would say, had a little bit of a down year offensively, but now has he picked it up in the playoffs? Absolutely. Had a great first-round series, 4 points last night. When you have a deep pairing, not just an individual defenseman when you have a Makar or a Hughes, but when you have a deep pairing where both guys are very dangerous offensively with the puck, but also very good defensively, that's not something that most teams have. You'll have that offensive defenseman, and a lot of times they're pairing them up with a stay-at-home shutdown guy, whereas, the Avs and the Wild have, top pairings that can move the puck, can jump into the play, can score, and they can also defend. It's a fun, unique matchup to see, and I've been really impressed with Brock Faber. For as much as we hear about Quinn Hughes, I think Brock Faber he's elevated his game, and Moser said at 23 years old, like that's impressive. And we talked about this before the game, like if you're the LA Kings and you could go back in time, would you do that?
Yeah, would you do that deal?
For Faber deal? Yeah,
and Faber was a 2nd-round pick too. He's 45th overall. They ended up trading him to Minnesota, his rights, because he was at University of Minnesota, but he's a Maple Grove kid. He's a homegrown dude. They trade him to the Wild for Fiala, who's a terrific player. Don't get me wrong. He's not a world beater, but he's a really nice hockey player. But damn, this Faber is going to be. He's already very, very, very. He's already an Olympian for crying out loud.
Let me ask you this, Johnny, because I was talking about this with Moj. I know it doesn't show this on the stat sheet, but it's one of those when you score a couple seconds after a power play ends, I'm going to count it. So they were 2 for 2 on the power play last night, but they gave up a shorthanded goal. How do you evaluate that?
Oh man, we talked about this on the post game, and the first power play goal where McKinnon makes that play to Lehkonen, like it's once again like. How lucky are we that we get to see this stuff, right? Like you get to see these plays on a nightly basis, and for so much focus on the power play, throughout the regular season, through the first round to get the big goal in game 4. That's a huge goal to get them off and running in this series. But to me, it's made because McKinnon was flying through the neutral zone. When you enter with speed like Nathan McKinnon did, it's a different animal when you're a defenseman trying to defend that. And McKinnon, he makes a move. I think he puts it under Sturm's stick coming over the blue line. But the defenders are so worried about his speed, they're already backed up. And so he's able to get that shot off and retrieve his own rebound. The second power play, the speed, and listen, that game, you could tell. I told Kiefer in the third period, end of the third period, there's 4 minutes left. There's a scrum in the Minnesota Wild corner. That would normally be a cross-check fest of guys just burying each other with cross-checks. Guys are just leaning on each other. I think that game took a toll more than people realize. And so in the second period, McKinnon not coming in with as much speed on the entries, and I think Natchez as well, I think that was the difference in Minnesota being able to stand up more effectively. And then now all of a sudden you're bumping back and one bad bounce over McKinnon's stick or under McKinnon's stick, and Foligno's going the other way. That was the difference. I'm with you, Kaner, that you score with 5 seconds after a power play, the guy's not even in the zone. We always kind of lean on that as a power play goal, and it was huge. And Riker and I talked about this after the game. That was maybe the most crucial goal of the game for the Avs. You give up a shorty, and you score on the power play.
You lose the
lead exactly after being up 3-0. And I think I saw a stat last night. I'm not 100% sure it's accurate, but whatever, I'll say it. I think the Avs were maybe the first team ever to go up with a 3-goal lead, give up the lead and go down, and then win by 3 goals.
Insane.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Hang on. Can I say something real quick? For you to say, I think I saw a stat last night. I'm not sure if it's accurate, but I'm going to say it anyway. Is so fitting on this show.
Perfect on this show.
That's our sweet spot right there.
I pulled something right out of my tail, but I wouldn't worry about it. It's probably good.
Hey, can I ask you this? Because when I watch Avalanche hockey, and I'm always, the way Natchez skates into the zone, at times backwards, as if he's doing a figure skating routine. Yeah. And it's just so graceful. It's like a mosquito hopping on a pond. It's like, if you're a defenseman, what do you do there?
Well, so I know exactly the player you're talking about, Vic. When he was skating in the third period, entering the zone backwards.
Yes.
And he was flying, right? And we always talk about Marty Natchez and his skating, and it's like poetic when you watch him, the way that he's able to move around the ice. When he entered the zone going backwards, all I could think about was like the old Marty St. Louis penalty shot where he skated in backwards, showing backhand.
Yeah.
And I was like that. It's almost like as a defenseman, you're going, I don't know what to do.
What do I do here?
I think he's going to do something that I don't know. And so it's almost like you can't commit because, one, that he's an amazing skater and that he can do things that other guys can't. And so he's coming in backwards down the wall, and he's gaining speed as he's doing it. You're kind of sitting there going, huh. And I love Marty Natchez. I don't know if you put Marty Natchez skating backwards as a defenseman, if he would skate as fast backwards as a defenseman as he did with the puck on his stick entering the zone. It was so cool to watch, and there was a lot to digest in that game last night. I write down every goal during the game in my notebook for post game, and I stopped at 10 because I couldn't write anymore.
I do know he needs to
crazy.
shoot more though, man. He gets into that mode where everything's pretty, and on a couple occasions last night he's trying to make the perfect pass. Yeah. I love the player. I love the way he skates, but would you agree just shoot the puck?
Yeah, and we've talked to him a few times over the course of the season. Especially early, it felt like he wasn't deferring as much, and he was kind of taking it in his own hands, shooting. And so I think in the first round it seemed like he was deferring a little bit too much. It's 38 goals this year, right? So I think his shot is better than most people realize, and it's heavier than most people realize. And so, yes, I would love to see him shoot more and not necessarily defer as much to Nate. And when he is on his game, like the skating seems to kind of amp up even to another level. And I think you can see like he's starting to get there. You know, he had 3 assists last night, a little quiet in the first round, but like he's right on the verge, it feels like, of something really special, because the skating is the first thing that takes that step. And then now all of a sudden, I think you're going to see him start to shoot more. And if he catches fire, I mean, look out. Like it is scary as a defender, seeing not only Natchez come over the blue line at times with the puck, but McKinnon come over the blue line at times with the puck. And then you got Lehkonen, who's going to be just right on your tail all night. Like it's just that's the beauty of what the Avs have. Like it can be wave after wave if everybody is going.
All right, Johnny, take us through the behind the scenes. Last night, Sam Malinsky eats a puck, literally eats one. I mean, right in the face. Had to leave the game. What's going on back in the locker room? How long does it take? I don't know. Did you see him afterwards? How many stitches did he take? What did his face look like? But what's happening in the room as the game goes on?
Yeah, you're right into the training room, and there's the training room, and then there's the doctor's room with the chair, and they're prepped and ready to go as soon as you step foot in that room, and it's 2 injections or 3 injections usually to numb the area, and then they're stitching as fast as they can, and when you're sitting there getting your face stitched up, like it's numb, so you feel them kind of pulling and tugging and putting stuff back together. But it's like this sensation that you know it's there, but it's not there. And they're sitting there talking to you, and I'm sure Bedsy's probably looking down the tunnel, going, "Okay, I didn't have Kale for the first period. Let's hustle up the stitches." I mean, I had a coach one time. I was getting stitched up, and he was yelling down the hallway. It was a visiting building. And he was yelling down the hallway, "How long do the stitches take?"
I love that. Hey, Johnny, before we let you go, the reason we wanted to get you on the program today, not for any of this, although you've been great. Brett called you the AAA. I thought
I didn't know. I said all of you.
Okay, I thought. Hey, listen, I thought Reichs and Johnny Mitchell and Drew Shore, I thought they were really good. Now, you had to host the first couple of segments of this pros. What do you call it?
Brocast.
Okay.
It was an accident, but I like it.
It's the pros, but Brett called it the bros. Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you I know you were nervous to start.
I was nervous.
Yeah.
I was nervous. Yeah. When the emails started going around from Matt Kroll, and it came out, "Hey, Johnny's going to host games 1 and 2," I was like, "Wait, what?" And so, Kiefer was standing right off to the side.
Oh, he was egging you on.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's like, "You guys don't even know what you're getting into. You guys are going to suck so bad. I'm going to laugh. You guys think my job is so easy." And so, I was definitely nervous. I thought we handled ourselves okay. Krolsey said that, it'll get better, which I feel like is hey, it needs to get better because you guys, you barely held it together. And then Kiefer just couldn't, contain himself and had to walk on set right in the middle of
vacuuming and whatnot and sweeping.
Yeah, he was vacuuming. He can't stay away. So, it was cool. It was great to have Drew Shore on there. We're going to have Milan Hajduk on there tomorrow night. And that's kind of the hope is, me, Riker, Mitchie, although I'm going on the road with Moser to Minnesota. So Riker's going to host games 3 and 4. So if you love car wrecks that you just turn away, I would tune in to games 3 and 4 for Riker hosting because I think it's going to be amazing.
Hey, Johnny. Heavy is the crown of the driver. I understand that. I understand it totally.
Johnny, you guys do the best. You're the best crew in the business, man. So great job. I watch every show, and it's painful to watch sometimes, but I watch every show.
You know what he didn't do? Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
I knew one of those was coming. Johnny, you're the best. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
John Michael
There were
Liles.
a lot of people there last night. You had to get loud. Did you see that post-game crowd?
Yeah, I've seen your crowds. You have to get loud because they're in there. They're having a little brewskis, and they are packed.
Oh, I saw they had Jack Drury. The Avs gave them a
great.
guest last night.
We got to get to a break, but Nelly mentioned this earlier, and he's so right about this. When they went from the Montreal win to the Avs game, you couldn't hear the announcers at the beginning of the broadcast. It was like this because all you heard was the crowd. They were going crazy yesterday.
Yeah, it was great.
So a lot more to get to here. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Hey, it's Brett Kane, Fanatic Sportsbook. They've introduced a new way to parlay, and it's called Squad Bets. It's a ton of fun, and it's available for the NBA, the MLB, and the NHL. So here's what you do. You tap into that Fanatic Sportsbook app. You build your squad from the sport you want. Then pick your market, whether it's points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals. Then you can finally set your target. So if you like hockey, you could pick 4 guys to score 4 goals, or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18 batters. Then you sit back, kick your feet up like a GM, and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. But here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack so your bet stays alive all the way to the very end. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets, and it's only on the Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right, get back to the Avs. Game 1 win here in just a little bit, but some news from over the weekend. Bennett Durando said that it is likely that David Adelman will stay another year with the Nuggets, but everyone outside of Joker is open for business across this NBA offseason.
Yeah, I saw Bennett with that. I saw Shams with that phone calls can be had on anybody not named Jokic.
Yeah.
My take on that is regarding the coach, I'm sure that considerations were made, conversations were had, but it doesn't look good if a team parts with a coach 2 years in a row. It just never looks good. The Suns did it 3 years in a row. The Phoenix Suns.
Sure.
So it just doesn't look good to pull that stunt.
Well,
they probably figured, and I'm just trying, this is me, my opinion.
I got you.
They probably figured this is the same coach that breathed some life into this team last year, showed that he can coach in the playoffs. And this year, it was the exact opposite. I think, if anything, it's ownership pinning this on the players and saying, we think you're coached up fine. The players need to change. And as I told you guys after the final score of Game 6, everything's on the table. And I mean it.
So
outside of Nikola Jokic, every player is on the table. And would you disagree with that? That rightfully so.
No, it should be. And here's my read on it. I understand what you're saying about letting go of a coach 2 consecutive years. At the same time, much in I'm not saying that Adelman is this, but if you remember when the Broncos hired Hackett, it's not good business to hire a coach and fire him after a year, but when you know, you know. And I'm not saying that's the case with Adelman, but I think if they made the decision to move on from him, I would totally understand, because I do think outside of some other factors that there were weird rotational stuff that I didn't agree with in the postseason. There was a lack of use in the depth of the team that I didn't understand. But if I were to make the argument for why Adelman should stay, it would sound a lot like this. You're a year 1 coach. The expectation you have in year 1 is if you don't win a championship, it's a failure. That's a lot for a guy in his first year. Combine that with the litany of injuries that you had where you could not build a chemistry or consistency within your roster. That makes it incredibly difficult. You get to the postseason, and sort of your X factor in what makes you a championship level team, Aaron Gordon, is once again too injured to play. That's a factor. I think there's a whole bunch of arguments you could make saying, hey man, I know it's not up to the standard that you wanted. That's a lot of stuff to deal with in your first year, though. On the same side, Chris Finch was dealing with a lot of stuff too, and his team looked fine.
Yeah. Now, listen, I could see both sides.
That's what I'm saying.
I could see both sides. Now, I'll give you another example because it was just announced in Orlando. Orlando fires Jamal Mosley as their head coach after the first-round exit to Detroit. Detroit had to come back from a 3-1 deficit. They were the number 1 seed. Orlando was the 8th seed. I feel terrible for Jamal Mosley because what happened in that series, if you watch closely, Franz Wagner got hurt.
Yeah.
Did not play the last 2 games of that series. Otherwise, Orlando wins that series. And Jamal Mosley is still the head coach.
They also, did you guys see this? This was in Game 6. 45 minutes of real time between 6:46 and 7:31 p.m. The Orlando Magic did not make a shot.
That's unreal. Meanwhile, in the Avs Wild series, there were like 8 goals scored during that time.
Well, Moj, Nelly, can you throw the graphic up that I just sent you? Because this is great. It's that Tiger Woods, John Daly picture that I love so much where John Daly's just smoking a cigarette on the tee box with Tiger. But everybody puts their own little meme on it. I want you guys to see this because I think it's a great one. The Avs scored 9 goals yesterday. They gave up more goals in Game 1 than they did the entire 4-game series against LA.
They were only 3 shy of scoring as many as they did against LA.
Avalanche 9 goals, Montreal 9 shots, both won.
It's
Montreal had 9 shots on goal in a Game 7, and it was enough to win.
Brett,
who scored the game winner, Moj?
Alex Newhook.
Our old boy, Alex Newhook.
Do yourself a favor, if you would. and try to track how many shots on goal the Montreal Canadiens had in the second period last night.
I have no idea how I'd find that.
I don't know.
Is it 0?
Yes, that's what it is.
0.
None.
Sweet.
And they won a Game 7 on the road in Tampa.
They were outshot 12. They were outshot 9-4 in the first.
They played that LA Kings Human Shield game.
Outshot 12-0 in the second. The both goals were, and one was off a defenseman's skate and in, and Newhook, I'll give him credit. He just whacked the puck out of midair, and he did a good job of whacking it. I mean, Vasilevsky saw it, but it got right down in the thing with
off the shin pad and off the butt.
I mean, come on, man. But listen, if you're the Tampa Bay Lightning, you get 29 shots, you outshoot them 29-9. Get a second goal.
Yeah.
Bro, just find a way. The late great Peter McNabb would always say, it's just a goal. Go get a goal. You know, and he's right about that. When Johnny was talking about the tugging and the pulling and all this kind of thing, I got a great McNabb story if you want to hear.
Sure.
They're on the road. He gets cut in the head really bad. Right on top of his head. Got stick over the head, cut. So he's got to go off and get stitches. When he's off getting stitches, now he comes back and he's waiting by the door, the Zamboni door, to be led onto the ice. The other team scores. So they open the door and they let him on the ice, and he goes back to the bench and blah, blah, blah. The scorekeepers, Vic, the scorekeepers think he's on the ice, so they give him a minus. And Don Cherry goes, and by the way, McNabb, where the hell were you on that play? He's like, I didn't even argue. He goes, I didn't.
In the tunnel?
Right. Well, I was in the doctor's office getting my head stitched up, but they gave him a minus, and the coaches, obviously, Don's looking
at it, yeah.
All right.
It's hysterical.
So back to the Nuggets, because that's how we open this segment. I need to ask you guys.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we did. Started talking about the Nuggets, and I need to.
There's a little attitude that you had with that, but that's fine.
I did, because I had a question that was never answered. I need to ask you guys the question. Is every player on the table?
Yeah.
Outside of 15, the answer is yes.
Every player. Okay.
Yeah, not Jokic. But yes.
So if every player is on the table, and the reason I asked this question, what does that tell you where they think that the improvements need to be made?
With the players. There's something, Vic, there's something weird in that room.
Exactly. So,
and I don't know what it is. Obviously, I'm not in that room, but I can feel, it seems like there's something. Nobody, they're not a team. They're a bunch of dudes.
Well, it was pretty obvious in the Game 6 when Minnesota walks in and they looked unified. They looked like they had one common goal, right? And the Nuggets simply do not. Listen, I'm in that locker room a lot. I don't sense any dysfunction. I don't sense it. But the games speak volumes.
Yeah,
sure. The turn of events speaks volumes. And when they let you know that everyone is tradable, everyone outside of the big fella, that tells you what they think of that locker room. Here we go.
It does. The question is, who wants it? I mean, Jamal is somebody that would be coveted for sure. I saw there was, let's see if I can pull it up here. That Jamal, the potential suitors were, it was the Suns, it was the Lakers, and some other team that I can't remember. But if that's the case, like, would you trade Jamal to the Lakers if the package was the right thing? Would you really do that?
Dude, every package, every trade scenario is on the table. And I'm here to tell you, this is a fact, Nuggets fans. You may not want to hear this, and it's going to hurt your heart to hear this. You may have to take a step back to take a step forward. In fact, I predict a step back.
Well, Vic, I'm
listen to me. Listen, look at me. You're going to have to take a step back to take a step forward.
Okay, but I'm to the point now. I don't disagree with you. They have to pull at least one more title out of the Joker era. They have to.
Yeah, Joker's 31. Okay. I mean, how much of a step back
do
you take?
Well, hold on. It doesn't matter. Whatever it takes, Vic, to get at least another title out of there, you got to do it.
If you think you can reimagine a roster when everybody knows you have to part with these players that a lot of them are high priced and reimagine it to a better version in one off season, you're crazy. It's going to take a little more time than that. And the only benefit they have in Joker is that his game, I think, ages like fine wine. It ages fine.
Sure.
He's not going anywhere. His game, now you can make the case that he didn't play as well as he wanted to, but Joker is not like some of those typical players who all of a sudden fall off a cliff. That's not his game.
Sure. Jump back to this in a bit. Again, the Avs take a 1-0 lead, 9-6 win over the Wild yesterday. We'll get to it next.
Yeah, I know we're supposed to get snow, Wednesday and Thursday? That's crazy, but the warm weather is going to be here, and you're going to want to look good and feel good this late spring and into the summer and beyond. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you do just that. If you're dealing with any kind of low testosterone like I was, they're going to help you. Any ED, they can take care of that. But they also have advanced medical strategies that go along with those treatments, featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. They treat your low T, other hormonal issues, help you shed pounds for sure. But you'll have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and much, much more. Helping you get back to feeling your best, guys. As you get older, that happens. But it doesn't mean you have to feel older. So do yourself a favor. Call them today. What are you waiting for? 720-440-7900. Most men wait a year or longer. There is no need to wait, and don't ignore the signs. Call today. Take that first step toward feeling better again. The number, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Sound the horn. A night to remember. Colorado sets a franchise record with 9 goals scored in a playoff game, and they take a 1-0 series lead over the Minnesota Wild. Final score in downtown Denver, 9-6, Colorado.
One-0 lead for the Avs after game 1 against the Minnesota Wild. I actually was wondering this. With the battle that we've had, the state of Colorado versus the state of Minnesota, and we hate each other, I wondered what the carryover would be. I don't feel like any of it.
Oh, I feel it.
Do you?
Thank you for cleansing the soul, Avalanche. Thank you.
Are you still getting grief from people in Minnesota?
Dude, it's... Oh, trust me when I say this.
Yeah?
The Avs can ill afford to lose this series. Ill afford.
Or you will be broken?
You will carry the flag. You will carry the entire responsibility of a community. You will do that, and you will do it with pride and energy. And last night, thank goodness. Because when it was 3-0, I thought the game was over. Did you?
Yeah.
I totally did.
Did you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did everybody?
not over, but...
Oh, I thought it was over.
I felt
thought it was over.
great.
I thought it was over. I thought they were going to pour it on. I thought it was over. And then that team comes back and takes the lead.
Crazy. Crazy.
Unreal.
I didn't even feel comfortable when it was 8-6 late.
So hold on a sec.
Once
So
McKinnon scored the empty netter, I was like, okay, fine.
It's
But
7-5, and I've got to go to the hallway to do a post-game interview. Turned out it was Marty Natchez. Great dude, obviously. But as I'm walking through the doors, Vic, and I'm walking toward the locker room, and the screen is out there. Score! Zuccarello! And it's now 7-6. I'm like, you have got to be kidding
Unreal.
me. They didn't even pull Wallstead yet. Hadn't even yanked him. And they're under 4 minutes to go. Now it's 7-6. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me.
That last goal was crazy, how it got into the net. There were some goals where you're like, okay, now it's getting stupid.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Minnesota could have scored several more goals.
No, well, the Avs could have scored. The Avs had 9 last night, dude. Do you know how many other glorious opportunities they had?
yeah.
I mean, glory. Kadri had another couple glorious opportunities. Nelson had one in the slot. And I'm like, it could have been, they could have scored 13. A baker's dozen. I'm not kidding, dude. That's how crazy that game was. It's going to be a lot different, obviously, in game number 2. But I'm walking. So then I'm like, this can't be happening. The McCarr scores, and I'm like, phew.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to pull Wallstead. They're not going to score 2 here to tie. We're okay. And then the empty netter from Nate.
I wonder what kind of impact giving up 9 of them, well, 8, one was a shorthander, giving up 8, what impact will it have on that young Swedish goalie?
I think he's pretty resilient, but he hasn't had anything close to this in a long, probably since he was with the Iowa Wild.
Like, what does it do to your brain when you know you just gave up you almost gave up double-digit goals?
Well, when you say he hasn't had anything close to this, do you just mean like the pressure of a playoff series or a game like that?
No, I'm talking about giving up 8 goals.
Yeah.
I mean, and both coaches in a game where 15 total goals were scored. You ever think about, maybe changing it? No, not at all.
Because I think both coaches understood that it was not the goalies.
That is correct. Well, I mean,
it was complete breakdowns. Well, you can make the case Volstead gave up a couple that should have been stopped.
Well, here's Bedsy after the game on Wedgwood.
Well, it wasn't his best. That being said, on the defensive side of things, it was probably no one on our team's best. I group him in with the rest of the team. We have to get better, and we'll do that for game 2. Yeah, but he's been great for us. Give us a chance to win. Give us a chance to win tonight. Like their goalie played amazing in the Dallas series, and he let in a bunch tonight too. So it's, most of the things that we're dealing with aren't just exclusive to us either. It's, they'll be going through the same things and trying to get better, and I'm sure both teams will be better defensively come game 2, and we'll keep trying to push it the same way we have offensively.
That's exactly it. They're going to be saying the same thing in their room, but they're down 1-0.
That team has some buzz, the Minnesota Wild.
Sure.
And that's a scary team when they get buzzing.
Ain't no doubt.
I think Josh Manson is going to be vitally important, his return. And I don't know how close he is. Perhaps that 4-day off between games 2 and 3 will be very beneficial.
He skated the past couple of days. He did participate a little bit in morning skate yesterday, Vic, but he did not take any. He was not defending any rushes or anything of that nature.
Because for the first period last night, you were missing not only the best defender in the world in Cale Makar, you were missing your best banger, your best defender that can bang.
Well, then you were also missing Sam Malinsky for a while because he took a puck in the what?
In the face, in the mouth.
beak.
Right in the mouth.
Mouth.
Right in the mouth.
He's missing a tooth now. He looks like a real defenseman.
Well, he had the cut above his eye. In fact, I interviewed him yesterday before the game, and the stitches are out, but that scar is still there.
Yeah.
That's a compression cut. So when he gets hit, his helmet comes down. It cuts his eye. It cuts his eye.
I'd like to see his mouth right now, though. Did you get a look at it afterwards?
I did not. I mean, I did, but not up close.
It's like he's got black right here.
It's right here. Yeah.
But he's missing a tooth. I don't think he was missing a tooth before last night.
Oh,
Was he?
you had to pop the tooth there. Gosh, man, can you imagine that doctor? How quickly that doctor's trying to get those stitches in, and you have to localize
Because
it.
you're down. You're already down to 5. Now you're down to 4.
I know.
Numb him up. Let's go, man.
I mean, it's like a pit crew, a NASCAR pit crew to stab somebody's face up.
Think about this though, Cale, and this was pretty nerve-wracking. He comes back from the tunnel. He goes to the bench. He tries to get on the ice. He's like, nope, that doesn't feel right. The period ends. He jumps back on the ice to skate a little bit. And like he's testing it out. And you're like, oh, my God, what is he that hurt? And then he scores 2 goals after coming back.
I thought Jared Bednar had a great commentary on Cale. I don't know if we have that cut or not because he spoke for quite a while last night. I'm not sure if Steve can find it for maybe later. But he basically said, look, yeah, he wasn't sure. Could he go? Da, da, da. He said, but as he was tentative at first, but as he got going, he said, I can trust this. And then he just continued to play. And he also said this, and Vic, you know this to be true, and Brett, you do too. Everybody's got something.
Yeah.
I mean, that you're
I heard
like
that.
something's sore, something's this, something's that. Everybody on both sides is probably, or most guys are fighting through something. And you just go and do it because you know what it is, Brett? It's the Stanley Cup playoffs, Jack.
Well,
they don't wait around for you to get healthy.
Makar did say this after the game, and this is I totally agree with him here. I said this to kind of start. I think there's a number of different things that happened in that game that led to 9-6 that are just a little bit weird. Long break for the Avs, maybe a little bit rusty, that sort of thing on the defensive side. I do think that, first of all, not having Manson's a big blow to your blue line. Second of all, when Cale leaves for a period, that's compounding. And then Malinsky leaves taking a puck to the face. That compounds even more. But he said this.
Just a weird game. Obviously, coming from the last few games we played, it was really tight out there. It felt like weren't generating a lot. And today it just felt a little bit more open. And sometimes that can be a tendency to kind of lack a little bit on the defensive side. And I feel like on both sides of teams it happened a little bit tonight. And I don't think we're going to see that again. I think it's just probably a one-off. I like that we were able to stick with it and find a way to win, obviously, in a unique way.
So I'd explain it this way. And first of all, I totally agree with him. This is a one-off. You aren't going to get 9-6 again.
Not at all.
Second of all, it feels kind of like when you're jammed up in traffic here and you're bumper to bumper and you finally get past the accident that is leaving everybody to go at 2 miles an hour. I kind of gun it a little bit. Yeah. It's not like I go 90, but if you give me that opening, I'm like, boom, all right, finally I can drive. And it felt like that's what the Avs were after 4 games of not being able to just get some open space. They're like, oh, I got it. And they all just wanted to jump in and slam down on the pedal.
Well, do you recall the second half of Game 4 against the Kings?
Yeah.
When LA finally had to open it up, what did the Avs do?
They gunned it.
Yeah. So,
Moj, do you think
that's by the way, that's my V8. That's not my V10 Formula 1 Renault.
It's not as horsey,
right? I can give you Renault if you'd like Renault.
Moj, do you think, not to criticize his play, but the style of the game? I thought Brent Burns, this style of game does not suit him.
I thought he had a tough night last night.
It does not suit him.
And you know what? And overall, it wasn't tough because he's sort of getting beat from point A to point B, although he did. On the Hartman goal, and this is where missing Cale Makar.
The one where Hughes turned and fed him in front of the crease?
That is correct.
Yeah. What a play.
It was It was a great pass from Hughes backhanded.
Yeah.
I mean, through the crease. I mean, come on, man. But Hartman, as you see, all five, and this is what Johnny was alluding to, and it happens the other way too. When McCarr's dancing with the puck, where are all the eyeballs?
On Hughes. I'm sorry, McCarr.
When McKinnon's dancing with the puck,
Yes,
everybody's
of
like,
course. It's on the player.
good Lord. Well, everybody's staring at Quinn Hughes.
Yeah.
And Hartman sneaks in from the backside, I mean, by himself.
Yeah.
And Burns had crept through the low slot. Well, if McCarr, and he and Taves were on the ice, if McCarr is there, you know, he knows Taves' game, so it maybe makes a bit of a difference when you're mismatching the D pairs.
Yeah.
But he was out of position on that play. In fact, 3 guys were out of position on that play.
You know,
But I mean, these are the things that happen when you have a situation like that.
I agree that Burns had a tough night. I do think that Burns is, you know, necessary, especially now with Manson out, for a guy that who can throw his body around a little bit. I also love one thing's a guarantee. You throw that puck up to Burns in the offensive zone,
He's gonna
it's
fire
going to go on net,
Yeah.
and you're gonna get a chance at a rebound, something like that.
So I'll say something. It's funny, the two sports, how they differ. If I make this comment in basketball, I get massive onslaught of hate from the opposing fan base. If you say this in hockey, it's just part of the game. So McCarr gets sent into the boards real hard, real early, right? Real hard, real early.
Sent airborne.
Is it not pretty much expected then? You got to do the same on the other side?
But I don't think that's just playing physically.
Yeah,
It's not,
that's what I'm saying. But that's all we were saying in the previous series too. That led to all that.
Yeah, but that's not like when we
torrent of hate. What I'm saying is, you got to let Hughes know that, and Hughes got hit once pretty hard. I forgot who hit him.
Middleton got blown up by Kadri.
Yeah.
Blown up.
But if you're going to allow your best defensive player in the world to get hit like that, you have to answer. Do you not have to answer?
I mean, I guess I don't. To me, that's like if you have a really good slot receiver and he catches a slant over the middle, he gets blown up by a safety. I just think that was part of that's just checking.
I understand.
And so it's like, go check.
And what do you think I'm saying? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for anything cheap.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, I just think the Avs were a little bit softer in this first game than they were the entire LA series, because I think they were more concerned about getting out on a rush.
Every game is going to have its own personality, dude.
Yeah.
Moj, you sicken me. You disgust me.
Why? What happened?
I smell good. Dude, I smell really good. Brett, you want to smell me?
No.
You disgust me. He shows up with the usual flip-flops that we can't stand, right? Because he has to show his feet. His flip-flop breaks in the previous segment. It broke.
This is
at the
weird.
toe. Just weird. He was mad because his flip-flop broke. So he limps out of here, goes to his car, and comes back with a fresh set of flip-flops.
How do you have backup flops in the car?
What
That's
freak
a weird
keeps
thing.
2 sets of flip-flops in? First of all, to wear one here in public is one thing. But then to go get a secondary backup flip-flop set? What are you?
If my slides break, I
What
have
is
one
this?
pair of shoes I can get from the car.
What are we watching?
Golf shoes.
What is this?
And you got backup flops.
Far be it from me to have backup shoes. But I am not going to take criticism from a guy about my flip-flops.
I'm going to ask everybody that's listening to this radio show, everybody on Earth, planet Earth, listen to me. Is there another human being outside of a surfer dude listening from California or Hawaii?
What's up, dude?
Who has 2 sets of flip-flops at the ready in their car?
No. I'll tell you what you don't have.
Anybody on all of Earth, listen to me.
Shut him off.
Is there anyone with 2 sets of flip-flops?
Shut him off for a second. I'm not going to take criticism from a guy who's got multiple backup wigs in the trunk of his car.
That's important for sportscasting. Flip-flops are not essential.
You know what I guarantee you don't have? A backup ab roller in your car.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I just thought it'd be funny.
I got it.
Yeah. 303-504-0925.
What are you saying? Get a little puffy? What are you? I had my blue ball, for God's sake.
Back after this. I'm not one to call HR every
See what
time
I'm saying?
I'm mildly offended.
See what I'm saying? It's not me, right? It's not me. What did he just do during the break? What? Tell everybody what he just did.
What you have done is far worse.
Okay, but tell everybody what he just did during the break.
He walked up to me, looked me dead in my eyes, sincerely, looked at his feet, and he goes, "I got good feet." Like waiting for me to look at them and then compliment his feet. I'm not looking at your feet, bro.
That's just weird,
Let's
dude.
do it. Do
just
it.
a weirdie. You're a weirdie. Somebody on the text line said, Moj, I've always had a crush on you until I found out you wore flip-flops.
Too
You
bad.
just broke somebody.
Too bad.
That's from 7982. Here's one. This is somebody on your side. I keep a pair of extras in my gym bag.
Damn
And I
right.
keep a pair in my golf bag. And I wear a pair, so very likely anytime, yes, I have a backup pair. I'm talking Birkenstocks, Reefs, Nikes. Go Moj, show your toes. That's from a guy named Claude. Your name is Claude. Enough said.
I legitimately.
I call him C Money.
Your name is Claude.
C
You
Money,
and
my
Moj.
boy.
I legitimately am considering calling HR for what you have done to me.
I mean, it's unreal.
That was pretty dramatic.
That was bad.
I've never seen somebody push their toes and feet on other people like this.
I've never seen any. Okay, that's enough of that.
So again, with the Avs win yesterday in sort of a weird type of way, this is Bednar talking about the defensive mindset after the game was tied 5-5.
But at 5-5, it's simple for me. Like, you got to dig in defensively. It wasn't puck decisions. It was, we had some lost battles. We were soft in some areas. And then the details of our game, like, we were giving up scoring chances on things that we've been doing the same way for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and then just making mistakes on it. Like, we didn't know what the coverage was on the face-offs and in all 3 zones, and sort outs in the D zone. Like, they make some plays on some difficult reads. Every team does, but we had way too many that were routine where we were giving up scoring chances.
There's a lot. It does kind of feel like, and I think we've all seen it before, it's not a reflection of who you are defensively, but in basketball, this can certainly happen. I know baseball games in which this is the case, where a game's just like 11-9, and you might have a good pitcher on the mound. It's like, that's the flow of the game. It's
Right.
like something happened, and it just opened things up, and people wanted to jump in, do the offense, whatever. It's just, I just think that game was weird. And I think Kale said it best. It's a one-off.
It completely is a one-off.
But how fun was it to be in the stands last night when you want to be entertained by the sport of hockey, right? All right, so compare Game 1, Avs Wild, versus Game 1, Avs Kings.
Oh, no, I mean, night and day. Absolute night and absolute
Just from an
day.
you know what?
But from an entertainment standpoint, Vic, last night was obviously way more fun.
The late, great Pierre Lacroix is probably sitting there and saying, that's what the fans come out to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you know who else is probably saying that right this second? Joe Sakic. The guys who were great scorers.
Goal scorers want more of that.
Peter McNabb, you give him a 7-6 game every day of his life. And fans love goals. That being said, when I'm sitting there watching, I was panicky to a point. I was just because I'm not. When you're calling a game, it's you're calling the game. You're into the game, and it goes ebbs and flows. But when you're sitting there watching, I'm like, I would say, no. You can feel things coming. You can see it developing. You're like, oh, you got to be kidding me.
Well, in the first round, if you had 2 or 3 good scoring opportunities a period, you'd be like, okay. In this one, there was a scoring opportunity every single time down the ice.
I was just looking.
Why is that?
And by the way, can I say this though? In the third period, though, coach was making a point. It's 5-5. What did they do in that third period? The Avs. I know Zuccarello scored that bouncing puck over Wedgwood's head, but
they lost the lead, which scared the hell out of me.
Well, that was 5-5 in the second.
Was it in the second?
Yeah,
I can't even keep track anymore.
Right, Taves tied it up with a power play goal at 18:04. So you're 5-5 going to the third. Then what happened?
They tied it up a little bit.
You're damn right they did.
Yeah.
They played much better in that third period. Zuccarello had the one bouncing puck over Wedgie's head, right? And I'll say this, it's not going to be like that again. I thought that all the goals the Avs scored You know what they were? Kind of pretty goals.
Yeah.
What they did not do in 9 goals scored, including the empty netter by Nate, they weren't really super ugly getting rebounds and banging it through a 5-hole or, jostling. They had guys screening, guys in front of the net, that sort of thing, but these were all just like,
All right, what was your favorite goal of the night? Guys, favorite goal. Now, if you're a Minnesota fan, the Foligno goal was amazing,
No,
right?
the Tarasenko goal.
Oh, I'm sorry. The
Forsberg,
Tarasenko goal was amazing.
No,
and the Foligno goal was amazing, too.
McKinnon dropping it to Lehkonen was just amazing.
I like the other one. I like the Val across the ice.
Sure.
That was just
The
simply
Blankenberg?
Yeah, that was
because
superb.
You have to put it out there.
That was superb.
It's such a hard pass because you're losing real estate really quickly. And you've got 2 wild players sort of in the way, but you got to feather it enough that they can't get a stick on it, but enough where Blankenberg can corral it and then get a shot off, and you're coming in at 20 miles per hour. So it is a very hard play to make. And they did.
I love McKinnon's pass to Lehkonen because it started with him just at full speed, weaving between traffic, putting a shot on net,
getting his own rebound,
then kicking it back to Lehkonen, who was wide open on the other side, and he still had to 5-hole. I forget who that was. Spurgeon that was sitting there in front. Like, I just thought it was beautiful.
I love the Kadri goal. To see Naz Kadri get on his horse like that,
How much do you think that hand
and to
is
rip
still
it
bothering
home,
him?
I'm sure it probably will. I don't know the extent of it, Brett. He can play.
I think Bednar told us it was his thumb or something.
Yeah, everybody's got something. Yeah,
Bro,
everybody's got something.
He had another look just maybe seconds after that look.
Yeah.
That almost went in.
You're right.
Last night.
But Vic, I want to see him get untracked a little bit. And by the way, that's one of those typical, that's one of those typical Nichushkin games. Val didn't score a goal. But on the back check, he was strong.
Yeah.
On the forecheck, he was strong. And he got out on his horse, and he found Blankenberg with a play. I mean, that's
winning puck battles.
That's
doing
how
all
Val
that stuff,
Nichushkin,
yeah.
that's how he helps you win series.
It just goes to show you, too. And they have one of those guys in Hughes. The Avs have McCarr, the best of the best. But having one of those spry, fast-skating defensemen who can score it just changes your team. It changes the makeup of your team. How did they acquire him? What'd they get? What'd they have to give up for him at the deadline?
They gave up a bunch of stuff.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, look up the exact parts and pieces.
I mean, what a great acquisition for them.
Yeah,
changes the way they
They
play.
got Rossi.
Rossi.
Rossi, sorry.
I think he's a terrific young centerman.
They got a forward prospect in Ogren.
Okay.
Defenseman. This looks like somebody just leaned on the keyboard. By the way, Zeev.
Well, I mean, Zeev Bouillon,
He's the DU guy.
pioneer.
I understand.
I mean, he's a
His
national
name,
champion and a first-round pick.
When you look at his name, though, it's just like, what's his name? Somebody went
Zeev.
just like that.
And Zeev is going to be a great player, I think.
And a first-round pick.
And a first. So there's 4 parts in that. Rossi's a terrific player. Zeev, I think he's going to be a stud. They got a first out of it, too.
Isn't Hughes from Vancouver?
No, he's an American kid.
Oh, that's right. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
What am I talking
Him and his
about?
brothers are all Americans. He played for Team USA. Unless
Holy
he defected.
moly.
Where's he from? Like the New York area, I think. Something like that.
So there's another aspect to this game that I think is important, and it's something that the Avs have really, really tried to bring back from their run
Oh, hell,
in
he was born in
2022.
Orlando. My bad.
Is he really?
Yeah, but I don't think...
Is he younger or older than his brother?
He's the oldest.
Zeev. Here's what Bednar said, and this is, I think, something to monitor, and it's something I think the Avs are built for, but he said this post-game, too.
Well, they play 4 lines, and they're all heavily involved, and they all have a slightly different makeup on what makes them dangerous and what makes them effective, and we're the same way. So, I mean, our 4th line's important because, it's if they're playing 4 and you're playing 3, you're not going to win.
They aren't running guys out there for 7 or 8 minutes, Moshe. Like, their 4th line plays, and it's one of the things that it's like, cool. I trust the Avs' 4th line. I know it wasn't maybe great last night, but if you're just taking in totality guys on third and fourth lines, your Coltons, your Drurys, your Waz, your O'Connors, your guys like that, I'll throw them against anybody else's third and fourth lines.
Kids born in Orlando, moved to Toronto, hockey, and then moved to Michigan. So there you go.
Zeev.
Not Zeev.
Oh.
But yeah, listen, man. When they did that deal, it changed the dynamic of their team. So now they got firepower in order to combat some of the other best. It used to be Minnesota. Vic, do you remember under Jacques Lemaire when they first came into the league? Trap.
Well, because they didn't have the talent.
Correct.
Yeah, you got to play that way if you don't have the
This
talent.
guy opened up everything for them, and you know what?
Mm-hmm.
The Avs won.
Can I ask you a question?
If you can get up 2-0 on this team going back to Minnesota, dude, mama.
I need to ask you, and this is something that I should probably ask Bednar, but Bednar doesn't do it as much as some of these other coaches. The Minnesota coach last night, Hines?
Yeah, John Hines. Bald guy.
He kept writing stuff down onto like a little index card or something. Every time they cut to him, he's writing something down. What is he writing?
I'm not really sure. Let me text somebody.
I'm just curious. I mean, like, for those of you who are a little more in the know on the bench, and what's being written down? Like a lot of it, too. It wasn't just a little, I mean, is he writing a pen pal in the middle of a game? What?
Like taking notes on what to say to his guys?
No,
Gotta
like
do
in
this
the
better,
middle of the game. Yeah, I mean, you think that's what it is?
Probably. You don't think coaches do that?
I'm just have you ever seen Bednar do it?
No, I have not.
Have you ever seen? I've never seen a basketball coach do it. But he spent a lot of time writing stuff down.
He's probably forgetful like me.
I'm just curious what that was.
You wrote down notes during the game,
like ingredients to a new cooking material. What?
Yeah, I think that he was thinking about dinner.
I'd like to know what was being written down.
The notes, a texter says, the notes were McKinnon fast.
Nature skates.
Goal good.
Oh, boy.
Hang on. It is so true, though. When we were talking to Johnny earlier, and you asked this question, Vic, to JML. I think it was at least 3 times that I think I counted. Marty Natchez skating into the zone backwards.
Unreal. But it almost as if.
But, Moj, here's my question, though. Could that be offside?
Not if he's in control of the puck.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
If you're in control of the puck, you can go in ahead of the puck, but you have to be in control of the puck.
I mean this in the most sincere way. There were 2 occasions watching Marty Natchez by himself with the puck last night. I swear to God, I felt like I was watching an Olympic ice dancing routine, and nobody else was on the ice. Just him, his stick, and the puck.
Nelly, can we get some ice dancing music, please?
And I swear to God, it's like I was so into it.
No, he entered the zone. What was homeboy's name in the Olympics that does the flips for the U.S.? What's his name?
Ilya?
Whatever that guy's name is. The dude that was doing the flips.
The figure skater guy.
Yes,
Ilya.
the figure skater.
Yeah.
It was like when that Ilya guy was setting something up for like a triple axel or a backflip or something. That's how he's entering the zone.
I thought you were talking about, did somebody do a flip in the gold medal game? Like,
no,
but I don't recall.
The figure skater.
I was so captured by the moment of him doing that. I wanted him just to hold on to the puck and just keep going around and around.
Well, imagine, as Johnny Liles said, imagine trying to defend that. You've got to take away his path to the net, because you know what you do is if you try to deny if he's backwards, you try to deny the pass up to the top of the zone from somebody racing in, he'll pivot and go right around you to the front of the net. So you've got to take away his ability to get to the net, because he will burn you.
I thought so. In the wonderful film that's got snubbed out of Academy Awards,
Blades of Glory,
The Mighty Ducks.
Oh,
Jane Plank was the secret weapon on the Mighty. She was a figure skater.
Yes.
Maybe that's what he has to do. It's your secret weapon. Look, I know the game was already wide open, but has Minnesota ever had to defend an actual figure skater? Think about it. Doing twists and turns and jumps.
Did you see that one play when the Avs dumped it in and Hughes and Chushkin are going in and they do this? Look here. They do that weave thing. Like,
yeah.
shoom, like try to cut it, and Val gets to the puck. And they're going at top speed. They're doing this, Vic. They're shoo,
Mose,
shoo, shoo, shoo.
The game looked so fast last night. If you're new to hockey, right, and you've never watched an NHL game, and you watched that playoff game last night, you're like, oh my God. And I just want you to know, it's not like that. Most playoff games they're not that fast.
Correct.
They're just not.
That was simply amazing. You won't see another game like that, or you shouldn't in this series. You shouldn't, but that was crazy.
In on the power play is Christy Yamaguchi.
Why don't you just do me a favor? I'm going to sit here with my
Michelle
teeth.
Kwan, Nastya Lukin.
I'm going to sit here with my teeth in my mouth. You want to pull out Tara Lipinski? Go ahead.
All right, hold on.
I'm going to sit here with my teeth in my mouth.
Quick game.
You get out all your figure skaters right now, and then be done for the day.
Quick game. Let's just get it out of our blood, out of our system. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. Don't look. Let's name as many male figure skaters as we possibly can. I'll go first. Hamilton. I forgot his first name.
Scott Hamilton.
Yeah.
Randy Gardner.
Never heard of him. Go on. You're up.
I can't play the game because I already had this pulled up by the time you want.
You've got him already?
I already had it pulled up. But can I just say a name? Can I say a name?
Brian Boitano.
True.
Got one. Boom.
Johnny Weir.
Oh, yeah. He did the...
This is real? Do you guys know who this man is? Who? Dick Button?
Yes. He called the... Dick Button's a legend.
Dick Button's a legend.
Don't you...
The legendary Dick Button.
Bust on Dick.
That's a real name, Dick Button?
Are you busting on Dick?
Are you kidding me?
Come on, dude.
You never heard of Dick Button?
He was in the 50s. He was like the...
Dick Button's a legend. He's a broadcasting legend. What the hell's wrong with you?
Like saying, you ever heard of
wrong with you?
Sonia
I'm sorry.
Henny?
I thought his name was Johnson Zipper. My bad.
Dick Button, when you think of skating and figure skating and ice skating and Olympic skating, Dick Button is the first name that comes to mind.
Not only is he the father of American figure skating, but he was a commentator when we were kids for years, man.
What kind of freak are you? You get cable in Nebraska or...
Thought Dick for Button? Sure, if Dick Button is this big of a celebrity, that I would have heard the name Dick Button before.
Well, then you put some respect on Dick Button.
You must have lived in an anti-Richard cell in Omaha or something.
Maybe it was the parental controls didn't allow you to hear that name. I have no idea.
Pathetic.
Oh yeah, I'm sure T. Willie's saying to Lori, hey, listen. Cover the kids' ears. Don't let them hear Dick Button.
Hang on a second.
You know what that's akin to, Moshe? It's akin to saying, hey, you guys ever heard of Wayne Gretzky?
Hang on a second. If you think Troy, my father, would put his dart out, take his screwdriver inside and say, boys, let's go watch some Dick Button. What kind of childhood do you think I had? You think T. Willie's throwing out the Marlboro and taking the screwdriver inside saying it's Dick Button time?
No, I know we got to get the break here, but let me say this. As a youth, I didn't seek out Dick Button.
Dick comes to you.
Dick Button found me. I couldn't help you, but in just through osmosis of watching ABC's Wide World of Sports, which is what I did, because I'm a sports guy, unlike you living in your
pervasive.
Little dog crate in Omaha.
Like I said, I was a bigger fan of Johnson Zipper. That's just me. Oh, by the way, next.
I did something on Friday that I vowed to do. I vowed, and I pulled through, and I did it. I said, if the Nuggets lose, I'm going to sit in my sauna for 4 hours. I didn't make it 4 hours, but I did lose 47 pounds. I was found. I was taken out. Everything's going to be okay. If you want your own sauna to torture yourself, feel free to call Flatirons Fire and Design. not only saunas, they do grills, they do outdoor patio furniture, they do a little bit of everything. And they build it for you, so it's done right. Right now, 10 to 15% off all fireplaces if you're into one of those. That's Flatirons Fire and Design, a showroom at flatironsfire.com.
The legendary
don't
Dick
you
Button.
bust on Dick.
Are you busting on
Are
Dick?
you kidding me?
As a youth, I didn't seek out Dick Button.
Dick comes to you.
Dick
it's
Button
on
found
television.
me.
I just saw a single photo of you said broadcasting legend Dick Button, and I saw how the picture looked, and I'm wondering where in the world you thought I would know Dick Button.
I mean, you're in the sports field, all right? You talk sports for a living. The greatest sportsmen of all time include the Olympic sportsmen. And if you don't know Dick Button based on the Olympic history of Dick Button, that's on you. That's on your ill-advised attempt to understand the history of sport.
Here's the thing. I'm honest with who I know and I don't know. Unlike Vic, who claimed he watched a man in the rifle competition in 1920.
That's true. You got to own that, bro. You got to own that.
So at least I'm honest. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of.
Vic, Brett, you'll know this guy. Some sad news to start
Oh, wait
out.
a minute. T. Willie says, I actually do know who Dick Buck
See?
is.
Damn right.
See, that's
Troy
a
does.
normal
Good job,
person.
T.
That's a normal human.
I love your old man. That being said, John Sterling just passed away today.
He did?
Yeah, age 87.
The great Yankees
The
announcer?
longtime New York. Yankees win.
When did he stop calling games? That was recently,
It
right?
was last year, yeah.
Last
He
year.
had a heart attack in January,
That's
and
too bad.
he just passed away from heart failure in New Jersey. That's just it's sad. But he had a really great run. But those iconic calls, right? The Yankees win. The Yankees win.
Yeah.
An A-bomb from A-Rod.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, all those.
I got
Iconic,
one.
man.
Yesterday, you saw Cam Young win at Doral, wire to wire. He was fantastic. But in what other sport does this happen? I don't know if you guys watched, but early in yesterday's round,
I
he
saw
won.
it.
He won handily. He's addressing an approach shot. All right, and I think he's got a 7-iron in his hand or something. He's looking at the ball. He's ready to hit. And as he's about to take a swing, the ball moved. It's one of those quirky, dumb golf rules. You may not cause it to move, but if it moves as you address it, that's a stroke penalty. He stopped. He brought the official over. He talked it over with the official, and he gave himself a 1-stroke penalty. In what other sport would that ever happen? Could you imagine in the NBA if a dude just stopped the game? No, I flopped there. That's my bad. No, I got him. I got him. No,
Yeah,
my
Cale-
bad. I
Cale
got
did
him.
it.
I
did
know.
that, yeah.
I know. I got when I tweeted that Cale McCarr's the only known human being in other sports who decided, what was it?
He got called for a penalty. He went to the
No.
ref, he goes,
A penalty was called against.
Yeah,
He was the
That's
beneficiary
correct.
of a
He said,
penalty.
he said no. He didn't hook me. He didn't do anything. That's what it was. Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine if it was commonplace in pro sports for them to adapt the PGA mentality?
Hey, I wanted to tell you guys something right now. I ain't taking no damn stroke on that, okay? And you got I'm not saying a
I'm
word.
I'm gonna tell you something right now. But the problem is in the PGA tournament,
The cameras
there's-
are
everybody's
everywhere.
watching.
Yeah.
That was
but
indistinguishable to
Brett,
the camera.
Brett, there's 140,000 nerds watching
That's
on television, and you know those hall monitors out there who are so eager to get involved, and they'll make that phone call to the truck and say, "Hey, that moved. You
Here's
should be
what I don't
disqualified."
get, though. Like, if they're doing practice swings and they accidentally clip the ball, they're like, oh, well, just grab the ball and set it back down where it was.
I want everybody to know when I'm playing in a money game with you, or if we're just out, I ain't calling that on myself ever.
No,
it ain't gonna happen.
Listen, if you're in the middle
It
of the
ain't
fairway and you're tied for the lead at the Masters on 17, yeah, that was me. I mean, he had a huge lead, so it was kind of easy to do it. But that being said, if you think that I'm calling a penalty stroke on myself in the middle of the fairway with you idiots,
Get the hell out of here.
get bent. If anything, I'm going to fluff it.
Two people have said this. You remember that sportsmanship commercial where the kid goes to his coach? He goes, I touched the ball, coach. It was out of bounds on me. He goes, it's a championship game, Alex. He's like, I touched it. It's the dumbest commercial that's ever been broadcast, first of all. And Nelly, I will have you play that at some point because it is so corny, but it's exactly like that. I ain't calling anything. Just quickly here. Jaylen Brown, after they got bounced in 7 to Philadelphia, said this on his podcast. He was jawing with Embiid all game. They got double text in the middle of it because they wouldn't stop talking to each other. Here's what he said. As I don't know if he's like live streaming a video game or what he's doing, but he said this.
We didn't really have an answer for him. We tried a bunch of different things, and he's a big body, and he just, he also was flopping around. He got some extra calls and stuff like that, and they rewarded him for that. But, that's the league that we're in. So, that's all I got to say.
So that was post-game. This is him doubling down on the flopping from Embiid.
This is my personal opinion on basketball. Some of y'all might disagree, but argue with your grandma. Flopping has ruined our game. Joel Embiid is a great player, one of the best bigs in basketball history. Flops. He know it. This ain't breaking news. It is what it is.
So he said that's ruining the game, and I think that a lot of people would agree, including myself, that I hate how flopping is kind of taken over. I will say this. You know what I hate more? What do you guys think? Before you pull this up, Nelly, just wait. Jason Tatum was not able to go in Game 7.
Mm-hmm.
Celtics lose at home. They're now going home And here is a post-game interaction between Joel Embiid, who just won, his team is advancing, and you lost on your home floor. What do you think about this photo?
I hate it.
Jason Tatum with a giant smile, laughing and joking with Embiid after they lost to Game 7.
Nobody should be smiling. Nope.
I hate it.
That's worse to me than flopping.
Nope.
This whole buddy thing, I actually love that the Nuggets and the Timberwolves hate each other.
You know what? I give Jaden McDaniels a ton of credit for this. Wasn't artificially manufactured. It's viably true. He hates the Nuggets. And in return, the Nuggets did not hate Minnesota enough.
Yeah.
Even Jamal Murray said it. We didn't take it personally enough. Well, they did.
That stuff drives me nuts. And I can only imagine Jaylen Brown, who was seething all game going against Joel Embiid, if he sees a picture of
his teammate,
his all-star teammate doing that, it's got to drive him nuts.
100%. Hey,
by the way.
You've got one?
Yeah, just to go off of that.
I'll finish up. Okay.
Just to go off of that. Are you guys like me? As much as we've debated Joel Embiid and how he stole an MVP from Nikola Jokic, and we've argued with Philly fans, I was happy for Joel Embiid. I'm happy that he's healthy enough to advance to the next round.
I've never hated Joel.
Yeah.
I've hated the stuff that surrounds that stupid debate.
I agree, but I was happy for him, and I found it curious. He's calling out his own fans. I don't know if you guys saw this. Even in Philly, it occurs. I hate it when it happens in Denver where we get overwhelmed by opposing fan bases. He said, hey, Philly fans, last year when we played the Knicks, playing in Philly felt like a Knicks home game.
Yeah.
We need you not to sell your tickets.
Yeah.
Even in mighty Philadelphia, where they call themselves hard fans, they sell out. Even there.
Yep. And by the way, he hasn't played here in Denver for a long, long time. Last thing from me.
Go ahead.
I didn't want to bring this up because it's just going to make him mad, Brett. Him being Vic. What's today?
May 4th. Don't you do it. I was going to try and get through this whole show without doing this.
I'll shut up.
I'm a Star Wars fan.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I could.
I thought you do cartoons.
The early Star Wars were not cartoons. Those were really well-made movies.
Well, I do remember a certain quote from Vic saying he did like when Leia was being choked out by that.
Jesus God.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
What are you talking
Yes,
about?
you did.
I did?
Yes, you did.
Boba Fett? No.
Jabba the Hutt.
Jabba the Hutt. Oh,
Nelly, go find it. It's in our archives.
It's got to be
somewhere.
somewhere.
It's Vic and Princess Leia.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Try to find it.
You will find it. The fact that you tried to deny saying that is crazy.
I swear to God, I don't remember saying that.
Yeah, like choked up by the frog or whatever. Yeah. You said it.
And how much you enjoyed that one scene.
You don't remember that? No.
Oh, Nelly, you got to find it now. It's there. It's there. I mean, this is way back like Marty days, but he had to save it. All right, give us the drunk take version. Go ahead.
A young Princess Leia, when she was wearing that getup and she was choking that big monster from behind.
No, you guys got it backwards.
Yeah,
she
we
was
were
choking.
Okay, well,
Yeah, she wasn't getting choked out. She was choking the big fat
she
goo.
was in chains. I mean, I knew it was something with her naked getting
In a
choked.
big monster.
Yeah, in a big monster.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And you really enjoyed that scene. By the way,
God,
brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. Back after this.
Marty Natchez across the blue line, enters the wild zone, doesn't take the shot. Now it's Malinsky. He scores! Sam, I am. Now it's Drury from O'Connor. He scores! You're on Drury duty. Save made by Volta, turns it back in front. Lekkinen scores! Nathan McKinnon, an electric factory, and we're up all night to get lucky. Blankenberg trying to develop a 2-on-1. Blankenberg! Yeah! In the nick of time, it's Nick Blankenberg with his first career postseason goal. Finds it underneath. Taves lets it go. Tip. They score! Hands it off McCarr. Far circle McCarr. He scores! From Kadri. Kadri a wrist shot. He scores! The Kadri man can! Cale McCarr doesn't take the shot. Now he does. He scores! Oh, hail Cale! Broken up McKinnon has an empty net. You betcha! 9 times!
9 times.
9 times.
9 times.
Game 1, 9-6 win for the Avs as they take care of Minnesota in a very odd way, especially given how the first series went against LA. Couldn't move against the Kings. Couldn't do anything against the Kings, and now you gave up more goals than you did all the first round, and then you scored 9.
Tell me if this happened to you guys while watching the game, because normally when you're watching playoff hockey, man, edge of your seat, any scoring opportunity, you're like, it's just crazy. After so many goals, it numbed you. I was like, oh my. It was almost like,
I don't think it did, just because you had to keep scoring.
Yeah, but
they were still all like goals that were absolutely necessary.
The game was so wide open. I almost expected a goal on every freaking offense. Every time the puck entered the zone, I expected a goal.
Yeah. It's one of those weird things too, Moj, where look, Wedgie didn't play good. I'm not saying he did. But between him and Volstead, it's almost like, I don't blame either of you. You guys were put in really bad spots.
Pretty much. Although when I look at, I guess, let me be a little bit critical of both of them. Wedgie, I think, the Hartman goal, he was left all by himself. But goalies will tell you, if the puck gets through you, that's a problem.
Yeah.
If it beats you, that's one thing. And the Avs beat Volstead the entire game.
I'll tell you
if it gets through you, he's like, I should have that. I'm going to stop that in game 2. I promise you.
I'll tell you what else is different. Minnesota, and I know that they're entirely different from LA. First of all, they're just way more talented. And I remember the graphic going into this series. I saw it on, I think it was NHL's Twitter account. Which trio would you rather have? And it was McKinnon, McCarr, and Natchez, and then it was Boldy, Kaprizov, and Hughes. And look, you'd take the Avs, but I understand the point. Like, they're really good. They're really talented.
I think
I
think people, though, Brett, in this series are probably going to go, you know what, that guy's a pretty damn good player.
Yes.
You know, that kind of thing.
But they're also, like, I give them this credit. God, is Minnesota good at getting traffic in front of Wedgie. Like,
really good.
They had mountains of people in front of them. Wedgwood had to do this, like, all night.
Correct. But not only, and the Avs did a really good job of screening, too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, a couple of those, Volstead, he didn't even see them.
Yeah.
Okay. That being said, Minnesota had like a lot. I think the Avs could do a better job of that in game 2, Vic, and they'll probably have to. It's not going to be as wide open. So they're going to have to get lucky with it, right? They're going to have to get down and get ugly at the top of the crease and bang away in that blue paint, because the goals are probably going to be a lot harder to come by in game 2 and beyond. But they had everybody going to the front of the net, did Minnesota. I mean, everybody. And they all bought into it. So
yeah, that's why
I'm not going to sit here and glaze Minnie. I'm just saying that they played a pretty hard game.
Well, I think the return of Josh Manson may clean a lot of that up. running unabashedly in front of the net with you got to pay the price for that.
Yeah.
And I think he brings that element that you need.
He absolutely does. I mean, so does Brett Kulak. I'm gonna go ahead and give him some love. He had one shot on goal last night. He had no points. He was not a plus. He was not a minus. He was just what? Steady Eddie and predictable. And Jared Bednar will take that game every single day of his life.
I still remember the reaction. Mid-season, it was the Kulak for Sammy G along with a second rounder trade. And it was criticized. And I was sitting there. It was such a weird feeling for me because I felt like I was on an island so many times defending Girard against the swarms of people that were yelling about too tiny, not good enough, trade Girard. Then he gets traded, and the reaction was like, what are we doing? Why are we making that trade? It looks pretty damn good now. Like, Kulak is such a steady presence that you needed, a guy that's played in huge games over the last couple of years, obviously.
He's played over 100 playoff games now. Like, I mean, that's a hell of a lot of playoff hockey.
He just makes the right play.
Correct.
Every time.
Who sits when Manson comes back?
Blankenberg.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and what's that second pair going to be? Is it going to be Malinsky and Manson? I don't know. I mean, because Kulak, I mean, he can play up there too, right? And so, but do you want a couple righties? This is all for Jared Bednar to work out. But I'm saying when you look at Kulak in his game, you have to respect the professional nature with which he plays the game of hockey.
This game tomorrow night is going to be huge. Going up 2-0 on that team is a big deal. You give them life tomorrow night, and suddenly the confidence level changes.
Go ahead, Vic.
Vic, if they're without...
Say what you want to say. Say what's really on your mind.
What?
Say what's really on
the
your
winner
mind.
of Game 2 wins the series.
Yes, thank you.
Listen, if they're going to be without Eriksson Ek and Brodin, and they are tomorrow night, but I'm saying that situation, if you're the Avalanche, you must take advantage of it. Have to.
You know, we keep talking about missing players here and there, and guys are missing dudes. The teams that scrape and claw and win, championship pedigree teams, man, they don't care who they're missing. When the Avs were missing Peter Forsberg for the last 2 rounds, they won.
Yeah.
They won.
They were an awesome team.
But they won.
Yeah.
You just win. You make do. You win.
Well, Tampa was up without Victor Hedman the entire series, and they lost.
But it's part of the reason that I think last night, as weird as that was so encouraging. Because again, you're coming off a series in which you've won multiple games in that series 2-1. That's the feel it had. And then it's like, all right, caution to the wind, pucks on net, let's go. And you win that way too. Like, they're just built to win kind of whatever style you want to play. They can do it. They can do that. And from a depth standpoint, Moser, it wasn't just one guy. I mean, you had 8 different goal scorers last night. 8!
Yeah. 13 different players with a point on the Avs. 13 different guys. I thought I was way off on this. I thought the post game would be, I'm glad we won, but man, we've really got to close things up defensively. I thought both coaches.
Yeah.
It's kind of the opposite. I mean, Jared Bednar and John Hines both, and Hines in a losing effort. But Coach Bednar comes out and says, we did a lot of really good things. And he's right about that. Their puck movement, Vic, Brett, their puck movement up the ice, out of the zone. It's terrific. Now, there were times they got hemmed in their own end, too. They got cycled to death by Minnesota. But I thought at times the retrievals and their exits were very, very good. And, I mean, the getting up into the play and starting rushes and forcing the Wild to backpedal and turn and chase, I thought was very good. And the coach, and this is why these guys are these coaches. We'll fix the defensive side, okay? We'll fix that. That's some adjustments that we all know we need to make. I trust my guys. The other side will take care of itself.
You know, the ebb and flow of a hockey game, when you're watching at home and you're seeing the Avs come out and it looked like they were going to score 50 goals. It was just unreal. They suffocated them from the start, right? Just one after another. And then how quickly it can turn. And then it just turned to, oh my God, just get the puck out of your zone. It's really a thing to behold in hockey. That's the beauty of playoff hockey is how quickly that can shift.
Yeah.
It's just, it felt like every goal was just like, we need to respond. So it was, when it was 3-2, Avs go up 4-2, then it's 4-3. Then 4-4. It was just like, we have to respond to what just happened. And it usually happened within a couple of minutes. Like, I was trying to figure this out, the longest stretch without a goal in the middle of a period. So it's like Malinsky scores, a minute later, Drury, a minute after that, Lehkonen, 2 minutes after that, Minnesota, a minute after that, Minnesota. Then Blankenberg scores to make it 4-2. 2 minutes later, it's 4-3. Then it was 6 minutes, which was an eternity in that game.
Whole 6 minutes without a goal.
6 minutes, 4-4. 2 minutes later, or 4 minutes later, 5-4. 2 minutes later, 5-5. It was just like that the whole night.
When it was 7-5, 5:43 into period 3, 7-5 Avs. I'm like, okay, just play smart. And I'm watching that clock tick down, and I'm going, okay, I'm going to be looking for when they pull Wallstead. I get in the hallway. Bam! 3:59 left. It's now a 7-6 game, and I'm like, no, man. And then a minute 5 after that, Kale comes in. Bang!
Thank God, yeah.
And then that was it. Then you knew then.
You know who was a little quiet last night for their side is Boldy.
Yeah, does that make you nervous?
Yeah, because he hasn't had that game, and he's damn good. He was in on one. I think he had an assist.
He had an assist, but he wasn't a minus last night.
No.
I mean,
but he wasn't
for all the
loud.
goal scoring the Avs did, one power play goal officially. He wasn't a minus last night.
I just enjoyed watching a game where the game was controlled by two slippery defensemen who are offensive-minded defensemen. We got ours, they got theirs. It's fun to watch, isn't it?
So when you watch Quinn Hughes slip and slide,
stop, turn,
chase, whatever he does, right? And just think to yourself, well, we've had one of those for quite some time. And you probably didn't watch a lot of Vancouver, probably, and he's already won a Norris, so he's a stud. Everybody knows that. But we've had one of those for quite some time, too.
You take it for granted until you miss him. When he was out for that first period, you're like, let's go.
Well, it's one of those rare times, Mose, you're looking at a defenseman, you're like, oh, you guys also have somebody that can do some cool things?
Yeah.
Like, I thought that was only us.
Those are really, these aren't just cool things, Brett. These are elite.
No, I know.
Super duper cool things.
I know you're not supposed to speculate on injury, but what do you think it is? Was it a knee, a groin? I mean, he had that right leg way up on the glass.
He was rubbing stuff like, it looked like numbing cream on his hip.
Something like that, yeah. Vic, during the course of a game, here's how I start to judge things. Okay. By the way, when he got blown up, he got up and made the play, retrieved the puck, and sent the outlet out. Then he went down the tunnel. The trainers go. But when the trainers come back and he doesn't come back, that's when I go, mama. That means he's with the docs. Okay. When the trainers come back to the bench and he's not with them, you're like, oh, God, they left him. It just makes you nervous.
Where did you watch the game? Where were you?
Section 216.
Oh, so you were in the stands?
Yeah.
Were there a lot of Wild fans or no?
They were plenty loud when they scored, yeah.
You can lock in your seats right now for every remaining game of the playoffs at coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Tickets are on sale for every possible game. Don't miss the most anticipated series of the year. Back after this.
Listen to me. Heed my advice. Had you listened, you'd be sitting pretty right now with snowfall, possible snow. You know rain's coming. Did you get your lawn aerated? Did you do that thing? Mile-high aeration and those big machines that come out and get the deep plugs so the fertilizer and the moisture can do its job? If you haven't done it, it's not too late because more moisture is on the way at some point, and your lawn needs the help. 303-778-1000. That's the phone number to call. You can also go online. They do more than aeration. They do everything. It's the reason my lawn is the greenest in my cul-de-sac. Proud green lawn. MileHighServices.com, 303-778-1000.
All right, just a couple things really quick. I want to ask about the Nuggets in a second as well, but the Rockies got swept by the Braves over the weekend. You guys know the Braves are 25-10?
Yeah, the Braves are playing good ball. You realize the Rockies gave up 28 runs in a 3-game series?
Yeah, not great.
Do you realize Mickey Moniak is just bombs away right now?
That was his yesterday. His fourth multi-home run game of the year.
Leads the major leagues. Best in the majors. Dude's just bombing.
This is, I'll say it again, this is the porpoising of this season that it's going to be for the Rocks because they aren't very good yet, but they're better than what they were last year for sure, but they're going to have the slides like this. The good news is you now have the Mets in town. That's a team you just swept about a week and a half ago, so hopefully you can do that again. Now, going back to this, the news over the weekend as far as the Nuggets are concerned, David Adelman will return as head coach, according to Bennett Durando and Shams. The other big part of news is that everybody is seemingly on the table outside of Nikola Jokic, which I think should be the case. Now, let's start first with the Adelman side of this. I would totally have understood if they moved on from Adelman. I think I get it. The argument as to why he should stay another year, and I'm just making the argument, because I do think you have to factor this in. To come in as a year one head coach with the expectation of it's either win a championship or you failed is tough to start with. That's a tough start.
Big time.
Second of all, the amount of injuries you dealt with over the course of the year that I feel like didn't allow them to build chemistry and trust within each other is a big factor. Losing Aaron Gordon in the middle of the postseason, who is the X factor to this team, is another one. And also, Minnesota was a tough first-round matchup. They were. Like, all of these different things I think can be boiled together, and a lot of people's reaction is, I don't care, I didn't want him back, and that's fine. I think I understand it. But I don't think you can totally discount all of those things that went into a really weird year one for him, in which, by the way, he still won 54 games.
I think the Nuggets need a massive shakeup, and by virtue of how they responded in that first-round series, they're deserving of a shakeup. They earned a shakeup. And for anyone who may disagree with that and say, well, show more patience, give me a reason to show more patience.
We've been patient.
Give me a reason to run it back, exactly. And I don't know how much shakeup there is. I don't know what your definition of shakeup is. But give me a reason to take, and you can't fiscally run it back because there are going to be changes automatically. But give me a justifiable reason to run this outfit back for another year.
I don't have it, but can I give you a hypothetical?
Sure.
And I know this can't happen, but let's just live in make-believe world for a second. If I could guarantee you that everybody on the roster would return, the exact same team, but Aaron Gordon is fully healthy. He will not be hurt.
You're guaranteeing health.
I guarantee you that Aaron Gordon will not miss a single game next year, including the playoffs. What do you think then?
It's pretty tempting, but you cannot.
I still
count
think
on
there's.
that.
I still think there's some areas where they have to
yeah.
change the way they play, and I think the game, and we're watching it in the NBA right now in these playoffs. Defensive-minded teams who cover full court, who are chaotic, who are doing things on the defensive end. Do you see what's happening, guys? 3-point teams, like Boston is a 3-point shooting team. They gun it. They're done. They're out.
Well, yeah, you
They're
can.
done.
You can die that way really quick.
Yeah, they're done. You can take that out, and I think the Nuggets just have to get better on that end. It can't be coached. It has to be done.
Vic,
it has to be done organically.
I'm sure you've been asked a lot since last week about what can the Nuggets do. I've been asked a lot, and I say I'm not going to try to overthink this thing. Something in the room is weird. I don't know what it is. Something is off, or it's not. Are they hungry enough? Do they want it again once you got that ring and got some coin in your pocket? I don't know. But to me, the easiest move to make, the guy that even at $50 million a year people will want, is Jamal Murray.
Guys,
do you have the stomach? Do you have the stomach to trade Jamal right now?
I'm telling you where they stand. Of course, the stomach must be had. You've got to be able to have everybody on the block if you really want to improve. Here's the unfortunate situation for the Nuggets. If you bring everybody back that's already under contract, you're already up against it. Your favorite apron. You're already there. So even if you don't do anything, if you don't lift a finger, you're already there. We haven't even talked about Peyton Watson and the possibility. I have no idea what they plan on doing with Peyton Watson. I don't know if down the stretch, I don't know how viable it is at this point. His number's going to go up. They're increasing the salaries.
Hang on a second. To me, the number one priority is keeping Peyton Watson this offseason. You wanted to get younger and more athletic. You have one on the roster. If you let Peyton Watson walk, you're looking for another Peyton Watson to put on this roster.
Yeah, but Brett, you can't get him in at the price tag it's going to cost
without getting rid of somebody. So get rid of somebody.
Well, my fear too is that one of these teams is going to overpay. Somebody's going to Hang on. I can't believe he got $40 million.
Yeah, hold on.
Hang on.
Brett, no, I'll hang on with you because I'm going to tell you something that's going to make you change your mind on that.
What's that?
There are 3 teams that are already very interested. What if they go beyond $30 million?
Okay.
Okay, what?
Bidding war to 40.
Okay, what?
40 per.
Okay, what?
Here's the thing. I was actually thinking about this. Like, what is the proper way to surround Jokic? And you said this last week. They need to be more athletic. They looked old. They did. But they need athletic defenders more than anything else. Like, it's going to be weird to say, given how the last 2 weeks have gone. Jaden McDaniels would be perfect. And I think that Peyton Watson could be Jaden McDaniels with more offense, actually. And if that's the case, the whole thing is you got to get younger. He's right there.
Okay.
He's right there.
Ayo Dosunmu is also a free agent. What if he's cheaper than Peyton Watson?
Okay.
I'm just telling you, right? That's the kind of player you want, right?
But I'm
not saying he's going to be. I'm just saying that numbers factor in. You're sort of sloughing it off like the final number's not going to matter. It matters heavily for a team that's up against it.
Here's what I'm telling you. I think you could make the argument, and it's weird to say based off basically a month to a month and a half of play from Peyton Watson. That's what he's getting paid on, is a month of basketball, but it was a great month. I think that he is, at worst, your third most important person on this roster.
Brett, I don't disagree with his talent level and his value and what he means to this team. I love the kid. You can get priced out, is all I'm telling you, very easily. If there's another team out there that has room under the cap. Did you hear the Brooklyn rumors? Did you hear him and MPJ go back and forth?
Yes.
They've got money. More money than you have right now.
But this is the whole point of everybody being on the market. This is what I'm getting at. This is where trades need to happen.
Just because everybody's on the market doesn't make them tradable. It doesn't make it viable.
That's true. Christian Brown right now is untradeable.
That
I'm sorry, but he has Aaron Gordon's injury history makes him untradeable at 33 per.
There's two people.
No, and no offense, because I love those guys, but right now, if you're talking about just business, their contracts are untradeable.
If you could trade Christian Brown, do it, but I agree with you, you can't. If you could trade AG, I'd do it, but I agree with you, you probably can't. That leaves two guys of substance.
Right?
It's Jamal and Cam Johnson are both tradable.
And Cam Johnson came through in that game. I mean, he scored 27 points and looked really good.
Yeah, I'm fine on that.
Okay.
I don't disagree with you.
Right.
There was a lot of no Cam Johnson stuff that was happening, too.
I get it. There's a lot of contracts on this team that just aren't playing. You got, Zeke Naji, who's making more than Ayo Dosunmu, who just doesn't play.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean, you don't think they've tried to trade him? You don't think that's been
I didn't
a trade?
say Zeke.
I'm just saying there's players that they've tried to trade that they can't trade just because.
I gave you two names of guys who definitely could be traded.
Great. What are you going to get?
I don't know.
When people know you see, and that's where I'm.
The bigger priority, though, you're looking at what you get in return for them, Vic. I'm telling you, this is my opening to keep Peyton Watson on the roster. That's what I'm saying.
I just want to brace you, and I want to brace everybody for I think what's going to happen, and this is just me speculating. The Nuggets might be a scrappier team next year, a fun team. I don't think they're going to be as talented. I don't think you're going to have some. I think sometimes you have to take that quick step back. You have to take it forward. And I don't know how you go forward. Last year, they moved forward. Last year, they added to the roster. We looked at it and said, wow, look at this. Look at this. I don't know how you do it. You're going to have a lot of unknowns on the roster next season. A lot.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see how it comes together. But if you go where you want to go, those unknowns are going to have to play quickly and learn how to play.
What a great point Vic just made for the first time today. If you have unknowns, Brett, an unknown or multiple unknowns are going to have to pop.
See, and we're used to a team.
They're going to have to pop or you're going nowhere.
See, Nuggets fans, we have been spoiled. We're used to a team of knowns.
Correct.
We know what they are. We've seen it. They've proven it. Guess what? Next year, if you want to tear this apart, which you're going to have to, the unknown is going to come into play. And that's not necessarily a bad thing in my book. It's not. Because from the unknowns emerge players that you never like, wow, that guy's good.
Correct. Or this didn't work.
Yeah.
We need to go in a different direction. But you got to sort of rebuild.
Because
your clock is ticking.
From the knowns, this much I do know. It ain't working.
Correct. Bretsky, I know you know this, but I never underestimate another GM's ability to overpay a 23-year-old who looks awesome after 1 month. You know what I mean? Because you're betting on the come with this guy. And if I was going to do that as an NBA GM on Peyton Watson, I probably would. Because I think he's going to be a long-term, very good player at both ends of the floor.
You're having a different conversation than I'm having, though. I'm telling you, I know that might be the case. And you find a way to keep him.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to list for you.
He could fly the coop if he wanted to.
What do you mean?
I mean, you can match, I guess, but does he want to? I mean, what?
He's restricted.
I understand. So you can match, but if you don't, then he's gone.
Like, here's all of the things we've been talking about what they need. It sounds like you're describing Peyton Watson. Athletic.
It's more than one player, though, dude. It's you're pinpointing one player and making it sound like one player makes all the difference. It's it's spread across the team. It's a dynamic. It's the way they play.
I know that, but I'm not saying that Peyton Watson fixes everything. I'm saying that Peyton Watson needs to be on the roster.
I have 6 items in front of me. I just wrote down.
Never
These
do
are
that again.
six things that the Denver Nuggets, 6 obstacles that they are facing going into this offseason. A lot of teams face 1 or 2. These are 6.
You say you don't write things down typically, or sometimes you do.
Yeah.
The word is, what was Hines writing down on his little pad?
Yeah.
Wouldn't even know what to guess. That's the answer from Wild Insider.
Great.
Dynamite drop in.
Here's what I wrote down on my little notebook.
That's what I'm saying. That was a dovetail.
Here are the six obstacles the Denver Nuggets face in this offseason. Number 1, the repeater tax. If they get above the tax again this season, they will go into the repeater. And it's a big deal, and they're not going to do it. Number 2, relative age of the team. Slow-footed. They've got to get quicker and younger. Number 3, injuries. Can you trust players? Can you make sure that players are going to be available in the most important games? Number 4, immovable contracts.
Yeah.
They've got a few of those, correct?
Yep.
Number 5, a dearth of draft picks. They gave all of them
got
away.
nothing.
You got no assets with which to work.
Number 6 better be chemistry
got
inside
nothing.
the damn room.
2 of your future first-round picks belong to OKC. Number 6 on the list of obstacles. You got 2 teams in your conference that are getting younger, better, faster. OKC and San Antonio.
What about fixing the room?
Okay. You got 6 obstacles. And what I'm telling you, this is going to take a ridiculous amount of work to get through this list. This is like, I don't know if you could fix this in one off season.
Well, maybe you can't, but you cannot waste the rest of the year.
It's going to take some time to fix that.
If Vic and I eventually one day are sleeping in our
caskets,
yeah.
Now, some of you might say,
and they only pulled one championship out of the Jokic era. I'll be just the same with the Avs. If we're sitting there and they've pulled one out, you're going to be like, man,
you'll be rolling over in your dumpster.
I don't
100%.
I don't look at it that way. And frankly, I hate it when people say, "Oh, they didn't make the most out of Nikola and his legacy."
They're trying to.
I don't care about player legacies. I care about teams. I don't care about player legacies.
You're right, Vic, but you have the best player on the planet right now. You got to take advantage of it.
I totally agree with you on that. What I'm telling you is, for those of you who believe just run it back, they can't run it back. I'm telling you, that option is not even on the table. They cannot run it back financially. It cannot happen. So change is already going to happen. And as long as you're changing, just do it. Now, just take a big bite out of change. Don't do a little change. Go at it. They can't run it back. They're not keeping Valanciunas for another season. They're not.
No.
Tim Hardaway priced himself out here. He's not playing on a veteran minimum. Guy was a 6th Man of the Year candidate. Are you crazy? That's not happening. There are players that are gone. So if you're making changes, go all in. Let's make changes.
Last thing on that, Vic. Why does the NBA CBA have all these silly terms like repeater tax and poison pills and aprons and all this crap and bird rights and all? What are all these stupid little
We've talked about this. It doesn't matter. It is what it is. I'm just saying, given where they stand now, changes are going to happen whether you like it or not. Wilson says that's such a crock of peach pits, Vic. What's a crock? What's a crock of peach pits? That I'm speaking the truth?
I like peach pits.
But what am I saying that's not true here? Tell me where I'm wrong.
No, you're right. It's just how do you go about doing it?
It's tough for
Peach
sure.
Peach pit.
303-504-0925. The Avs are ahead 1-0 in the second round, and the only local broadcast of Avs hockey can be found right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Connor McGahey. Local pregame on the radio will start 30 minutes before every game, and you can tune in for local TV coverage on Altitude TV and Altitude Plus. The whole crew is live an hour before puck drop, and then immediately after the game, Altitude TV, Altitude Plus, Altitude Sports Radio, your home for local playoff coverage.
You know what I really like, though, on this May 4th? I like when Leia
Don't say it.
wearing like some sort of bathing suit looking thing, and chained up,
Choking out a monster. Yeah.
Yeah.
303-504-0925.
Can we hear it? He forgot he even said it. One more time, please.
You know what's more suitable for you? Princess Leia in like Star Wars 8, where she came back older. That's
For those of you who missed
Hang on. We'll do it in a bit. We'll do it in a bit to close out the show next. Hey, it's Brett Kane. Fanatic Sportsbook has introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets, and it's available across the NBA, MLB, and NHL. So here's what you do. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. You build your squad from the sport that you want. Then pick your market, points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, and finally set your target. So if you like hoops, you can pick 4 players to combine for 100 points, or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18 batters. Then you sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. Here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad will pick up the slack, so your bet stays alive all the way to the end. You can track it live, cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets. It's only on Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
The dumbest thing just happened. You guys just missed it. That was the greatest commercial break ever. Just the dumbest.
Actually, that was just an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is what that was.
Okay, we've learned two things out of Powder today.
He's
Two
dumb.
things that
He's
it's gonna
dumb.
it's gonna change the way I think about you, look at you, everything. You didn't know who the venerable, legendary Dick Button
I don't
was.
know Dick Button.
That's just
I don't.
ridiculous. That alone. And then
You do now, though, don't you?
we're talking
Yes.
about Anne Hathaway. And he had
She
the
is
gall.
beautiful. Gosh, she's
We
pretty.
all agree on that. But what came out of his mouth after we mentioned Anne Hathaway?
She's like 55.
He said that she's 55.
It was a giant
What the hell's
mistake on my
wrong
part.
with you?
It was a giant mistake because you're right. 55 is pretty much death, and she does not look like death. I know 55-year-olds. They look terrible. They look so old and miserable. And I mean, on the doorstep. If I were 55, I'd get my affairs in order. I would,
Well,
start picking out casts.
Neither of us are 55. That's the funny thing.
You know what?
But
If I was your parent, if I had a time machine,
It was actually a compliment. I said she looks great.
if I had a time machine and I was your dad,
Yeah.
I'd go back in time before you were. I'd say, Lori, we can't ever meet.
Why?
We'll have one date, because
I bring such joy into your life every day. What would you do without me?
I mean, how do you not understand ages?
No, you're right. It was a very dumb thing. Because if I saw you two with Anne Hathaway, something would be incredibly wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't do it for me.
What?
What did you just say?
What? Excuse me?
Sorry.
You're kidding me, right? This is just your bit. This is
this is just a bit.
Just a bit.
This is a bit that you're doing.
Okay.
You take your Hathaways and your Kendricks, and you can just go buzz off.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Take 'em
Again,
all.
let's just
Nope.
walk through the steps here.
Nope.
Company Christmas party, or what's the gala? The gala they do every year, right? I walk in.
They don't do the gala anymore.
Well, I'm just saying, like something like that.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
We don't.
I walk in. You guys have never met my girlfriend, and I got Anne Hathaway on my arm. We leave. Moser's reaction is like, "Did you see the nothing that Brett was with tonight?" Like that would be your
Yeah,
reaction if I
Moser's-
was with Anne Hathaway.
Moser's being stupid. You're being stupid. Foolish.
Good for you, dude. High five. Bam. Whatevs.
It's insane.
Fine.
Why are you so pissy?
I'm not. I'm just chill.
Now,
Does nothing.
if you were with Henrik Lundqvist, he'd probably go, hey, ooh.
No, it would be your Daisy Keats, or whatever her name is.
Who's that?
Phoebe Cates or whatever. Whatever.
What's Daisy
whatever.
Keats?
I
Daisy
don't
Keats?
know,
What are you
whatever
doing?
her
What?
name is.
Hey, can we honestly, can we get a choke out, please? For those who missed
At
it,
the end of the show.
Okay,
At the end of the show.
Stay to the end of the show because, well, we got to do, we've got to do fact checker. But I'm guessing a lot of people are going to wait around for Vic and his Leia obsession.
I really wish there was a Daisy Keats out there. I looked for it. I couldn't find anybody.
I'm the only sane one here.
Hang
I
on.
really am.
I'll entertain Moser
I think
for a second.
it's sad. It's sad.
There's a Daisy song by John Keats.
It's sad because I got one guy who thinks Anne Hathaway's a senior citizen. I got
she is
another guy
beautiful
who thinks she's not attractive.
I didn't
And
say
I'm
I
the
didn't
only
say that.
guy.
I didn't
I'm
say
the
that.
o-
I
I'm
said
the
she doesn't do
only
it for me.
guy.
All right, Moser, you've done a good job. I'll give you 60 seconds to talk about your stupid horses. Go ahead.
Oh, I was chill, right?
I didn't watch the Kentucky
I'm
Derby.
gonna give you I'm gonna give you half
Okay,
of the race.
here we go. Here we go.
Wait, can I say something before?
Sure.
I forgot the Kentucky Derby was on.
Wow. Bear and I went to a Derby party.
Yeah, well, I had no idea until I saw it on Twitter.
Went over to Park Garage, dude. It was packed. You should have gone. You should have gone.
I don't watch horses.
Bring the little ones with the little outfit on and stuff.
No.
Anyway, having Golden Tempo come from dead last. Do you know how hard it is to come from not only dead last? This horse is a kicker, by the way. He's got a good kick. But to swing all the way to the outside and try to close ground that way, Very, very difficult.
Yeah, I've done it.
And he up Lookout Mountain, I had to swing too wide on this big bone lady and her kid.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
I don't pay attention to this at all. Nothing. I did watch the race. I did watch it, but I don't care. I like to pick the horse by the look. I do think horses are beautiful. They're also too strong and shouldn't exist. That's another subject.
My horse,
but
my horse got scratched. The Puma got scratched, man.
What's the horse I picked, the one that I wanted to race? It was a beautiful black horse, like a white nose.
White Blaze?
No, I think it was Great White or something.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And he fell over before the race started. Didn't even race.
Right. He dumped his jockey and didn't race. Yeah, I know.
That horse was pretty. I like that one.
Beautiful horse. Dumped his jockey, didn't race.
You know what? Good for you, horse. I'm not here for your entertainment. I'm a horse.
Did you guys see the ratings for the Kentucky Derby? And again, I don't take pride in this. I was playing golf, so I forgot the Derby was on. But the ratings were out of this world.
Really?
Best numbers since 1975.
You're kidding.
Here's something
I'm
interesting.
sorry, eighth best.
Eighth best in 75.
Unreal numbers. That 19.6 million viewers.
I enjoy. I mean, it was fun.
You want to hear something crazy about this? As the world evolves, humans, we have evolved. There are Victor Wembanyama's in the NBA now, and it's freakish, right? Did you know the horse times, the times that they finished the race, have been the same for about 60 years? Horses haven't gotten faster.
The Secretariat ran 159 something.
You know that?
Okay, but
he
there's
broke
plenty
the
of horses.
2-minute barrier, bro.
Okay, but horses have hit
Dude
202s.
just ran 202, yeah. Do you know how many lengths that is on the track? That's about 11, 12 lengths, bro.
I got something.
Okay, but are you not hearing my point here?
Listen to him.
People get faster. Things get faster. Things evolve.
Training.
They get better.
Training
gets better. Horses, the exact same for 60 years.
Specialization. Well, horses aren't playing other sports.
Well, then why the hell is it such a cottage industry to be feeders? Because I want to be the feeder. So why is that such a cottage industry if things don't get better?
I got something. Think of the greatest sports family ever. Who would you consider the greatest sports family?
The Canes.
Okay. Who would you consider the greatest sports family ever? A family of sportsmen. Who would they be?
The Mannings are pretty good.
Let's stop. Let me give you the greatest sports family ever.
Secretariat?
Exactly right. 19 of the 20 horses in that Kentucky Derby you just watched are descendants of Secretariat. That dude produced. That dude is
never
producer.
a Triple Crown champion, but he's produced some. You know when the Big Red died?
The what?
Am I losing my time?
The chewing gum?
No, Secretariat was known as Big Red.
Fooling.
Did you just? I know you have nicknames for everybody, Moj, but did you just nickname a nickname?
No, that was his name. Secretariat's nickname was Big Red.
His nickname is Secretariat.
That's his name. Like your name is Brett Kane and I call you Dillbag. Same thing. Big Red. He died in 89, bro. Wish I'd seen that horse in person.
Oh yeah.
My what?
Who was it, Vic, that he used to
what a weird thing to be obsessed
I think
over
they
as
were,
a horse.
Were they at Calumet Farms? Him and the other guy, the other horse, after they were put out to stud, they would meet each other at the fence because they were in separate fields, and they would race each other up and down the fence.
Your obsession over that horse is it's such a
He's
weird
one of the
thing.
greatest animals in the history of the world, man. You find me a blue whale that can do that.
Well, I do find your point interesting that the times for these horse races have not changed, and yet humans, everything's changing.
Yeah.
The 4-minute mile was broken and getting the marathon. We're getting faster, bigger. Maybe these horses are just lazy.
Well, somebody said there's not exactly a lot of genetic diversity within the horses. I'm like, okay, fine, but don't things evolve?
Maybe they're just lazy. Maybe you're like, nah, I'm good today.
Wouldn't you find wouldn't
Maybe
training get better?
Maybe they're all vaping.
What? Turns into Azalea, the smoking
Hey, here comes the trainer.
chimp?
Put away the vapes. Put away the vapes.
Hey, listen, we've improved our 40 time year over year. You haven't done anything.
That actually pisses me off now that I think about it.
Hey, Nelly, before we're out of here, please just entertain me, please. The fact checker and the other. Yeah. There you go.
A young Princess Leia, when she was wearing that getup and she was choking that big monster from behind. And she was choking that big monster from behind.
That never gets old for me. That never gets old.
Well, you have to have a statute of limitations. You just can't go into the vaults every time.
It sounds like that's what Secretariat did for 20 years after he got done racing.
Oh, man. Oh, they said it was Reaver Ridge. So Secretariat would race Reaver Ridge up and down.
Moj,
I don't care about your history.
You don't think that's cool?
Hang on. I want you to listen to me and listen
My
to me
extended
well.
knowledge on Secretariat's weird?
No. The time that you have spent in this calendar year, 2026, of talking or mentioning Secretariat is done. There is no more until we hit 2027. So you have to go now a good 7 months of not saying Secretariat ever again.
How about if I just shut my hole for a while?
Even if you say Secretary, I think that's pushing it too close.
How about when we get to the Belmont, we play his run in the Belmont from 73?
Nope.
And I won't ask for, tell you what, I won't ask for anything else.
No. It's done. Finished. Not a single. If I hear sec come out of your mouth, I don't care if you say second, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say I want to have
Secretariat?
You know, I can't wait for tomorrow night, obviously. Then we have to wait 4 days. But I'm not used to having this void in early May.
Yeah, shut up. We need a fact checker.
It's weird.
Yeah, shut up. Fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker.
I need to hear about your
presented by
bullies that you have.
Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Speaking of Vic's massive void, earlier today, Brett did not know about the existence of one Richard Button.
Yeah.
And Vic and Moj decided to handle it by saying this.
The legendary
Don't
Dick
you
Button.
bust on Dick.
Are you busting on Dick?
Are you kidding me?
As a youth, I didn't seek out Dick Button.
Dick comes to you.
Dick Button found
television.
me.
I had no idea. I'm so sorry. But again, when I
Your old man knows. Thank God for Troy.
When I saw the picture of Dick Button, and it looked like it was 2 years past color televisions being made. And you guys are yelling at me for not knowing who Dick Button is.
Sad, really. It speaks to your generation. Unwillingness to look in the past. Unwillingness to open a history
Coach,
book.
Do you know who Dick Button is?
Unwillingness. Yeah.
Dick Button,
Yes.
one of my favorite figure skaters of all time.
Boom.
Yes. And a great analyst.
A
better
great,
analyst.
great figure skater
Boom.
analyst.
Yes. And he's your age.
He's Kane's age?
No, you guys are about the same age.
Oh, he's a little older.
He's a little older than me.
Really? Coach looks younger than Kane.
Yep.
Kane's a little worn out.
Yeah.
I think Coach is 55 years old.
No, I'm actually 53.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast. Stay tuned. Morning Sprint next.
A young Princess Leia, when she was wearing that getup and she was choking that big monster from behind.
Back for Faber. Returns it to Hughes. That's broken up. McKinnon has an empty net. You betcha! 9 times! Nathan McKinnon has goals in back-to-back games. It's 9-6 Colorado with 2 to go here in game 1. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Sound the horn! A night to remember. Colorado sets a franchise record with 9 goals scored in a playoff game, and they take a 1-0 series lead over the Minnesota Wild. Final score in downtown Denver, 9-6 Colorado.
You're telling me we had to sit through 7 days of crap against the LA Kings when we could have been watching that absolute lunacy that happened last night at Ball Arena? We had to sit through DJ Smith and the Los Angeles Kings, and we could have had 15 goals scored by 14 different dudes? That was as unhinged of a playoff hockey game as I've ever seen. And the Montreal Canadiens, just minutes before, had 9 shots on goal in a road game 7, and 2 of them were Plinko goals.
0 in a period.
Like,
in a game you won. They had 0 shots on goal in one of the periods of a playoff hockey game.
And that wasn't the craziest game we saw. Like, not even in the conversation for the craziest game that we watched yesterday. 9-6 is the final. The only repeater goal scorer. Cale Makar's 2 third-period goals after he missed basically the entirety of the first period. And the Avs are now out to a 1-0 series lead. And just like in 2022, the first 5 games of the Stanley Cup playoffs, win, 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 win.
I heard you guys post-game show. I heard Springer talking about
we're not doing this.
Okay.
We're not doing this. If you guys listened to Between the Pipes last night, Springer was like, Springer thinks the Avs are going to go like 16-0.
The Stanley Cup sweep.
Yeah,
that's going
to happen.
Lord Stanley is going to get swept by the Colorado Avalanche.
We're speaking in a little bit of hyperbole there, but Spring is very high, as you should be. Like, the Avs are the best team in the world. But Minnesota, I know it's a 9-6 game. They're really good.
They're awesome.
That's a really good hockey team.
They create their chances too. However, they created by just scrambling for loose pucks in front of the net. Some of the goals that they scored, you're like sitting there like, how did that happen?
Oh, the Zuccarello goal to bring it within 1 before Cale scored his second of the period, the 8th of the game.
Zuccarello was the chip, right?
It was the backhand flip from the blue line that hit
just
Zuccarello's
over Wedgie's head.
Yeah, hit like Zuccarello in the shin and then over Wedgwood's shoulder into the back of the net. Bizarre.
Was that pure luck or was
complete
that
luck?
Extreme skill.
It just hit a body.
Gosh, that was crazy. I was in the building last night. I had a chance to take my 9-year-old son, and for those of you that were privileged or blessed or whatever it was enough to be in that building last night, that was a historical night at Ball Arena. It's a game that you'll talk about forever.
The most goals the Avs have ever scored in a playoff game. 15 is the most combined. The last time that we saw that many goals in an Avs postseason performance was Game 1 of the 2022 Western Conference Final when Colorado beat Edmonton 8-6 in the first of a 4-game sweep. Next game was a 4-0 shutout for the Avs.
I was on the RTD line heading home on the E line with my son, and it was just all Avs fans headed back. You want to know what the buzz was around that RTD line? Exhaustion. Nobody was talking because they were so exhausted from the best hockey game that they've watched in their entire lifetime. That was
most entertaining. I don't know if best is the word, but most entertaining.
Like you would think that everybody would be talking about, you couldn't even remember the goals that were scored. Did you hear Jared Bednar talking about it afterwards? Like, he's used to looking at his box score and talking about individual opportunities and chances and scoring. Couldn't even remember it. Like, he couldn't remember, because there is so much volume of it.
Yeah, it's the fugue that you go into after you watch a movie. You walk out of the theater and you go, I can't remember a single detail. I know the overall, the overarching theme of the movie, but if you ask me what happened an hour in, like in this scene, I go, I don't know.
If Game 7 of Montreal, Tampa. That was game 7. I'm
Yep.
right. With 9 total shots for the team that won the game when Montreal. If that were, we'll call it 2010's Big Ten West football, Iowa versus Nebraska at 11 a.m. on a Saturday morning. Gray skies.
Fest.
What we watched at Ball Arena last night was Mike Leach versus Lincoln Riley in his prime at Oklahoma. Like, it was the equivalent in a football sense. That game would have been 67-54. It's the kind of game that you watched last night. It was unreal. Wild.
Yeah, it's the old Big 12 days of the Red River rivalry shootout games where you're going, 54-48's the final. That makes sense.
Texas Tech OU. Yeah, that's it. That was it. It was a lot of fun, man. But yeah, Raj, what happened?
The Avs had like 9 shots and it had to be 5 minutes.
Okay, tell me if I'm wrong here. Watching that game, man, it felt like the ice was just tilted in the direction of Colorado. And it felt like the ice was tilted from a possession standpoint, opportunities, chances, where a lot of the hockey was being played on the Avs ozone side. How did the Avs yield 6 goals other than Minnesota's really good? Like, do you think some of the communication with the D pairings because Cale Makar goes down?
Malinsky goes out.
And then you're already down, obviously, Manson. So it just shifts up some of the D pairings and some of the communication. And that's what I saw, maybe?
I think it's a combination of a bunch of things. I think the Burns and Blankenberg pairing was atrocious in the second period. They were truly bad. But on the opposite side of the equation, the Spurgeon and Middleton pairing was so bad that there was a Jacob Middleton pizza compilation after the second period. He's serving up hot and ready's in the middle of the ice like he's at a Little Caesars. It was so bad that TNT pulled together 5 different turnovers from Jacob Middleton. So like as bad as Burns and Blankenberg were, Middleton and Spurgeon were even worse. And they're missing Jonas Brodin, who is he's their Josh Manson. I suppose like Zach Bogosian could say that, but Bogosian's on the last legs of his NHL career right now. Brodin is a legit defender's defenseman. And they're missing him. We will get into later on in the show. The biggest omission from the playoffs right now is Wild center Joel Eriksson. I cannot overstate that enough. He is, to preface our conversation that's coming, he is a Darrell Revis level set and forget center. You just want to lock someone up for a game? Joel Eriksson, extra guy. He's not playing until at least game 3.
Didn't make the flight.
No, didn't make the flight. Neither did Brodin. For the Avs on a defensive side, I think it was a mixture of a few things. It was a mixture of Cale goes out, doesn't play the first period. Malinsky goes out, gets a puck to the face, misses some time. You're already missing Josh Manson. You've had a few days off, right? So the rust thing. A
little bit.
I thought the first period you were always going to have like a little bit of rust defensively. The other thing for me, man, the differences between those two games, between games 3 and 4 of the LA series and game 1 of this Minnesota series, you weren't used to playing that style of hockey.
Oh, it's so different. There is so much wide open ice, so much high level of skill. And the one thing that's different about that game yesterday, it doesn't feel like every single time either team possesses the puck that they're going to get hit immediately. Like that was what you felt in a Kings series, or the inevitability of the Stars had they found a way to get through the Wild, is that you were going to play that muck it up style that's so hard to be able to find open ice. Boy, there was a lot of open ice yesterday. And I know it was a lot because of the D pairings, the lack of center depth, which you've talked about all season long for Minnesota. Have you not?
Yep. It's the one Achilles heel they have.
And now that you're without Eriksson, and we'll see if he's back for game 3. That's probably the plan. If you didn't bring him on the flight, you're trying to get him all the PT and the rehab that you can possibly get him.
They have those 4 days off in between Tuesday and Saturday.
Because of the, what are they? It's the Women's Professional Hockey League, right?
Well, that was the thought, but then Michael Russo, who works for The Athletic, came out and said that the league and the PWHL had conversations and the PWHL was willing to move. And the league just said, all right, well, it's fine. We'll still play Saturday. So it ends up not being a Minnesota Frost deal. The league is just giving the Wild and the Avs a bunch of days off. I've never seen that much time in between games 2 and 3 in the league.
Advantage whom?
I don't know. I
I think the
say
return
Minnesota.
of Manson makes this team whole. And the deep pairings, I believe, Raj, that you can get back to being the team that during the regular season was at least a top 3 defensive team, if not number 1 by a lot of metrics. When these deep pairings are all jumbled up, we've heard Nathan McKinnon talk about how frustrating it can be when you see all of the variety of deep pairings. And it kind of just messes with your overall chemistry, where people are going to be, where the outlet passes are going to be, where the crosses are going to like. There's so much that changes as a result of having the deep pairings jumbled up the way they were. I actually think that Manson returning, hopefully a healthy Cale Makar, he sure as hell looked healthy in his goals in the it was the third period or this. He had his 2 goals.
Makar had both of his goals in the third. Yeah, he basically didn't play in the first period.
Yeah, it was like the first 3 minutes.
Minute and 17
Okay.
seconds in,
Yep.
I think, is when he got hit. Big hit. He took it. Looks as though it's his left hip that was the issue.
Yep. That dangling skate blade was just terrifying.
Yeah, you get really nervous about that all the time.
Yeah.
You learn to stop flinching every time it happens because it
Skate
happens
blades, man.
so often.
I know. It scares me.
Like, not everyone is Clint Malarchuk. Like, it doesn't always happen that way. You ever seen that video? Buddy, have a YouTube gander here in the break if you have never seen Clint Malarchuk. I actually take that back. You'll never stop wincing when you see skate blades go up towards someone's like jugulars.
One of the other things that I brought up, and you've talked about how talented this rookie netminder is. Jesper Wallstedt gives up 8. Now, there's so much bad that happened in front of him. So much bad. Now, when you give up 8 goals, you're gonna have some blood on your hands. A rookie netminder starting out against the Colorado Avalanche. What do you think Jesper Wallstedt's mindset is right now?
Oh, I think that's the biggest storyline. The biggest storyline for me right now is rookie goaltender giving up 8 after being sensational in the first round against the Dallas Stars. The first 20 minutes of game 2, Jesper Wallstedt's never faced anything like this. If he gives up 2 goals in the first 10 minutes, yoink!
Yeah.
And he knows it. So that pressure is already added onto him. It's not like he's got some no-name behind him. Philip Gustafsson,
real guy.
It's the same exact goaltending situation that Colorado has.
Exactly. On the flip side, I mean, Wedgie saw a few go in too. And he wasn't particularly great.
We will get into the goaltending in just a little bit, but as we do after every single Avalanche game here in the playoffs, your big play replay is coming up next, and I hate to spoil it for you, it's just going to be a bunch of goals. All right, after every single Avalanche playoff game, it's normally our favorite time of the week during Broncos season with the Big Play replay. But as we are on the quest for Lord Stanley's Cup here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on the morning sprint with Raj and Coach Mike Sanford, it's an Avs version of the Big Play replay after every single Stanley Cup playoff game. 15 goals scored last night. I wish I could have other highlights in here that weren't goals, but I feel like that would be disingenuous.
If you're in your car right now, you better make sure that you've buckled up because this is a wild ride.
Yeah, stop by the 7-Eleven, grab yourself a pack of smokes because that's what I felt like I needed after the game.
No doubt, man. Get yourself a chili one, an NA.
All right, starts off early. Sam Malinsky, before he got hit in the mouth with a puck, he opens up the onslaught.
Only his second playoff game as Marty Necas across the blue line. Enters the wild zone, doesn't take the shot. Now it's Malinsky. He scores! Sam, I am. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Malinsky. His first playoff goal makes it 1-0 Avalanche.
Sam Malinsky threw a screen on the far side. There's 3 players in front of Jesper Wallstedt there, including Ryan Hartman, who is that final screen. Wallstedt looking out to his left side, thinks it's the only place that Malinsky can shoot the puck, but he waits just the extra beat. He goes against the grain, catches Wallstedt cheating, and the Avs are up 1-0 with 8 minutes and 48 seconds to go in the first.
Just a great start. And of course, it's Sam Malinsky who's been on he's had a phenomenal postseason thus far. Skating with confidence until he took a puck in the mouth, was it? Or at what point was
puck
that?
in the teeth.
Just bleeding, decided to go back out on the ice with a bunch of, good times. Sam Malinsky was awesome.
Malinsky hits a 4-year, $4.75 million extension starting next year. That is less money than they signed Sam Girard to over 5 seasons ago. The Avs take an early lead, and just about a minute later, the fourth line gets it done.
Middleton gave it right to Drury. Scoops it below the goal line. Right to Middleton. He fanned on it. Now it's Drury from O'Connor. He scores! You're on Drury duty! His third ever playoff goal. And it's 2-0 Avalanche with 7:56 to go in the first.
Jack Drury already with more 5-on-5 goals than the guy he was traded for last year, and that was our buddy Mikko Rantanen, who's no longer playing hockey this season. Drury off of a brutal turnover from Jacob Middleton, now forced by that fourth line in the forecheck. Logan O'Connor like a dog on a bone there.
Don't call it the fourth line. We all know what the line's called. It's the Drury line. He's been fantastic, Raj, and your first 2 goals scored by Sam Malinsky and Jack Drury against the Minnesota Wild. How cool is that, man? I heard I had a chance to grab Connor McGahey just in the elevator in between periods. He said that Tasmanian Devil fourth line, man, it's a blast.
It is fantastic. Drury makes it 2-0 with 7:56 to go in that first period. Really good forechecking from Logan O'Connor, and he throws up the far side right over that extended right blocker side of Jesper Wallstedt. Colorado would not be done there. A minute after that, the power play finally tallies.
Necas long drop pass from McKinnon, moving at the speed of sound through center ice. Save made by Wallstedt, turns it back in front. Lehkonen scores! Nathan McKinnon, an electric factory, and we're up all night to get lucky. It's a power play goal, and it's 3 Cobb, Colorado.
Jared Spurgeon did his very best goaltending impersonation, but straight through the wickets for Arturi Lehkonen. There are moments in a hockey game in which Nathan McKinnon does something that makes your jaw drop, and that was the moment last night.
That was the definition of speed, power, skill, confidence. Back in the day, watching Marshawn Beast Mode Lynch run the football, where he used to say he'd run through another man's face over and over and over. It felt like Nathan McKinnon was skating through the soul of the Minnesota Wild. At that point in time, that building, electric. I thought it was going to be like game, set, match, but yep. Minnesota Wild showed that they have a little skill to boot.
McKinnon burns through his old buddy, Stanley Cup champion here in Denver, Nico Sturm, and then a guy who had a really tough first period, Middleton, yet again. No look pass behind his back after Wallstedt makes the first save. Lehkonen right on the doorstep. It is 3-0 Colorado early on, but Ryan Hartman gets one back.
Here's Quinn Hughes trying to get away from Brock Nelson. Backdoor, they score. Hartman was camped in front. It goes through the legs of Wedgwood, and the Wild have gotten 2 goals back after the Avalanche had a 3-0 lead. This is exactly what you didn't want to have happen.
2 goals in a span of 62 seconds. That was the second of the 2 goals. A beautiful pass right on the doorstep from Quinn Hughes. If there's one thing that you learned, if you have not watched a lot of Quinn Hughes hockey, there are 2 defensemen in the world that can do what Quinn and Cale can do, and it is just Quinn and Cale. They are mesmerizing. Weird goal there where like Brent Burns just gets caught floating to the top of the hash marks. I don't know where he's going there. There are 5 sets of eyes if you freeze this thing right before Quinn Hughes makes the backhand pass to Ryan Hartman in front of the net. 5 sets of eyes in burgundy and blue staring at number 43.
Too much watching, analyzing. It got sloppy in front of it. It felt like the area immediately in front of the crease was an area of concern that I think can be easily tidied up in this series. Because there was floating, there was puck watching, as opposed to getting defenders on human bodies and countering them. You just didn't see it.
5 goals in the span of 5 minutes between those 2 teams. Colorado takes a 3-2 lead going into that second period before Nick Blankenberg, who is in the lineup for the injured Josh Manson, receives a beautiful saucer pass from Valeri Nichushkin to double the lead.
Into the path of Al Nichushkin. Blankenberg trying to develop a 2-on-1. Blankenberg! Yeah! In the nick of time, it's Nick Blankenberg with his first career postseason goal. What a feed! What a snap! It's 4-2 Avalanche.
And what a celebration from Blankenberg.
That was definitely the highlight of his day, because there was some bad stuff on the D zone. But tell you what, that celly... that kind of made Blankenberg's day a little bit of fun, man.
Foligno nearly jams one in right before that rush happened on the wraparound down with Wedgwood, throws his paddle down onto the ice. Makar in a swath of bodies in the Avalanche crease is the guy that gets out with that puck, and he starts with his feet, the breakout, makes that pass over the short side to Nichushkin. Val Nichushkin was as fast as we've seen him in the postseason so far.
Skilled, fast, confident. It felt like 2022 Val, didn't it?
It did. It felt like 2022 Val. Great pass over to Blankenberg. Colorado takes the 4-2 lead.
2 assists on the day for Val.
And we mentioned that Minnesota's got some skill. And I know he's Russian, but there's a lot of Swedish in this finish.
Who would ever make that mistake?
Uh-oh. Tarasenko in all alone. Backhand he scores. What a goal by Tarasenko. This developed out of nowhere, and the Wild come right back. 3 defensive lapses from the Colorado Avalanche and 3 Minnesota goals, as Tarasenko, after being very quiet in the early stages of the Dallas series, has now scored in back-to-back games.
Vladimir Tarasenko, his 52nd career playoff goal, that is 10th most among all active players, and he pulls one out of Peter Forsberg's repertoire.
Tarasenko, was he a Blue?
He was a Blue. He won a cup with the Blues.
His final year, was he dealt? Did the Avs play against Tarasenko in their cup run?
I don't know.
21-22?
I don't remember if he was a Blue in 21-22. He's bounced around a handful of teams at the end of his career.
Yeah, Rangers, Ottawa, Florida, Detroit, and now Minnesota.
You think Tarasenko, you think Blues.
Yep.
It was an amazing goal. There's no 2 ways about it. It's a beautiful play from him. We mentioned that Blankenberg has that awesome 2-on-1. This is the 2-on-1 that comes back. Burns gets toasted around the outside. Blankenberg doesn't have enough to keep up with Tarasenko going to the net, and that lead is immediately cut back in half before Quinn Hughes ties it up.
Underneath the stick of Burns, recovered by Minnesota. Quinn Hughes high in the zone. He steps aside Kadri, lets it go, and he scores. Wedgwood is down on his backside. Not sure what kind of contact was in there. If that is in fact Hughes' goal, that would be his first goal ever versus the Colorado Avalanche.
Wow.
Quinn Hughes, man, I've said the word mesmerizing, and I think I'll probably overuse that during this season. He put Naz Kadri on roller skates. When he saw Kadri's toes pointed toward the benches, he knew he had him. He was toast. It was essentially a wide receiver going, oh, his hips are pointed the wrong way. I get to go to the inside now, and now I've got 7 yards of separation, and I'm going to the house. Kadri, a left-handed player, is coming out, trying to flush him to the middle of the ice, and as soon as Kadri's toes point toward those benches, Hughes hits the brakes, immediately accelerates out of that little hip swivel, and there's nothing that Wedgwood can do with all the bodies in front. A really good screen from Foligno, who is a much larger body than Blankenberg, rather, in front of the net.
Yeah, is that right that was Quinn Hughes' first ever goal against the Colorado Avalanche?
I guess so.
As a guy that played for Vancouver?
I guess so. Vancouver sucks, so.
No, I know, but
makes
like,
sense.
You played a lot of games. You're in the, it's not like you've never seen the Colorado Avalanche if you're Quinn Hughes. He's a different style. Like, he and Cale Makar are both so freaking good in so many different ways. Man, he, as a skater and as a stop-start shifty player and just possessor of the puck, tell me if I'm wrong on this. Makar feels more like power.
100%.
And Quinn feels more like jitterbug, like the ultimate slot receiver. Just making moves, shifty, getting in and out of spot. Stop, start, stop, start. Like, he is an energizer bunny of a hockey player.
I think Quinn can lull you to sleep. He can hold on to that puck. His like Quinn Hughes, there's a meme of him if you just Google Quinn Hughes ghost, where it looks like he's always seen someone die right in front of his eyes. It's just who Quinn is. His panic point doesn't exist. And that is something that is so valuable to defensemen. Cale's got a really great panic point, too, with the puck, where he can just wait for it. He goads you in as close as possible so that he opens up different passing lanes, and he's fast enough to allow his skates to get him out of those positions, too. I completely agree with you that Makar's got a little bit more power than Hughes does. Those are the two best defensemen in the world. Our game is tied at 4. The Avs power play had scored earlier, and the shorthanded goals against. It was an Achilles heel for the Avs all regular season long, and it rears its ugly head yet again.
Makar for Landeskog, down the wall, throws it to the point, McKinnon. Overskated, shorthanded. Foligno. Score.
Everything about that play is just so bad. Everything about it.
Heck yeah, Riker. It was terrible. Couple of drop passes at the top, and this was after 45 seconds of not being able to enter the zone, which is something that we've seen from the Avs power play the entire regular season. McKinnon overskates it on his backhand. Foligno goes down, a kid who played a little bit of his youth hockey here at Littleton Hockey.
You talking about Foligno? You said a kid? Man, he's 38 years old, man.
I didn't say kid, did I?
Yeah.
No, he played some youth hockey as a kid here at Littleton.
I was like, Foligno, he's up there with Bernsey.
He's an older dude. He's another guy, an old guy without a cup. Really good move from him to wait out Wedgwood, tuck it in the short side. But the power play issues and the zone entry issues. Riker goes, there's nothing good about that play. I agree. I don't know why they're so obsessed with the 2 drop passes at the high side of the zone. If they carry the puck into the hash mark and then decide to make those drop passes, the catastrophic turnover isn't catastrophic. You know who's not going to outskate you for 150 feet? Marcus Foligno. He can outskate you for 50. He can outskate you for 75, which is what he did on that breakaway, because the turnover is made on the offensive blue line. If the turnover is made on the hash mark or in the corner, you've got more than enough time to make up for your mistakes. I'm over it, man. Like, you cannot continue to go back to the well. That's now the 14th shorthanded goal they've given up this season. It's too much.
Yeah, it's careless. It felt careless. You saw it, just so much space. And just you mentioned it, like the zone entries you have to be more locked in, more dialed in. It was really I thought that was the only downside of the special teams on the night.
I agree.
Because I thought the power play was good.
Yep.
You essentially scored 1-2 with an asterisk next to it. And your kill was awesome. I loved the kill last night.
Foligno takes a 5-4 lead, but before the third period starts, Devon Taves gets one through. It's not technically a power play goal, but we'll count it.
Near side circle to Chushkin, looking for a tip in front. Finds it underneath. Taves lets it go. Tip. They score! Faber just out of the box, but it's tipped in front of Allsted. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
A little lucky goes off of a Minnesota stick and into the back of the net, but we're tied at 5. It's essentially a power play goal. In the second unit, they let the puck move for them. They stack 2 guys in front of the net.
Remember how you talked about during the break that it felt like the Colorado Avalanche scored a majority of their goals that felt like real-ish NHL goals, where quite a few of the Minnesota Wild goals just felt like not fluky, but just kind of strange.
Yep.
Like puck died right in the middle of right in front of the crease. That was the one goal for the Colorado Avalanche that kind of felt a little bit like some of the goals from the Minnesota Wild.
That was the one bounce you needed. It ties the game up. It's 5-5. Going into the third period, Cale Makar missed the entirety of the first period. He comes back and he scores 2 in the third. Here's his first.
Pace out to the right of Wallstedt. Landeskog will take it. Out there with Natchez and McKinnon. Landeskog wins it for McKinnon. Hands it off Makar. Far circle Makar. He scores! Oh, hail Kale! Goals in 3 straight games for the great number 8. And Colorado has the lead back at 6-5.
That's a set play off the draw. Left-handed shot on the left-handed dot. Gabe Landeskog wins it back. Everyone gets mesmerized by Nathan McKinnon, especially the weak side defending winger, which is Kirill Kaprizov, and all $17 million of him. And he loses the most dangerous guy on the ice. It's Cale Makar.
That was an absolute seed.
Yeah, it was.
That was a piss
What a
missile.
shot, man. That's the difference. That's what he didn't do in the Dallas series. He didn't hit the net. He hit the net in the first game here against Minnesota.
Cale Makar scoring 3 straight games from Connor McGahey and his amazing call. I don't know when you're in the building that there's anything that electrifies the Ball Arena faithful like a Cale Makar missile. He's the beloved son, man. He's the guy that when he scores, when he's Cale Makar of 2022, like there's nothing that can really raise this team quite like he can.
And after a Nazem Kadri breakaway goal, we cap it off with Makar's second of the period to make it 8-6 and put to bed game number 1.
Wards off his man, centers it for Natchez. Stick handles around Hartman. Able to recover, back to the point, Taves. Swings it to his right, Cale Makar. Doesn't take the shot, now he does. He scores! Oh, hail Cale! That's 2 here in the third. And the Avs in a playoff game have put up 8 goals. Number 8 makes it 8-6 Colorado.
Nathan McKinnon would add an empty netter just a couple of minutes after that. A beautiful play facilitation for Marty Natchez, the second goal of the game for Cale Makar as he re-extends the lead to 8-6. Matt Zuccarello had that weird Plinko goal to make it a 1-goal game with 3 minutes and 59 seconds to go. And Colorado takes game 1 by a score of 9-6. That's your Avalanche Big Play replay here on the Morning Sprint. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avs are ahead 1-0 in round number 2, and the only local broadcast of Avalanche hockey can be found right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Connor McGahey and Mark Rycroft on the color call. Local pregame on the radio starts 30 minutes before every single game, and you can tune in for local television coverage on Altitude TV and on Altitude Plus on your mobile device. The whole crew is live an hour before puck drop and then immediately after the game, as well as live from Altitude Social, Altitude TV, Altitude Plus, and Altitude Sports Radio, your home for local playoff coverage. Avs a 9-6 victory last night in a game that I don't think I'll ever see again in my lifetime.
And I don't think that any of us will ever forget, whether you watched it on television, whether you were in the building. Boy, it just is a reminder.
I was having some surf sides at Tony Tenderoni's.
How cool is Tony Tenderoni's?
That place rocks.
I love that place.
There's a pool table. There's bubble hockey there.
Yeah, they have great.
I smoked our program director, Kevin Shockey, in bubble hockey.
I also like to have the Christmas lights up there on the ceiling year round.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
kind of a cool vibe.
You're a vibey fan there?
Yeah.
It's very like Gen Z girl of you.
It is, yeah. It is. Jesus.
Freshman at college, string up the lights.
Oh, my God.
That game last night is just a reminder on a couple fronts of why playoff hockey just rocks. The atmospheres are just second to none. Man, we are so fortunate here in the Mile High City to have a team that has been in so many moments like that over the last 20, how many years now, Raj? 90.
The Avs, 30 years.
30
This is the
years,
30th
man.
season.
I mean, 30 years worth of being able to experience moments like that. The uptick of playoff hockey, like being in the building, the electric atmosphere, it's unrivaled. It really is unrivaled. And then stylistically, when you looked at the Minnesota Wild, we all talked about it. The styles make fights. And we've seen the matchup already of the LA Kings versus the Colorado Avalanche, and it wasn't exactly the sexiest hockey.
But they figured out how to do it.
They solved the Rubik's Cube, which they were going to do. We knew that. They swept them. But it was a little ugly, right? It was tough. It was a little bit more resistance. We've seen, unfortunately, the style of the Dallas Stars against these Colorado Avalanche. Well, we won't know how that would have panned out, and honestly, who cares? Stars can enjoy Cancun.
Yeah, thankfully. Hand to God, I was scared of the Dallas Stars. I did not want to see them.
But
I'm thrilled that you don't have to play that team.
But when you saw the way that this game started, it was so much more wide open than I'm trying to think of the last time the Avs have played a series where stylistically it was almost like a kind of a bit of a Spider-Man meme, the two styles.
It was the Edmonton series. They swept through Edmonton en route to a Western Conference championship. And it was 8-6, 4-0. I want to say the other game was like 5-4 in overtime. And then there was another high-scoring affair 6-5 was the overtime goal in Game 4 because that was Arturi Lehkonen sending the Avs to the Cup final. I can't remember what the score of Game 3 was, but I think there were 6 or 7 goals scored in that one too. That was the last time that the styles were like, oh, you guys just want to play an open run up and down the ice style? You're going to lose. Minnesota has to make an adjustment. I think it has to be so stark to John Hines right now that like if we want to get into a shootout with the Avs, we're not winning the series.
Yeah. And they're going to lose the confidence of their netminder. I got a text last night during the broadcast. Connor McGahey screenshots my tweet. I said, is a 3-0 lead in hockey synonymous with a 19-point lead in basketball?
You sent that last night?
I put it out on the Twitter machine. And
what are you doing?
Connor McGahey
I know better.
C-Mac Murder goes, you can't do this. Like I tell Raj, if you have a thought, keep it to yourself. And I said, reverse jinx. He said, your show, man. Goodness, put the phone down.
I'm rubbing off on you.
Here's what
you've caught my plague.
Here's what I feel though. As much as the game got tight and it was like all of us, our stomachs were in our throats to a certain degree.
Especially when you went down 5-4 on that shorthanded goal.
I talked to Connor after the second period and I just looked at him and was like, dude, advantage Avs. If this is how this series is going to go, you really think Minnesota's going to continually outscore the Avs with this much ice? available for the Avs that have so much skill, and all they're looking for is space to break people down and use some of the fastest skaters. Like, how about Marty Necas yesterday? The skill and the speed.
Nate just looks good.
The backward skating, the dancing, whatever. Like, it is the definition of tic-tac-toe. He's doing the Macarena. He's doing every possible dance that you can do on the ice, and he's just making it look glorious.
Nate just looks good. McKinnon looks fine. And the Avs have won 5 games in 5 opportunities, and we haven't had a game in which you went, oh, Nathan McKinnon just took over. Yeah, that's still coming. At some point down the road, likely in this series, there will be one of those games where Nate just goes, yeah, it's mine, and you can't do anything about it. That hasn't happened yet.
The way that I would define Nathan McKinnon's day is that Nathan McKinnon was brilliant, if not flawed. Right? Because
Sure,
he had some turnovers, some direct mistakes that led to opportunities, if not scoring chances for the Wild.
We mentioned the style of game, right? Wide open. Colorado has now proven that, yeah, they can win the 9-6 game. We knew that. But if you do want to muddy it up and play it slow, didn't the Avs just prove that they can also win a 2-1 hockey game and be perfectly fine doing it? And they didn't feel uncomfortable at any point in that first round series. They trailed for what, 3 minutes and 40 seconds total in that series? They never felt uncomfortable playing a 1-0, 2-1, low-scoring, tight-checking game. They settled in. They went, all right, this is how you want to play. We can win this way as well. Now, if Minnesota tries to do that, they have more offensive punch than LA certainly did.
Sure.
So those breakout opportunities, those odd 2-on-1s or the turnovers below your own hash mark, then, as we saw last night, turn into goals, right? The Marcus Johansson goal, the missed assignment from Burns on Ryan Hartman in front of the net. Those turn into goals against a team like Minnesota. You play Scott Wedgwood tomorrow, right?
Oh, yeah.
You go back to him?
Oh, yeah.
I do too. He played great in the third period.
833 save percentage.
Last night?
I think that's what he ended up.
Yes.
And Jesper Wallstedt was
810.
He did some good things, and I stand by. I think that it was the second goal that the Wild scored, where that was the goal you saw, and you said, "Yeah, Wedgwood's got to be better on the second goal." Like, when you went back and watched 6 goals that were given up, how many of them do you think that could have been a better Scott Wedgwood? He beats those.
Well, the Johansson goal is a weird bouncing puck in front. I think it's kind of that might be the only one, is the Johansson goal.
Was that the second goal?
That's the first one. The second goal is the Ryan Hartman one, where he's standing on the doorstep and Burns is on the high side of the hash mark, and he's like, there's no one around him. I can't do anything about that. The Tarasenko goal is fantastic. The Quinn Hughes goal, there's multiple screens in front, and he just walks all over Naz Kadri. The Foligno goal is a great move, and the Zuccarello goal is a Plinko goal. Backhand flip in from the blue line that hits off of a shin pad and goes over.
Trick shot Monday style. I
think that the Avs, and I've said this before the series, and I said this before even Minnesota beat Dallas. I am convinced that in this series, the team that plays better hockey will win the series. I would not have been convinced that way against Dallas, where you can be the better team on the ice for 50 minutes out of a 60-minute hockey game, and you take 2 penalties and you lose 2-1. The Avs scored more hockey goals last night. They were the better team than Minnesota was. And through one game, we are now 1-0 on the better team won the hockey game. I'm okay with that. I would rather that than go through the tomfoolery that would have happened in a Stars series.
If Minnesota tries to change their stripes and all of a sudden overnight make the drastic adjustment to be very, very center, clog everything up, play that Stars kind of King style that the Avs have had a hard time breaking down. Do you think that that's one of those moments where you almost kind of lose your own team because you say we don't believe in our style?
Yeah, it's not who Minnie is,
and they don't hit everything that skates to the level that the Kings do or the Stars do. I mean, I could be wrong on that, but I don't think that's the adjustment. Is that their only shot?
I don't know if that's the adjustment. I think their only shot is to get Joel Eriksson back. Eriksson and Brodin coming back is for me, I think that's the shot that Minnesota needs in their arm, which is why game 2 is everything for the Avs.
Then bring back Josh Manson. How soon is he going to be ready to come back?
I thought he was pretty close.
Yeah, he was
Game number one.
skating, wasn't he, on open skate yesterday morning?
I think there's a possibility for tomorrow. We'll roll into hour number 2 here on the morning sprint. You guys can lock in your seats right now for every remaining game of the playoffs at coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Tickets are on sale for every possible playoff game. Do not miss what is the NHL's most anticipated series of the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Avalanche and the Wild. Coming up in hour number 2, KJ's NFL notes, also some notes from around the rest of the National Hockey League and the NBA. Game 7s abound, upsets everywhere. That's next. Rolling into hour number 2 of the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. You can watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Subscribe to us on YouTube. Just search at Altitude Sports Radio. Don't miss a thing, including live reaction from all of your favorite players and media availability from guys like Jared Bednar, like last night. Derek McKee is always there in the media scrum, throwing up videos there. So if you guys are itching for any of that post-game commentary, at Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Some news around the NBA. The Dallas Mavericks hire ex-Raptor and Nuggets executive Masai Ujiri to be their new team president, which is now, 6 months after they moved on. Who's the dude that traded Doncic? Nico Harrison? So 6 months after they move on from Nico Harrison, they get a guy who is well respected around the league.
Yeah.
In Masai Ujiri. Are the Nuggets gonna be able to make any moves? What is gonna happen? Are you blowing it up right now? How can you? The finances are nonsense right now at the Nuggets.
You just got to listen for all trade options.
That's what Shams said. Shams came out with a tweet over the weekend, said they will listen to any trade that does not have Nikola Jokic in it.
Raj, what did you make of the news over the weekend that David Adelman is 100% safe here?
I don't agree with it. Especially if there is a head coach out there that could make you more competitive. I know people don't like Steve Kerr here in Denver, but his track record is phenomenal. And
I know that I've said that Dan Hurley is one of the most punchable faces on planet Earth, but it kind of felt like you needed somebody who
a little bit of juice
would spur on some type of hatred in that series against Minnesota.
I suppose I understand the franchise's willingness to go, look at how many games they won in the regular season. The overwhelming data says they were a good team, but they were a good regular season team, right? They could outscore all their problems. And what's becoming abundantly clear in this year's playoffs, not just for the Nuggets, but overall in the NBA, is you can't outscore all of your problems. So, yeah, I disagree with them going, yeah, he's completely safe.
The Boston Celtics, man. You believe what happened to them, too?
Not having Jason Tatum in Game 7 hurt.
Jeez.
And people are saying blow up the Celtics. The Celtics are dead. Not having Jason Tatum was everything.
Kind of it's the tax that you play that you have to end up paying for winning a championship.
Especially in today's NBA.
Yep.
Now, I think the anomalies are the Thunder, right? Because they have so many first-round draft
and they're
picks.
Also
and they're so young. And they're getting younger because of all the first-round draft picks. At some point, don't you, not have the roster space to keep bringing these dudes in? At some point, you're going to stop drafting well. Not everyone turns into Jalen Williams.
I mean, if you would have told me that, gosh, so you got Knicks, Sixers, Pistons, Cavs. Who the hell's coming out of the East? Who's gonna come out of the East?
The NBA wants it to be the Knicks. It is better for the NBA if it's the Knicks than any one of those teams.
Do the Lakers give the Thunder?
Well, what was
series?
I saying prior? And the reason why I was screaming from the heavens, being like, you want the Lakers to win this series and for it to be a long one. Now, it was only 6 games, was because I think the Lakers, if they get healthy, if they've got Reeves and they've got Doncic, they've got a puncher's chance. And if there's anybody, this is a miserable thing for Nuggets fans to have to swallow, especially with not having a dog in the fight anymore. If there's anybody that can turn the whistle against Oklahoma City, it's LeBron James. Imagine having to root for that. Well, now Nuggets fans don't have to. You can hate watch that series.
Dude, I don't think there's any team remaining in the Western Conference that you should be motivated to root for of the 4 remaining teams in the Western Conference. The Spurs are probably the least hateable basketball team right now that remains for the Western Conference. But do you really want the Spurs to go win a championship right now, with as much youth as they have?
It kind of feels inevitable, so I don't care.
I know.
I find myself looking at San Antonio, even though they are a divisional opponent, and going, yeah, I'd like to see them win.
But then don't you
God
think they'll go on?
It's the Timberwolves. Come on.
But don't you think that the Spurs are going to go on another dynastic run like they seem to do every 8 to 12 years.
Yeah, but at this point, why hold it off? Especially with what you and I want to do with the Nuggets, which is kind of find a way to go into Jokic 2.0, which means
you kind of have to.
Which means you're probably going to have a season that you're not competing with the likes of the Thunder and the Spurs.
Are you really ready to take those vitamins, man?
I am. Do you want to be Milwaukee right now? Do you want to be Toronto after their championship? No.
What about Giannis coming over? Is there a world that exists so you could?
I mean, you'd have to move a ridiculous amount of money.
Can you move Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray and Christian Brown for Giannis Antetokounmpo?
I mean, I don't think it's a 1-to-1 trade in terms of teams. You'd have to have a whole bunch of dance partners in there, but sure, throw things at the wall at this point. We thought it was depth. The depth didn't help because, well, the coach didn't play the depth. Also, they got mega injured. Now, Giannis, part of the reason why, yeah, he's upset by playing in Milwaukee right now because they did not move into Giannis 2.0 early enough, but he hasn't been the healthiest lately.
You want to hear wild, I don't know if rumor is the right term, but concept that was brought up to me by somebody here at the station last night at the Avalanche game. What about Ja Morant coming back to the scene of the crime? Well, think about this, Raj. KJ, hear me out, buddy. What do the Nuggets severely lack in back-to-back exits? Athleticism and dog. You imagine bringing him back right in the shadow of Shotgun Willies? And Ja Morant all of a sudden can play some defense, can be the guy that can take the ball to the cup. Like, I'm kind of here for it because you know what Ja Morant will be? Like, a lot of people are going to say, like, terrible, he's a cancer, he's got all kinds of off the basketball court issues.
Maybe he just needs to change his scenery.
Change his scenery and being with Nikola Jokic?
There's no wrong answers here.
I would have to add a stipulation to his contract. You can only stop by Shotgun Willies in the offseason.
I don't even know if that's good.
You just don't allow him to.
Yeah, I think he's just got to call it a career. He's got to hang up his Shotgun Willie's. His dollar bills got to get. He's got to make. Those singles need to be turned into hundreds.
Yeah, we just got to move into the Apple Pay version of Ja Morant's life. We're not holding on to paper money.
Yeah,
anymore.
no paper. Like
it's not as fun throwing iPhones at people.
No paper.
Like when you're in Canada, you throw loonies and toonies.
Probably no self-rolled papers either. Like he's probably in a place where he needs to, from a career standpoint, like you could probably get him on the cheap-ish. Because it's been a disaster for him in the last 3 years. But one of the more talented players. Look at Memphis without Ja Morant versus Memphis with Ja Morant.
I mean, they were was it 2 years ago that they were the number one seed in the Western Conference, like halfway through the regular season? Then Ja got injured and suspended, and then they fell off the face of the planet.
It's only 26 years old.
It's a half-baked idea for me right now. I'd have to really look into whether or not Ja would be a fit here. But again, as I say, after this exit, dude, losing to that Minnesota team that just had more fight, more want to, more athleticism. They were younger, and they did it without their three best players. Well, two of their three best players. I know Julius Randle and Rudy Gobert were healthy and playing in that Game 7. There are, in my eyes, no wrong answers to this offseason. Now, you asked me about the Adelman thing. I disagree with the fact that they're like, oh, he's 100% here. I don't think that means his seat is not molten lava hot. If the team gets off to a crappy start and they look like they don't care.
Yeah, but if we're going Jokic 2.0, Raj, aren't they going to be off to a crappy start? So then you double down with your head coach for at least another calendar year. I mean, if you're going to blow this thing up and you got to take your vitamins.
Well, again, I'm not the general manager. That's what I want to do. I want to do Jokic 2.0. Jokic era 2.0, which means a season is probably going to be lost, and then you have to find a way to get better financially, to get younger, to somehow get draft picks in here. Yeah, in my thought process of Jokic 2.0, the head coach is nowhere near safe. But it doesn't feel like the organization's there yet. Now we're 4 days into the offseason. We've got an entire summer to figure this thing out. They have to find a way to get under the luxury tax because the repeater. They have to find a way to get under the apron, which they are $1 million over apron 2.
Is Peyton Watson going to be a priority in your opinion?
He should be.
Does his health at his age bother you at all?
23 years old?
No, I'm saying like the fact that he missed as much basketball as he did this year when your team needed him, where you sorely lacked that athleticism and length in a series that you needed it. He wasn't available. Like, isn't that data that you have to be able to take into account here?
What's the alternative?
Not signing
He
him?
walks for free?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you're not gonna be able to. I'm really curious what his value is really going to be on the open market.
30.
What's Jamal?
52.
You let Jamal walk, or you trade him, excuse me.
I was going to say, he is here. He's walking nowhere.
You trade Jamal. You trade Aaron Gordon. You are 100% locked into Christian Brown. And obviously you're locked into Nikola Jokic. Is Peyton Watson going to be enough as a scorer?
He showed it when he was healthy this year. He was enough as a scorer.
In January,
he sure was.
But is there enough proof of concept that Peyton Watson, the version that we all watched for 2.5, 3 weeks in January, it's worth risking a massive financial commitment to re-signing Peyton Watson?
You could, and a bunch of people have texted this in recently, you could sign and trade. You could find a way to get some draft assets. You could sign and trade. But you'd be moving on from a piece of athleticism and youth and defending that you don't have and shot blocking that you don't have. But you could go, hey, look, when he was healthy, this 23-year-old was jumping out of the building and has proven that he can actually shoot now. Would you give us something to get cheaper, to get younger, to maybe get a first-round pick in this year's NBA draft? You could possibly do something like that. Sure. You're locked into Christian Brown because of the poison pill right now. You're locked in right now. You could trade him in the future.
What do you mean by
You're not
poison
allowed.
pill?
His contract doesn't allow you to trade him right now because of the contract.
Well, also, who'd absorb that after what the NBA witnessed this season? He wasn't healthy, and he was a timid offensive player. And his ankles, I don't know, like he's got ankle problems.
Brown's poison pill is until July 1st. He is basically untradeable until then.
A lot of questions.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up next. We will talk about what's happening around the gridiron as well as other news from around the NBA and NHL playoffs. Avs win 9-6. Yeah, 9-6 is the final in Game 1, Round 2. Avs over the Wild. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes. We'll sprinkle in some NBA and NHL playoff action as well. KJ, what's first, man?
Well, the Denver Broncos are reporting for off-season programs starting today, and obviously this is just consisting of, conditioning, meetings, weightlifting, all of that kind of stuff. Bo Nix obviously will not do any on-field work, but he will be restricted to conditioning, individual drills, and observing status up until training camp. Obviously, on Friday, he posted a video on his Instagram where he was basically saying, hey, guys, I've already started, so don't even worry about this whole ankle thing.
Do we really think that he posted that and that was like a new video?
Well, do you remember the story from Gronk after he retired? He was like, yeah, I would go out immediately after the season was over when I was in great shape and I could run and I could hit all my cone drills and I was lifting like crazy. And he said he would film like multiple days worth of workouts in different workout gear over the course of like 2 days and then just not work out for the rest of the offseason. And he would send videos of him into Belichick and the Patriots front office going, yeah, I'm hitting all my markers.
So because Bo Nix posted a kind of like a photo dump of recent things, one of those pictures was him running on a grass field with blue skies. We just assumed that was live, like when he released it.
I don't remember Friday being a blue sky day. Wasn't Friday a little overcast and rainy?
It's been kind of overcast recently, generally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Taking a page out of Rob Gronkowski's book?
Ha!
I remember that. I remember laughing so hard at that.
So
Gronk going, yeah, like, dude, I'm not doing this. Like, I'll be fine. I'll be okay.
I'll be
I'm
good.
not sending you updates every other day.
But different than Bo. Gronk was just out there partying his everything
he
face
just
off.
wanted to drink his face off, dude. Bo ain't doing that.
Not at all.
KJ, what's next?
Well, I mean, as we continue to take a look at, obviously, the Broncos offseason program, obviously, Sean Payton is starting 2 weeks later than all of the other NFL teams. He eliminated 3 voluntary mandatory minicamp days and 4 OTA sessions, which the only OTA session that is mandated now is June 16th through the 18th for the Broncos. And they did a lot of this because obviously the Broncos season ran late, so they thought it would be best for the players to just have some extra time and then focus on conditioning to ramp up to some 11-on-11 drills coming up in June. Other stories around the NFL, the Colts declined Anthony Richardson's 27-year, fifth-year option.
Yep, because he's not a good quarterback.
Nope, not at all. They also talked about in Baltimore, Diego Pavia. They said, show us what you can do. And then from there, they'll guarantee more. So I think that's a little interesting story to kind of keep up with. And then the last NFL story to keep up with, Steelers wide receiver DK Metcalf will not be charged for the incident in Detroit in regards to that fan. So
as he shouldn't be. Diego Pavia, is he actually going to be on a roster next year? How long is Diego Pavia's NFL career?
I can't help but laugh every time I see a meme of Diego Pavia working at like Albuquerque-based Chevrolet dealership. I mean, he's an exciting player. He's fun to watch. Gosh, I mean, the Baltimore Ravens, they thought enough of him to like, they gave him a contract. I mean, I know that NFL contracts can be ripped up unbelievably quickly because it's all about being eligible to be on game checks, but I don't know.
Who's the current backup?
Is it not Snoop? Is he gone?
Baltimore. The current backup in Baltimore is Snoop Huntley.
Yeah.
And then Diego Pavia and Joe Fagnano. Who's that? Who's Joe Fagnano?
UConn.
Stop it. There's a Connecticut quarterback?
Yeah, and can you pronounce his name?
Fagnano?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Jeez, you're hitting the hard G there, buddy.
I didn't know how to pronounce
Why are you hitting the hard G, man? I know you're a Syracuse guy and you hate people from UConn, but it's Fagnano.
Fagnano. Sorry.
Stay away from the hard
KJ,
G's,
what's
buddy.
next? Oh, yes!
let's go ahead and head to the NBA because there are a lot of storylines coming out of the NBA. So as we've begun the process. You guys just heard us who have stuck through the break, talking last segment about what the Nuggets need to do. One former Nugget made himself very loud this weekend in regards to Michael Porter Jr., and he took his opportunity to talk about why he should have remained a Denver Nugget.
Can we throw it on or no?
You want to hear it?
Low key.
Oh, so the chat asked, do you think the Nuggets would have won if they had you?
Yes. Shouldn't have traded me, man.
Damn, bro. I didn't mean to bring up a soft subject.
I know, but honestly, I'm living my best life in Brooklyn. Even though we didn't do well this year, I see the future. We're the youngest team in the league. We got a lot of money to spend. I think we go get a really good player in the draft as well. I think we'll be all right.
Sounds like he's not all right in Brooklyn. I mean,
do they win with him? Do they get past Minnesota with him?
The only thing that could have been improved is rebounding because of length.
And
I thought Cam Johnson
3-point shooting, they were god awful shooting the basketball in that series.
Oh, and Michael Porter Jr.'s never gone ice cold in a playoff series.
He has.
I mean, come on, man. Just because he has shot three-pointers effectively at points of his career doesn't mean that he was the model of consistency drilling the three-pointer. I don't know, man.
But like all the depth that you brought in for Michael Porter Jr., you got what? One great Cam Johnson game in Game 7, and it was truly great.
Do you feel like Cam Johnson defended fairly well, generally speaking? Better than Michael Porter Jr.?
Better than MPJ would have defended, yes.
Okay, just honest question. Did you think Jamal Murray defended particularly well in this series against?
No!
Do you think that Nikola Jokic defended particularly well?
No, he did not.
So the term that's been used is that there were actual traffic cones out there defending the Minnesota Timberwolves. And you add another one in Michael Porter Jr., I think you get the same result, pal.
I do think it's probably the same result. The shooting was going to be better. The rebounding would be better. I don't know if you get better from like an athleticism standpoint.
No,
or
guy's got drop foot and a back
on-ball-
injury.
Yeah,
It's had a
on-ball
back
defending.
fusion and drop foot.
But again, all of the depth that you brought in, the Valanciunas, the Bruce Brown, the Tim Hardaway, it didn't really help you in the series. So I can see his argument going, if you didn't trade me, we would have been right back to where we started last year.
Which is not winning in the postseason.
I mean, it's certainly not getting bounced in the first round.
Like, I could do that. I proved that the last 2 years.
He's not going to be wrong. Brooklyn sucks. He had a decent year. I wish the best for Michael Porter Jr. I have no ill feelings toward him. I'm not doing the
big podcast guy.
I'm not doing the Moser thing, like you don't play for the Nuggets anymore. Now you're dead to me. I'm not doing the Tulowitzki.
MPJ loves a pod.
KJ, keep it rolling.
The number 1 seeded Detroit Pistons complete the 3-1 comeback in Game 7 versus the number 8 seeded Orlando Magic. They beat the Magic 116-94 in Game 7. You asked, when was the last time this happened? Well, the last time it happened was in 2003 when the number 8 seeded Orlando Magic lost to the number 1 seeded Detroit Pistons in Game 7. Crazy coincidence. The Orlando Magic have dismissed head coach Jamal Mosley this morning, and in Mosley's tenure, he finished there with 5 seasons, including 3 consecutive playoff runs from 2023 to 2026. He had a first-round elimination for the 3rd straight season, and he also won 2 division titles with obviously 3 consecutive winning seasons, making it to the playoffs. So I wanted to ask you guys, with Detroit playing the Cavs next, who does this make look worse? The Pistons needing a Game 7 to win versus the number 8 seeded Magic, or the Magic for firing a guy who dealt with nothing but injuries his entire tenure as the head coach of the Orlando Magic?
It's a tough look for the Magic because of how successful they've been with him as head coach. Now, 3 straight first-round losses, like we would be screaming our heads off here in Denver, right?
Agreed.
We've been screaming after 1.
There's championship pedigree here, though.
I mean, so the one thing
There's
you
not
can't,
really championship pedigree in Orlando.
Yeah, but the one thing you can't
They've
forget
been to
about
the finals once, twice.
David Adelman has won a playoff series in his NBA career. Has he?
Yeah, and he took OKC to 7 games.
And, you know, we're
Quit making him sympathetic to me. I'm still mad at him right now. I can be sympathetic in a week or two when my anger has subsided. I'm still feuding.
Can you be mad a little bit at Jamal Murray for being on a milk carton in
I am.
game 6? What are we doing?
It's still not a good look. I don't think it's a good look for anyone, man. Like, I have no faith in Detroit getting past Cleveland. I don't. No faith. Do you?
No.
I have no faith in a representative from the Eastern Conference putting forth a competitive series against either OKC or San Antonio.
So, Coach, can I piggyback off of that? Because I have no faith in the Cavs, but I also have no faith in Detroit. The Cavs have a superstar who's never been to the Eastern or Western Conference Finals, despite being in the playoffs every season he's been in the league except for one, and that's Donovan Mitchell.
There's going to be a 5-game series in the final this year, whether it's San Antonio or Oklahoma City going up against Detroit, Cleveland, the Knicks.
If it's OKC and they're healthy, it might be a sweeper.
Last time we had a sweep was Golden State over Cleveland.
Not good for the NBA.
And then before that, the Spurs swept the Cavaliers in 2007 as well. We're on a collision course for a bloodbath in the NBA Finals. KJ, keep it rolling.
Pretty damn cool.
Well, speaking of blowing a 3-1 lead, the number 2 seeded Boston Celtics did just that on Saturday. The 76ers won Game 7 in Boston, 109-100, as the Celtics found out hours before the game they would be without star forward Jason Tatum. Here's Jaylen Brown complaining about Joel Embiid flopping post-game and on his Twitch stream as the weekend went along.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. Embiid put a lot of pressure on us, like on all our bigs and our guards. Like, you know, we didn't really have an answer for him. We tried a bunch of different things, and he just, you know, he's a big body. And he just, you know, he also was flopping around. He got some extra calls and stuff like that, you know, and they rewarded him for that. But, you know, that's the league that we're in. So, you know, I mean, that's all I got to say.
2 seconds later.
This is my personal opinion on basketball. Some of y'all might disagree. You know what I mean? But argue with your grandma. Flopping has ruined our game. Joel Embiid is a great player, one of the best bigs in basketball history. Flops. He know it. This ain't breaking news. This ain't, you know what I mean? It is what it is. Y'all can clip it up. Like I said, y'all can post it on these paid accounts that y'all, these bot, whatever.
Embiid went to the line 11 times in that game. That was 3 more than any Boston Celtic did. They had 23 free throws, 16 for the Celtics in that Game 7.
What a fall from grace from both the Boston Celtics.
Oh, I apologize. 5 more, by the way.
Both the Boston Celtics and the Denver Nuggets. In what felt like was going to be, like, if you looked at the end of 22, end of 23, end of 24, you would have thought that those two franchises would be at the table every year.
And they've only got 1 each.
Yep.
I feel cheated that we haven't seen an NBA Finals between the Nuggets and the Celtics in their current form.
You can't get out of the first round.
No, I don't think we're going to see it. Like, I could have guaranteed it 3 years ago. Like, oh, yeah. Nuggets go all the way there. Celtics get beat in the postseason.
Even this year, right?
The year after the Celtics win, they go, well, yeah, the only team that was going to even sniff us was Denver that year. So I was waiting for it to happen and naturally materialize. It's not going to happen.
The only team before the playoffs started that appeared to be a threat for a Western Conference team in the finals was Boston. And yet they can't get out of the first round, just like the Denver Nuggets can't either.
KJ, one more. Oh, thank you. Well, NHL and T-on-T action.
Yeah, you know how that goes.
TNT.
Rod.
T-on-T. That was your French Canadian.
On T-on-T. Yeah,
hey, you want to watch T-on-T?
From the NHL, from the NBA to the NHL, I'm sorry. Another Game 7 that took the weekend over. Montreal, they came back and won against Tampa Bay and won in Game 7, 2-1. On 9 shots on goal. According to ESPN research, Montreal's shot total was the second lowest in a playoff game since shots on goal were first officially tracked during the 59-60 season, and the lowest in that time span for a winning team. The Maple Leafs posted a 6 in 2000 against the New Jersey Devils, but the Maple Leafs obviously did not win because obviously New Jersey went on to win the Stanley Cup that season. This leaves Montreal to face I'm talking about scorching hot Buffalo Sabres coming up on Wednesday for their Game 1. Is this the end of the Tampa Bay Lightning championship window?
I think it is, man. I think it is. I think we have seen the titles for the Tampa Bay Lightning come and go, and it will be something that you look back and you remember how dominant they were, how great Kucherov and Gensel and Hedman and McDonough and Point and all of these guys were. They are at the end of their rope, unfortunately, man. I think they had a really good chance if they got hot and got through Montreal this year that they could have gone on one more run, but the way that the East is looking right now with how young and how all of these teams are either on schedule or slightly ahead of schedule, I think Tampa's toast now. I think they're going to be a good team. I don't think they can win anymore.
Is this Carolina's year to get there?
Yep.
It
And if
feels like it,
Carolina
right?
doesn't do it, their window is closed for me as well.
Who's the little the newly appointed centerman? He's like a five.
For whom?
Carolina.
Logan Stankoven.
Yeah.
He came
Logan.
over in the Mikko Rantanen
He's
trade.
never been a center, right? He's a guy,
he was a traditional wing.
traditional winger. He's like, is he 2C right now and kind of balling?
Balling right now for Carolina. Yeah, what a game that was between Montreal and Tampa Bay. Alex Newhook on a shot that misses the net, hits the glass behind Vasilevsky, takes a weird, wild whack at it on his backhand. It's off Vazzy's foot. Vazzy's butt goes into the back of the net, and Montreal on the road wins Game 7. I can't tell you how interested I am, obviously, in the Avalanche and Wild series. I am so invested in Buffalo and Montreal.
I think Buffalo can beat them.
They certainly can. The other two series, like the two games that are happening tonight, I cannot tell you how polar opposite I am, man. I have no desire to watch those series. That is KJ's NFL, NBA, and NHL notes today.
Sports notes.
His sports notes. 303-504.
A new riveting segment called KJ's Sports Notes.
That's where you guys can reach us. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. We have not gotten into it quite yet. The biggest absence in the NHL right now is the main reason why the Avs are up 1-0 on the Minnesota Wild. I'll tell you who that is and why it is imperative that the Avs go into Minnesota in Game 3 on Saturday, up 2-0. Avs with a 9-6 win. An unreal game last night against the Minnesota Wild. They take a 1-0 lead in round 2. They have won all 5 games that they've played so far in the Stanley Cup playoffs this year. The same amount of games they won in 2022, en route to a 16-4 record when they won the Cup. They obviously swept the first round there. They had a 6-game series in round 2. They swept the Western Conference Final. And then another 6-game series in the Stanley Cup Final against the Tampa Bay Lightning, who we just spoke about. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. One thing that I don't think was talked about nearly enough going into yesterday's game was the absence of Wild center Joel Eriksson Ek. And he is not really a household name outside of the state of Minnesota, but a player who at 5-on-5 is so special. Not because he's a 40-goal scorer or a 100-point dude if he's completely healthy, but because of what he does at shutting down players at 5-on-5. He is, and I said this to begin the show, a Darrell Revis level set and forget handcuff, where we remember back to the Jets days of Revis Island, where you could have a number 1 wide receiver and you put Revis on him and it goes, I don't have to worry about that matchup the whole day. Now, the number 2 or the number 3 or the number 4 wide receiver might burn me because now he's going head up on my lesser players. But I know that the number 1 wideout for my opponent will not have 120 yards on 7 catches and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, but I agree with the statement. With the team that has major questions and frankly problems with their center depth, yeah, it does compound your problems if you're Minnesota. But the Avs were scoring up and down their lines. Joel Eriksson Ek can't be out on the ice.
Oh, no, he can't.
I mean, it does improve. So what do you think when he is back, assuming
it
that
might be game 3?
If he's back game 3, what line does he skate on?
He's on the top line. He goes out there anytime Nathan MacKinnon's on the ice.
Okay. And
that's what John Hines will do. He will look at Nathan MacKinnon and he'll put Eriksson Ek on it. And when he played, I think 5 games of the first round against Dallas, and at 5-on-5, they outscored Dallas 4-0 at 5-on-5. And he was going up against the Rantanen, the Duchesnes of the world on Dallas. He would go up against MacKinnon. It's the reason why you have to be up 2-0.
Who was 1C yesterday for Minnesota?
Ryan Hartman.
Yeah.
Ryan Hartman's a really good third center.
Right.
He's like an elite fourth center. He ain't a number 1, man. I like the dog in him. He's a you-know-what to play against. Always in the net front. Always mixing things up in the scrum. But he was their top center last night. It's a losing concoction for the Wild right now.
But don't you think that, even the injuries that occurred yesterday that didn't lead to, I don't think, any significant missed ice time for the series for either Cale Makar or Sam Olinsky, but then also Josh Manson being out, don't you think that, getting Josh Manson back in and getting the D pairings to be back where they were, don't you think that has as much impact as Joel Eriksson Ek coming back as the 1C?
I mean, Minnesota's also missing probably their best defensive defenseman in Jonas Brodin, and he's out at least the first 2 games. He might be available and healthy for game 3. So I think Manson and Brodin wash each other out. I do. Because then you saw last night they had to play Jacob Middleton and Jared Spurgeon together constantly. It was a really bad pairing.
You think the series is going 7, don't you?
I have a lot of respect for who the Minnesota Wild are. I have a lot of respect for what that team can be. Now, those 2 injuries, I don't think they can overcome. If they miss more than 2 games, I don't think they can overcome it. Not with how relatively healthy the Avs are and how deep the Avs are in the middle of the ice. I don't think they can. But if those 2 players come back and it's 1-1 going into game 3, then yeah, I think it's a 6 or a 7 game series. If it's 2-0 and Eriksson Ek is not looking like he's playing in game 3 and Brodin looks like he might not be ready for game 3 and Manson comes back, then I think it could be a quick one.
Oh, I think tomorrow is a must-win for Colorado.
You have to be up 2-0.
Because if you get those two players back and you're on home ice, and the Wild just haven't hosted those types of huge playoff moments in quite some time. It's going to be an electric atmosphere. And if we've learned something about the state of Minnesota, they love hosting playoff games against teams from Colorado.
And you've talked about, the rookie goaltending thing with Wallstedt. And I said for Minnesota during the season, I went, they are a legit threat to win a cup if Wallstedt's their starting goaltender. And John Hines played with him the entire season and finally went to the rookie, and he looked like a rookie goaltender that could win a cup against Dallas. Now, last night, he certainly did not. But if Colorado wins game 2, even if it's a 2-1 game or 3-1 with an empty netter, are you really going back to the kid down 2-0 at home? Or are you going back to the veteran Philip Gustafsson, who was really good for you this year? I think that's the reason why. It's you can knock Minnesota's best goalie out of the series simply by winning the game tomorrow night. And I think by any score, you don't have to put up 9 against him. I think you could score 2 or 3, and John Hines would go, we got to change something up.
With the very similarities of the goaltending situations in both Minnesota with Gustafsson as a very game number 2, and then of course here in Colorado with Blackwood being a really game number 2 also. Would you agree that the result last night drastically increased the odds that you're going to see another netminder between the pipes for either one or both of these teams at some point?
I think you're guaranteed to see a third goalie in the series. I won't say fourth, but you're guaranteed to see a third goalie. Wedgwood was awesome in the third period.
He was.
So in the Avs locker room, you can look back and you can go, all right, there's a few saves in there that Wedgie needed to have. But the third period, he stepped up and he was big time. He made some awesome saves. He had some help from Cale Makar, that little doorstep stop on Ryan Hartman. But Wedgie was really good in the third. So Bednar can go, all right, you had 2 bad periods, but when we needed you, you looked like who you were the entire season. If the Avs win game 2, Wedgwood starts game 3. If they lose game 2 because Wedgwood is not good, I could see them going to Blackwood in game 3. But I do think you're guaranteed there will be a third goaltender starting for me in game 3.
I had a really cool moment yesterday. So I entered with my badge, my KSE badge through the media entrance. And there was a group of 4 or 5 Minnesota Wild players in their sweats, just being goofballs out in kind of that
playing sewer ball.
Yes,
with the soccer ball.
They're playing with soccer ball, and it was Matthew Boldy, it was Jesper Wallstedt, and it was Gustafsson.
I don't miss playing hockey. I miss playing sewer ball.
And those guys were having the time of their lives. And they were I was walking through them, and I'm like, sorry guys, I'm in the way. Oh no, you're good. That's a good group of kids. You could tell this is going to be a series of dudes that really enjoy playing hockey at a high level on both sides. There's a youthful naivete, I think, to some of the Minnesota Wild squad.
Well, I mean, their core is Team USA. Right? Bill Guerin is their GM. He was the GM of Team USA. Matt Boldy, American. Quinn Hughes, American. Brock Faber, American. And they're all young dudes who grew up playing with each other in the
Minnesota.
National Development Program, right? They are a young, plucky team that's going to be around for a while. I don't know if Hughes is going to sign his extension, but it feels like he fits there.
He does.
It's going to be a good series. I think it's going to be a long one, man. And maybe I'm giving Minnesota too much credit and giving them too much grace and too much respect here, but I think they're a really good hockey team.
Will we see any normal score lines in this series?
Yes. Game 2 will be a normal score.
2-1?
No, 3-2. 3-2. 4-2 with an empty netter.
3-2, 4-2, though. That's even playoff standards, fairly high scoring.
I mean, your over-unders are 5.5, 6.5.
Did you watch the Montreal game?
Yeah, 2-1. Oh, it's going to do it for us. Avs, 9-6. I don't know if it was a good game. It was exciting.
It was something.
That's Coach. I'm Raj. KJ's behind the glass today. PhD's coming up next. Don't miss them. More reaction to the Avalanche and live reaction as they're back on the ice 5 minutes from right now at Family Sports Center. I'm sure they'll get some updates from Moj and Connor out there. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. Love you. See ya. Bye.
Marty Natchez across the blue line, enters the wild zone, doesn't take the shot. Now it's Malinsky. He scores! Sam, I am.
How do you explain what just happened?
I cannot. Yeah, I mean, if you scripted that one, then I don't know how you do. Yeah, I can't explain it.
Now it's Drury from O'Connor. He scores! You're on Drury duty! Natchez, long drop pass from McKinnon, moving at the speed of sound through center ice. Save made by Volta, turns it back in front. Lekkinen scores! Nathan McKinnon, an electric factory! And we're up all night to get lucky! Blankenberg trying to develop a 2-on-1. Blankenberg! Yeah! In the nick of time, it's Nick Blankenberg! Lines underneath, Taves lets it go, tip, they score! Faber just out of the box, but it's tipped in front of Allsted. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game. Out there with Natchez and McKinnon. Landeskog wins it for McKinnon. Hands it off McCarr. Far circle McCarr. He scores! Oh, hail Kale! Colton taps it ahead. Kadri. Breakaway for Nazem Kadri. Kadri a wrist shot. He scores! The Kadri man can! Able to recover, back to the point, Taves, swings it to his right, Cale Makar, doesn't take the shot, now he does. He scores! Oh, hail Cale! That's two here in the third. And the Avs, in a playoff game, have put up 8 goals. Number 8 makes it 8-6 Colorado. Still with it, back for Faber. Returns it to Hughes. That's broken up. McKinnon has an empty net. You betcha! 9 times. Nathan McKinnon has goals in back-to-back games. It's 9-6 Colorado with 2 to go here in game 1.
May the 4th be with you. What up, nerds? We're tipping our caps to you, nerds. My phone's going off. And my kid's calling. Like, really, seriously.
That's your phone sound? A cricket?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. It's great that my family doesn't know what the hell I do for a living. Hey, watch that. Hey, I'm on the air. I'll call you later. Bye. It's calling me to probably find out how the Avs did. The young one doesn't really follow sports that great. See you. See you, education.
Smart one's up there, buddy.
Sort of. Continuing that education this summer, by the way.
Yeah?
Because, we haven't quite got things done, so this summer will be...
Yeah, I'll get a text. Hey, Dad, I'm in the joint. I need somebody to come bail me
Well,
out.
if he's in the joint up at CU at 12:05...
Just wake it up. Drunk take takes a while.
I mean, joint might be part of the sentence. The Avalanche win, and that was awesome. You know, it's so unique. However, they did beat the Oilers 8-6 in Game 1 in 2022. They already did this, kind of. They didn't get the empty netter like they did last night, but they got damn close, and they won that series 4-0. And Minnesota's in trouble, man, because one of their better players, Eriksson Ek, he's out for this game, Joel Eriksson Ek. And then Jonas Brodin, both from Sweden, they're both out. They're missing. They're 2 of their top players. Avalanche are missing Josh Manson, and you saw a little bit defensively how wacky things got. But at the end of the day, like the Kings, if the Kings couldn't beat the Avs playing the way they did, how the hell are the Wild supposed to beat the Avs when they score 6 goals in Colorado and still lose?
It's wild. And you know what's funny? Like, you beat the Kings the way that you needed to beat the Kings. That was their style of play, and I guess you're going to win in any style. I'm not quite sure what the Avalanche style is other than being a chameleon and being able to win any hockey game they got to do.
That's it.
But my Lord, boys, was that not the most fun hockey game you've ever watched in your life? That was unbelievable. I had the time of my life watching that.
2 things before I get to that. One, tidal wave rider.
What's that?
The Wave Rider.
Having fun watching the game.
You talking about me while I'm sitting right here?
Give me a Wave Rider.
Wave Rider on
See if
what?
you've heard this. Oh, this is it, man. If Minnesota can't win after game one, they ain't got a shot at it. Now they've lost two of their best players.
It was kind of like
I'm right here.
It's kind of like his tweet he put out last night, too.
See, that's what I'm saying.
What did the tweet say?
I mean, he jinxed the Nuggets already. Now he's working on the Avalanche.
What did the tweet say?
I don't remember. I just remember.
Now. You don't need to cheer for bad things.
If I'm to be honest, I didn't even see the tweet. I was just getting tweeted from other people about your tweet.
I said 3-0. It looks like this one is, well, we'll see. It was ahead. I pulled back on the jinx tweet. I got close to it because it's 3-0.
Yeah, we call that Marlowe. You Marlowe'd him.
I Marlowe'd him. I'm out in Avs Alley with Cat Cave because Cat Cave wanted to go to Avs. Avs Alley, by the way, is pretty sweet.
Too
I
bad.
got to admit.
Wouldn't a day game be just awesome out there?
Well,
be like it's your favorite beer garden watching the biggest screen TV. I mean,
that's
that
what
TV
it was
out
last
there,
night.
That TV out there is bigger than one you got in your living room.
It was slightly by about 2 inches. No, they have done it. Hey, listen, there's no cost. There's all sorts of fun little things that are going on out there.
Place to sit and watch.
If you've got not to do an ad for anybody, but if you got anything that says KeyBank on it, you can get into the VIP area. That's it. Like, we have an expired debit card from, I don't know, who knows. They're like, how about this? They're like, come on in. It doesn't really get you anything. You can sit down.
Then you can sit down and buy something.
Yeah, I mean, now you can sit down when you buy something. But the Avs Alley was great. And so I'm out there for the first period, and I'm like, 3-0. I mean, my God. I'm like, I don't know if I even need to go into this game. And then it got 3-2, and I was like, oh, okay, now I need to go into the game.
So you just let Cat Cave outside?
Yeah, but trust me, she made friends in like 5 seconds. And I saw her on TV like 1,000 times because they kept cutting away to the crowd outside. What they've set up with Avs Alley is awesome.
Yeah.
It is awesome. And you can drink if you like drinking. If you care to partake, you can partake out there. And they got food trucks there with cool food. They got little games and contests. They do a great job hosting things. No, it's really, really cool.
And a massive TV.
It's a movie screen. It's huge. And the sound system is unbelievable.
What would Avs Alley look like Tuesday in the snowstorm?
Well, that's a good question. I was talking to my wife, Cat Cave, about that. Like, you could go and be like one of them hardy people, like Broncos people that go in the hunting gear and stuff. I mean, you could do it.
Like, what are we signing up for, by the way? Like, all of a sudden, I got an email this morning on an event on Wednesday. It already got canceled. I'm like, it's supposed to be that bad?
You got a what on Wednesday?
I got an event on Wednesday that it already got canceled.
It's supposed to be 6 to 8 inches in the mountains.
What about here?
Oh, I think it's supposed to be a little bit more in the mountains.
6 ounces in the Denver. Excuse me, in the Denver metro area, it's supposed to get 6
I think
inches.
it's about 2 feet in the mountains.
Well, it has to be. That's good.
You can feel it coming on just this afternoon.
Well, it started raining when you're driving in here today.
Okay. I'll have a crappy ride home, but whatever. No big deal. So, Tuesday's going to be something.
So yeah, that was one of the – there's so many negative things from a stylistic play. And you mentioned defense a while ago. Couple just dumb turnovers, another shorthanded goal when a puck hops over McKinnon's stick at the blue line.
Oh, on the 2-on-0 short
I mean, that just kills you. But then there was some great stuff. I mean, I thought that third period, when you came in there 5-5, which, by the way, the records is being set. 4 different defensemen all scored in that game, which has never happened.
That's a good one.
At 5-5, that's 10 goals scored by 10 different people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty amazing,
well, also,
too.
It was the third highest scoring playoff game ever.
Well, so
15 goals, 14 by different people. Only Cale Makar had 2 goals. Let me give you another couple numbers. The Avs are now 3-147 when allowing 6 or more goals. That was their third win.
Right.
My favorite one, it's the first time in NHL history a team's been down or up 3 goals, lost the lead,
5-4,
and came back to win by 3 goals. First time in NHL history.
Wow.
It's so funny because I'm having the time of my life watching that thing. Like, sincerely, that was the most fun hockey game I've ever watched.
You got offense and offense.
And if you're Bednar, you're about to rip that luscious flow right off your head because there's so many things got to be driving you nuts about it.
I don't know if you guys got to hear what, like, in between periods, second and third period, they got one of the coaches. You remember what the coach's name with TNT that was doing the thing? He goes, both these coaches are just beside themselves. They can't believe it. Both of them are making mistakes. But here's why I say in the third period, the Avalanche, if you start noticing, and Kel McCarr's ripper from near the blue line, goalie couldn't see it. And what's the old say? If you can't see it, you can't stop it. And they started putting bodies in front of their goalie, and all of a sudden it became snipe hunt.
You realize Kadri, Jack Drury, and Cale Twice all scored from the same spot. Kadri, I think, unintentionally let a certain cat out of the bag and said after scouting Wallstat, they saw some weaknesses, they saw some spots. And Bednar was asked about it, and he kind of, I don't know what you're talking about. I think they found something. They found a spot with this young goaltender.
High right.
And they went to it. Well, it's the goalie's left. They're on the right.
Yeah, his left.
It's his left. Yeah. So his
glove hand.
His glove hand, yeah. Yep.
Right
and
by the year.
4 different goals scored almost virtually in the same spot.
Yeah.
That, my friends, is scouting. That is the Avs knowing a little something, something. And when they have an opportunity, picking that spot. That's them being ready for the game. So that was kind of cool. And it was funny talking to both coaches. Like, Hines wasn't bothered at all by that game, their head coach. He wasn't freaking out at all. He's like, yeah, these things. He said they're easy to clean up, the things they were making mistakes on. And so did Bednar. And Hines was more just like, listen, man, we had nothing to lose really in this game. We just came off this big series against Dallas. Nobody was expecting anything out of us. The fact that we were competing was pretty good, period. We'll be fine. And so I was like, oh, all right. Okay, dude. But they have a great team. There's no doubt they have a great team.
Yeah. Quinn Hughes, I kind of like.
He's fantastic.
Oh, it's just fun. I mean,
like
you're
him.
watching some special players on that ice.
Yeah.
15 Olympians.
Does Quinn Hughes was his brother Jack? Is it Jack Hughes?
Yeah, he's the one that scored the big
both
goal
on the Olympic team.
Yes,
right?
the brothers.
Their other brother Luke plays for New Jersey too.
Yeah, and then you got the Flying Foligno brothers that play on the fourth line.
Well,
they're like the Hanson brothers.
Let me tell you this though, Quinn Hughes can play.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, he's phenomenal.
Yeah, he's right up there with Cale McCarr.
He's phenomenal.
Cale gets flattened on the boards, does the splits along the glass, goes out. How much were you guys freaking out when that happened?
Well, he missed basically the entirety of the first, right?
Yeah.
So it was not feeling good.
Well, and if you remember, was it last year that Dallas series? Was it Dallas or was it the year before against the Kraken where he took that nasty shot and he was never the same the rest of the series?
Mm-hmm.
But then to come back in the third period with a couple of goals or 2 goals in the game anyway. And I'm going to tell you what, McKinnon has got 3 goals in the playoffs and 2 of them are empty netters.
Mr. Empty Net.
But that pass to start the scoring
Hold
off
on, was
to
that empty
Lehkonen-
netter not just a little bit impressive, though? I mean,
Well, I can't watch it too.
when he shot that thing, at first I was like, all right, I'm just impressed that he made it. That was a long ways. Then they replayed it, and it's like right down the pipe.
Yeah, but
I'm like, come on, that's an impressive shot right there.
When they did the camera from behind the net on that, you can see his eyes. His eyes looks up for just a second, and then back down to the puck. And I'm like, you keep your eye on the ball when you're talking about soccer or baseball or anything else. And he did this about a half second, checked his shoulders, boom.
That wasn't his most impressive play, though.
But his pass to Lehkonen to start scoring.
You realize what happened there.
That was stupid good.
He passed it to himself off the pads of Wallstedt.
Yeah, and went back around.
Went back to get it and then dished it to Lehkonen.
Which I didn't.
Are you kidding me?
I couldn't believe that he could even see Lehkonen coming.
He wasn't. Yeah, these guys get used to,
Well,
where people are supposed to be, that sort of thing. But
that
he literally, that was not a shot on net. That was a pass to himself off Wallstedt's pads to get behind the goal a little bit, and then it's like driving the hoop and kicking it to a guy for a 3.
Yeah.
And I think Lehkonen might have gone through that dude's legs or something. It was like right through the guy.
Yeah, through the defenders. I think
my God.
five-hold the defenders.
So that's 3-0, and I think the game's over. So I get out of the Twitter machine, and I thank God I hesitated. I didn't go all. I only went Marlowe. I didn't go all the way.
Yeah, you were 10 toes surfing though.
Then they come back 3-2, and I'm like, all right, Cat Cave, I can't stay out here. If it was 5-0, I might have stayed out there the whole game, to be quite honest with you. Because, A lot of times those 5-0 games, they just, they settle in 5-2. It's kind of boring.
Yeah,
it's
5-2,
whatever.
6-1.
No, 3-2. I'm like, okay, I'm stop. Have fun. We'll see after the game. And then it was more insane. Inside, it was more insane. 4-2, and then a nightmare. 4-3, 4-4, then they're leading 5-4. I mean, you couldn't believe that they were leading this game.
At that point,
you could not believe it.
And there was like less than 2 minutes to go in the second period at 5-4, I think. And then you're like, oh, did they lose this game?
But they tied it up. They didn't. They scored one power play goal, and then I'm going to call it like power play adjacent. Like the power play had ended, but like 2 seconds, like their guy in the box couldn't get back into the play. There wasn't time. So technically it doesn't count as a power play goal. I'm rolling my eyes. But it was scored 5-on-4. They took advantage of the situation. And our guy...
The penalty kills were great, too, by the way.
Except for the shorthanded goal.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a penalty kill. That's a power play. McKinnon just let the puck go past him and just stared at it, kind of. I mean,
he did just kind of... Like, he thought somebody was behind him.
He took like 2 or 3 steps, and then he just like, oh, okay. But that's Foligno who scored that, who hasn't scored in like 50 games. He hasn't scored in forever. He's not Logan O'Connor. He's a Foligno. And he scores. Jack Drury scores. Blankenberg scores. Nobody even knows. I'm listening to the morning show. Vic's like, who's this guy? He played in 2 playoff games already for Josh Manson, and people still don't know who he is.
He was the little defenseman they got back in one of the trades.
He is tiny. Listen, man, I am not trying to prop myself up here, okay? I wouldn't tell you this unless it was true. Why would I? I don't need to brag on this. I'm taller than Blankenberg. It's crazy. I'm standing next to him in the locker room yesterday morning. I'm like, I cannot believe. Like, Sam Girard barely had me. I'm taller than that dude, Blankenberg. And he's a defenseman? Okay. Cool.
You better get another Manson type here soon.
Well, no.
Off season.
Well, Manson's an interesting guy, by the way. Like, I'm out at the practice on Saturday. He's a full go. We watched the whole practice out at Family Sports, where they are right now, by the way. And I think they're practicing Family Sports because the the Wild have to have some play. So I'm assuming the Wild are just practicing a ball arena, which makes way more sense. I was told, too, all the guys kind of live out in this area anyways. Like, going to Family Sports, even though it's closer, it's better. All their stuff's there. So they don't really care. But they're practicing right now, so hopefully we'll get a report as to what's going on here in a little bit.
Real fast sidebar.
Yeah.
So, what's our CSU guy the Nuggets got late in the year?
David Roddy.
David. So I'm walking out to where we park, the media parking lot. I'm walking out.
Mm-hmm.
He's walking in front of me. I'm like, oh, what's he doing here? There's one of those pay scooters that's in that parking lot. and he gets there. He's very hop on it. I said, David, you scooter where? He goes, and there's, if you can see from that parking lot, there's a tall high rise. He goes,
yeah.
Yeah, I just live right there. So he was scootering to the games at Ball Arena.
That is fantastic.
And I was like, you sure you didn't go to Boulder instead of CSU?
Well, they were making a big deal about Spencer Jones still not having a car and needing rides.
Spencer has one.
Oh, he does?
No, he didn't. I take that back. He was borrowing Deron Holmes' car when Deron was in the G League. You might be right.
Well, he might get good use out of that car. Meanwhile, you said if it's...
Why does he not have a car?
He lives downtown, and just everything's downtown.
Why does he not have a car?
He lives downtown?
Because he's an economics major at Stanford.
I have no idea.
And he was only making $600,000.
I think the economics major says he can afford a car.
If he probably can. I have no idea. It's a good question. He doesn't need one, I guess. He lives downtown. He lives in that area there. A couple guys that have, kind of lived in that area. They walk to the games or take a
Clay
line.
Thompson used to bike to the games in San Francisco.
Aaron Gordon just walked down the street. He looked like he was having a good time back in the day when he could walk.
That was fun.
Meanwhile, you said if Adelman made it to today, he'd be okay. Here it is.
And?
I guess he's okay. We'll dig into that, reflect on an amazing game by the Avs, get an update from their practice. What is the latest and greatest? You got it right here on PhD. Hey, it's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. They're turning up the heat. They've introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets. It's available across the NBA, MLB, and the NHL. Here's the deal. You tap into the Fanatic Sportsbook app, build your squad from the sport you want, then you pick your market, points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals. Finally, your target. So if you like the hoops, you can pick 4 players combined for 100 points. In baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18. Rockies, by the way, go at after 3 o'clock today because of the weather Armageddon. Then sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work. Live tracking every step of the way. And here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack. So your bet stays alive all the way to the very end. So track it live. Cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets only on Fanatics Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Face off to the right of Wallstedt. Landeskog will take it. Out there with Natchez and McKinnon. Landeskog wins it for McKinnon. Hands it off McCarr. Far circle McCarr. He scores! Oh, hail Kale! Goals in 3 straight games for the great number 8. And Colorado has the lead back at 6-5.
Yeah, we kind of had to reset after 2 periods. And we talked about it wasn't the defensive effort that we want to be known for. It's not how we want to play. It just felt like we kind of had to wake up after 2 periods, and luckily we're fortunate to be in a good spot. Tie game going into the third, home ice. So turned it on for the third. Just wanted to check better, and we did. Got rewarded for it.
Gabe Landeskog after the game. He is a finalist for. Well, they don't call it the comeback player of the year. They have flowery names. What's this one, Dan? The one he's nominated for? It is comeback player of the year.
Sally Fields.
Yeah, it's the Sally Fields trophy. I forget what it's
Masterson.
called. Oh, yeah, the Bill Masterson.
Masterton. Sorry, Masterton Trophy.
Masterton Trophy.
Oh, after the sheriff.
Sure, Sheriff Masterton. He wasn't a good sheriff, and then
Was Sheriff Masterson, was his first name Bill?
Yeah, Bill.
The hell are you
Masterton.
talking about?
He was
It's
an
a
old-timey
cowboy
sheriff.
history.
He had the shingles, and then he came back and was quite a good lawman. So they named a trophy after him.
Bat Masterson.
Bat Masterson is his
say
brother.
Batman?
Batman is their superhero twin brother.
Ah.
That's a dark one, though, because
What are Bill
the parents.
Masterson is family connections to Bat Masterson.
Yeah, they're cousins, actually.
You had a lot of sleep this weekend, huh?
I'm pumped up. I'm excited. Didn't sleep a lot last night. Didn't need to sleep
Did
last
you already
night.
decide in your head that the Avs are winning 4-0 again?
You know what? I'll tell you this. We would have no problem having relentless fun at the expense of Minnesota fans. The pushback we would get at this point would be minimal. Minimal. They know. This is so different. They know.
Why you got to do this? Why you got to do that?
Well, I'm just saying.
Why? Don't. I mean, see, now I'm feeling like Scott because this is going to come back on the show. This is going to be our problem. It's not our problem. It's your problem.
Yeah. Besides, Connor already said he'd take the ring.
Well, take it out on Connor then. But listen, I'm not saying Minnesota's not going to win a game, maybe. But this is going to likely go the way the Edmonton series went in 2022.
I'm going to say we're very likely to lose a game or 3 if we give up 6 goals per game.
It's the fact that the Avs are 3-147 when giving up 6 or more goals is a pretty remarkable thing. But that was win number 3 last.
By the way, I'm so glad they didn't pull Wedgie. I'm so glad. Obviously on Twitter you see a lot of people saying it's time to make a switch when you're halfway into that game, and I get the logical conversation, I suppose, but. That game, if Patrick Waugh was playing in net, that game was just calling for that. It was just calling for it. I've never seen a faster, more wide open hockey game in my entire life. So I'm glad they didn't pull him, let him ride, stay behind him. You were stable. The game was not out of control, even though giving up that many goals. You were never out of control by any means. So, yeah, stay with your guy. Keep the confidence high.
Well, he had some poor decisions in front of him on a handful of the first four or 5 goals. The Cole that made it. But a 5-5, did it become 8-5?
No, it was 7-5, then 7-6, 8-6, 9-6.
So the one that made it 7-6, I mean, that was a flip, hits a guy's leg, goes up over the.
That was a quirky play.
That was, as they like to say, bad hockey luck.
That being said, though, that was the type of bad puck luck that wasn't happening to Wedgwood. He was making and listen, he did make some great saves in the third period. But even Jared Bednar said, no, it wasn't his best game. But he also said it wasn't the best game of his defenders in front of him either. And Bednar said they were making mistakes
left and right
that they haven't made all year in terms of where to set up and how to sort things out, that sort of thing. Bedsy went off on that. So, all right, cool. I mean, you kind of get it. McCarr was out. That kind of screwed things up. Manson was out. Then you lost Malinsky. So you were down a variety of points, like 3D out of 6. I mean, you were kind of a mix and mash, and it just wasn't all very cohesive.
And
Never mind, you hadn't played like a game like that in a long time.
Then you had DMac Brookhart having to play a lot more minutes.
There you go. Is that what you're going to call him?
Well, I mean, you say he's taller than or shorter.
Listen, by
than
the way,
you.
people are saying like he's Sam Girard. Sam is like a thick dude. He was a short guy.
Yeah.
Blankenberg's not like Girard like that. He is not.
I wrote
Hey,
down.
listen, I'm going to raise my hand. When he scored the goal, I was like, huh? Who dat? Who dat? Somebody help me out here.
When we were in Boston, I rode down the elevator. The Avs were staying in the same hotel with Sam, and he's wearing like a polo shirt or something like that. And I'm like, oh, I mean, for a little dude, he's like those one little dudes you see at the like your kid's sports thing that's like 5'9", but they spend a little extra time in the gym.
Yeah, he was like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blankenberg is.
baseball
I mean, he lifts weights and everything. They all do, but he's not like Girard. I think he's got a different style and just a different thing, and whatever, man. He's break glass in case of emergency. I wouldn't even be surprised if they would consider other defensemen if Manson's slow to return. But like I was telling you, on Saturday, Manson was out there for the full practice. And then yesterday at the morning skate, he was late to come out on the ice to the degree nobody thought he was going to be there. And then, he pops up about 2/3 of the way through the morning skate. And on Saturday at practice, they allowed him to get off the ice first. And before they opened the locker room to the media, he was gone. He had a long conversation with Bednar after the practice on Saturday. And you could see him at the practice. He just didn't have his wind. He was doing everything.
He hadn't played in 10 days.
He wasn't wearing a red injured shirt. He was wearing just a regular defenseman black shirt. So I was like, he's good to go. Now you got Kivi Ranta's not around at all. He's nowhere to be found. So Manson's got to be close. He's got to be close. And I'm sure he was frustrated that it wasn't good enough to go.
Why Burkdale and not Kivi Ranta?
Why who?
DMac Birkenstock.
Well, Kivi Ranta's a forward, so
You
Blankenberg's a defenseman.
You mentioned Kivi Ranta's not around.
Kivi Ranta and Colton, like you thought, they're giving Colton a shot. It doesn't look like it. It looks like Kivi Ranta was hurt, and Colton now has an opportunity. And Bardakov is sort of sitting in the
I thought Kivi Ranta, every time he plays, he's got a little feistiness in him.
They prefer him over Colton because that's why they played him in games 1 and 2 of the Kings series. And then he got hurt, and we didn't really even know it. Now he's been out for actually a pretty serious chunk of time, as Manson has been too. It doesn't matter, though. You realize it doesn't matter. Like, they're all good players. We don't want them to be hurt.
Oh, yeah. I thought you're going, doesn't matter, another direction. I'm not playing that game with you this time around.
Okay. I'm just saying,
I am total.
I did walk away with the kind of confidence that you have. Like I was like, okay, cool. The Avalanche can literally win any style of game.
Anything you want. Shootouts, close games,
we know that's possible, but
whatever.
I mean, that team didn't look a little bit scary.
Oh, no, I'm going to give plenty of credit to Minnesota.
Are you?
Yeah. This a lot of people are saying this right here is the Stanley Cup final. These are the two best teams left in the NHL. And I wouldn't even argue with
when
that.
you score more goals than Montreal has shots in a 2-1 win in a Game 7.
It's a great stat.
That says something, doesn't it?
It's actually the same amount, but it's a fun stat. You had 9 goals. They had 9 shots. You both won. You want to feel, well, you don't have to feel bad for him. But John Cooper, the coach of the Lightning, in Game 7 and in the USA-Canada final that he was coaching, his teams outshot their opponents in those 2 games combined 71-37 and lost both of them. It's something like that. 70-something to 30-something.
It was 29-9 or something like that yesterday, wasn't it?
It was ridiculous. And there's Alex Newhook, one of our guys, an Avs guy. And so Montreal and the Sabres face off. We'll see how that goes.
That'll be 2 young teams.
Yeah, that'll be unbelievable. But you realize the Avs are so much better than those teams. If the Avs get to the Stanley Cup final, it's seriously, let's see on parade day at that point. And I think if they get past this series, I mean, Vegas or Anaheim, let's go. This is it. This is it.
Well, I hope every game looks like that, personally. That's what I'm hoping for.
In the Edmonton series, they won.
It's going to be so sad when we got to see like a 2-0 game or 2-1. I'm going to be like, no, I don't want to see that anymore.
They scored a lot of goals against Edmonton when they boat raced them, when there was a high-scoring game, 8-6. The second game was 4-0. The final game was 6-5. Like it was an indication that a lot of goals are
The
still
only
coming.
thing missing from this team right now is winning a game 6-1, winning a game 5-1. You know, like we've proven we could win the shootout.
Well,
we've proven we could win the low scoring games, but it's just a little bit weird. Like, listen, you haven't lost a game. You're good. It's not a problem, but it is a little bit weird that you haven't had that.
Well, I mean, again, I'd point to that Edmonton series. They won 8-6, and the next game they won 4-0. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Shutout. I don't know. I guess I'd be a little surprised if it was a shutout.
They did win game 4, 5-1.
Okay.
Right.
Over LA.
Okay.
Right. That was kind of the most boring of the games. It was awesome. Listen, I'm going to agree with you. If you have to tell me you can watch that game last night or 2-1 in overtime, sign me up for last night.
I'll watch either one as long as it's a win. But there's nothing worse than a 2-1 game and you lose that sucker and you're like, it's like looking at 40 opportunities you just blew, you know, and they get a kick in off a leg, you know, like the Edmonton Tampa Bay. I mean, Montreal Tampa Bay, one bounces off a dude's knee into the goal and that's your losing goal. Come on, man.
I was surprised Hines didn't pull Wallstat. I was surprised by that.
What was the difference? I'm not really surprised. It just felt like that's what the game's called for. I don't know what the difference was between their situation and our situation.
When the Avs went up 6-5 and certainly at 7-5, I thought, oh my God, you still have a shot here. At 7-5, your dude has given up 7 goals and your team is scoring and matching, and you still don't pull him? I mean, I'm not the only one. I'm watching the Spit and Chicklets podcast, and these guys are flipping out about it. They first of all, they said both defenses were absolutely
garbage,
dog poop, right? Garbage, and they were surprised both goalies didn't get pulled.
Well, they talked about it in between periods on TNT. They said, when's the last time you ever saw a double goalie pull?
I was surprised both goalies were in the net at the beginning of the third period, to be quite honest with you. It was clearly neither one of their nights. But both coaches stuck with them.
Well, I think the Avs made the right decision. What do you guys think? I absolutely, that game called for riding with them.
The third period goal that Wedgie gave up was quirky and stupid, and he made some really, really good saves. So, okay, cool. And afterwards, I talked to him about like his mentality, and he was like, "Yeah, it's these guys. They're kind of like robots. It's one play at a time. You don't get too far ahead of yourself."
Well, you won the first and third period 6-2. Right, wasn't it 3-1, 3? No, it was 3-2 the first period.
It was 3-2.
So it was 6-3, and then it was 3-1.
And then it was
the third.
5-5 after 2.
Yeah.
So you lost 3-2. You won 3-2, then you lost 3-2 first and second periods.
Yeah, and then you won 3-1.
4-1 in the third.
4-1? Yeah, right. They had 9.
So you won 4-1. Yeah.
You won 4-1 in the third.
So 7-3 in the first and third periods.
That's right.
I mean, but then you just go, what the hell happened in the second period?
I don't know.
Well, we got a guest on today. We'll ask about it.
Jesse's on with us at 1:30, so we'll break it down.
We got an actual player.
Oh, who do we got?
John Mitchell.
Former player, right?
When's Mitchie coming on?
205.
Oh, okay,
He's going to
cool.
join us today.
Cool. We'll talk to Mitchie about it too. So a lot of hockey today will be cool. But when we come back, let's go through all the reports about the Nuggets. Catch up on the weekend. It was an interesting weekend for sure. Lots of rumors. What's true? What's not? We'll get to it next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Do it today because they're all bad feelings, and you can do something about it. Just call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, fantastic at what they do, and they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Yeah, I mean, I think I learned something, every week, every month. I'll be honest. You learn how to coach in different ways, dealing with different things. And that goes with not just the basketball, but with the players, daily. The film sessions, how you schedule things. And I know that's not basketball related, but it really does matter when it comes to winning, flow, formula, routine for players.
We have an update on something. I'm a little bummed, but it's cool, and I get it. They are closing Avs Alley tomorrow because of the incoming weather, which, makes sense. So you don't have to. It's a little bit. There's going to be some hardy folks that would stay outside to watch that tomorrow night.
Well, Kit Kat might have been one of them.
Cat Cave. She was thinking about it. She probably would have sucked it up. She's a tough cookie. She's been in, she's got ski clothes. She could do it.
Yeah, just sit out there.
I tell you what, we sat out there and watched Northern Colorado baseball in February in Greeley. We can do anything after that. That was
brutal.
Dude. Seriously. Hey, 18-1. Kid's still not playing. The Avs are ahead 1-0 in the second round, and the only local broadcast of Avs hockey right here at Altitude. Connor McGahee, he had a sore throat yesterday.
I was going to ask him about that.
He was in good spirits, though. He was having fun. Local pregame on the radio starts 30 minutes before every game. Tune in for local TV coverage on Altitude TV and Altitude Plus. The boys are having fun. They're doing all the wacky stuff you and Katie were doing, kind of running around, doing a million different things, pre and post. They're doing all that same stuff. Whole crew's live an hour before puck drop. You can see it on Altitude TV and Altitude Plus after the game as well. You're home for local playoff coverage. And want to remind you to lock your seats in for the remaining games of the playoffs. There's like singles. There's weird, quirky tickets that are actually available for these games. Not a lot, but a few. ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs. Tickets are on sale for every possible game. Don't miss the most anticipated Avs series of the year. It's going on right now. Adelman. Oh, first of all, they blew out the guy in Orlando.
Jamal Mosley.
Then
former CU buff.
Masai Ujiri gets hired to run.
I feel like he got a bad deal. You feel like you got a bad deal?
A little bit.
I mean, expectations in every franchise are not the same. 3 years in a row making the playoffs.
He's been there 4 years. He's been in the playoffs last 3. Never got out of the first round. Took the number 1 seed to 7 games this year and lost their best player after game 3. And so the last 3 games, leading 3-1, their best player didn't play the last 3 games. And they end up, and it was a pretty close game for most of the game.
I don't think it's complicated. You can't get out of the first round 3 straight years. You should be gone.
With your best player sitting on the bench.
Yeah, this is not complicated. It's the NBA. The regular season is almost
not a
irrelevant.
Good team, though. He overcoached.
Cool. You got eliminated in the first round 3 years in a row. You're gone.
Wow.
Yeah, simple. It's not complicated. There's a lot of other guys that can just coach guys to the playoffs. Can you win in the playoffs? That's what matters, in my opinion.
Well, I think you got to be able to get to playoffs, and then can you get and win in the postseason?
Well, fine.
And then can you win a championship?
But if you don't make the playoffs 3 years in a row, you're also fired. This is not complicated in the NBA. That being said, by the way,
but should that be anything different than any of the other sports?
It depends. Baseball's a little quirky because salary.
So there's got to be a number if you go 5 years in a row without getting to the postseason.
I mean, if you just can't get your team to the playoffs, I don't know, who cares if they fire you? Of course, there should be a standard. Making the playoffs in 3 years.
How about getting to the World Series last year and then getting fired because of a slow start this year?
Right.
Yeah, that's rock and roll, baby. Get paid a lot to win a lot. Or see ya.
Sports is crazy, man. The only profession in the world that you could be the best in the world 1 year and get fired the next.
What are your opinions on Adelman looking like he has saved his job?
Doesn't surprise me.
Why?
Because I didn't think this was his fault and issue. I think he's a young coach, and could he had some moments where he was better? Sure. Like I told you, I think they're going to look to bring a guy on the bench that has former head coaching experience. I think that might be an addition to the staff this year. But listen, they didn't lose because of him.
His job appears safe, and the rumors over the weekend is there'll be a major shakeup. What do you think is the most likely, if any, of a major shakeup?
I don't think they have a clue yet what it's going to be, but it's all on the table. You know, they don't know what the major shakeup's going to be until they get somebody to bite on something, until they get somebody to make a trade, until somebody offers them something. So I don't think they can even make a plan right now. I do think there's going to be staff shakeup. So maybe that's the first thing that happens because it's easy and it's logical and it's tangible. But the rest of it, no way they can even have a plan until they know what somebody will offer them.
That's true. You got to kind of figure it all out. Anything to do that can make you significantly better means you're going to take a piece away that the town and fan base has grown accustomed to.
Rank in order, if everybody's on the line except for Joker, name in order 1, 2, 3, what your priority should be in terms of trading an individual for the betterment of the team.
Rank what you trade for? Ooh.
Priorities. Priorities. 1, 2, 3. You can go 3, 2, 1 if you want.
Faster, longer, speedier.
1 is number 1. 1's the biggest deal to get done. 1 would make the biggest impact. 2, second, 3, I can give you mine easy.
Yeah, go ahead.
3, Cam Johnson. 2, Aaron Gordon.
Oh, you're naming people.
Yes. 3, Cam Johnson. 2, Aaron Gordon. 1, Jamal Murray.
Oh, I thought you meant more like what you need to get back in return.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
What guys, in terms of dealing, should be your highest priority to get the most value?
So Jamal should be number 1.
Yes.
Well, I think,
in my opinion.
I think what you're saying is just in order, guys that you can get the most back for. So, sure, you have that conversation, and then you see what a realistic return is.
Should Jamal Murray be the highest priority to trade in the offseason?
No, not in terms of like you want to get rid of him. No, like when you say it like that, it sounds like you need to get rid of Jamal Murray to be successful. Maybe he gives you the most return, and if that's true, you have to be willing to do it, but not in terms of like you got to get rid of Jamal.
Well, I think it's the same thing. I think getting rid of Jamal gets you the most return and then has the most value. I think that's all the same thing. This isn't out of anger. Sometimes people, especially athletes, confuse, and I think Michael Porter Jr. is confused, by the way, because he's going on podcasts saying they would win with me, and that's just not true. Enjoy Brooklyn, Michael. You've got some revisionist history there, friend. You can get the most for Jamal and shake up the organization unless you really think. Now, what do I think is going to happen? I don't think Jamal's going anywhere. I think the person you're going to trade is Aaron Gordon, and I think that actually is a mistake if you don't deal Jamal. And I think you're going to try to sign Peyton Watson. I think Aaron Gordon is the most likely guy the Nuggets are going to trade because it's the easiest move to make. And I wish they wouldn't make the easiest move. I fear that without making a major move and trading Jamal, guys, it's going to be the equivalent of running it back.
Well, who's your starting point guard?
Starting point guard will be guy they acquire for Aaron Gordon. It's not going to be a good deal.
Yeah. Here's the problem. I don't know what the path is to becoming a better basketball team next year. And we always are going to feel this pressure to capitalize on the Jokic years. I don't know if that's possible. It feels like you got to take such a hard reset to rebuild from the bottom up, and it might require young players. It might require guys that you got to develop in. I don't see the path to immediately get better next year.
Well, if you go back in history, so you went in 22-23, you had a general manager come out and say, we want to win this thing 3 or 4 times in the next 5 years. We're not worried about repeating. You should have gone in and done everything you could to try to repeat that year. You got a roll, you got guys playing, guys know each other, you're ready to go. And instead, you subtracted, and then you added, I think, 3 or 4 players that were 4-year college guys, which, fair or unfair, when you stay 4 years in college anymore, usually means you're just an okay player. Usually. Some guys are late bloomers, but so I think they made a mistake back there, and I think it's costing you right now.
We'll dig into it more as we go, but apparently it's Monday. You said Adelman would be safe if he was here on Monday, and that was the report over the weekend. So kudos to you. You got a gold star. My man. But I don't think they're out of the woods, not by a long stretch. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, just because you're getting older, that does not mean you have to feel like it. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, blah, 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 blah. These are things that you can take care of because low testosterone is something that you can get help with. And guys younger and younger are experiencing the loss in vigor and workouts, love life, all that sort of stuff. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their advanced medical strategies include TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. Treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, all that sort of stuff. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. Just a couple of minutes, yes and no answers, and then you go from there. The initial appointment's only $99, and they have 5 locations up and down I-25. Put this number in your phone, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Shakira, it's Biz here. Bednar never really gets mad. He's always a pretty composed coach. Did he raise his voice at all between periods at maybe some of the mental errors and the breakdowns in this one?
No, I don't think. I mean, he didn't raise his voice at all. I think obviously the message was stern, and for us as a group, we're at the point now where we understand how we need to play, and we just understood that second period wasn't good enough to our standards, and he came in and just reassured us of that. So I feel like we have a really good connection from the coaching staff to us, and we just got to continue to build that, and because it's been great.
I talked to Cadre about that and Gabe as well after the game, and they both were like, no big deal. Like 5-5. So what? Okay. Like nobody was freaking out. I think all the fans were freaking out. I don't know. How'd you guys feel the second intermission?
Well, it's 3-0. And I'm watching downstairs, and we're getting ready to go to bed. So, turn the TV off downstairs, go upstairs. Going to turn it off upstairs, go in there and take a squirt, get my PJs on.
Getting ready to go to bed. It was like 7:30.
No. That was like by 10. Like
3-0?
Yeah, it was like 9:30 by now.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it was like 9-something.
Well, not important.
Trust me.
Not important.
What time did the game start?
7 p.m., 7:10.
Well, maybe
they scored 3 goals in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Well, then maybe, okay, I'll take it back. It's 3-0. Then I must have gone up and taken a dump.
Oh, okay. Usually where it starts.
And then I come back.
And it's 3-2?
And it's 3-2. And I went, what the hell's going on?
You and your dumps, I could believe that.
Yeah.
And then you put on your pajamas.
And then now I go upstairs. Now I'm getting my daughter to bed. And we're doing stuff. And we're goofing, blah, blah, blah. Come back to bed, go turn the game on. It's 5-5.
You missed the entire second period?
I saw him tied up. It was 5-4. So I saw him tied up at 5-5. So I'm like, what the frick happened? So
well, see, that's the only emotion that I felt the whole game. It was never fear. It was never panic. It was never anything other than, oh my, what? Oh, did you see that again?
Well, so listen, I live a stupid fan's life. Unlike Andy, where Andy just gets mad and throws stuff.
Okay, I can't even imagine Andy watching that game.
Me, I walk away to do something, 3-0, 3-2. Walk away, and didn't they score, make it 4-2?
Yes, 4-2.
4-2.
It was 4-2.
It's 4-2, so then I'm going to go get the daughter to bed, do all this stuff there. 5-4, 5-5. And I'm like, I can't, I have to keep the TV on and watch this whole thing through now because every time I walk away, Minnesota scores.
Well, you must have felt better watching the third period.
Period, I'm like, I'm watching third period. I'm like, what the hell happened in the second?
Because in the third period, well, Bedsy talked about it. It was just a lot of, it's the whole rust thing. They were almost like a little bit too amped up. But I think what it had to do with was you had guys out. Makar was out for a little bit, although he was back in the second period. Malinsky was out, getting his beautiful face messed up. You got Blankenberg, who scored a great goal.
Yeah, really good
from
goal.
Unbelievable pass from Val Nichushkin. I mean, crazy good play. But
then he gave up to.
Yeah, Blankenberg wasn't great defensively.
Yeah.
Well, nobody was really great defensively. It was garbage defensively, but it made it, Tyler, because it was garbage.
Exhilarating.
Yeah, it made it a thrilling game.
Yeah. I mean, every single second, it felt like you had somebody just wide open. On both sides. I don't know. Maybe I should have felt panic. Maybe I should have felt concern. It's just not what I felt. I just felt like I was having an outer body experience watching a hockey game.
I was fine once they tied it at 5. I got to admit, man, in the building, you got the Minnesota fans. You could hear them when they took the lead. You could hear them for sure.
Yeah, go back.
How about the fact? How you want this for a kick in the pants? Do you know the reason why it's a 3-day stretch from game 2 to 3?
Because Minnesota Timberwolves. No, because they don't play in the same building. I have no idea.
Women's hockey and a figure skating event. I am not lying.
You guys remember in the playoffs that one year when they had a big WWE match set for the Ball Arena?
Yeah, I do remember that.
And they told those guys, see you later. And the WWE got PO'd and do big press conferences.
Yeah.
and was stunk, and then they said, we're moving you for a playoff game, and Vince McMahon was unhappy.
The NHL doesn't have enough power to reschedule a women's hockey game and a figure skating event.
Well, that wouldn't look good, D-Mac.
Well, I can't, apparently not. So now you have a 3-day break between games because of a women's hockey game and a figure skating event. Not a conflict with an NBA team. And by the way, way to go, Wild. A lot of faith in your team right there. Make sure those dates are available. Just going to book it, because what are we? We're going to be limited in the first round.
We got to make money.
Hey, May is open. Yeah, we got to make money. How pathetic is that, Minnesota? How about that, Minnesota? Take that. Guess what? We're available at Ball Arena.
Hey,
we got no problems at Ball Arena. We got an NBA team here. Well,
the Rockies move a game from 7 to 3 with some weather.
I have an early no dumb question for you. Early no dumb question. Knowing that then they're starting today at 3:00. But that doesn't change Tuesday and Wednesday. No dumb question. Knowing what the weather is and the teams in town, why not play a triple header today? Why not start at 10 o'clock in the morning and play 3 games? 10 to 1, 2 to 5.
Has there ever been a triple header in one day?
I don't know.
I would be shocked if the Players Union allowed that.
I don't know if it is allowed.
I thought, why not do at least a double header?
Absolutely, but why not a triple header?
Well, because
why?
They're not robots. I mean, you're asking guys to be out on the field for 12 hours.
No
of
way
baseball?
the union would allow that.
You got like 24 dudes. You can rotate guys in and out. You can sit a guy in the second game, play him in the third game. It's like a day-night doubleheader. What's the difference? You have a whole nother roster out there. Why not? Is that crazy?
Yeah.
It probably isn't allowed, but these games tomorrow and the next day are going to be canceled. They ain't going to happen.
Yeah, they should have started the game at 1 and played 2 today.
At least play a doubleheader.
Yeah.
Sleeping Giant update. They've lost 4 in a row and they're pitching.
Back to earth.
We're getting some Rockies moments. They were up 6-0 on Friday and lost.
Well, I saw that.
What's the record now?
I don't even know. I haven't checked.
By the way, the current CBA prohibits triple headers.
It does?
Yep.
Oh, too bad. It's a damn good idea, though. You know what I would do? I would do triple headers and every game 7 innings long. Just get it in. But that's what your boy DMac would do. So I have 21 innings, which is no big deal. A doubleheader would be 18 anyways. It's 3 more innings, 7-inning games. Why not? They do it at every other level. All right, whatever crap. It's whoever, they're going to, today's game may be the lowest attended Rockies game ever because they're moving it to 3:00. Who's like ready to go to a 3:00 game when the weather's already going to be lousy?
And it's already raining too.
And you're playing the Mets who stink and nobody really cares about the Mets. Today may be at 3. Well, it'll be fascinating to see who shows up.
Get right series
for the Rockies. Sure, it makes sense. But literally, who in the world is going to go to this game today?
Well, our show ends at 3:00.
We got time.
Yeah.
You want to catch Rockies baseball against the Mets, Tyler?
No, but I'm just saying you got no excuse.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to that. I watch it on TV, bro. I haven't been to
I'll
one
be
Rockies.
face down with needles on my back.
Yeah, you got a little something going on, huh?
A little procedure.
All right. Well, we wish you the best.
Doing a
on
procedure? Yeah.
Procedure.
You want to mess with the Minnesota fans yet or not?
Facet joint injection?
Huh?
Facet joint injection?
It's part of my ablation thing where they got to do a round of 12 shots, 2-3 weeks later, 12 more shots, and then the next time they go in there and they laser some nerves. So I got some nerves.
Oh, they burn off. Yeah. That's good. You're going to like that, though.
By the way, I'm looking at the text line. In youth baseball, we play triple headers all the time.
Well, listen, in club sports, I mean, how many times when you go away to a tournament where you play 3-4 games in a day?
If you want to win a championship, you may play 4 games in one day. Bunch of wimps out there. Where are you with poking the bear in terms of Minnesota? You up for it or not?
Well, I'm a little more up for it now than I was a week ago, but I'm not a big poking the bear guy.
We need to qualify what that means, because to me, poking the bear is making fun of Minnesotans. To me, poking the bear is making fun of their state and their icebox and their mosquitoes. I've got a feeling your poking the bear is going to be ultra confident about how they've got 0 chance and the series is over. So no, I'm not up for that. But if you want to just make fun of the human beings,
From
then
Minnesota?
Sure. Yeah.
You just want to rip on
Yeah,
Minnesota
if you want to make
people?
it personal, Tyler's all in.
Exactly. Thank you, Scott. So you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I just want to have fun with sports hate, you don't want that. But if it just comes to hatred of other human beings, let's go.
Nailed it.
Okay. I'll keep my mouth shut because I want to see what the Spurs do to Minnesota tonight. And then I might have a little bit more pep in my step tomorrow, if that's the case. See how game 2 goes. I'll tell you this. If Minnesota wants to have any chance in the series at all, they've got to win game 2. Being down 2-0 to the Avs, this is where home ice is just so unbelievably critical.
Yeah, and I've always felt the
Big game.
Game 2 is the games you could steal on the road to start a series.
I think game 1 is like kind of the most meaningless of all the games in a series. You know, the home team should win it most of the time. Nobody's really surprised by it. It's the road team that gets a little feeling out. It's, you know, I just don't think game 1's really that big of a deal, period. But to me, game 2 at home, because that's the problem the Nuggets got in. And they dropped the game they should have won, right? Game 2. Should have won that one. Then away you go. But the Avs have everything going their way. It's pretty awesome. They're a fun-ass team, man. I'll tell you this. I'll be devastated if they don't win the Stanley Cup this year.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I predict that before the season started. I think they're the best team in hockey.
Yeah, the Nuggets this year, let's be honest. It was...
Did you ever hear me say, I expect them to win?
Well, we got a little cocky when they started 8-2, didn't we?
Well, it felt good, but I said, let's wait till 20.
Yeah.
And then the injury started.
And it was, you know, they never really stopped. They didn't stop. The injuries did not stop for the Nuggets.
The whole season with the Nuggets was trying to convince yourself that they could overcome the impossible things that they had to overcome.
Yeah.
It never felt like confidence they were going to win something.
I was trying to find a way for them to win 50 games because that's usually the sign of a good season. And it was iffy there for a while. Then you win 12 in a row to win 54. I mean, you won 12 in a row to win 54 games.
Well, when the whole goal of the entire season, as we know from the hidden meetings, was to choose Minnesota. Because we all, Chris, we chose Minnesota.
That's why what you just said right there, Scott, that's why Adelman still has a job. It is. I mean, he overcame some adversity in the regular season the team, whatever, the combination overcame adversity that you simply should not be able to overcome. And you got more wins the season before. And that's why he's still got a job, because you couldn't discount what happened in the regular season.
Right.
We'll check in with our guy, Jesse Montano from Gorilla Sports. He's out with the Avalanche at Family Sports. Get the latest and greatest as we revel in a beautiful, delicious win for the Avalanche. PhD on 92.5.
Shot towards the net, blocked. Colton taps it ahead. Kadri, breakaway for Nazem Kadri. Kadri, a wrist shot. He scores! The Kadri man can! His first goal of the playoffs. The touchdown is good. So is the extra point. It's 7-5 Avalanche.
We got tacos. Jesse Montana from Guerrilla Sports joins us now. All right, tell us about, before we talk about last night, Jess, just bring us up to speed with what they had, if anything, for a practice today.
Yeah, it was pretty minimal. It was announced as a full practice. They switched it to an optional. Really only a handful of guys out there getting in some work. But no, we heard from Jared Bednar. You know, I think a lot of video work, a lot to clean up defensively from last night, but not a ton of guys on the ice. So I think more off ice work than anything.
All right, so what kind of things did Bedsy, what was brought up today? What did he talk about? What did he focus on?
Well, I got to start first. DMac, you and I were talking last night. That was the highest scoring playoff game in Avalanche history, surpassing the Western Conference Final, Game 1 from 2022. But look, I think on the whole, Jared Bednar, we talked to Nathan McKinnon as well. They liked the jump. They liked the effort. They liked the compete. And they liked what they did offensively, especially coming off of a first round where they couldn't generate. There wasn't a lot of room. Like, they liked the fact that the offense got going. But the clear focus here today is, like, we've got to clean things up in our own end. Scott Wedgwood, gives up 6 goals. But Jared Bednar, again, said today, like, yeah, we want our guys to be, we want them to be better, but we've got to give them some more support in front. So that was really the theme of today, is how do they clean up the details, especially in their own end. Because, look, you put up 9 goals, that's great. What we saw defensively it isn't acceptable in the playoffs, and it's not going to get you very far if you're defending like that.
Yeah, and speaking of Wedgwood, Jesse, I personally like the fact that they let him ride. I don't know how you felt about it, but
yeah,
did it matter who was in net? That game just felt like it was calling for those goals, no matter if Patrick Waugh was in net.
Tyler, I think you're spot on. I don't think it would have mattered. Yeah, if it was Wedgwood, Blackwood, those two put together, Patrick Waugh, that game was chaos from start to finish. And like Brett Kulak told us today, like, hey, they're happy they came out on the winning end of it. You'd rather learn lessons in a win than in a loss. But yeah, the details defensively weren't sharp. Like Jared Bednar told us last night, there's stuff that they've been doing for 5 or 6 years that guys were just abandoning last night. I really do. And look, this isn't an excuse, but Nazem Kadri mentioned it. Like, they were maybe a little bit too jacked up to get into that game. And I think the offense started flowing. They hadn't had that in the first round. And I think guys kind of just started, feeling it a bit and wanting to jump up ice and just kind of forgot, we have to defend in our own end. That's right. So, I think there's positives to take out of it. But I think, some mental rust more than physical, just in terms of the details. So I expect a pretty different change in the structure tomorrow. And I'm with you. Like, I don't think that would have made a difference who was in net.
I just watched, Jesse, the first 3 goals Minnesota got, 2 in the first, their first goal in the third. And I know Wedgwood, because the numbers always go on the goaltender.
Yeah.
I'm not sure much, unless standing on the head. I guess the second one was a pass right across the crease. Maybe he can get that one. But I'm not sure what he was supposed to do to stop any of the first 3 goals.
Well, and even the one that the cross crease. I mean, Ryan Hartman is standing all alone by himself for 2 Mississippi.
Yeah,
that just can't happen. You can't lose your coverage like that. In front of your own net, and Scott Wedgwood still gets a nice chunk of that puck. So to your point, he almost gets there, and that's exactly it. Like, it was, yes, it'll show that Scott Wedgwood gave up 6 goals, but I think there's a lot of context to that when you go back there and look at it. I mean, geez, even their 6th goal, that's a bouncing pass that ends up going off a guy's thigh and rainbowing over Scott Wedgwood's head. And you just had some weird bounces. Now, if I'm Minnesota, and I mentioned this to Megan, my co-host, last night, of like, the Avs were beating Jesper Wallstedt clean, picking corners. I mean, like Nazem Kadri on that, kind of partial breakaway. That's a wrist shot from the top of the circle that just beats Wallstedt. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Minnesota maybe make a change in net. They've kind of got a similar tandem setup, but I think Jared Bednar probably goes back to Wedgwood for the exact reason we're talking about. I don't know how many of those you're saying, oh man, Scott's got to be better there.
At any point in that game, did you feel like the Avs were losing control?
The shorthanded goal, yes.
Okay.
When they gave up the shorthanded goal, I said, whoa, like you've let this spiral out of control, and you give a lot of credit to Devon Taves, a leader for this group, who comes out there, with the second power play unit, and gets the game tied back up, a minute later, able to kind of pour some cold water on the situation. But I thought when they officially fell behind in that game, I thought they had kind of let things spiral a little bit out of control, but credit to them for being able to, get things back on track as quickly as they did. But you can't go from having a 3-0 lead to letting the game get so out of hand that, you're giving up a shorthanded breakaway to fall behind. So like I said, they get partial credit for fixing it, but yeah, I didn't like the way they handled that second period.
What's your favorite stat from last night?
14 different goal scorers. that is unbelievable. That's I believe it's the first time in NHL history it's happened. And there are only 4 games that featured more goals in the history of the Stanley Cup playoffs. There's a few others that were 15, but that was DMac. You and I, watched the last few minutes, and it was just like, what is going on here? That was one of the craziest games. But 14 different goal scorers. That's almost unbelievable for a playoff game.
I think Kadri gave something away a little bit, and he said he's been looking at Wallstedt, scouting a little bit. Man, they were picking on him, like going to Wallstedt's glove side, and the Avs coming more or less down the right side, Wallstedt's left side.
Yep.
His glove hand, man, he ain't good. He's a little awkward starting to his left and then adjusting around there. I can't imagine that this guy's confidence, he's a young dude too, is anywhere good. And I think Kadri probably should have kept his mouth shut a little bit. But then again, I don't know if Wallstedt can do anything about it. Like, this just seems to be a severe weakness in his game.
Well, and I think it's part of the reason why I wouldn't be surprised to see Minnesota make a change in net. There's a 23-year-old, rookie goaltender. And look, I there was a lot of people in the lead up to this series who said, oh, I don't know if the Avs will be ready. They weren't really tested in round 1. That looked like a game last night where the Avs weren't really tested in round 1, not game 1. Sorry, round 1. And I thought that game started the complete opposite, where the Avs looked ready. Minnesota looked a little bit overwhelmed, and I thought Wallstedt looked, a little shell-shocked from just kind of what he was seeing. Young guy, so that's why I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised if they go away from him, because I think the Avs got to him a bit. And yeah, I don't know if it was something they were seeing or if they were just, feeling it, but exactly what you just said, DMac. It was Malinsky on the first goal. It's Jack Drury on the second goal. Both of Cale Makar's goals, Nazem Kadri. Yeah. They're just picking spots and beating him clean. And again, that looked like maybe a 23-year-old goaltender. The crowd was getting on him a bit. That was maybe a moment that he'll need a couple days to kind of reset from.
Well, I'd argue this: first 3 games that LA series, they're one goal games, right? I mean, it was 2-1, 3-2. I mean, and they're not tested. I thought those were physical, hard games. I don't know how someone could say they weren't tested in those 3 games. Game 4, they won pretty handily.
Right, but even that one, you're on the road, you're trying to close a team out. LA came out with a good push. I completely agree with you. I thought that was and Jared Bednar said it, and I agree with him. Depending on how long they go here and who they play, LA could end up being the best defending team that they play in these playoffs. That's a team that works hard and makes you earn every bit of ice. So I knew that if the Minnesota Wild were coming in last night saying, oh, they're not going to be ready for us, that they were going to be in for it. And I thought for the first 15 minutes of that game, that was exactly what looked like happened to me. Minnesota wasn't ready for that type of push.
All right, Chess. What is the schedule for the rest of? Do you know what the schedule is? Where are the Kings practicing? Are they practicing in Ball Arena? The Kings. I'm sorry. The Wild. Are they practicing in Ball?
No practice, actually. They just did availability at their hotel for today.
Oh.
So they chose not to get on the ice. I'm sure they're having meetings and stuff. But so they'll play tomorrow. And then we have 3 months off in between games 2 and 3 before the series shifts to Minnesota. So, I think we'll get a couple optional practices in there so both teams can stay sharp. But, we're getting into the time of year where, optionals at most are kind of what we're looking at as everyone just tries to heal up. Lastly, real quick, I didn't mention this off the top. They said Kale McCarr is feeling good today.
Okay.
How about, and no word on Manson? If you mentioned that.
Manson's
no update. Yeah, he skated today again with Greg Popovich, skills coach. He looks good, so I really do think we're truly day to day with him. Just kind of, whenever he says, "Yep, I'm feeling good to go." But
Kivy Rance is the more interesting one, in all honesty. Kivy Rance is like nowhere to be found. Like, has anybody even seen him around?
I saw him last night leaving the building, but no, I don't know. Jared Bednar said he's day to day, but we're not really sure what happened, and he hasn't been on the ice in, about a week and a half.
All right, Jess, we appreciate it. We'll look for your coverage at Gorilla Sports, and we'll talk to you later. Thank you, Jesse.
You guys are the best. Talk to you later.
All
boys.
right, there you go. And nobody really practices anymore.
Well, you'll get
Long
a couple
run, man.
option when, if you play Tuesday and not till Saturday, they'll skate somewhere somehow.
It was cool, like on Saturday. Again, the best secret, you can just go watch the Avalanche practice anytime they're at Family Sports for free. Open, whole thing.
How many people are there?
Whoa, the Saturday, there's probably like 200-300.
Oh, that's pretty good.
200-300? No.
That's a lot, actually.
Yeah, maybe that might be too much. Maybe.
Dude, if there's 50,
it's spread out a little bit. Yeah, it's probably 50 to 100. It's probably more like that.
That's
It's a
still a
little
lot.
weird because you can watch the practice in like a bunch of different angles up there. Like there's a bar restaurant. They have seating behind the goal. They have seating there. There's a lower area. People are kind of all over the place. It's hard to like see everybody at the same time. Probably 50 to 100. That's probably more like it is. It's great, man. You can't just go and watch like a Broncos practice. Except for training camp, right? Nuggets don't let anybody watch their stuff.
Nope.
Big secret.
And you get some laser tag in between.
The laser tag's right there, baby. You go up on the second floor, man. You can't avoid the laser tag.
Wonder if any of the Avs players ever gone up there and played.
Well, they could, but they have their own private entrance on the other side of the building, so they don't have to mix in with the general public at all. Their locker room, private parking, and offices are all walled off from the rest of the facility. So they don't have to. They could if they wanted to. They just want to have some fun. They could.
Did the Avalanche buy that facility, or they still renting it?
I don't know, because it's South Suburban. It's just part of. It's just a public sort of thing. I'm not exactly sure who owns South Suburban. Opens. They've got a deal there. Listen, man. So the Avs are choosing to work out there, by the way. If the Kings didn't have a practice at all, they could have practiced at Ball Arena. They're choosing to go there. Listen, it's not a fancy facility, but you know what? It's convenient. It's closer to where they live. It's fine. They're in there all the time. It would be stunning if you guys ever went in their locker room. You cannot believe how, seriously, dude, it's tiny.
I've been there.
Have you?
Yeah.
It's like
we did
kind of shocking how small it is.
We did a show down there one time in between on one of the ice rinks, the lower ice rink to the far side.
Yeah.
And we sat right there freezing. You do 3 hours sitting right off the ice.
You did a show at Family Sports?
Yeah, we did our whole show there.
Oh, wow. How was that?
Cold.
They actually have a little perch where their offices are.
Yeah.
That would actually be a kind of a cool place to sort of
do a show.
I guess. I don't know. It's a practice, though. How exciting is football or basketball practice?
Well, they make us go out there and do our shows, or used to, out at the Valley for a million years.
Yeah, training camp. That is a really bizarre, like not just the setup, but just like regular season access to fans. Like that's something like I can't comprehend as a football player.
By the way, going over to Family Sports for the Avs practice, we actually went past Dove Valley. And today's the first day Broncos players are like en masse there for meetings and lifting and running. And
so is a new weight room open in there?
The facility itself is looking unbelievable. And I'm not exactly sure when it's supposed to open up.
I thought somebody on the air said May 1st.
I don't know. That's a good question.
I do think that was the goal. It was the goal to have that ready for the
Yeah.
offseason.
Not sure. It looks unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a monstrosity.
Oh, my God.
I seriously look at it, and I said this to Greg Penner one day. I was like, what do you do with all of that? like I've been in the nicest facilities. Like at the time when I played in Seattle, that was a Taj Mahal.
Yeah.
You know, this thing is 5 times the size of Seattle.
Yeah. Oh, it's.
But they're bringing every office there.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's going to be there.
Yes. Right? Yes. There's no reason.
There'll still be a skeleton crew that works at the stadium because you need that, right? But anybody that can be centralized is going to be.
No, it looks. If you haven't driven past there in a minute, it's mind blowing what it looks like right now. I just don't know when and how operational it'll be. But they're going to knock down the building that we're so used to. That's just going to be leveled.
Which now looks like tiny.
Yeah, they're going to put a hill up over there for the fans to watch practice from.
But now you're like, if that's today, how did they ever function in that?
I know.
I know. I don't
know.
You know, the Broncos facility as it exists today, it's okay. It functions, but it's like maybe 18, 19 in terms of resources and space and size.
It's like
niceness.
a junior college when you go up there in the little offices and little meeting rooms and little stuff. And
well, Tyler was part of the stupidest moments ever in Broncos history when they used to load the guys onto a bus and go down to the
We're doing what the Avs do.
field.
No, but it was worse because
way worse.
Yeah, I mean, first off, it was not a full-size football field.
No,
not even a full-size soccer field. It was a tiny little bubble over there.
Lighting terrible.
The turf was horrible.
Horrible turf.
And I'm not even kidding
Dangerous.
you. There were times that we would roll up on the bus and we would have to wait for Little League sports to complete. Like were the Denver Broncos just sitting on the bus waiting for something else to finish up.
Oh, my God, that is so fun. They knocked that place.
My daughter plays indoor soccer.
Yeah, I'll give you one worse than that, though.
They knocked it down and they built it's beautiful now.
Believe it or not, I had a worse setup than that. Yes. When I played in Washington, now they did build a bubble my third year that I was there for 4 years. So for 2 years, I had a bubble, and it was a nice bubble. But for the first 2 years, when we got snow, when we got a situation that we literally couldn't practice outside, we went to Lifetime Fitness, and we practiced on the basketball courts.
Fantastic.
Do you remember?
And Chris Baker, our guy.
I remember Chris Baker.
That dude had some hops now. He's not a very tall guy.
Yeah.
And he's a chunky guy. Okay. I mean, but that dude had some athleticism to him. He was dunking, and I think he tore his ACL or something.
Chris Baker could dunk?
Yeah, Chris Baker could dunk.
Wow, that's
short little fat Chris Baker could dunk.
Wow.
And he could throw down.
Who's the big fat defensive lineman who could do backflips? Remember that for the Broncos? That might have been around your time too. Or some dude that opened up practice doing freaking somebody on the text line will know.
Can you imagine an NFL team doing a football practice on a basketball court?
Did you guys ever see the movie North Dallas 40?
Yeah, I mean, that's back in the 70s.
They went into a high school gym and we're going over there.
I mean, can I imagine it? I mean, there used to be 6 preseason games. They used to have 17 rounds in the draft. They used to bring 150 guys to training camp.
I know, but during my era, that was not that long ago.
I know.
My era.
The whole thing is stupid. All right, speaking of stupid, no dumb questions coming up next.
Hey, if you are not happy or content with your current wealth management firm, do yourself a favor. Call my friends over at Traded Wealth today and just get yourself a free consultation. I know when we all imagine our retirement, we see different things. We've got different goals, and we've got different families, different finances. Different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Traded Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Traded Wealth help you craft a plan that is going to meet your goals. Call Traded Wealth at 303-900-1189. The fiduciary advisors at Traded Wealth understand that no two retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns. Let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that's going to meet your financial goals. Call today, 303-900-1189. Just start with the free consultation. Have a conversation with them. Get to know them. See if you like them. You probably will. You're going to walk away calm and confident in your future, knowing that your money is in good hands with a great team that's got in-house resources that other services simply do not have. Contact Trajan Wealth today, 303-900-1189. Visit them online at trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, I'm up for suggestions, my friends. No dumb questions.
I have one.
Oh, okay.
Do you guys follow? I don't.
Can I say this? That when it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions, and you can just call Trajan Well today at 303-900-1189.
I don't, but do you guys follow like financial news at all? Like watch the news, financial stuff?
Not really.
Have you guys seen this thing going on with GameStop and eBay?
Oh, yeah. They're trying to buy it for $53 billion or something.
So GameStop, number one, yes, exactly, for like $53 billion. I have two really dumb questions. I know the whole GameStop thing that happened a few years back, whatever, with the stocks and everything. A, how the hell does GameStop have $53 billion? B, how the hell is eBay still worth $53 billion? I mean, eBay feels like a dinosaur at this point in life.
I think a lot of people still use eBay, though.
Gosh,
I don't know anybody who uses eBay.
There was a point
in your little bubble. That's supposed to impress me that you don't know anybody that does eBay. You live in a cocoon.
I will say once
Facebook Marketplace is everything I know.
Once or twice a year, I will actually use eBay.
Oh, yeah?
I will go on there once or twice a year, and I'll buy something that I want to buy used that was way cheaper, right? Yeah. I'll do that every now and then. But I mean, that's like once or twice a year. eBay is worth $53 billion. And what does GameStop do? Like how do they have this money?
I thought they still just had sold games.
I know. So a
a
brick and mortar video game company has got $53 billion.
Well,
I think
but you got to look what their holdings are. Yeah, you got to see what did they also own, and what also are they a part of?
Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, well, they probably own holdings in Facebook or.
Gotcha. So it all just comes from other companies that they own.
Oh, we got like text after text using eBay right now. eBay is way better than Amazon. I use eBay all the time. eBay is great for stuff. Wow, man, the text line is.
So do you want to revise your statement?
Damn, text line just
exploded.
But I mean,
eBay is a $53 billion business.
Well, I got like 15 texts right now that says it is. I'm not joking. Look at the text line. This is insane.
I really think of eBay as a dinosaur. Like it was so fun when it came out, auctions, live, and it was like live. Now the live part of it's all buy it now stuff. But
you guys, here's a no dumb question with eBay when it first came out. But did you ever accidentally bid for something? And you're like, Lord, please don't let that.
Oh yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah,
I've never done that.
I missed the live auction where you would sit there, and I know they still do it, but it's just not the same.
Oh, I did.
When you would sit there and you're watching it down to the end, and you're seeing did I get outbid? How high do I want to go?
Yeah, I bid. I was trying to bid like $2,000 on a Hummer, put an extra zero in.
What?
And had a bid going live. I didn't realize till a day later. I was like early into the bidding process. For $20,000.
Yeah,
I am freaking out. It's ended up selling for like 32 or 38 or something like that. But I had that high bid for a while, and I was like, oh.
One time I went to a live car auction. And it was fun, and I would go to it again anytime. But I was playing in the league, felt like I had a little bit of money at the time, and I started bidding on those cars, and it was fun. But then when you make that bid, and you're like, I don't know anything about that car. Right. I don't own cars like this. Like why did I just raise my hand?
Do you remember what you bid on?
It was an old Bronco, like a
one of them old classic 169.
Yes, exactly. And it was really cool.
Well, those are cool.
Well, what's more surprising, eBay's worth it or GameStop has it to buy?
I guess that eBay's worth it because there's a million ways to
buy old stuff.
Well, there's a million ways to own different properties and whatever.
Yeah. I think. Well, it didn't surprise me. eBay is worth a lot of money. That doesn't surprise me.
$53 billion. Like, if you told me it was worth $200 million, I'd be like, oh, that makes sense.
Plus, you also got to look at when you buy eBay, you own all their intellectual properties and their algorithms or everything else that they use probably is part of that value, isn't it?
I will say this, though. For a while, Evan Mathis got me into cards. And, you're collecting cardboard. It is still the go-to spot for collectibles and stuff.
Oh,
buying autographs.
The text-
I bought a Mickey Mantle PSA. Oh, I'm not even going to go into it, but I bought a really expensive Mickey Mantle on there one time. I bet you that's their primary driving force.
Text line is saying a lot of card people there.
Okay.
The old text line.
Card and car?
Cards more than car, but I'll take
I
your
know
word for it.
this. For car even, there's tons of dealerships now to put their cars on that thing too. So I don't know how good a value it is, and I'm sure their reserve is really high on it.
Yeah.
Hey, no dumb question. Sports, no dumb question. I am rooting so hard for the San Antonio Spurs to beat Minnesota. Have you ever wanted a team that one of our teams lost to lose more than this version of the Timberwolves to lose to the Spurs? Ever. Like in the history of Denver sports, your team loses to somebody, and you just want that team to lose so bad.
So no, I mean I actually don't feel the same way. I've got a weird admiration for that team.
Like you feel yourself rooting for them?
I respect what Jaden did. I equal parts disdain that man and respect that man
But
for talking the talk and walking the walk, and I would take him in a heartbeat. There's a part of me that admires that team.
Ugh, I like the Spurs. I mean, I just like them, period.
Well, you're a Wemby guy.
I'm a big Wemby guy.
Spurs are good. They're young. Can they fight off the pressure that Minnesota will try to throw at them?
I hope they kill Minnesota. I hope it's not close. I hope they sweep them and win every game by 20-plus points. I just do not. You know what sent me over the top, too?
Chris Finch.
Yes. Because I felt the same about Liam Cohen. It's just so phony. And it's like, how stupid are you if that really works on you? All of that. And I don't really dislike Chris Finch as a person. I've been around him a bunch doing the press conference stuff. You're friends with him. I'm not friends with him at all. But, he seems like a nice enough guy. But the whole, they chose us thing, to me, is Liam Cohen about, we're small market. And I just think it's so disingenuous and phony. Jaden McDaniels, I don't have a problem with Jaden McDaniels at all. Why would I have a problem with Jaden McDaniels? He called his shot and he proved it. He backed it up. I don't got a problem with him. It's a Chris Finch issue I have.
Yeah, I can go with you on that. And I like Chris, and I've known Chris since he was here, but
they chose us.
I thought that was a really cheesy. Yeah.
Boy, he leaned into it too.
Yeah, hard.
Oh my God. They chose us.
Hey, it's good coaching. Again, is it cheesy a little bit? Sure. I I admire coaches that do what they got to do to get their team going.
I just don't think, the team that I cannot believe that I kind of like, which I've hated my whole life, but I kind of like now, is the Dodgers. Because they just want to win. And I love their players. I love Ohtani. I love Freddie Freeman. I love Dave Roberts. I can't find a reason to not like the Dodgers. They've won the World Series 2 years in a row. They don't compete with the Rockies.
Well, most of the people hate them just because they pay all that money.
I gotcha, but they want to win. They're not breaking any rules. We should all have a team that wants to win like that. Well, we do actually, the Denver Broncos, because we have rich owners there and they spare no expense. Now they have to play under a salary cap, but do people hate the Broncos because they have the most money? I don't know. I think it's awesome. The Raiders, I do not ever see a scenario in the Chiefs where I would pull for either one of those teams under any circumstance.
Right.
I can't imagine what it would be.
I'm kind of with you on that. The funny thing, though, with Dodgers to the Broncos question is because of that salary cap. But don't you think that if there was no salary cap in the NFL, you've got the right people that would be?
Oh, my God. We'd be winning Super Bowl after Super Bowl if there was no salary cap in the NFL. That would be terrible, though. That would ruin the sport.
As it ruined baseball.
As much as players hate it, and as much as players hate the franchise tag in particular.
Yeah.
The franchise tag might be the single greatest invention in sports to keep parity.
The big story of the day is the Avalanche and that crazy game against Minnesota. We revisit and get into it next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, there's only one dealership you need to go to. It's the best dealership in Colorado. It's Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer for a very, very long time over at Phil Long Ford. I've bought many vehicles from Phil Long Ford because relationships matter to me. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. And if you're anything like me, you're going to become a customer for life after you buy your first vehicle from Phil Long Ford. It's one-stop shopping over there, guys. You don't have to drive all over the state looking for your new vehicle. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, make sure to keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
What a game. What a game, man. It was, for me personally, it was fun to hang out in Avs Alley. By the way, that is not going to be open tomorrow because of this incoming weather. So plan appropriately for that. And my intention was just to basically stay out there until postgame because I thought it was going to be like, I don't know, 5-6-1, something like that. Then it got to 3-2, and I'm like, okay, this is a trickier game. You go inside, and it was wild. I mean, it was something else. And the Minnesota fans were representing.
Hey, what was the chant? They were chanting something I thought it was like a soccer match after a while because it seemed like late in the third period, there was a whole chant going on through the whole.
I just heard "Let's go wild" and "Let's go Avs," that sort of thing. I couldn't hear anything beyond that, to be honest with you. Maybe it was something else. I wasn't picking up on it.
Well, they were doing the goalie chant too.
What was the goalie chant?
Where you just say the last name of the goalie.
Wallstad, yeah. That guy. That guy.
Hey,
that guy might have a little PTSD.
Speaking of goalie and PTSD goalies, and watch that game. Go back and watch. What was it, Vasilevsky? That's the Tampa Bay goalie.
Yeah,
that guy was outstanding, and he loses 2-1 on really two fluky goals. I mean, he was fantastic in that game. And look at the two goals. One was off a guy's shin, and the other one, a guy clubbed it from in the air from around the net. And you're like, wow, what a way to lose a game on 9 shots.
So he faced 9 shots, but he was great?
If you go back and watch some of it, well, that's true.
I mean, what are we talking about here?
He had 2 goals.
He let 2 of them in, so he was incredible on the other 7 shots.
2 of them, the guy stands 3 feet wide of the net and it hits off his shin and goes in. And another one, the guy goes around the net, puck goes up in the air, and he just slams it and goes over the shoulder.
I get it, but I'm just kind of laughing at you saying
he gave up 2 lucky goals.
He only faced 9.
2 lucky goals, though.
Okay.
Oh, would you not take Vasilevsky?
Not now, I wouldn't.
Well,
not now, I wouldn't. That whole team is about to that era is over, man. That era is done. They had one hell of a run.
They had 3 straight. Didn't they go 3 straight finals, 2 wins, and now they've been out 4 straight first rounds.
Look at our guy John Mitchell joining us, wearing the chilly ones. I hope you're getting paid, Mitchie. You getting paid for that? Or are you just a buddy?
Absolutely not. This is definitely not a paid hat gig.
All right, I'll tell you this. I had a little sip of a chili one for the first time out at Avs Alley. It's good. It's good. My wife had more. My wife had more than one of the chili ones.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Well, I think you can have more than one. They're only like 3%. Right?
She 3.2. Yeah. They have non-alcoholic, but they got the 3.2 stuff. She was.
Yeah, the non-alcoholic ones. Yeah, those are my jam. Those ones are good.
That's your jam? You guys without the drinking. Seriously, I know. I'm the only drinker here. Well, Dan drinks a little bit.
Dan smokes more than he drinks.
Yeah, he did. That's true. Mitchie, what were the players smoking last night? That was ridiculous. By the way, it was funny watching the Spit and Chicklets boys this morning, and they were like, "Oh man, that game was on crack." No, it wasn't crack. It was meth. No, it was more like heroin. It was like they were using every drug reference they could think of to describe the game. How would you describe last night's game?
I don't know. Kind of maybe a shit show a little bit, but it was interesting to say the least. Like to have 15 goals in one game and for the Avs to put up 9 on Wallstad and 7 of them were even strength goals, and the fact that the Dallas Stars had that much difficulty scoring 5-on-5 against them in the previous series is wild. But that's a testament of how the Avs play and how good they are 5-on-5.
Do you remember the highest scoring game of your career?
Yeah, I do. It was actually, we lost against the Montreal Canadiens in Montreal 10-2. So, yeah, that game sucked.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thanks for that, Tyler. Thanks
well, I was hoping it was
really
going to be, more positive in nature, but, sports.
You never had you never had a youth game or something and Pee Wee or something that was 20 to whatever?
I'm sure. Hey, listen, I didn't play in a youth game. I was coaching my son's youth hockey game. He played in the Denver Dash this past weekend.
Yeah.
And we won our first 3 games handily, played awesome. We knew that we were going to have a big test against the CCM team that came from Chicago.
Yeah.
And they proceeded to whoop our butts 15-1. So yeah.
Which is only one goal more than was scored last night.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy to think, but yeah, last night was. I mean, if you're a fan of hockey, or even if you weren't a fan of hockey, and it was your first hockey game ever, what a treat you got to go to be a part of that hockey game.
So now break this down. What were some of the issues though the Avs were having in front of Wedgwood?
You were close.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's just maybe a little bit of lack of obviously playing time. When you have that many days off and you're practicing, especially at this time of year, you're doing things at a high pace and you're doing a lot of things at tempo, but you're not doing drills where maybe towards the beginning of the season you're playing 5-on-5 and you're playing hard and you're laying the body on guys. Practices now are all about speed and pace and flow and just getting your energy up, snapping the puck around, and then you're done, right? So I think the Avs not having played a real hockey game for close to a week or whatever it was, I think you could see signs of that. Now on the flip side of that, they look great offensively. They looked fresh. They looked like they could skate. I mean, McKinnon looked like a dog out there. Makar even looked great, even though he got hurt in the first period and missed a giant chunk of the first period, and then obviously kind of took over in the third period and had two massive goals for them. So I think you can contribute that a little bit, just the lack of game time that they've had. So I'm sure they'll clean up things on the defensive side, and I'm sure Minnesota's going to look at some tape too and be like, boys, this can't be happening.
Was letting Wedgwood ride the right call?
I think so. A couple of the goals, yeah, he probably could have had back, but there was a decent amount of goals too where he literally had no chance.
Yeah.
Right. There's shots coming, either from the point on Quinn Hughes' goal. I mean, he's completely screened. He has no chance of making that save. And I believe there was another goal where he was completely screened. And then Zuccarello's goal, like I've never seen that, like a rainbow flip backhand, just prayer towards the net, bounces through the defenseman's legs. I think it was Taves maybe, bounces through his legs, hits Zuccarello in the knee, and then just flutters over top of Wedgwood.
Crazy.
I mean, you got to be kidding me with that one. And I'm sure that's what Wedgwood was saying when he was watching the replay, is like, you got to be kidding me with this right now.
When you look at that, the one thing too, and this goes back to what you're talking about now, really being able to grind, which may have helped the offense because you're playing and flowing and you got pace, you're going. But defensively, you were down a few guys throughout that game. You don't have Manson in there. They were getting bodies in front of the net, and they were having a little tough issue. Burke and a couple of them couldn't move. Whoever was standing in front of the net, they got to clean that up a little bit, don't they?
Well, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, let's be honest. Minnesota, they've got some big boys. They've got the Foligno brothers. I mean, they're both 220 plus, 6'3", and they love to get to the front of the net. Trennan is very similar, and I think all three of those guys play on the same line. So, I mean, talk about a three-headed beast monster right there. Are they the most skilled? No, but they have no problem, crashing and banging and getting to the front of the net. So that's obviously something that needs to be looked at. Hartman's kind of a guy that's not afraid to get to the front of net. Obviously, he scored a goal right in the crease, and that's just blown coverage, right? Because the Avs like to play man on man. And if Minnesota can get the puck and they can hang on to it and switch sides and cycle for a good 10 seconds and start, interweaving with each other, that's when you create a lot of confusion when you start to play man on man. And that's exactly what happened on that goal by Hartman. You could just see, Quinn Hughes, he's doing his thing where he's just a little water bug out there and he's skating all over the place. And then you get somebody that loses their guy and loses coverage, and then before you know it, it's in the back of your net. So, that's something that they're going to have to look at, obviously as well.
Both coaches said after the game the problems that their teams had would be relatively easy to fix. Both of them said that after the game. Who do you think has the easier time fixing whatever issues they have?
I honestly, both teams are so talented and they're so good. It's hard for me not to lean towards the Avs just because of what they were able to do throughout the regular season, the personnel that they have. But the Avs aren't stupid either. They're not going to sleep on Minnesota and be like, "All right, boys, we got it in the bag. Like we just beat them. We just put 9 up on them." That's kind of an anomaly, that game right there. There's going to be a lot of different things and different elements looked at where they're going to clean up, because obviously when you go from, the Avs playing the Kings in a series where it was super tight and they just bottled up the neutral zone and just plugged it up in the D zone and just tried to limit their chances. And then Minnesota on the flip side, they're playing Dallas, who doesn't play that style, so they could play a little bit more run and gun, right? So you've got a team in the Avs and then a team in Minnesota that play two different teams completely when it comes to defensive style and how they play. And then when you meet in game one, it's that's a feeling out process. And obviously for the Avs, they came up on top and it was a treat for fans, but that is a nightmare for coaches on the bench watching that.
You think? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Obviously it's a good thing that this team can be a chameleon to win whatever game they need to win, whatever style they need to play. But is it a little bit weird that we're always matching the other team's style rather than forcing whatever the Avalanche style is?
I think you have to look at both, right? You can't just say, hey, we're the Avs, we're the President's Trophy winning team, we're going to play our way and we're going to dictate the play, and the other team, they have to figure out how to defend us. I think there's a majority of that does happen, but the Avs, their coaching staff, they're obviously very talented coaches there, and they understand the game, they understand how Minnesota plays. So you have to, you can't just say, hey, we're playing our game and that's it, and don't even worry about what they do. No, you still have to look at their players, their tendencies. So obviously special teams was great last night for them. The Avs went 1 for 2 on the power play. They killed, three power plays that the Minnesota Wild had. So, you win the specialty teams battle. When you can win that, you give yourself a significant higher opportunity percentage to win a hockey game. And so when the Avs were able to do that last night, that's awesome.
Hey, how big was it for Cale Makar to get blasted like he blasted that third or in the first period, and then come back and put the scores up that he did late in that game?
Yeah, well, honestly, it was probably very nerve-wracking for everybody in the arena. I was watching the game. I saw him got hit. I saw the hit.
He's up on the glass. His body's up on the glass.
He was posterized on the glass. I mean, you could put the dead man caution tape up on the glass there, because he was straight vertical.
That's funny.
At that point. So we've done that before, where guys get plastered on the ice.
Oh my God!
Somebody ought to do that their next practice. Have a tape. They ought to have that taped up.
The morning skate is at 9:30 tomorrow morning. It's that would be freaking hysterical if somebody does that tomorrow.
If somebody did that, that would be great, right? Just to kind of keep it a little light and have some fun with it or whatever.
That would be so fun.
Again, I'm sure everybody was holding their breath. I was at the game last night, and Kyle Keefe came into the the suite we were sitting in. And he's like, Cale Makar's off the bench. Cale Makar's off the bench. He's not on the ice. Like freaking out. And I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that, but and then he came back towards the end of the first and he did a little lap during a timeout, and it looked like he was kind of shaking and like testing out his right knee or his right ankle. Just something must have happened.
You talking about Cale or Kiefer about that?
Cale.
Oh,
Cale. Well, yeah. Kiefer was mimicking what Cale was doing probably in the suite, just summoning good vibes. Like, you're going to be all right. Cause we all know Kiefer, he wears his heart on his sleeve.
Oh my God. He is so emotionally into it. It's
I don't know who's more emotional,
dude,
Kyle Keefe or Connor McGahey. It is an absolute toss up. It is so close. It's insane.
Connor takes it so personal.
Well,
he really takes it personal.
Mitch, we got a guy that does a show after us, and Andy Lindahl, and you've probably been on his show before. These guys at least work for the team and everything else. Andy's just like the true blue fan. He wants, he wants Ben to be executed. He wants, anybody who's played bad, he gets and been mean to the Avalanche, he hates and wants gone. So yeah, that emotion, I almost think it goes more in hockey than any other sport.
So what's it like doing a game with Connor?
It's actually comical, right? Like, obviously I'm rooting for the Avs, but if they lose a game, all right, there's 82 games. It's not,
right.
But you'll be doing game. I've done game 20 of the year or something like that, and the Avs are 15-5, and they're playing the Wild, and the Wild will score a goal, and he'll hit the mute button, and he'll start smashing his fist on the wall and pounding the desk and everything while I'm trying to talk. Like he gets very animated with it.
He cares.
I mean, I guess you would. That's how you want your radio guy to be.
He cares.
He's invested.
Yeah. The Foligno brothers, this was shocking to me, by the way. And Tyler, I don't know where you fit in on this either. Our producer, Dan Tanner, Mitchie, had never heard of the Hanson brothers from Slapshot.
Oh, my gosh.
Tyler?
I've seen Slapshot. I don't know it like the back of my hand.
Oh, man. Mitchie, not knowing the Hanson brothers is...
You're not really a hockey fan, are you?
If you don't know the Hanson brothers, Mitchie, what's wrong in your life, right?
My era was the Bash brothers.
Even if you're not a fan of hockey, you should somehow know who the Hanson brothers are. It's funny. My son got a Chiefs jersey for Christmas about 3 years ago.
That's awesome.
He hasn't seen that movie. He will eventually. It's not appropriate for an 8-year-old.
It's not ready for him yet.
Not for the 8-year-old.
How old is he?
8?
Oh,
He's
no.
8.
No.
Maybe 13. Maybe that's a good
that's where I'm
15.
saying maybe 13-ish or something like that. So
yeah,
it's obviously a classic hockey movie. It's a great movie, and then the Hanson brothers. I mean, the
Foligno brothers are. I mean, to me, that's as close as you get. Big dudes on the fourth line that are brothers. I mean, you know, I don't know, because the Hughes brothers are just. They look like Casey Affleck, skinny little twerps. You know, they're great hockey players, obviously.
Though.
Oh, yeah, they're great players, but they, and they're not even on the same team.
I did a radio show once, and the Hanson brothers came in studio.
Yeah.
And so I got to do like a sit-down hour with those guys, talking all about the movie. And they ended up signing a sweater for me, and I got it somewhere at the house.
I just think the Hanson brothers, so, Tyler, you're just only sort of familiar with it? You're not... Dan doesn't know it at all.
Yeah, I do not remember that movie extremely detailed, though.
Oh, my God. There's such good
Great
love
scenes.
Love scenes? I don't know if there's great love scenes.
Well, good
that's
love
what
scenes.
Scott goes through.
Like, come on.
There's a love scene with Paul Newman and the other guy. You got a guy skating around in his jock like Mitchie used to do during fights. I mean...
The great thing about that movie is it's pretty clear they didn't have an ending for that movie.
Right, that is true.
They didn't know how to wrap the movie up, but they had so many great scenes in the movie.
Scenes and one-liners.
All-time hockey. All-time hockey.
Explain what high sticking is. Well, if you take any sticking, you do this.
Do this, and then they put you and you feel shame.
Yes, and then you feel... Well, here's a cool story, is that when I was playing for the Toronto Maple Leafs, we signed a player out of Notre Dame on the hockey team there, and his name was Christian Hansen. And believe it or not, his dad was one of the Hanson brothers in the movie.
For real?
Slapshot. Yes.
Wait a second. One of the Hanson brothers, his real name, the actor, was Hanson?
Yes.
I did not know. Well, I didn't know
Yes.
that. That's fantastic.
Yes.
That's
yeah,
great.
One of the three that they actually weren't brothers in real life, but the one guy that was in the movie was a Hanson. And so I played with Christian Hansen.
Oh, that's
in Toronto.
fantastic.
His dad was one of the three Hanson brothers in the movie. And so he would come down to the rink and he would wear the big black rim glasses and goof around. Like it was pretty cool.
All right. Well, the homework for anybody out there listening that's not quite aware, get yourself familiar. You'll like it. It's hysterical. It's the best. And Mitchie,
and the guy's the dad's name was Dave Hansen.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's hysterical.
The other guy was anyway.
The other guys had names. Okay.
Jeff and Steve Carlson playing themselves, and Dave Hansen playing the third brother.
That's so funny. So there were two brothers named Carlson, but they didn't call them the Carlson brothers. They call them the Hanson brothers after the other dude. All right, well, whatever. All right, Mitchie, Avs in 4 or 5?
I don't know if I see a clean sweep here, so I'll go in 5.
Okay.
Right. I will go in 5. And as much as
these guys hate, would
Mitchie, love that.
Mitchie, by the way, these guys hate when I do this. They hate it when I do this. When I
ask if it's going to be 4 or 5?
Yeah, they hate it.
Yeah, I hate
I don't like it either, to be quite honest.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, tell us your
DMac,
former
it is not my
athlete
favorite when you ask when the series is going to end.
You don't. Hey, nobody's forcing you to play his game.
He's just being a good dude.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, DMac, I'm not. Yeah, I'm taking that back, and we'll figure it out later.
All right, brother. We'll talk to you later. Thank you, John.
All right. Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks, guys.
The best. John Mitchell, the best. All right, Dan. Tyler, Hanson Brothers. Little homework.
Bash Brothers.
Bash Brothers is more Dan and I's era.
Bash Brothers, what? Mark McGuire and Jose Canseco?
Oh, no. Wow.
Oh, is that Ducks? Is that the Amazing Ducks?
The Mighty Ducks.
The Amazing Ducks?
Yeah, I didn't watch
How
that
dare
one.
you disrespect the Mighty Ducks like that?
The Amazing Ducks.
I never watched it.
What?
I never watched it.
Yeah, see, that's how we feel about that.
Turn in your hockey card.
I guarantee you.
That's a good kids hockey movie.
Correct, because I wasn't a kid, nor were my kids of that age when that came out.
I think I took one of my older group of kids to the.
I guarantee you Slapshot's a cooler movie than the Amazing Ducks. Thank you. I mean, my movie has cursing and sex.
And a lot of fighting.
A lot of fighting.
There's definitely not that in Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, there's fighting, violence, sex, and cursing.
And Paul
drinking.
Newman.
And Paul Newman.
But there is a sick knuckle puck in Mighty Ducks.
There you go. All right.
And Emilio Estevez.
We'll give you an update with what the
I was
Broncos
like,
are doing.
Broncos
Broncos have some action. Let's
Hey,
put
that
football
movie,
going
Dan.
next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters when you're talking about intimate moments, and ED can get in the way. Guys that deal with this, sometimes you just write it off. You're kind of embarrassed initially, and then you're whatever. And then maybe you try the pills, and it just doesn't work. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic uses advanced medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond the pills. So call them today and find out why their advanced medical strategies offer so much more. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. The initial visit's only $99 and includes a medical consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations, so easy to find. Make this issue that you've been having a thing of the past with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Just give them a holler at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You know, that would be hysterical if somebody put up the caution tape where Kale got flattened on the glass. Now that he's okay, you know, if he was hurt.
Dude, did you
but
see
he's
how
okay.
close his skate came to hitting a neck?
Well,
Yeah,
they hit that
Foligno.
dude up. Yeah.
That was another Foligno thing.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Yeah, we do have a little football news, so let's football go, Dan.
Well, guys, we got a video put out. I saw it on Bo Nix's Instagram. He posted a video of him running. So obviously, reports emerged over draft weekend that Bo Nix needed a cleanup surgery on his ankle. We got narratives that it was planned and expected, but also got conflicting reports that this type of cleanup isn't necessarily usually expected. Well, now we have video of Bo Nix running. Now, the question here is, was this before or after the cleanup procedure for Bo Nix? But good news, seeing him running. On a scale of 1 to 10, how worried are you guys about Bo Nix's long-term health of his ankles moving forward?
Holy cow. If you think that was after his cleanup surgery, I've got some swampland in Florida to sell you.
Hold on, I have an important question. Did anybody timestamp this thing? Like, did Bo Nix post that after the surgery?
Oh, yeah. Well, he did an Instagram reel, and it had like 9 different things on it, and one of them was him sprinting for like 7 yards.
Well, then it's weird whether it actually was after the surgery or not. This whole thing has become a PR management case for Bo. That like what the first time it was him basically calling his coach a liar and saying he doesn't know anything about my surgeries. He should keep my name out of his mouth. And then this time I'm posting videos. It's all just like weird PR management.
Very weird, because it was like, oh, I'm at the Masters. Oh, I'm here. Oh, I'm there. Well, let me just throw you this 5-second video of me sprinting a couple yards. It clearly is a while ago. I don't know, man. For me, when I saw people like, see, he's fine. I'm like, how stupid are you? But that's just
They were wearing a blue hat with said Bo Lever on top of it.
Well, what am I wearing today, my friend?
DMac's trading that hat in only for today. Tomorrow it'll be back to Bo Leave, but it's turned into Bo Hater.
I'm not a Bo hater. I'm a Bo truther.
No, you know what you are?
What?
Right now you're a hobo.
I'm definitely a hobo right now.
Because you're hoping Bo's going to be okay.
There is zero doubt I am a hobo right now.
Thank you.
Zero doubt.
Hey, welcome it. We got plenty of room.
I'm happy to be on board.
Thank you.
I am a hobo. I think this is
You're the secretary in charge of minutes.
It's a serious issue right now. If I'm the Broncos, there is no way I would extend him some sort of huge contract extension. No way. You got that 5th-year exemption.
Use it.
Use it. Use it, baby. Use it. And if you have to, tag him. You know, it is what it is. That's what I do. But I would use it, you know, when it comes time to use it. You have to declare it, first of all. Like, you realize Garrett Bowles, they didn't even extend the 5th-year extension to him. They just were the 5th-year option. They were just like, forget it. And he was one of the very few guys that did not get the 5th-year option exercised on him that came back to his team. Yeah.
Well, didn't you say Jackson went the same thing with Baltimore?
Yep. Lamar Jackson did it.
Use it. You got it. Use it.
He's like the only quarterback I could think of that ever had the 5th-year option actually put on him.
It's crazy. It hardly ever happens. Because either you believe in the guy, and if you believe in the guy, you give him the contract.
But Lamar had gotten hurt that year too bad, right? Wasn't that the one?
I don't remember the exact timeline, but I'll take your word for it.
All right, next story there, Dan.
Well, speaking of 5th-year options, the Indianapolis Colts will not exercise the 5th-year contract option on quarterback Anthony Richardson, leaving his long-term future with the franchise in doubt. Last Friday was the league deadline for teams to act on 5th-year options for 2023 first-round picks. So where do you think Anthony Richardson ends up, guys? And would you be interested at all in sort of a backup quarterback role here with the Broncos bringing in Anthony Richardson?
What if Anthony Richardson ends up starting this year and then goes for 4,000 yards, 29 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions? And guess what? Tag him.
It's actually not an insane thought. I know everybody's like, oh, Anthony Richardson sucks. Yeah, I get it. That's why they're declining it. Cool. But the Broncos are in a weird spot with Bo Nix right now, and I don't think you're going to go out and get a veteran. I don't think you're going to go get a high-price guy. There's nobody to go get anyways, even if you wanted to. So it's not the worst of ideas of all time.
Last story, Dan.
Also, just another injury update. Andy Reid said Saturday that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes is on track to participate in the team's upcoming voluntary offseason workouts less than a month
Oh,
before
heard
the
that one
program
before.
begins. Well, right. Mahomes underwent surgery in December to repair a torn ACL and LCL in his left knee. Do you guys, it seems like Patrick Mahomes might be ready for the start of the regular season. What do you guys think?
I'd be very surprised. Very, very surprised. I mean, listen, today's technology, we're all going to live to 150, right? Guys are healing at rapid paces, but that would seem insanely quick.
I don't know what's worse, that he's going to be ready for OTAs and that Bo Nix isn't.
I think there's some ironicism in there.
God, would that be wow? I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
That's the first thing I thought about.
Yeah, I did too.
Bo Nix just had a couple minor ankle cleanups.
Right, and there's Mahomes doing more during OTAs than Bo Nix.
Jeez.
I'm a hobo.
Welcome.
Feels weird.
Not good, man. It's not good.
It's a big path.
We gotta get like a hobo hat. If I'm gonna wear this Believe hat, we just gotta get like a hobo hat.
Look, I don't think the question with Bo Nix is he going to be ready for the season? I'm sure he will be ready for day one, for opening day of the season. The question is more, will he survive the season?
All right, question. Who do you have more faith that they'll stay healthy during the season, Bo Nix or J.K. Dobbins?
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
Okay, Bo Nix. But still.
But close.
I can't wait to hear how Andy was absorbing that Avalanche game. We'll find out coming up. It's a good one today, by the way. Good DMac Smack today. Check it out there on the YouTube. For Avs fans, 20 minutes of inside stuff on the Avs fans. Hey, it's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook, turning up the heat, introducing a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets, available across the MLB, NBA, NHL. Here's the deal. You tap into the Fanatic Sportsbook app, build your squad from the sport you want, then pick your market, points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, all that stuff, and finally set your target. So if you like hoops, you could pick your 4 players combined for 100 points, or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18 batters, with the Rockies starting in just moments. And sit back and, like a GM, watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. Here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack. So your bet stays alive all the way to the very end. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets, only on Fanatics Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
It's Brock Faber, top of the far circle, 2:15 to go. Hughes still with it, back for Faber. Returns it to Hughes. That's broken up. McKinnon has an empty net. You betcha! 9 times! Nathan McKinnon has goals in back-to-back games. It's 9-6 Colorado with 2 to go here in game 1.
Yeah, we kind of had to reset after 2 periods. And we talked about it wasn't the defensive effort that we want to be known for. It's not how we want to play. It just felt like we kind of had to wake up after 2 periods. And luckily, we're fortunate to be in a good spot. Tie game going into the third, home ice. So turned it on for the third. Just wanted to check better, and we did. Got rewarded for it.
You can lock in your seats right now for the remaining games of the playoffs at coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Tickets are on sale for every possible game. Don't miss the most anticipated Avs series of the year. The question you got to ask yourself is there 1 game left at home? Are there going to be 2 games left at home?
Here we go, boys. Here we go.
You're just trolling it.
Someone knocked this dude down and turned his microphone off.
I mean, how many games?
Why do you do it? Like is it fun for you to tempt fate? Is it fun for you to stand on the edge of the end of civilization and just like put 1 foot over?
I don't know. Maybe Minnesota can sneak out a game at some point. Who knows?
Man. Jeez. Why?
It's Loserville, USA.
Please, nobody associate the show with this behavior.
Land of 10,000 losses.
Land of 10,000 losses. Oh, go Spurs.
You know, there was another point in time I was doing a show for you that you bought the permits and planned a parade. That didn't work out too well, did it?
You know, my DPT hats, I had to. There's going to be a lot of kids in like
you paid the vendors already.
Eastern Ethiopia that are going to be walking around with Nuggets championship T-shirts and DPT hats. Double parade time. By the way,
Scott's on another DPT right now.
What's that?
Double poop time.
Well,
he's working overtime.
Good for him. I want him to take his time. Take as much time as you need. It was pointed out to me that it should not be DPT time. That doesn't, because double parade time does not make any sense.
DPTT.
But it doesn't matter because we're not doing double parades here.
No, what are you doing?
Could be worse. You could be a Boston fan. How about that? So the Bruins lose to the Sabres, who haven't been to the playoffs in 14 years. And then despite blowing out the Sixers by like 40 points in game 1, the Sixers, for the first time since 1982, beat the Celtics in a playoff series. Did you see that one coming?
I did not. No.
I think that's the biggest surprise of the first round.
End of eras are hard, man. End of eras are, oh my gosh.
Yeah, well, we just experienced it. So I know what it's like. I know what it feels like to have an end of an era.
Are we in the end of a Nuggets era?
Yeah, absolutely. The championship DNA era, it's gone. That's over. It's dead. The DNA doesn't exist anymore. I don't know how big of a rebuild it's going to look because realistically, the challenges with the money and the lack of trade value, it's real. But it's an end of an era because there's no longer championship expectations with that group.
If you believe it's the end of an era, why wouldn't you trade Jamal Murray?
Well, that doesn't mean he can't be a part of the next era.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then how would you define the era then of the Nuggets? See, I would define it as Joker and Murray. To me, as long as you have Joker and Murray together, you're still part of the same era.
AG in there too?
Yeah, AG's absolutely a part of the era.
Not like Joker.
Yes, he is.
Well, Joker and Jamal were around before AG was here.
Not this era. He is a part of this era.
I guess I'm defining the Joker Jamal whole time they've been together as like, how many years have they been together?
But that didn't even count.
It doesn't?
No, it doesn't because the only era that mattered was the Aaron Gordon era.
See, to me, like when you looked at the Celtics, it was like Bird, McHale, and Parrish, like those three together.
Keep going.
So when they lost, when that separated, I was like, well, that's done. That's a wrap on that. I think it was not even McHale first to go. I think maybe Parrish. I'm not actually sure. What it almost feels like they all three left at the same time. I think if Jamal's still here and Joker's still here, you still think that this is the. I don't think you can call it a different era.
Is this
them.
a different era for the Avs since they traded Miko? Would you
No.
consider this a different era, or is it the same era?
The same era, for
Well,
sure.
Couldn't you make the argument Miko was their
I
AG?
would say I would make the argument. Okay, that's good. That's a good comparison. That it is the same. Ultimately, it is the same era because you have McKinnon and McCarr. At the end of the day, this Avs era is probably defined by the two of those guys together. And Gabe. Ooh, that's tricky. Because Gabe kind of was tapped out there for a little bit.
There's more guys though. For the Avalanche, it was more than that.
Who?
I mean, you're not including Kale in that. You're
No,
not.
Kale, Gabe, and McKinnon.
Wait. Okay.
You said it. You said the McKinnon-McCarr era.
Yeah.
With Gabe.
With
Right.
Gabe, yeah.
Well, you got to throw Miko in there too.
Do you?
So,
You won a cup with them,
but that was 5 guys.
Well,
I mean,
you won the cup with a lot of guys.
that list is 5 guys. You remove one guy from that, that's not that big of a deal.
I don't know if Miko, you would consider him part of that era. So if he's not there, are you restarting in a different era of Avalanche hockey?
That's the question.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's defined by McKinnon and McCarr and Gabe. I think Miko would have been the 4th out of those guys. Maybe not even, because I could make an argument Eric Johnson, who was here longer, was a deeper part of that run than Miko Rantanen. I mean, EJ was like the longest tenured Denver athlete for 12 straight years or something like that. And he was it. I don't know. It's an interesting question, man. Like if you restart, if you have to rebuild and restart things. Like Mahomes, they've definitely restarted and rebuilt that, right? It's not the same era of the Chiefs, or is it? Is the Chiefs era defined by Kelsey and Mahomes? And Reed?
I think of the Chiefs era. I could see why you throw Kelsey into it, but I just think of it as Mahomes and Reed.
Mahomes and Reed. So
as long as those two are together, that era is alive.
Yeah, but there's different stages of it, I guess.
Sure.
I don't know. I feel like the Nuggets are just toast. Like it's just done. Or you're just going to be the Milwaukee Bucks. You're just going to be what now is a sad Golden State Warriors team. Like it's just done. You know it's done. You just have a couple of stars left. Like you have Draymond, you have Steph Curry, but you have no chance of winning a championship. You have Giannis and who else out there? Chris Middleton? I mean, who else would you even count? That being said, our guy Andy Lindahl is here. We are kind of dying because of how emotional you get sometimes. We are kind of dying to see how you process that game yesterday. Where were you? How did it go for you? What furniture was broken?
No, everything was fine until the Zuccarello goal. That was the only one that really hacked me off. Nate says it all the time. Sometimes hockey is stupid, and sometimes that irritates me. And then I watch a stupid goal where you throw it at the net, it knuckles, it flutters over, somehow hits your guy's dumb shin pad, and then the spin of the thing to just get over the tip of Wedgwood's glove and into the goal. I was like, I just...
Yeah, but wasn't that kind of like you just throw your hat up and you're like, what are you going to do?
Nah, I want that is... You should have some intent that's what's going to happen.
The amount of things that had to line up for that to go right,
trust me.
Insane.
That's why I was like, you got Nathan McKinnon drawing everybody to him and throwing like a behind-the-back pass to whoever was it, Lecky, that he basically set the open net up for, and then Zuccarello's just kneeing one into the... Just whatever. But no, the rest of it was... Listen, the Wild are really good.
Oh, yeah, no
they
kidding.
They are really good.
Yes.
And I got a hard time. Now, I don't want to count out Carolina. Yeah, my buddy I was watching the game with at the end of the night was like, I don't know, Carolina. And I was like, yeah, you're right. They both competed for the President's Trophy. And it does kind of feel like there's something about Natchez, who, if he wants to join the playoffs anytime now, I'd be psyched, Marty. We're waiting on you with bated breath. But there is something about the two teams that made this colossal trade on a crash course in the Stanley Cup Finals. But seriously, I if Minnesota wins, I could see them hoisting the cup.
Oh, I
How
totally
about Vegas
agree.
getting to go against freaking Utah and Anaheim? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Fine by me.
I hate you, NHL, and your seating system. I
Whatever.
really do.
Bring them on. I just don't know how Minnesota, if they couldn't win a game like that, could win a game at all.
No, I'm with you because you got a lot of the breaks. Now,
you had a lead.
You
did it.
I do think it was an interesting question posed to
I look at it different. Sorry. But I look at it different, not how could they win any game. I look at it, if they're capable of scoring like that, they could actually win any game.
Well, you got to stop the goals. You got to score them, but you got to stop them too.
Yeah, I'm curious what this does to the mentality of that rookie.
Wally
they were calling
World's-
him the Wall of St. Paul or whatever.
Yeah, because it's a cute nickname.
Yeah,
I
well,
think the Wall of St. Paul is probably has PTSD right now standing on that wall.
But Gustafson's been real good against the Avs. The other guy's been real good against the Avs.
Do you think they make the? I mean, the guy just won him the Dallas series. Did they pull the plug on him?
Maybe.
He just won the series against Dallas.
I would say this: if I'm the coach and it's the first period and we're down 2-0 again, I'm making a quick hook, baby. Gustafson.
Oh, so you start Wallstedt.
Yeah, I think both coaches just got to look at that game and be like, ghost film, like for the goaltenders in particular.
I would make
like,
the argument for Wallstedt. He's just a little burned out, probably emotionally and physically.
Well,
and you have a 3-day break between games 2 and 3. I'd be very tempted if I was Hines to play Gustafson and just say, "Chill, Wally. We'll see you in St. Paul."
Yeah, but I would also tell you this: I won't be shocked if tomorrow's 2-1. That's sometimes how
no,
these go.
2-1.
You can't go backwards on that.
I
I'll
don't
die.
think so.
I want it to be like that every game.
Dan, back me up. Remember the Nashville Predators series where the Avs, what was it, 7-0 the first game, and then they had to win the next one 1-0 or something
In
like
overtime.
that? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to
That's
do
just how
if
this
you-
stuff goes.
But if you want to do that, go to game 1 against Edmonton when they won 8-6, and the next game was 4-0.
But Edmonton doesn't have the ability to play defense the way that Minnesota does. If Minnesota wants to, they can do what every team does against the Avs and try to put three back there.
I'm just saying,
And just let you have nowhere to shoot
You
the
think
puck.
they would do that?
Yeah. Because
Well,
that's
that-
look,
okay,
Gav
fine.
showed you again last night. There's not really a team out there. You want to skate with us? Good luck. Give it a try. We'll put up 15.
Boy, that is not Minnesota's style. But if they want to do that, I mean, we'll take it.
That's what a lot of teams do.
We'll take a
it's
2-1
what-
win.
Whoever DJ Smith or whoever the guy was that was coaching the Kings, he brought up a great point. He said that their test for the Avs was, would you stay patient? Would you stay patient since we aren't giving you anything to shoot at? And he credited the Avs for doing so. Minnesota's got better guys to try to do that with.
It's KKSCFM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. So how are you feeling about the Avs then, Andy?
Oh, I surprisingly, I feel pretty good, which probably should worry all of you. But I mean, I do still think they're the better team. You know what I mean? Dallas had a great 2 weeks, and then kind of they were up and down the whole time. I don't know. Look, man, Nuggets won game 1-2. How about that? Don't like to get ahead of yourself in any playoff centers. I've watched a lot of whack playoffs. I've seen playoff series against the Red Wings. I heard you talking about, have you ever wanted a team to lose more than Minnesota? Every Red Wing team the Avs ever lost to back in the day, I wanted to lose immediately. But I'm with you. I'm with you.
That's unfortunately faded because the Red Wings went to a different conference, and you just don't see them.
It really was. The Avs, I'll tell you what, the Avs and Red Wings, and to a little extent, for those that remember it, for it was just a couple, 3 years, the Buffs and the Huskers.
Yeah.
Whoever won went on to play for something important. You know what I mean?
Well, I am
so that's
really,
why that was that
well,
way.
I like Wemby. I like Wemby anyway. So
I'm with you.
This isn't very hard for me because I'm a Wemby fan. So,
but let me ask you this:
I hope they get destroyed.
Let's be honest. It's more about the fan base that we dealt with, and let's be honest, we didn't. Who knows what Minnesota fans we actually dealt with last week? Twitter's a toilet. They may not even. Half those dudes are probably bots.
Minnesota Twitter was pretty quiet today.
Well.
Did you guys see any? I got nothing.
I didn't see anything.
I didn't get anything on my Minnesota Twitter today. Nothing. Did you get anything?
No. I mean, I got something after they lost. We got it, but again, it's like the same.
Oh, after the Nuggets,
right?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I got all sorts of stuff there.
But look, I think you got to respect Minnesota. I mean, they're no joke. They can wake up and make this a problem. And so I'm not counting anything done. Again, I've seen the Avs lose the first 2 games of a series and then go on to win 4-2.
The issue, though, is
the playoffs are nutty.
Is how dynamic the Avs scoring actually is, though.
No, I'm with you, but here's the other thing. Can we get guys to quit getting hurt? I mean, seriously.
Who are you worried about?
Well, we were told Manson, no big deal. Hey, he's walking around. Everything's fine. Hey, he's not playing.
Well, they got more issues with Eriksson Ek out and Brody
You're
out.
absolutely right, but I'm just saying, you need Josh Manson back.
He's confusing. I was out there at practice on Saturday at Family Sports, and he was whole practice. He did everything, the whole practice. But like after the practice was over, he had this kind of long conversation with Bednar, and then before they opened up the locker room, they kind of got him in there and got him out of there before the media came in. And then yesterday at morning skate, he was not there for a good chunk of time, and then he came out late. And I'm like, man, he's got to be close.
I would hope, but again, we never find
he
out
was
what the
the
injuries
whole
are.
practice Saturday, Andy. The whole practice,
Yeah.
everything. And, Kibbe runs.
Well, it's good he's keeping in shape, but
Kibbe is like nowhere to be seen.
yeah. Well,
Well,
I mean,
whatever.
look,
That doesn't.
Ross Colton's playing pretty good.
He's doing
but,
fine.
But see, again, one of the things who is it, Blankenberg, right?
Yes.
Okay, you had a sweet goal. I'll give it to you. You also gave up two.
No kidding.
I mean, come on, dude. You
They
got to
were-
get those guys from out in front of the net. And you can't be the dude crowding your goalie while you try to move somebody
Well,
off the...
he was a little bit of a defensive mess. Burns was a little confused in there. Everything was kind of a disaster.
Yeah, how you lost? Who'd they lose on the backside? Was that Quinn Hughes? Nobody decided to cover?
Yeah, it
Late
was
early in the game.
I mean,
they want to keep track of him.
The amount of mistakes they made.
Right.
Listen to
Which is why I feel good about them being the better team. But again,
Right,
playoffs are
so-
stupid sometimes.
So do you think they continue to play poorly like that?
No.
Or, you know what's funny?
Look, in the third period, they settled down and got to their defensive assignments.
It was pretty funny after the game. Bednar and John Hines, the coach for Minneapolis, they both said the same thing. They're both like, these are easy fixes. Like, no big deal. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, neither guy was like flipping out, freaked out. We're all freaking out. The fans freak out.
Well, yeah, because we get no control over this.
Yeah, the players weren't freaking out. It's like 5-5 after 2. Oh, okay.
Just pay attention to what you're doing. You know what I mean? Let's just maybe pay better attention to the assignments and, not go losing a guy backside.
I think the mistakes the Avs made are probably easier to fix than the mistakes that Minnesota was making.
I would tend to agree, but what the hell was that shorthanded goal on the power play where nobody seemed to know where the puck was except Minnesota?
Bad. That was not
I was like,
good.
dude, you're making me not. You're getting to the point where I don't even want you on the power play. You
It
give up
looked-
more shorties than you do score.
It seriously looked for a second there. And I know he's one of our closest friends, Andy.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
be
really bonded
careful.
over some chili ones.
Be careful here.
But it looked for a moment like Nathan McKinnon, like it was, he was like body snatched for a moment, and like
Right.
replaced with like me, and like he was ice skating about as well as I can. And then it all snapped back
first
into
off,
place for him.
he passed to someone that wasn't
there. And then he just like,
Yeah.
but then he just like stumbled.
Yeah, and then he looked. He was like, "Oh, that's a minute. Wait a minute, that's
Yeah.
a Minnesota guy."
No, he legit looked like I do. Like, when you go ice skating and the first time and you open the little door and you put your feet down, you go, like, hey, like
Yeah,
one of
whoa,
those.
whoop, whoa, whoa,
That's
whoa.
what he looked like.
Yeah,
And he's
yeah.
the best hockey player on the planet. And for a moment there, he looked like me.
Yeah.
Dude, how about
it was a wild hockey game.
How about on the third goal when he passes it to himself off of Wally's pads?
Off the goalie.
To like kick it to the guy playing outside the 3-point line to Lehkonen.
It was so sick.
Who goes through the guy's legs for the goal.
Empty net cheese, baby.
Dude.
But he put it through the dude's
I know
legs.
Five-hole. What do you call that in soccer? What do you do to him?
Nutmeg.
Nutmeg. Yeah, he nutmegged the guy on the shot.
Nutmeg 5-hole.
It
the
was,
guys, who's that defense? Who's his expression was great.
Jared Spurgeon.
He couldn't believe it. It's just,
Who, by the way, almost took it right off the Richard.
It was right there.
He dropped to his knees
It
and
was-
good on Lehkonen to keep that thing low.
It was so funny because the net is wide open and Lehkonen picked that spot.
Right.
I know, dude.
And yet it went in.
3-0. Game over. 3-0, right? 3-0. We're good.
Okay, so
game over, right?
Oh, no, you know what?
Oh,
I literally said to the household, there's something dumb about a 3-0 lead. Let's keep going. And
So-
boom, 3-2.
Follow me on this, though. Like, okay, they haven't played hockey in a week. They get out to a 3-goal lead. Probably lost some focus. Game got stupid for a while. And then second intermission, like, they did the thing the Nuggets were incapable of doing of like, oh, let's actually refocus, reset.
Yeah.
Everybody stop doing the dumb stuff. Let's actually stick to our assignments.
And then Wedgwood made a couple of really great saves.
And then they
in that
kicked
period.
ass.
Yeah. But they needed some great saves. He got a couple good ones in there.
Yeah. Well, and the other part of it, too, and you're absolutely right about that, but the goals that Wedgwood gave up last night, like outside of the stupid one off of Zuccarello's leg, like most of them were kind of sick goals. Like I wasn't that mad at the way Wedgwood played. If I'm a Wild fan, I have way more concern about Volstead than Avalanche fans should have about Wedgwood.
Wedgwood seeing the puck through traffic right now is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And believe me, there's too much traffic.
Bednar admitted he didn't have his best game, but then he pointed out, well, nobody really had a good game in front of him. Wallsted's different. Wallstead is just not seeing the puck.
Oh, yeah.
And Kadri talked afterwards like, well, we scouted it. We know where to go.
Yeah.
It kind of gave away the cookies a little bit.
But it's funny, though, like Kadri's goal was one where, like, and any professional NHL goalie should have saved that thing.
I mean, it's unencumbered. It's spot on. Sure, the shot's hard, but it's just, I mean, that's not that hard.
No, it's
Drury's was
you
kind of
saw
the same
him the whole way. You
so
know?
Drury, two of Kale's,
Kale's was filthy.
Kadri,
Right
but
off the pipe
you know
and
they
in.
were all kind of from the same exact spot.
Yeah.
They didn't all go the same place because Kale went like top left, but still, like there's something about the way that guy sees the puck from that angle that isn't great.
Kale's
obviously,
first goal is you will never see a better wrist shot than that. Like you'll see wrist shots as good as that. Nothing can be done better than that wrist shot, though. That thing, do you guys use the term in hockey upper 90? That's a soccer term.
I don't know.
For you. I mean that thing was definition upper 90. Like
we say top shelf where Mama hides the cookies.
There you go.
Or,
okay,
hides the.
But
I
mean
weed,
that thing was
on where she lives.
far post. Just zap right, like he fit that thing in beautifully. It was a freaking laser. It was also it was a play where, you know, damned if you do and damned if you don't. Like Sophie's Choice, Kaprizov went for McKinnon and it left McCarr wide open. Like either way, it's a bad option.
More entertaining that game or a 2-1 overtime game?
No, that game last night was awesome.
Prefer games like that?
9 goals or 9 shots is what you're asking me?
Well,
you know, Montreal took 9 shots.
9 goals or 9 shots.
Montreal took 9 shots.
And
they
they
shot
won.
9 times.
The
and
funny,
they won.
I know.
I don't have the exact number, but it's something like this. John Cooper, the coach of the Canadian national team in Tampa Bay, in his 2 biggest games of the year, the gold medal game against US in Game 7 last night, his teams outshot the opponent team like 71-35, and he lost both of those games.
Yeah, his quote last night was great, too. He was just like, you know, I've had the hockey gods on my side a lot in my life. I didn't this year.
Hey,
he did not.
How about his dumb quote? This was, we're just watching postgame. Did you see his quote where he goes, well, sometimes you win the game, but not the score. We didn't win. I was like, no.
Well,
if you didn't win the score, you didn't win the game.
No, but he's kind of right.
No, he's not right.
No,
this
he
is the
is.
pro.
He
Dude,
is.
everyone's
They had
making
nine-
$1.
they had
You want
9
to tell that
shots.
to your 10-year-olds? Fine.
But
No,
dude,
no,
you had
no,
a
no.
night where the
Hockey-
Avalanche scored 9 goals and the Montreal Canadiens won having 9 shots.
I don't care.
when
He
is
did
that
not
ever
win
gonna
that game in
happen?
any way, homie.
This is, I completely agree with DMac on this. Like, that's what's so stupid about the sport of hockey is you can tilt the ice, you can dominate, you can control puck possession and shots and everything.
There's no other sport like
and
it.
and you can lose.
Listen.
Right, if you do that in any other
Right.
sport, you win.
Yeah.
Okay. You both need to listen to Ricky Bobby's dad. If you're not first, you're last. All right?
Papa, I was
Right.
making that up. There's second, there's third, there's all sorts of good things. I was drunk.
So are both those games.
I mean, hockey is just, that's what's so, like, infuriating and yet fun about that sport. And, like,
Well, it's why you can't just say the Avs are going to wag and roll the
Right.
rest of this series.
You
It
just-
can get dumb the whole way.
that's just it, man.
There's
Like,
nothing. You don't know what you're going to show up in
Andy.
hockey more than anything. You don't know what you're going to see.
I have 3 words for you. Philip Grubauer's butt. Okay?
No, yeah. How about that all changing, huh?
That's it.
Hey, no, you know what? Baseball had a little, the Rockies had a little of that moment too. The Rockies were cruising, about to get, their 5th win in a row over Atlanta Friday night.
Yep.
And the next thing you know, someone can't pitch and you ain't winning a game this series. And now, what have I always told you, by the way? What have I always told you? When the Mets show up, so does the snow. I don't know what it is. I don't know why they don't make the Mets show up in late July or August every year. But when the Mets come in May or June, it is somehow snowing. And they're doing it again.
It sucks, too, because the Rockies need this series.
Yeah, it'd be kind of cool if they
the
could
Mets
play and
suck.
get right again, right?
Right.
Do
right.
it to them again.
Yeah, you're 1-5 over your last 6 ball games. Like, okay, the Mets are a disaster. Just beat up on but apparently, first pitch is in a half hour.
Yeah, because they know. You know what? Let me ask you this. I was thinking about this today. Is this, and I don't know, I have no proof of this. Is this the first little thing that maybe happened because the Penners bought into the Rocks? Because you don't have to sweat the gate for a series. Because it feels like to me, back in the day, how many times have they known snow is coming and they just decided we're going to try to make it happen anyway? But maybe because you're a little less stressed, you're going to move it up and just get the game out of the way? Because I promise you, how many people are making this game today?
Yeah, I would think it will be a friends and family crowd out there at Coors Field. Yeah. Yeah, and it's, to your point, like these decisions are made in concert with the Rockies, the Mets, Major League Baseball, everything. So everybody kind of works together on all of that. But no, to your point, like
you and I have sat through having to cover games where it felt like, why are you guys being so
that said,
thick-headed about this? Call the game.
It is a Monday night in early May.
Sure.
The Mets are so awful that I don't even know if Mets fans that live here want to go watch them. Yes, exactly. So they probably looked at the gate for tonight and were kind of like, well, we're only getting like 14,000 people anyway, so what's the difference?
You do realize this sets up for prime time Met watching. Little 5 o'clock game time in New York land.
Hell yeah, man.
Make him even more angry. They could still catch the prime time schedule. This may help the Mets TV rights, right?
Hey, you're gonna now we get Keith Hernandez on television a little bit earlier. We got Tomo Sagano towing the slab tonight for the Rocks, or I suppose I say tonight, this afternoon. The Mets will counter with Huáscar Brazoban. Okay.
Dude. If you were, what would you, okay, I'm curious. And if you have tickets, just let me know. How about that? 303-504-0925. By the way, we're giving away tickets of our own today.
Oh, we are. Yes, guys.
So let's not forget that.
We've got Game 2 tickets. Normally, we do this on a Tuesday. I'm glad Andy reminded me of this. Normally, we do this on a Tuesday, but we're doing it today on a Monday because it's a 6 o'clock local time puck drop tomorrow. So we won't really have time to give away tickets tomorrow. We got to get off the
air by 5:30 now.
Exactly. We get the boot a little early tomorrow. I forgot about that part of it. Yeah, so we're doing the giveaway today. So 320, 420, and 520. We have keywords for you to text in, and one of our listeners is going to win a pair of tickets for Game 2 tomorrow night at Ball Arena, Avalanche and Wild on an Avalanche ticket Monday, a rare Avs ticket Monday.
So lock in. First keyword coming here in about 7 minutes. All right.
Yeah, focus, people. So, that's what we're talking about here. Really lock in and focus like the Avalanche in the third period last night.
If you had tickets for today's game, season ticket holder, just bought them, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Did you take off time of work to go to this? Is this a unique experience? Is this one of those things
for
that
a
you want to say? But is this one of those things at the bar with your buddies 10 years from now? Hey, man, remember when they screwed me and moved the game up 3 hours and I went anyway? Is this team worth that? Is this game worth that story?
I think you're overrating the power of that story.
Well, if you don't have a lot of stories, you know what's going to happen, though. Let's say this is a whack game. Like last night's game, because I've lived this through the famous Monday night Blizzard game against the Packers.
Okay.
Where I swear 20,000 people at best showed up. But you talk to any old school Bronco fan, the whole damn city of Denver claims they were there as time goes along. Because who's going to make you prove it?
Remember
whether you were there or not.
Was it the Helton walk-off or the Spielborgs walk-off? It was in that series against the Dodgers during Rocktober.
Okay.
And that was the same thing where everybody was like,
I was at that game.
No, there were 3,000 people at Coors Field.
Nobody was at that game.
Shut up.
Telling me you were at that game. I don't buy it.
Yeah.
So is this one of those games where everyone's going to, or last night, one of those games? Oh, we were all there. I don't think you were.
It is the
numbers don't add up.
14-21 Rockies playing host to the 12-22 Mets.
But is it cool that you could get off work to go to a game? Come on. Isn't a day baseball game kind of like golf?
It's
better than work.
Without a doubt, but if you took this request to your boss, hey, I know we had a 4:30 meeting for today, and I know you needed those numbers I don't know what people with real jobs say, but whatever. By 5 o'clock or whatever
We don't
it
know
is.
what the numbers are.
I don't know what they are, but I know they're a thing. Okay?
We know our numbers.
Exactly. And they're good. So if somebody were to go to their boss with a plea of, this Rockies Mets game moved up to 340, I just can't miss it.
Listen,
who's the manager that's like, cool, Carl?
Yeah.
I completely understand.
Listen, if he does just say, yeah, go. Are you nervous about your standing in the company? Yeah, we don't need you.
That's a choice.
Hey, by the way, you know what? So two things. First off, I was thinking bubble guts is always the excuse.
Mhm.
Nobody wants that around the office.
There you go.
Right?
Yep.
So you just go to that. Hope you're not shown on TV.
Although you always work through it.
Well, segment missers are just part of my life. And then you know what I saw today that I completely couldn't. So I saw an ad for bubble craps, and I was like, "Who wants bubble craps? That sounds terrible." And then I finally read the final little kicker line. I'm like, "Oh, craps is in gambling. The game craps."
Like under a bubble?
I don't know. I never got to the bubble. I was gonna send it to you guys. Going, when you read this, are you thinking
bubble hockey?
I don't know. It's just, maybe bubble craps.
All
I
right.
don't know. Or maybe is it like bonkers? What was the game where you actually had to hit boggle, where you hit the dice under the bubble?
I think it was Hungry Hippos you're doing
No,
right now.
do you not remember that? There was a bubble
yes.
die in the middle.
What was that game?
Was
it Boggle?
I knew I'd get your interest.
I think it was
You
Boggle.
tried to fight it off.
I know I did.
I reeled you in.
Sorry had that too, didn't it? Didn't Sorry have a little thing in the middle?
I can't remember. It might have.
All right. We'll do some research in the break.
And if you had one, I promise Nate Kreckman broke it. At one point, you took a hammer to it. You destructive little.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. When we come back, best goal, dumbest goal of the 15
Yes!
last night. Keep it here.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for Southern Steer Butcher. So I'm going to tell you a little story. Just happened yesterday. Had a buddy over, had my son all geared up for dinner, decided to make these Italian chicken breasts that they have over there. And you can always get great deals on premium protein, whether it's the beef, the chicken, they've got great pork, whatever it is, over at Southern Steer. They make their own sausage. They make their own bratwurst. Get on in there and see it. The breakfast sausage. Matter of fact, I was going to tell Nate, they were making some maple breakfast sausage the other day. Yeah, I piqued your interest, had I not? Matter of fact, yesterday I had some maple bacon burgers that are fantastic as well. Had a buddy come over, though, and just kept raving about the chicken. I thought maybe I'd done something right for once, but he wanted to actually take the chicken home. So I'm just telling you, you want premium quality meats, Southern Steer Butcher is your place. They're real easy to find. They're off Arapahoe Road, 925 off Dayton Street, Arapahoe and Dayton. They're across the street from the Shane Company. Everybody knows that area of town in Greenwood Village. But again, in there, they've got great weekend specials. Like I said, I've had so much. They've got steak tips that you've got to have, just premium flavors. Great teriyaki. They've got Korean barbecue. They've got skirt steak if you want to make tacos for Taco Tuesday. I've got a video up on that on my Instagram page. Real easy. Again, they're called Southern Steer. Get in there. You want ribs? They've got ribs. You want pork chops? They've got chops. We're going to do some brisket smoking. There's a lot ahead. Southern Steer, Arapahoe and 25, basically Arapahoe and Dayton. Go see them today.
Wards off his man, centers it for Natchez. Stick handles around Hartman. Able to recover, back to the point, Taves. Swings it to his right, Cale McCarr. Doesn't take the shot, now he does. He scores! Oh, Cale! That's 2 here in the third. And the Avs in a playoff game have put up 8 goals. Number 8 makes it 8-6 Colorado.
We have your tickets to Game 2, Avalanche Wild, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your keyword to text to 303-504-0925 right now is plethora. Plethora. Andy, can you spell plethora?
P-L-E-T-H, well, P-L-E-T-H-O-R-A.
Well done. You got to.
For a second, I was like, am I allowed to tell them? I guess that's not really the contest. Just text the dang thing in.
Yeah, you got.
Look, I'm not as dumb as I look there, Kreckman.
Iniquitous.
No, I'm not as smart as I look either, depending on if I'm in a suit or not.
You are. You are just there.
I am an anomaly.
I
can't read. Well, I spelled that, didn't I? There, Spring. Joke's on you, Spring.
You got a plethora of those letters correct.
What the hell is that from? That
well
makes
done.
me laugh every time. What is that?
Plethora.
That's you shoving it in my face.
No, I know, but where'd you get it from?
Step Brothers.
303-504-0925 with your name, and you are entered for all the information you could possibly need about the Avalanche, from Avs Alley. That looked fun last night, to tickets and everything. Go to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. This hour's keyword, plethora. As Andy told you, Plethora. We will announce our winner at 5:55. This is to go to the game tomorrow night. And they scored 15 last night. You can get like 25 tomorrow. Probably not. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. If you do not win today, you will have further chances tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. But, why leave that to chance? Just win now. Text plethora and your name to 303-504-0925. Andy, I believe that's because there was a plethora of goals scored in the hockey game last night.
You think?
9-6, tied for the 5th highest scoring playoff game in NHL history, with 15 total goals scored in the contest. 9 for the Avalanche, 6 for the Minnesota Wild. Some of the numbers in that game were just absolutely wild when you would go digging through it. I mean, Andy, the Avs got goals from 8 players and points from 13 dudes last night. Devon Taves, the leading scorer, with 4 points, 3 apiece from McKinnon, McCarr, and Martin, 2 from Valeri Nichushkin, Arturi Lehkonen, and Sam Malinsky.
Okay, the highlight will be in here, so I can't wait to hear Connor call it, or when we do prime cuts anyway. But I'm telling you, that the play of the night might have been, go back and watch Val's pass to Blankenberg, right?
Yes.
That thing, to saucer it over the first guy, keep it just out of the blade of the second guy, and have it sit down for him to just fire away. That was one of the coolest assists I think I've seen in a while. And I think Val had himself a game last night. I realized he didn't score a goal, but him on the forecheck was really effective. You know, he almost felt like he had a little throwback to 2022, Val. Be cool if he started scoring again, too.
Yeah. No, that goal, I mean, yeah, he had a couple of assists last night, but in particular, I mean, that pass was just, that was an absolute thing of beauty. And really, what was cool about it was, it went from a wraparound try to McCarr just throwing it ahead to Nichushkin, who just beat the Wild down the ice. He essentially created a 2-on-1 and then a perfect saucer to put it right onto the stick of Blankenberg. That said, kind of a rough night for our guy Blankenberg.
Yeah.
He struggled a little bit.
Yes, he did
last night.
He did.
Now, I don't think he struggled. I don't think anybody had a worse night last night than Jake Middleton of the Minnesota Wild.
You know, he's brothers of our Keaton Middleton.
Yeah, oof. The Drury goal, it was that dude just whiffed. I just straight up whiffed. And it was and Logan O'Connor was like, "Cool, thanks for the puck. I appreciate it." That said, it's like I'm poking holes in all this. You don't get to 15 goals without a lot of absurdity.
Well, it was absurd. I will say this was fun. Do I need it every night? No, and I know
great.
Rick Bonus is like, a lot of ugly hockey out there. All right, dude, but you know what? After watching the 2-1 puke fest for 3 hours before us, I'll take a little ugly hockey.
Yeah,
right
it was
now.
good.
There's nothing wrong with some of these guys showing how elitely skilled they are.
Yes, and there was a lot of that last night out of the Avalanche, which then gets to my favorite goal of the night, which was Cale Makar, first goal of the third period. That goal, I mean, Gabe wins the faceoff, goes back to McKinnon. Kaprizov's got a choice to make. He's in no man's land right there, right? And he decides to go for the puck. And that just means that Nathan McKinnon gets to look over at Cale Makar, zip the puck over to him, and then boom, that wrist shot by Cale Makar is, I mean, Andy, it was Sakic-esque. It was just, again, I said this with DMac to start the show when we were doing cross. You will never see a wrist shot better than that. You will see some as good as that. Nothing will ever be done better than that on the ice. That was world-class ability, skill, and just greatness all on display right there. And it made it 6-5. And really, like, the third period Avalanche were a different team than we watched for the first 40 minutes last night. That was the okay, we got that out of our system. Let's go play some actual real hockey, and they dominated the third.
Yeah, and they got back to, I'm sure, Bednar. But did you hear, gosh, how did Cale say it? I meant to tell Spring to pull it. Did you hear Cale's interview in postgame?
Yes.
It was very funny when they said, was it Biz that asked him, did Bednar throw things? And he goes, no, he didn't have to. He reminded us that wasn't the standard or something like that. The way he said it was very, very funny.
Yes.
And I could see Bednar coming in cool as the Godfather when he's at one of the, kind of holding court in the restaurant meeting, just going, yeah, this isn't good enough.
Yeah, the throwing of the water cooler and all of that, like, I know that's like an old sports trope, but like a well-placed, calm, cutting remark does way more damage. And I'm pretty sure Jared Bednar knows that extremely well.
It just also doesn't feel, I'm not going to claim to know Coach at all.
Yeah.
But when you listen to him in the morning with the guys,
not
and
his
you listen,
style.
he just is, he's an
style.
under controlled, he's the quiet one.
Right.
He's,
Yeah.
I don't think he did a lot of chirping as a player. But nobody wanted to mess with him.
I don't think it's the worst thing to sometimes just like embed it in your player's head of like, I wonder what Coach is thinking right now. That's not the worst thing in the world because, again, that can be motivating in and of itself. Like, he's not just going to wrap his arms around me and he's not just going to scream at me. It's like sometimes if approval can just come in the form of a nod, like, that's everything. And I think with this very professional group of hockey players, like, again, I don't think the histrionics do anything to these guys.
No, and again, that guy, he's got intense enough glare if he shot it to a few of the right people. And listen, if you're some of those dudes just hoping to stay in the lineup for the playoff run, you don't need much said. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the way, what was somebody called it a numbing cream that Cale probably put on that they caught him with the glove.
The glove.
Smell the glove. I was thinking it was some kind of super hot. Yeah. I thought they were trying to get him super hot and loose, right? Isn't that the stuff that you don't want? Because then they were joking about how you don't want that. It'll stay on forever. Get it in the wrong spot. You got an issue. And what do you think it was?
Well, if it was
the numbing wouldn't be any better.
Exactly.
I
If it's numbing, you don't want that on your hand either. Just like, it doesn't work anymore. You definitely don't want that. That play was wild, by the way. Like his skate. It was like at the top of the glass. It was crazy. Quite honestly, it goes to show you his amazing athleticism that he wasn't somehow hurt worse on that play.
Well, and thank God the blade didn't catch anybody.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Scary stuff,
I
man.
mean, that was a hit.
Honestly, if Gabe Landeskog would have been anywhere in the vicinity, I promise you, if it was Cale Makar's skate, it would have hit.
Well, sadly, that's a little too true. By the way, how about him? How about him fighting two dudes at once?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
I'm going to take you both on.
He knows. He knows the job. Oh, you're gonna throw a cross check in front of the goal? Here we go. Andy, dumbest goal of the night, Matt Zuccarello, third period.
Yeah, I did hate the sport for a minute when that happened.
Matt Boldy just flips the puck on goal. I mean, LOC
I didn't even think the flip went the way he wanted it to.
No, it just bounced like LOC was giving Zuccarello no space. It just deflected in off his shin and then bounced over Wedgwood. That's a world-class stupid goal. I hated that goal.
If you're Scott Wedgwood, isn't that like you drop something down a vent, you know what I mean? And you know it's never to be seen again, but you're this close to grabbing it before it goes. That was his, I mean, that dumb puck, an inch lower, and he at least tips it somehow. He gets some piece of it, but somehow it's, as it turned over itself a million times, flutters just the perfect distance above his glove to go in the dumb net.
Dumb.
God, I was mad.
Stupid. Yeah, and then it's
so
like,
mad.
and it made it 7-6, and it's like, okay, is this going to get dumb again?
Yeah.
But then, Cale closed the door. About a minute later than that, they got the empty netter, and they rolled. But yeah, real dumb goal. I didn't care for that. It annoyed. He scored on accident. He didn't do anything. Which, like, I know hockey guy, he went to the front of the net with authority. Get the hell out of here, okay? In a game in which there was a lot of insanely skilled goals scored last night, like you said before, Andy, that one was just, no, that's dumb. And I'm glad it didn't cost the Avalanche, and Zuccarello gets his goal, but we all can admit that was stupid. Any other ones caught your ire last night?
Well, when you leave Quinn Hughes wide open on the backside and nobody's covering him, that causes me different levels of rage.
Was that on the Hartman goal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
that
maybe,
was a sick move by Quinn Hughes.
It was, but also keep track of that guy.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
You know?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Again, I guess it wasn't even mad. I was dumbfounded at what happened, as we talked about on the shorthanded was it even Foligno that got the shorthanded opportunity?
Yes. Yeah, Marcus Foligno.
And like just nobody on the Avs seemed to realize. First, Nate doesn't realize that whoever the defenseman was left, he's not there anymore.
Yeah.
So don't ricochet it off the boards back to nobody. And then when you did see it, like you said, everybody went into some sort of Scooby-Doo mode where they're trying to speed up before they run. And off he goes. Foligno's off to the races by himself.
Plus, he crashes into the net like a dweeb. Like, come on, man. Be cooler than that. Score without drilling the post and knocking the goal off its moorings. Okay? Is that too much to ask? That's a guy that doesn't get a lot of breakaways in his life, but that's also why he's on the penalty kill. But yeah, that was another stupid one last night. The Avalanche actually did briefly trail in that game last night from the 16:55 mark after that shorthanded goal that we just talked about right there until Taves scored, which the Taves goal that was another silly one. But again, it's hey, throw the puck on net and good things can happen, and it bounces off a wild stick and goes past Wallstead.
Broke it.
Yeah,
Broke
busted
it,
the
no
thing.
less.
That was pretty cool.
And so that's what I think left. Wasn't it Quinn Hughes that then he made sure he pulled his stick up on the second Makar goal?
Yeah.
Because he didn't want to ricochet it again, and he gave Makar the perfect space to go top corner.
Yeah, and even better situation than for the Avalanche. Guys, your keyword after discussing all of the absurdity of last night, your keyword is plethora. Plethora. There was a plethora of goals. Text plethora to 303-504-0925, Plethora, with your name, and you are entered. And again, guys, don't forget, for all the information you can need about the Avalanche, from Avs Alley to tickets and everything else, go to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. We're going to announce a winner at 5:55. This is to win a pair of tickets for Game 2 tomorrow night, Wild and Avalanche. Your keyword, plethora. Text it to 303-504-0925. 0925 with your name. Do it this instant.
Guys, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Good news for my buddy Nate Kreckman. Now, this doesn't have to do with their ED treatments, although maybe it does. I went tarps off thanks to the weight loss for the mowing this weekend. And I think I'm going to go tarps off, shirtless mow coming your way if you're in my area. So just beware. Now, is that going to help you with erectile dysfunction? Probably isn't. Matter of fact, me shirtless may cause it. But if you want to go and get help with this, you can go ahead and head on down to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There's no reason to be shying away from intimate contact, no reason to be not seeking a relationship, pulling out of maybe the one that you're in because you're embarrassed about this problem. They have solutions for you at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, just like they had solutions for my weight loss. Get on in there and talk with them about what they can do for you. Again, they've got options that work when the pills and herbals fail. And all you do is have to schedule the appointment. The initial appointment is $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, it's free. So you don't have anything to risk there except maybe losing that erectile dysfunction. Get on in there and talk to them, get life back the way that you want it. They have an expert staff. If you're like a lot of guys, you could be feeling yourself the day after your appointment, ready to go again. So don't miss the next date night. They have 5 locations to serve you here in Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs and a great revamped location in Castle Rock. I hit the one in Central Denver. You can go to the one in North Denver as well. I used to live in that area. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Of course, we found a ska cover of the Cantina Band for May the 4th. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We've got another keyword coming up at 4:20. Plus, at 4 o'clock, Connor McGahee, voice of the Avalanche, will join us. Hopefully, the pipes are recovered after a night of screaming for 9 different Avalanche goals and curtly telling us 6 times that the Wild score. Goal.
Scored. Score. Oh, I can't wait to hear the call on that stupid goal we just talked about.
So much stupid last night.
Wide open. They scored.
The ring of the pipe is ridiculous.
Absolutely absurd.
Connor, we love you.
We got a fun promotion here, guys. There's a good time to text right now since we don't have a keyword out there. The Colorado Beef Council and your pals at Altitude Sports Radio, we're all celebrating National Beef Month. Felt like most of that was last month with what the Timberwolves did.
That was a
Nuggets,
week
but
built into a month.
Yes.
Or a month built into a week, I mean.
But no, it's actually National Beef Month in the month of May, and we are looking for the best burger in Denver, okay? Although not just Denver addresses, Front Range, whatever. What you want to do is text the word burger, B-U-R-G-E-R, and your favorite Denver burger to 303-504-0925. The best spot in your opinion, 303-504-0925. We're taking nominations all week long, and then we'll open up voting next week to pick the best spot, and one person who votes is going to get a $250 gift card, all thanks to the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
Do you have a good burger spot? What's yours?
Oh, man, great question. Obviously, okay, probably my first go-to is my brother's bar. Is probably number one for me, although Atomic Bob's and Golden coming very strong.
The jalapeno cream cheese burger at my brother's bar is outstanding.
I mean, they bat 1,000, like anything you want to get. The onion rings too. Yeah. We're handing it out for free all over the place right now. But those are very much 2 of my very top spots.
All right, somebody already texted in because I've got to ask you if you've ever been there.
Okay.
Bud's Bar in Sedalia. And I go by it whenever I go to see my family in the Springs. I always take Santa Fe and get off whatever the exit is in Sedalia and then take that back way to go by the Tri-Lakes area. It's better than dealing with whatever random traffic problem is going to pop up on 25, right?
When I did the Pine Creek Valor game this year, I took that route. Yes.
Well, Bud's is right there.
Yep.
Now
I went right by it too.
I've always heard
I've
it's
never
real
been
simple, not a lot of options.
That's perfect.
But everybody swears this is one of the best burgers in Colorado.
That's
so
perfect.
One day I want to go and try.
Okay. Show field trip?
Hey, we can go to half these if you want to. Now, I want it to be a tarps off summer where you and I do shirtless activities. Springs can join.
Whoa!
But if we had too many of these, that may shut down the summer a little quicker than anticipated.
Everything in moderation, folks. All right? Okay. So, Andy, how much Derby did you take in on Saturday?
None.
It's only 90 seconds.
None.
None.
I kind of forgot. And then I had a bunch of people telling me about it the next day that it was amazing.
It was
History
wild.
was made. And
It was
of course,
wild.
she had the female trainer of the horse, right? Was that the first one?
We were making history.
Just all sorts of stuff. Can I tell you what ended up happening? I was going to go in and watch the 90 seconds.
Uh-huh.
And I started doing yard work. And
Tarps
the problem was tarps off, baby.
Yeah.
That's how this started. I got a good base layer. It's happening.
There you go.
Look out. One old lady, I swear, you swung by the front yard twice. I noticed you. But then I went in the backyard. I was starting to power rake. I'm like, I don't need to power rake too much. And then so much grass came up that I forgot about the Derby because I was sort of beside myself in the dead grass situation I had going on back there.
Did you actually use the machine for the power raking?
No, I was a rake, baby.
There we go. Okay.
Real rake.
That's what I like to hear.
You see that there?
There you go.
Right. So yeah, and then I got the notification to my watch that so and so won the Derby.
I was gonna make the joke for you, but it was already there. Okay. So yes, Golden Tempo won the Kentucky Derby as a 23-1 long shot. Came all the way from the back to barely edge out the race favorite Renegade at the line. This was the call as heard on NBC. It was, and the overhead shot of it's just incredible.
Down toward the inside comes Emerging Market as they make their way to the top of the stretch. Further ado is getting going on the far outside with Commandment. They're both putting in their runs as they arrive into the final furlong. O'Sally is also gaining ground on the far outside as they come to the last 16th of a mile. Denon Bourbon in front. O'Sally a huge long shot. Renegade and Golden Tempo are closing too. Here's Golden Tempo. Golden Tempo and Cherie DeVaux make history in the Kentucky Derby over Renegade in a final time of 2:02.27 seconds.
The first female trainer to win the Kentucky Derby. 44-year-old Cherie DeVaux conditioning Golden Tempo with a tremendous run down the stretch to win the Derby.
Phenomenal. Larry Colmus on the call. I love that guy. It's such a specific skill set that he has, and he's tremendous. Andy, Golden Tempo, who won this thing, okay? It's a closer, all right? Came all the way from the back to win this thing. Couple of notes here. First off, Cherie DeVaux, first female trainer to win the Kentucky Derby. So you got history there. Only the 18th female trainer to enter a horse in the race, first ever female to win the thing. Awesome. Did you see this part? That Golden Tempo, his jockey, Jose Ortiz, they come all the way from the back. They get Renegade right at the line. Renegade ridden by Jose Ortiz's brother, Irad Ortiz. Got him right at the line. And it was crazy because, like, the brother, like, right away was, like, patting him on the shoulder, like, way to go, dude. But it was an absolute stunner. And then this is where I maybe did too much research. Okay? And some of this, some of my research was prompted by Roger Sherman's newsletter today. But so Golden Tempo, his sire, like his horse dad, is a horse named Curlin. Curlin, Curlin. I'm assuming that's his favorite Winter Olympic event over skiing and lugeing. Curlin, two-time horse of the year, was also an exceptional closer himself, won the 2007 Preakness, came from 8th place. Curlin's grandson, Rich Strike, won the 2022 Derby. So, like, good bloodline, right? But Curlin's going through tough times, Andy.
Uh-oh.
The 22-year-old horse, which, again, sired Golden Tempo, who won the Kentucky Derby this weekend, he's a stud.
Sure.
That's his thing. Apparently, he is experiencing a fertility issue.
Well.
Currently.
Well.
Uh-huh.
Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic there, Curlin.
Well, it sounds like he's and I read the like a very like in-depth piece from like a horse racing website about this, in which they had like interviewed like the head of veterinary sciences at Texas A&M University and everything like that. Apparently, Curlin is taking a break to regenerate semen.
I was about to say, are we all out of, it sounds like we're shooting blanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Curlin is he needs to rest for a while, He needs to, sometimes you just got to lay there and watch SportsCenter for a half hour.
He apparently never said no. Apparently he was like, yeah, I'm good. Swing by.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. So Curlin's...
So he needs a minute to restock
right.
the ammunition.
Yeah. Hey, why don't we just watch Seinfeld for a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. Curlin he needs a break. So anyway, that's what's going on with Curlin.
You were
the
killing
sire
me because you still got your mustache.
Uh-huh.
You're telling me about horse racing.
Horse racing.
And all I could think of is you go into these bloodlines of the horse and the family tree, which is a thing. We all know that.
Andy, 19 of the 20 horses in this Derby, descendants of Secretariat.
Really?
Yep.
We'll talk about getting around.
Mm-hmm.
He apparently had a well-stocked.
Sure did.
ammunitions pile.
Secretariat didn't need to regenerate.
No.
Yeah,
he didn't
no.
need the
This
clinic.
has been
He was
going
good.
low down the generations.
Sure. And
Yeah.
look, finding out who your dad was in horse racing is like your college, but in the pros where they announce.
Well put.
But all I can think of, isn't it Kramer going, his mother was a mutter. His mother was a mutter. His brother was a mutter.
His father was a mutter?
Yeah.
What did I just say?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Congratulations, Golden Tempo. 23-1. All the way from the back.
All the way.
All
Come
the
on,
way.
if you're his brother, aren't you a little annoyed your brother caught you on the close?
A little bit, probably.
A little bit?
A little bit.
He probably gave him 2 pats and then a shove.
Also, Andy, apparently his dad is struggling from the back. So there you go, everybody. That's our Kentucky Derby update, as only we could provide it here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll talk to Connor McGahee after the Avalanche's 9-6 victory in Game 1 last night. That is right after this. All right, guys, it's Nate Kreckman, and I am here for my friends over at Roller Auction. So many good auctions that are open right now, and many that are coming up, including they have got an auction that is got a couple of days left on it. Larkspur Outlet, guys. We're talking pole barn kits. Those things are nice to put in the backyard, by the way. Loafing sheds, chicken coops, wood cabins, an outdoor bar. They've got a nice pergola and so much more. If you want to outfit your property properly, try saying that 5 times fast, then you want to check out this Larkspur Outlet auction, which you can find right now at roller.bid. Again, their website is roller.bid. I'm looking at some of these planting boxes right now. Again, great prices available on this. It's time to get the garden hopping here for 2026. Tarps off, of course. So go to roller.bid and check it out and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Our next giveaway, Rockies Diamondbacks tickets. Get on it.
It's Brock Faber, top of the far circle, 2:15 to go. Hughes still with it, back for Faber. Returns it to Hughes. That's broken up. McKinnon has an empty net. You betcha! 9 times!
9 times.
9 times.
9 times.
And Rooney's office. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. That was almost the only goal that made sense last night. Everything else was just absurdity. Joining us right now to recap a game that he will never forget calling for the rest of his life. I mean, in all seriousness, Connor, I don't know how many hundreds of NHL games you have now called, and many of them just kind of go float off into the memory ether, so to speak. You will never forget a 9-6 Game 1 Avalanche victory over the Minnesota Wild. That was an all-timer, and I would imagine an all-timer for you.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, just a blast because we won. If you lose 9-6 at home in game number 1, it's a different sentiment today. But those are the games that drive fans and coaches crazy, each for different reasons. And no, that was just unpredictable. No one in their right mind in a million years would have predicted that any game in this series would have been 9-6. Oilers back in 2022, like game 1, I think that was 8-4.
Yeah,
that made more sense because of the construction and the players involved. But everyone thought that this was sort of going to be maybe just a more skilled version of LA Kings Part 2. But boy, were we wrong.
It's funny, though, like, as the play-by-play guy, like, that game was kind of your dream. Like, the goal call is what everybody gets up for. Like, I remember, and I think everybody on this call has done arena football at some time in their life. Like, I loved calling arena football because they scored 17 touchdowns a game. So, like, you got to go crazy a whole lot, and that part of it was so much fun. Like, 50, I mean, Connor, sometimes you don't call 15 goals in a week, and you got to do it all in one playoff game last night.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the nightmare scenario is playing the Kings on Tuesday and then playing the Winnipeg Jets on Thursday and then playing the Nashville Predators on Friday and then hosting the New York Islanders on Sunday. You know what I mean? Those are all games that are going to probably feature. I don't think if you put all 4 of those opponents together in the way that they play, you're not getting the 15 goals total between the teams in all of those. And, especially doing most of the games solo, that is the nightmare scenario. So, yeah, you're right. Last night was an absolute dream. And I told Riker, I was like, oh, yeah, of course you show up for this one. Where are you on a Tuesday night versus Columbus when I need you?
Well, Connor, you had your fun. Now, what do you expect tomorrow is my question. Because, honestly, I told people – I've told now 3 people, I will not be shocked if it's 1-0 or 2-1 tomorrow. Like, I could see both teams, like both coaches having their speeches about back to the defensive assignments and let's play our systems and all this, and we're back to a 2-1 game.
Wouldn't it be hilarious, though, if all of a sudden it was just 6-5 for
Please.
game 2? Because it was weird because, like, each game takes on its own personality and shape, right? And it was interesting to me that Minnesota, especially after coming off of that game or the series, versus Dallas, that they would even think that, wide open swashbuckling hockey could be a thing versus the Colorado Avalanche. So, and it's hard for the Avs too, if it's wide open on the other end, to have the mindset of, okay, we're going to bear down and defend the way that we did in the LA Kings series. I just think that's almost a mental impossibility. So you're going to get those, and it's weird to have a 9-6 game where most of the goals, I don't think, are really on the goaltender. Because there wasn't really one last night where I was like, yeah, that's tough. We'll get that back. Like, for one reason or another, whether it's traffic, whether it's defensive breakdowns, like I can't really blame Wedgwood for allowing 6 last night, which is weird to say, but I think it's true. So I think you're probably right. It feels like 3-1 with an empty netter, and but as soon as we say that, we're gonna get 5-4. So. Let's see who's right tomorrow.
All right, I got a question for both you and Nate, if Spring wants to weigh in too. Playoff hockey's so stressful, at least for me. I think if you care, it's fun when you win, but it can be just so stressful a lot of times because there are no goals scored. Was last night a little less stressful despite it being close because of the goals?
It 100% was. If I'm Dave Mishkin, who's calling Tampa Bay Montreal yesterday,
right?
Yeah,
right. Like that's where. Like I think back to Game 6 in that building, right, where the Avs were winning the Cup, and I was so nervous the night before, and the day walking over, I'm still nervous because I'm thinking, look, if the Avs lose Game 6, we're going to go. Then Tampa has the momentum. We're going back home, and they know that they can win because they just won Game 5. So you have to win Game 6 or you're probably not going to win it at all. And I remember walking in there, and I was like the only one who was worried and stressed out. Everyone's like, we got it. The Tampa scores first, and then Colorado comes back and ties it and wins it in a 2-1 game. But I remember, the epic stress of a 2-1, Game 6 Stanley Cup final game where everything is on the line. And then last night it was walking through a field of flowers, and it was a blast. So yeah, it was strangely unstressful last night, and you knew with the Devon Taves goal that they were going to win.
Yeah,
tied after 2, third period on home ice. That's 100% almost a guaranteed victory.
it was the 10 minutes in the second of the 3-0 Wild run where I was like, oh, they're not going to blow this thing, are they? But like it was 5-4 Wild for like barely a minute. It was like a minute 9 seconds, and then Taves scored, and 5-5 going to the third. I was like, oh, the Avalanche have this. They will tighten up, and indeed they did. To your point, Connor, and I completely agree with what you said about Wedgwood before. Like I thought Wedgwood played well. I don't think he gave up a bad goal. Especially in the third period, he was very good. But Connor McGahey, you're the guy that does all the yelling and screaming, so you get to weigh in on our topic from 320. Best goal and dumbest goal of the night last night.
Wow, best goal. It would be. I have to pick one of the 8 because we're not going to count the empty netter for
you can pick any of the 15 man. I know you're
the
not going
voice
to pick
of
the
the
Wild,
Avs.
but
I'm saying no. I'm saying I only get one pick. I can't.
Only
pick 2.
one.
Yes.
Yeah.
One.
Yes.
I'm going to say the Blankenburg 2-on-1 goal because
the pass
from Val is unreal.
Yeah.
And then for Blankenburg to go backhand to forehand, moving, at 18 miles an hour down, in front of Wallstedt there and get it turned in to go glove side, which apparently is a weakness now that I was unaware of with him. I think that was all in all my favorite goal. Honorable mention, Nathan McKinnon to Arturi Lehkonen on the power play in the first period. But I think if I had to pick one, it's the Blankenburg goal to put the Avs up 4-2.
That was Andy's vote. That one. The Nichushkin pass is unreal.
Not because of the shot.
Yeah.
Even though the shot was good, that pass was sick. You know how close that second defender's blade was to knocking that out of the way?
I know. I mean, it literally, it could not have been any better. And then dumbest goal was 100% the Zuccarello goal. Like you could try that a million times again, and Pele couldn't put it in the way that he did. So like that was 1,000% the dumbest goal last night.
Yeah, that was the one where I almost was like, I'm not watching the rest of this game. You know what I mean? I was so hacked off, Connor. You're nothing that happened on that play did anybody try to make happen on that play, and that's what had me the most.
It was a backhand dump in from in front of the bench, and it's like, you didn't earn that. Don't pretend like you earned that.
It was an accident.
My face.
That's why Nate says sometimes the game is stupid, but I couldn't argue with him on that play in particular. How worried are we about these injuries there, Connor? I don't know what you know about anything, and I mean, is Manson, do we hope he's going to get close? I know this is the NHL, so nobody's told anything, but are you worried about, because now it's Manson, Malinsky, I guess it's just a face thing, but that didn't look like that was fun. And I hope I know Makar was fine in that game, but I hope things don't tighten up today. Where's your level of concern?
Very, very low. Bednar said that Gale's all good for game 2 tomorrow. Malinsky's perfect smile is no longer a perfect smile, it appears. And how about that? He takes a puck to the face. He's bleeding on the ice. Like there's a trail of blood that goes from the offensive zone back through neutral ice. They missed the first scrape, by the way, on the big pile of blood in the neutral zone, and then he goes back to defend before he can go to the bench. Like, I mean, talk about built different. But it appears that he's missing some teeth. Came back after getting stitched up and repaired, and then Manson was on the ice again today. So that's 4 days in a row for Manson. And if it's not tomorrow, look, the Manson injury and the Brodin injury sort of balance each other out. You know, because it's pretty much the same version of defenseman that either team has. So it would be great to have Manson back tomorrow. I mean, no offense to Blankenberg, like we talked about his goal, but him and Burns together is not the best combination. I think that Manson and Burns have played enough time this year to finish each other's sentence a little bit. And I think that you need that chemistry if you're going to defend against the Wild, who counterattack better than anybody else, and their zone time, their cycle that's where they get you. And I think that Manson and Burns together and their communication piece is huge. So here's hoping Manson can come back tomorrow, but if he can't, I would almost, I would like to, I'm not going to guarantee it, but I would like to think we're close to 100% that would be Game 3 Saturday in St. Paul.
All right, I got to ask you. I need a ruling even from Nate. I haven't asked him this yet. So Malinsky gets the goal. That's the Kreckman and Lindahl bump. He was our guest last week, but then he loses teeth. So where are we at? We just lose our bump? What happened there?
No, you didn't lose the bump. I mean, that's a bump bonus. I mean, this is a hockey game.
Yeah,
if you lose teeth, that's a bump bonus.
The toothless hockey player, right?
Yeah, it's a badge of honor.
That's right. Now you got a scar.
Exactly right.
We got you a goal and a scar.
Yeah, right. I mean, we don't want to play into the cliches too much here, along with Dick. Get pucks deep and get 30-second shifts. But no, I think that's a badge of honor for, like, you guys need to have like a wall of honor when the bump hits, and then you have like a badge, like if you do a tour of duty or something, like you need a tooth badge up there on the wall there in the studio.
To that point, Malinsky's goal, that was pretty sick last night.
Yeah.
That was a great pass by Marty Natchez, and then boom, you go over the glove side right away. Again, there's that weak glove side. Sam Malinsky read the scouting report.
Dude, and you're right. We got his permission, the blessing for you to call him Mayday Malinsky. He liked it. Now, I don't think he's not familiar with Sam Mayday Malone, but who cares? He goes, that's unique. I go, well, not as much as you think, but yeah, let's go. He liked it.
Yeah, you think because that's just a little tad wee before your time, but yeah, maybe I'll sneak it in next time. I promise.
Yeah. There we go.
The true bump.
But here's the problem, though, is that Mayday, the call from the great Rick Jeanneret for Brad May with the Buffalo Sabres, is such an iconic call in the history of the National Hockey League that's crossing wires maybe a little bit too much.
This guy here don't care. Are we in Buffalo, Connor? Are we in Buffalo? I don't give a damn about Buffalo.
No, I'm just saying that I know the tidal wave. Say hi to Rocky, by the way.
Connor, you're going to get crap about something in this series. Why not just at least see this one coming? Listen, we've all been dealing with this.
I expect crap from the Wild. I don't, the last thing I want to do is get it from the neutral media, like, oh, look at this Rick Jeanneret wannabe hack that's, saying Mayday so we'll play it by ear. How about that?
Tell them if they listen to Kreckman and Lindahl, they'd be smarter hockey announcers. How about that?
That's true. I'll tell them that verbatim.
By the way, speaking of Boston really quickly, did Boston and Buffalo, did you see the fans behind Emily Kaplan during the Bruins fans during the Sabres post-game interview?
No.
I missed this.
Oh, my. Guys, just look it up and just watch these. They're so Boston.
Yeah.
So Boston.
From the town?
Yes. I mean, it is world-class stuff. They're hosting a rote television post-game interview, and there were so many birds flying. It was world class.
By the way, I should
have two middle fingers.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean Payton.
I have two middle fingers.
We should get this out to everybody now. There will be no Avs Alley tomorrow. Connor, maybe put that out on your channels as well. 9 News has posted a story. I believe
the weather.
The weather is going to cost us the Avs Alley, which has been a really cool, fun thing. And I know the TV loves going there after goals, but not tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to electrocute anybody out there, right? There's too many electronics flying around, and in the alley there to get wet. So
Well,
that's probably smart.
speaking of electric, listen to the calls of Connor
That's
McGahee. We have got prime cuts. We're going to play all 15 goals.
What do you think of that, Connor? You're
When
about to be
we
a big
come
part of
back.
this show.
That sounds terrible.
All 15 goals coming up next. The great Connor McGahee. Connor, excellent work as always. We'll step aside. When we come back, we relive the most insane game one we've ever experienced right after this. All right, it's time for your next keyword to win a pair of tickets for Game 2 tomorrow night. Avalanche Wild. Your keyword to text to 303-504-0925 right now. The word abundance. Abundance. Abundanza. Abundance. A-B-U-N dance. D-A-N-C-E. Abundance. Think of it this way. If you're shaking your rear, that's a bun dance.
Do kids have spelling tests anymore?
Mnemonic devices. Yeah, Lucy has one every
All
week.
right, there you go.
Abundance.
That's how you do it.
Text abundance right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Hey, for all the information you could possibly need about the Avalanche, from Avs Alley to tickets. By the way, as Andy just reported, no Avs Alley tomorrow night due to expected inclement weather. Also, by the way, speaking of the inclement weather, Rockies and Mets, no score right now. Top 4, Tomo Sagano, early no-hitter warning. Abundance.
Uh-oh.
Text abundance to 303-504-0925. And for all the Avalanche information, go to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. All right, it's time for Prime Cuts. Prime Cuts are brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it is what's for dinner. We have a lot of goals that we need to run through. In fact, this will set a new Prime Cuts record today after an Avalanche playoff game. We have 15 to get through. Let's dive right into it. At 11:12 of the opening period. Last night, K&L bump in action, our buddy Sam Malinsky.
Only his second playoff game as Marty Necas across the blue line. Enters the wild zone, doesn't take the shot. Now it's Malinsky. He scores! Sam, I am. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Malinsky. His first playoff goal makes it 1-0 Avalanche.
Assist by Necas and Devon Taves. Great pass by Marty Necas. Malinsky over the glove side shoulder of Wallstead. Ryan Hartman went down for the block. Momentary screen. Great shot by Sam Malinsky. 1-0 Avalanche, 11:12 of the first. Less than a minute later, Andy, fourth line out there grinding away, and they scored a nice grindy goal.
Middleton gave it right to Drury. Scoops it below the goal line. Right to Middleton. He banned on it. Now it's Drury from O'Connor. He scores! You're on Drury duty! His third ever playoff goal. And it's 2-0 Avalanche with 7:56 to go in the first.
You know, Andy,
that tickled you.
Nobody likes jury duty.
No.
The Minnesota Wild especially don't like jury duty.
No, they would prefer to be released from the obligation.
Yeah, fourth line special created off the forecheck. Middleton, as Connor said, whiffed. And LOC took it and found Drury in the slot. 2-0 Avalanche. And yeah, the Avs were rolling. In fact, they would score 3 goals in 2 minutes and 1 second. This next one, Andy, this is a novel concept for the Avalanche. It's a power play goal. Here we go.
Necas long drop pass from McKinnon, moving at the speed of sound through center ice. Save made by Volta, turns it back in front. Lekanen scores! Nathan McKinnon, an electric factory, and we're up all night to get lucky. It's a power play goal, and it's 3 Cobb, Colorado.
All right, Andy, I know Lekanen gets credit for that goal. That was all McKinnon.
It was.
Yeah.
It was when you take everybody to you and then just pass it back to nobody.
Yeah, speed of sound, bounced it off Wallstead's pads, got his own rebound. Middleton, Spurgeon, and Boldy all go at McKinnon, and he just casually finds Lekanen. And then Lekanen 5-holed Jared Spurgeon, who went down to his knees and was, quite frankly, lucky not to take that puck straight off the Spurgeons. So Avalanche up 3-0, 3 goals in 2:01. So, yeah, it looked like the Avalanche were just going to roll.
Feeling good at that point.
And then the game started to have a couple too many drinks.
So when it took its first shot,
decided
to have a little Jaeger.
Just about 2 minutes later, Marcus Johansson unassisted.
This comes loose. Johansson in front, able to get it back, turns and fires, and he scores. Wilder on the board, and a mishandling of the puck. And with 4:58 to go in period one, Johansson, who was invisible in the Dallas series, makes himself visible here in game number one.
Yeah, that was a real look what I found play for Johansson. He just whipped around and threw it on net. I mean, I guess give Matt Boldy a little bit of credit for the forecheck, and Nick Waugh probably should have cleared it, but that made it 3-1. 1 minute and 2 seconds later, the Wild would cut it to 1.
Here's Quinn Hughes trying to get away from Brock Nelson. Backdoor, they score. Hartman was camped in front. It goes through the legs of Wedgwood, and the Wild have gotten 2 goals back after the Avalanche had a 3-0 lead. This is exactly what you didn't want to have happen.
Yeah, that one, like that Lehkonen goal was all McKinnon. This goal was all Quinn Hughes. Spinorama, backhand to Hartman on the doorstep, who found a little bit of real estate behind Brent Burns and managed to score 2 goals in a minute 2 for Minnesota. It was 3-2 at the end of the first period. We go to the second. We are 4 minutes and 16 seconds into the second period.
Into the path of Adelman. Blankenberg trying to develop a 2-on-1. Blankenberg! Yeah! In the nick of time, it's Nick Blankenberg with his first career postseason goal. What a feed! What a snap! It's 4-2 Avalanche.
Just a gorgeous saucer pass from Val Nichushkin. Plus,
and then good patience on the shot by Blankenberg.
Yeah, good job. He didn't panic at all, and managed to score that. Also, fun celebration, just going face first into the glass like that. I like that one.
Yeah,
that would have been fun if you were right there in those seats. That would have been enjoyable.
Could have chest bumped him.
Exactly. 4-2. Okay, now we're gonna get a lot of sad Connor for the next 3 goals right here. To use a basketball term, a 3-0 run by the Minnesota Wild. It starts with Vladimir Tarasenko and Nick Blankenberg. We really like that goal, but don't do this again. Here we go.
Who would ever make that mistake?
Uh-oh. Tarasenko in all alone. Backhand he scores. What a goal by Tarasenko. This developed out of nowhere, and the Wild come right back. 3 defensive lapses from the Colorado Avalanche and 3 Minnesota goals, as Tarasenko, after being very quiet in the early stages of the Dallas series, has now scored in back-to-back games.
Yeah, Blankenberg let Tarasenko just blow by him in the neutral zone. It was a sick move to get to the backhand and beat Wedgwood. It was a very cool goal.
Just tap it home.
Yeah, but
tap it in.
That goal is on Blankenberg. 4-3 in favor of the Avalanche. Here we go. Now the Wild would tie it up just about 6 minutes later.
Underneath the stick of Burns, recovered by Minnesota. Quinn Hughes high in the zone. He steps aside Kadri, lets it go, and he scores. Wedgwood is down on his backside. Not sure what kind of contact was in there. If that is in fact Hughes' goal, that would be his first goal ever versus the Colorado Avalanche.
It was. And a pretty good move. Ankle breaker on Kadri, and Foligno completely screened Wedgwood. 4-4 then at that point. Your keyword to text in right now, as we've hit the midway point after goal number 8 of the night. Abundance. Text the word abundance. ABUNDANCE. Again, if you're shaking your booty, you're doing abundance. Text that right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Again, the number 303-504-0925. Text the keyword abundance. That's to win tickets to Game 2, Avs Wild, tomorrow night. 4-4. And then ever so briefly, the Minnesota Wild would actually have the lead on the Colorado Avalanche last night. This was a shorthanded goal, Andy, and this one was not a proud moment in the very proud career of number 29, Nathan MacKinnon.
McCarr for Landeskog, down the wall, curls it to the point. MacKinnon overskated, shorthanded. Foligno scores.
Everything about that play is just so bad. Everything about it.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow,
Rycroft.
Mark Rycroft
All right.
telling not a single lie.
Summing it up. Holy cow.
You know, a good color analyst gets
Yeah.
right to the point in a concise manner, and I think Mark Rycroft nailed it on that one.
I don't even know what to say.
That may have been the most curt score we have ever heard from Connor McGahee.
God, you barely heard it.
He barely even.
It's as if someone else said it off mic.
He barely even got the consonants out. Score. Yeah, I don't even think he finished the word. He made a guttural sound that sort of resembled the word score. 5-4. Oof. Yeah, not McKinnon's best moment. He would make up for it. Don't worry. Okay, so it was 5-4 Wild at that point. Andy, how are you feeling?
I mean, just annoyed, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's about the point where I said, listen, if they don't win the cup, this power play is going to be the reason why, and it's because of stuff like that. And then, of course, they were a half second from matching it with a power play goal.
Yeah, they missed a power play. I don't know. It was by 3 seconds or something like that, 2 seconds. Technically, the 5-on-5, because the power play had expired, but Devon Taves knotting the game back up at 5 before the second period would expire.
Near side circle to Chushkin, looking for a tip in front. Finds it underneath. Taves lets it go. Tip. They score! Faber just out of the box, but it's tipped in front of Allsted. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
Brock Nelson had the screen. It technically bounced off a Wild stick. Devon Taves with the goal. Again, we're 5-5 now, heading to the third. 3:21 into the third period. Cale Makar would break the tie. Andy, this one was my favorite goal of the night. Here we go.
Pace out to the right of Wallstedt. Landeskog will take it. Out there with Natchez and McKinnon. Landeskog wins it for McKinnon. Hands it off Makar. Far circle Makar. He scores! Oh, hail Cale! Goals in 3 straight games for the great number 8. And Colorado has the lead back at 6-5.
Landeskog wins the faceoff. Kaprizov goes for McKinnon. Makar wide open. Boom. One of the best wrist shots you will ever see. 6-5. Avalanche on top. Here we go. This was just over 2 minutes after this one. This one, to me, Andy, I thought this was Wallsted's worst moment of the night. Here we go. Roll it, Spring.
Shot towards the net, blocked. Colton taps it ahead. Kadri. Breakaway for Nazem Kadri. Kadri, a wrist shot. He scores! The Kadri man can! His first goal of the playoffs. The touchdown is good. So is the extra point. It's 7-5 Avalanche.
Again, there's that guy, Jake Middleton. His wrister from the blue line blocked, deflected by Taves. Karams to Colton, throws a lead pass to Kadri, who finishes. Again, Wallstedt just sort of, I don't know if he hesitated or what, but he could have easily cut off that angle. He didn't, and boom, Kadri got him glove side, which was pretty sick.
Good for Kadri, too.
He needed a goal.
He
needed a goal.
Even with that good shot, you
Yeah.
could still tell that hand, I don't think, feels completely right to Kadri.
7-5, the Avalanche with the lead. Now here we go. Let's listen to Connor's call of the stupidest goal of the night.
Hughes has the puck, neutral ice. Boldy getting information as the Wild try and get around the structure set up by the Avalanche. Taves got a stick to the puck and forces it back across the red line. Not only does Taves have 3 points and is a +3 tonight, but defensively, he's been excellent. Makar keeping an eye on the man. Oh boy, how'd that go in? Zuccarello had it bounce over the shoulder of Wedgwood, and that's as lucky as a goal as you can get from the diminutive Mats Zuccarello. 4 minutes to go in the third. The Wild are within 1.
Yeah, I don't even, Connor couldn't even process it. It took 9 replays for anybody to even really figure out on TV what had happened.
Just bounced in off his shin.
Yeah.
Cool.
Carl.
Thanks, hockey. Yeah, so it's 7-6, and again, it's all right. I tell you what, Andy, and this was the thought that went through my head at 7-6 was, watch what's going to happen here. Wild are going to tie it up. we're going to get overtime, and then we're going to go 4 overtimes without anybody scoring.
That's your thought?
That was my fatalistic viewing thought at that moment of like, oh God, how dumb is this going to get?
When that goal goes in, it's right for everybody to go, I don't know if this is their night.
Right.
That was stupid.
Right. Like, is this going to get silly? Well, a minute 5 later, Cale Makar, our sweet cherub-faced boy, would make sure that was not going to be the case.
Wards off his man, centers it for Natchez. Stick handles around Hartman. Able to recover, back to the point, Taves. Swings it to his right, Cale Makar. Doesn't take the shot, now he does. He scores! Oh, Cale! That's 2 here in the third. And the Avs, in a playoff game, have put up 8 goals. Number 8 makes it 8-6 Colorado.
Andy, I take it you were a fan of the screen by Arturi Lehkonen on Volstead on
Always.
that play, I would think.
Always. I like that. I
Yeah.
like me
The
some
sandpaper.
Cale.
Mhm.
I like the Cale Makar shot.
Yeah,
I think
good.
it's good when he's taking the shots.
Good D-to-D pass from Taves over to Makar. Really, Marty Natchez made that happen. He is a friggin' magician, man. Let's wrap it up. Here we go. Nathan McKinnon, empty netter.
It's Brock Faber, top of the far circle, 2:15 to go. Hughes still with it, back for Faber. Returns it to Hughes. That's broken up. McKinnon has an empty net. You betcha! 9 times! Nathan McKinnon has goals in back-to-back games. It's 9-6 Colorado with 2 to go here in game 1.
Did I catch a niner in there?
9 times.
9 times.
Niner.
You want a walkie-talkie?
Your keyword is abundance. Text abundance right now, ABUNDANCE to 303-504-0925. There was everybody, all 15. Your prime cuts brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it is indeed what's for dinner. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, we got some NBA reporting.
We also got some beef.
Ooh.
I'm going to share a beef tweet with you that hurts.
All right, I want to hear it. Some beef and some NBA reporting. Shams and Bennett Durando with some updates on the Nuggets. That's coming up next. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwald at 520, along with your next keyword to win a pair of tickets for Avs Wild Game 2. High Five coming up at 5 o'clock. Right now, we've got some off-season basketball news. Everybody was, I'm sure, Nuggets fans refreshing the timelines over the course of the weekend, looking for news. There was none to be had regarding the Denver Nuggets. Bennett Durando put out a report on Saturday in the Denver Post, much of which you will hear echoed right here from ESPN's Shams Charania on the Nuggets' plans for the offseason. This is from over the weekend.
Yeah, there's a summer of question for the Denver Nuggets. Let's start with a couple of them. David Adelman, their head coach, he is going to be back. His job is safe. The second order of business for the Nuggets this offseason is securing a long-term commitment from Nikola Jokic. He's eligible for a contract extension, 4 years, $290 million plus. The expectation on both sides is Nikola Jokic will be signing that when he's eligible in July, and they're going to move forward. But beyond that, there's going to be real roster changes coming to Denver to identify how they can surround Nikola Jokic with the right pieces to get this team over the top. Nikola Jokic said after that series loss against Minnesota, we're far away. We just lost in the first round. So they're going to get calls and listen to calls on everyone on the roster besides Nikola Jokic.
All right. Adelman back. Jokic will sign. Trades, they are a-coming, Andy. Those are the reports. Any surprises in there for you?
No, not for me. Matter of fact, I think it's something that you and I talked largely about Friday is listen to calls on anybody not named Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
It's just where you're at with trying to reform this roster and, trying to get the payroll flexibility you need to rebuild that bench. Because at the end of the day, I guess you got to kind of do some tweaks to the starting five, but you're just not deep enough. I mean, it's just amazing how OKC and San Antonio, and unfortunately, we even saw with Minnesota, they can just throw waves at you, and the Nuggets don't have waves to throw at you. We were hoping they would when this year started with some of the tweaks that they made, and it looked like for a minute that they might, but with so many guys injured. Now, here's what I'm hoping for. Here's where Christian Brown talking to Scotty and some other folks, I think a lot of people don't believe he ever really got right from the ankle injury. So hopefully the athleticism for what he had can return.
This is a big offseason for CB.
Huge offseason.
And also, take any call, make any call on him. I don't think he's tradable right now.
I'm with you. Here's my question to you, Nate. Again, you and I kind of laid this out. I would hate to see Aaron Gordon go, but with the injury history starting to really get lengthy, you may not have a choice. But
another tough one to trade. His value is down in 3 years and $100 million left.
Here's what's tough too. And I think you're the best on this radio station, not just this show, this radio station, of not trying to get too caught up in a moment. I was thinking about this at one point as I did 1,000 hours of yard work this weekend. Should we hold it against Jamal Murray that Jaden McDaniels is just a bad matchup for him? Star players have bad matchups all the time, okay? He was either second, we're expecting second or third team All-NBA, made his first All-Star team. He, as you pointed out Friday, had a number of moments where he was the reason why they were kept afloat with Jokic out there. Even some games as Jokic tried to get used to his new body and having his first real injury of his career, where he was the one that had the game. That was important. He scored the amount of points so this team could get a win. So how much should we hold against him that I don't know that he'll ever be good against Jaden McDaniels? Should that be the sole reason? I mean, again, I worry they're going to have to shop him because, as we talked about with MPJ a year ago, he's the one you're going to get the most value for back, and you're not going to have to eat as much of his contract as you may. Can you even eat contracts in the NBA? How does that work? So,
I mean, you would do it by trading your contract to take somebody else's bad contract.
The other bad, but what the Nuggets need if you trade a Jamal Murray is payroll flexibility to be able to recreate around Jokic.
What they would need to get in a Jamal Murray trade they would need to get another star level scorer, star level player, but they would need 3 rotation guys.
Right.
Is what they would need to get to it. The Nuggets are, you talk about the depth right there. The Nuggets are in the spot where they They have chosen to invest in their starting five. And if you look at their starting five, 1 through 5, all those guys got paid. Cam Johnson was the biggest bargain in the starting five at $23 million. I guess technically CB was this year, but as of next year, his extension kicks in and he would move past that. So, Cam Johnson he's kind of the bargain in there at $23 million. The Nuggets, they invested in that way. They paid Tim Hardaway minimum. They paid Bruce Brown minimum. Valanciunas. Good money, but not like top of the line backup big money or anything else like that. That's how this team is constructed to work. And when you take away Aaron Gordon out of it and Christian Brown is at whatever 60, 70, whatever percent he was this year, it crushes the idea in the way that you built your team and built your team through payroll. And that's everything in pro sports. Okay, teams flat out in pro sports are. How do I get the most bang for my buck and make it all work? And unfortunately, the Nuggets system for it is not really working anymore. So, like a Jamal Murray trade, if you were to do it, and I don't think they're going to do it, but I think if you were going to, it has to turn into at minimum 2, but probably more like 3 players. An Aaron Gordon trade would have to turn into 2 players, and I mean rotation players, not like I hope this guy could turn out to be good enough. No, these would have to be usable NBA pieces. So that's what they would have to be able to create with those trades. And again, I don't. That said, Andy, I didn't think that they could move Porter last year. I was amazed that they did. And honestly, Cam Johnson was a good get for it. So I don't completely discount John Wallace and Ben Tenzer and their ability to be able to fix this thing, but I certainly have my questions right now. Adelman being back is not a surprise at all to me.
No, I didn't know.
The Cronkies have never fired a coach after 1 year.
It's the reason why Jared Bednar is around long enough to have the success that he had.
Yeah. In Nuggets history, I believe Mike D'Antoni and Bill Hanslick are the only one-and-done coaches in Nuggets history. Brian Shaw got a little bit longer than that, but Brian Shaw was very terrible, David Adelman coaches a team led by Nikola Jokic, who pretty explicitly threw out the endorsement for DA in his final press conference. Now, for better or for worse, he's going to be back, and I think that David Adelman now gets an opportunity to reset and reconsider his year 1 mistakes. And I think one of his biggest mistakes, or I don't know if mistake's the word, shortcomings that he had in year 1 was getting the best effort out of this team as often as you can possibly get it. It felt like getting a grade A effort out of these guys was pulling teeth at times, and that's the solve that he has to have this offseason is getting them to play harder.
Yeah, you know what I wouldn't mind seeing? I wouldn't mind whether you replace somebody or add it to the staff, a veteran guy on the bench that has some head coaching experience.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just not a guy that's a bigger personality than you necessarily.
Sure.
But I would love to see you now add a piece that is maybe someone who, if nothing else, is a good sounding board for you that's done it before. And I know he has his dad, but your dad isn't living the everyday. You need someone that travels, that is seeing everything you're seeing on the day-to-day.
Call up Jamal Mosley. See what he's doing.
Well, there you go. I mean, they let him go.
We have got the latest on that and so much else happening around the NBA. The High Five coming up here in just a moment. Hear from Jared Bednar. Get the latest on what's going on in the NBA. And spring's even sprinkled in a football note for you. It's all coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kreckman and Lindahl, we begin hour number 3. Latest from Coors Field. We had thrown you the update that Tomo Sagano had a no-hitter going through 5 on a very economical 48 pitches. How'd it go in the 6th inning, Spring?
Benj cranks one to deep right center field. That ball's going to head toward the wall, and it's out of here. Carson Benj breaks the ice with his 3rd home run of the season. And the Mets take a 1-0 lead in the top of the 6th.
Oh! Not only that, the Mets would rally to add 3 more in the inning. 4-0 Metropolitans as we are now in the bottom half of the 6th.
Guess what?
Oh, no.
Legal game.
That's right. So even with the overcast skies and precipitation, we've got a ball game. Andy, you were so on before. Every time the Mets come to town, it snows.
It's crazy. I don't know how it happens.
I know.
Why them?
It's always the Mets. We always get snow when the Mets are here. Anyway, we'll keep everybody updated on what's going on in that game.
Where the hell were the Mets middle of April when we could have really used this stuff? You know? Now my lilacs will be ruined.
Oh, no.
Damn right there, Spring.
It's going to go the way of our peach crop this year. I'm extremely sad about that.
I know you are.
I'm sad for the farmers, and I'm sad for myself because Palisade peaches are one of my few joys in life.
Yeah, that does suck. Shout out to the farmers. I mean, good for you to keep grinding. I don't know how you do it. You put all the work in, and then, I mean, they're calling for more frost warnings tomorrow, right? Or Wednesday or whatever.
Maybe we can cheer people up with the 5 biggest stories of the day.
Oh, it starts with hockey. How couldn't you?
From around the NHL, NBA, and we even got a football story today. But let's begin with hockey. Spring, go.
If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Jared Bednar talking to the media today after the Avs' 9-6 win over the Wild in Game 1 last night. Jared Bednar was asked today, even just standing on the bench, did he ever say, whoa?
Whoa.
That's a real thing that Jared Bednar was
like
asked.
Joey?
Here's Bedsy.
Was there a moment where you were like, whoa?
Yeah, the whole night. Well, you're excited to start, great start to the game. Next thing you know, it's 3-3. Next thing you know, you're trailing. Listen, I've seen our team play the right way and check the right way defensively enough times this year to know that they can do it, and we've done it at times by flipping the switch. We've improved, like during games, like last night we were better as it went on. We were talking about and focusing on the right things, and I just felt like if we tightened up at all on the defensive side of it, that we had enough pop and energy and execution was good, that we would be able to create a chance or two to win the hockey game the way it was going. So it's kind of like whichever team turned it around on the defensive side fast enough and got a save here or there, made a play here or there, would win the hockey game. I had confidence in our guys that they'd be able to do that. I think they had confidence in themselves to be able to do that, and so the first part of the game got away on us, but good on our guys for making the adjustments needed to win it.
Andy, after the 3-0 breakout by the Avalanche last night, do you think there was any mental foot off the gas, so to speak?
I don't know. I think the Wild are good. I think part of it too is the Wild are good.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't take teams lightly. Here's what I don't understand, Nate. Why is it always the 3-0 lead where things start to fall apart? Kind of like the Mets showing up and there's snow in Colorado no matter when it is. Why when a hockey team hits 3-0, is that when you see the comebacks? I don't get it. Maybe to your point, it is the mental part. Maybe that's where teams feel like, all right, we're if something stupid happens, we're still okay.
Right.
I can't explain it.
We have insurance, so we're okay. Yeah, they used to say the 2-goal lead was the most dangerous lead in hockey. Now apparently it's the 3-goal lead, or at least it is for this Avalanche team. And really, the Wild's first goal was kind of a dumb one.
Sure.
But then they started getting their game going. Then Quinn Hughes started kind of kicking butt, and suddenly the Wild were in the lead at 5-4.
You know what else I think happened last night, honestly? And I look, both teams had just got done playing series. We know the Stars are not fun to play in the playoffs, right? They lock it down. They make everything tough. They kind of rely on a breakout and chaos in their end.
Yeah.
And then the Avs had to deal with the Kings, and the Kings, their own coach admitted after that series, we just tried to put 4 people in front of the net and frustrate the hell out of them, and they stayed with their game plan. I think both teams are excited to have another team actually try to skate with each other.
Yeah.
And let's play a fun hockey game, and maybe got too caught up in it and lost track of we better keep our defensive assignments and all that.
9-6. The Avalanche win. 6-9. The Wild lose. Let's do some basketball news, Spring.
All right, cover your ears because tonight the Timberwolves play game 1. Should have been the Nuggets.
Should have been.
Yeah. Wolves at Spurs. It's on Peacock. It's at 7:40. Anthony Edwards is going to play tonight, barring a pregame setback, 9 days after badly hyperextending his left knee and suffering a bone bruise.
I don't know how it's possible, and we'll see how effective he really is.
Yeah, let's see what he looks like out there because he was already on a bum leg, and now you're adding this on top of it. So we shall see what he has got. Ayo Dosunmu will not play tonight for Minnesota in Game 1 against San Antonio. He is still nursing right calf soreness. So I don't know. Terrence Shannon will probably go out there and shoot like 1 for 9 and have no impact at all against San Antonio because that's just the way that these things go. And the Spurs will dispatch the Timberwolves in like 5 games.
That won't hurt me. Hey, can I just have the beef tweet music since this plays in real
you got
quick
beef?
there? Well, this one kind of bothered me.
Okay.
Spring, do you mind? This is beef tweets, by the way.
You've
and it's
got
Minnesota.
Beef. We've got beef. The best in town. Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village, Andy, Denver's new modern butcher experience. What do you got for me?
We can just go ahead and close the book after this.
All right.
Bones Highland tweeted on Friday. 3 years ago, they traded me. 3 years fast forward, we eliminated them.
Yep.
I love you, Minnie.
I saw this.
Wolves in 6.
Yep.
With a selection of pictures, including Jaden McDaniels.
Hey, to the victor go the spoils.
You know what sucks? Because I don't really think the Nuggets wanted to. So maybe I'm the one that's got beef that makes this beef tweets, even though we know he's beefing with his old team. Bro, they didn't really want to trade you, but you remember when they had Michael Malone had to be away, and he decided he'd just leave the court at one point because he was upset about not getting to go back in a game. And there's just a part of me that's like, yeah, I don't know that they were dying to trade you, but you decided to not act mature and you got yourself traded.
He got himself dealt. I think they still had some of these questions with him with the Clippers. Like he had really fallen into NBA purgatory, but Tim Connolly was like, well, I know his skill set. I'm the one that brought him to Denver originally, and so Connolly brought him to Minnesota, but also he brought him to a locker room full of good veterans. And I think being around Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle and Jaden McDaniels and Kyle Anderson and just a good locker room. Give Rudy some credit on this one as well. It's just a bunch of pros, and like this does happen with young basketball players.
I know
it does, and especially guys that are gunners that want the ball in their hands. The way that Bones Highland did is sometimes it takes you time. To find your role and understand what your job is going to be in the NBA. And I think his time in Denver, he was a guy that was used to always having the ball in his hands and was looking around going, why don't I have the ball all the time? And it just, it didn't work. And now, like, he's found his way, and Andy, like, he's probably got another 5, 6, 7 years left in a quality NBA career. He'll make some money, but he had to outgrow some stupidity. It happens. I mean, that said, like, Bones also, like, you got yourself dealt, dude. Nobody liked you.
Yeah.
That was what happened.
And it happened twice.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And they were right to not give you all the shots that you wanted to have. But anyway. Good for Bones Highland. Again, to the victor go the spoil.
Yep. Kill the beef, but yeah.
The Nuggets were crap in that series, and yeah. Timberwolves get to celebrate. Beef Tweets brought to you by Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village, Denver's new modern butcher experience. I can't believe we got through that whole segment without a single Brett Kane drop in there.
Is it
like Bones?
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. A couple other NBA notes. The Magic, after losing Game 7 in Detroit yesterday, fired their head coach Jamal Mosley, and the Mavericks have their Nico Harrison replacement. It will be Masai Ujiri.
Yeah,
don't like that.
Good for Masai.
I mean, good for Masai, but I don't like, again, another team in the Western Conference. I have great respect for what Masai knows how to do. Don't love that he's taken over the helm in Dallas.
Andy,
a great young player to do it with.
Andy, you mentioned putting a former head coach on the staff here. Former Nuggets assistant, former Buff Jamal Mosley. He would look pretty good on the Nuggets staff, would he not?
Yeah, and he knows the team.
Yep.
You know, who is George Karl's second in command that coached Oklahoma City for a while too?
Oh, Scotty Brooks.
Scotty Brooks.
Yeah.
And he out there as well? Just someone like that. Just
remember John Welch, longtime George Karl assistant. If you saw his face, you would recognize him instantly.
Yeah, sure.
John Welch was an assistant on Fresno State's staff this past year, and I saw him, and I was like, "What the hell is that guy doing at Fresno State?" Well, hey, man,
good for you, guy.
You need a coaching gig. Everybody needs one. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Football.
Hey, welcome back, NFL. Welcome back. Hey, according to Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, he says that the Steelers' patience with Aaron Rodgers and his decision on whether or not he's going to play this season and whether or not that's going to be with the Steelers is starting to wear thin with the Steelers.
I would think it would. I would think anybody that's sitting around waiting for 97-year-old Aaron Rodgers would have their patience worn thin, but also we know that Rodgers is waiting on a phone call from George and Sean Payton right now to find out if he's going to be the quarterback of the Broncos next year.
Yeah, I would also say, what are you going to do about it? You got no better options.
There's
okay?
that part, too.
You're going to go get Russell Wilson from. You're going to bring him back and not
Steal
have
him
him
back
go to
from
TV.
NBC.
And again, it's so weird. I just cannot get over the fact that Mike McCarthy wants this guy back. I was under the impression you did not enjoy your time together. You hired a guy that he was openly making fun of when he left Green Bay.
Yeah.
What are you surprised by?
But also, the only winning Mike McCarthy's ever done in his life is when he had Aaron Rodgers as his
I'm
quarterback.
with you, but I mean, this is the weirdest.
It is.
This is weird. Why did you think this was a good idea?
Is he waiting so long, or has he not made a decision because of a potential opportunity?
I'm sure he'd love any other chance than that one. And
Also,
and look, the guy, he's famous for hating training and mini camp and off season.
Yeah, he wants to be in a dark room somewhere, tripping on peyote or whatever.
Doing
he's
whatever
doing.
he does.
Andy, I saw a 3-second clip on the internet of Bo Nix running.
And then what? Then you did some investigating?
It was apparently before the procedure.
Well, there you go. You ain't getting that by Nate.
But
the pug site.
But the Bronco dark web was like, hey, it looks pretty good to me. Like,
yeah, he did.
Yeah, they usually do look good before the surgery.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know how he looks right now. But he was running. They told us that. They were like, he's running, he's jumping,
and then
he's attacking
walked
his rehab.
The Masters again, going back to Jim Nantz, who is he doesn't need to tell us anything about anything. He told us Bo Nix walked all over the Masters that weekend. And then he didn't.
And then he had another. What? Then he had a recheck.
Right.
Not a checkup, a recheck.
Right, just take a look at it.
And
it requires us opening it up again. What? You're going to do what?
I need to look closer. Let me get my scalpel. Hold on.
Let me get my monocle.
And that is the 5 biggest stories of the day from around all the stuff. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. More football questions with our friend Jeff Legwald right after this. We're going to get back into some Avalanche stuff coming up here in just a few minutes after we talk to Jeff Legwold. You need to text the keyword multitude right now. Multitude. 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 Multitude, the keyword on altitude. Text it to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. That's because there was a multitude of goals last night. This is to win a pair of tickets for Game 2 Avs Wild tomorrow night right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, text the keyword multitude to 303-504-0925 with your name right now, and you are entered. Monday afternoon, let's talk to Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, I want to start with your latest for ESPN.com today. You wrote about rookies that could get snaps this year, and you listed 4 in particular. 3 of the 4, I don't think would surprise many people. Like Tyler Onyedem is going to play his way into that 6-man D-line rotation. Jonah Coleman is drafted to play at running back. Justin Joly is going to get targets this year because the Broncos aren't particularly good at tight end. But Red Murdoch, Mr. Irrelevant, the linebacker out of Buffalo, guy coming to us from the MAC, and you're saying Red Murdoch is going to be getting snaps this year.
I say it's possible that those are snaps. I picked where snaps are available for rookies. Everybody wants to know, where's the room for the new guys to play this year? Well, at those spots, there are snaps to be won, and it's up to the rookies to be good enough. And there are snaps at inside linebacker. Now, will Jonah Ellis simply get all of the snaps they wanted Dre Greenlaw to play healthy? I don't know the answer to that. But Greenlaw's snaps are available to somebody, and somebody's got to win them. And Murdoch is, the only new addition really in the rookie class. Now, they have some guys who were on the practice squad last year they like and also have a shot at this. But those are snaps that are available for a rookie if they win them. And, he's got the profile if he's healthy with his, he had some foot issues, but if he's ready to go, he has an activity level that could win him some snaps.
Yeah, to that point, Jeff, and I kind of look at him this way, like, he needs NFL coaching, obviously, but Red Murdoch, to me, profiles as the guy that's going to be everybody's favorite Bronco in training camp in the preseason. Like, he is going to pop off the screen, is he not?
Yeah, I think it will shock me if he doesn't force a turnover or 2 in the preseason, especially, either on special teams or in the defense. But, again, it's, I'm not saying, Red Murdoch's coming in, it's the last pick of the draft.
Right.
Is going to, win an inside linebacker spot on a 14-win team. I'm saying the Broncos have to fill these snaps, and somebody's got to win them. And I think, that's where a rookie like him could be a surprise.
Jeff, I kind of asked this aloud to Nate last week. I feel like this team keeps signing free agent wide receivers, and they did some with the undrafted as well. Why, I guess, is my question. It feels like if there was a room where not only pretty much your guys and everybody's role, it would be the wide receiver room, yet they always seem to be dipping in the pool for wide receivers. Why is that?
Well, and you always want some on the practice squad. That position, when you're going full go in training camp and even in the season at times, you need guys to run routes. And it takes the proverbial village sometimes. So I'm rarely shocked when teams dip in hard to have a lot of bodies at wide receiver when they go through their off-season program. So some of it's that, and some of it is they're working their grades. You can see the players they had graded either close to a draftable grade or a draftable grade simply by who they brought in.
Jeff, how's Bo Nix doing? Has he texted you this weekend to give you any updates on how his ankle is feeling? I'm assuming he always updates you first.
Well, as they all should, but I'm certain everything is going swimmingly, according to everyone. So
yes. I saw a video of him running, Jeff, but then it turns out that was before off-season ankle procedure number 2.
Yeah, and that was a pretty old video just by the backdrops along the way. But yeah, I don't think that has any relevance. I know everybody was trying to point me in that direction, but yeah.
Yeah, old videos.
Like a lot of things on the internet, it was not helpful.
Yeah. Old video's not going to get Jeff Legwold. Hey, real quick, one last one for you, Leggy, and we'll cut you free. I know you got a lot of stuff going on, but I went to an event Friday.
I'm in scenic Bristol, fellas.
I know you are.
We're at the mothership this week.
You're at the hub. I drove by the Broncos' new facility to something I was going to Friday. Oh my God. First off, you think you can imagine how big things are going to be when you watch it going up? It's still more massive than what I thought. What is the timeline for that thing to be open? When is that going to be full go? When does the Death Star become fully functional there?
They are moving everybody into that building right after minicamp finishes. So that they're moving when the players and the coaches take off after minicamp, they're moving everybody's stuff into the new building, and it's going to be open, it'll be open and going when they go to training camp. So yeah, they're moving in right after minicamp.
And there's it won't be full access training camp this year either as they clear the old one, right? That it's still going to be limited tickets this year. Is that the plan?
I believe it will be not its full go, what it'll eventually look like. I've heard differing reports of how much of the old building will be gone by the time training camp starts. I think some of that is how much they can get done and get bleachers in there and all of it. But I've been told there will be more bleachers than last summer. But, whether that means the entire old building is gone, I don't have an answer to that one yet.
So the majority of Broncos fans will be relying on us for feverish Red Murdoch updates during training camp.
I got another, you know what, looking at the free agent class of wide receivers, how about Red Murdoch covering Joseph Manjack? You ready for that? 6'2", 197, Joseph Manjack at wide receiver.
Getting it done.
He's like, what am I even doing right now?
Wonder if Golden Tempo knows about Man Jack. Anyway, let's.
When Andy is smitten with a player every training camp, and they often rarely make the team, it's like a curse.
It's Kalfani Muhammad all over again.
Yeah.
Joe Don Duncan. Look, Joe Don Duncan, I just liked the name, and he walked around like he always constantly had a cut on his forehead because he was fighting a bear in the woods for training before he showed up for
good
camp.
Name.
Joseph Manjack.
All right, Leggy, well done as always.
Hey, we're sorry we bothered you today,
Go
Leggy.
do real work now.
Go find out when Aaron Rodgers is going to give the Steelers an answer because that's a great plan, A. Anyway.
I'll reel it in. Yeah.
All right. There he goes. That's Jeff Legwold.
Hey, by the way, did you see the Gone Fishing yesterday?
I did not.
So for the Rockets,
picture, you did send it. Yes.
Dude, did you zoom in
Vrabel
on
and
who was
Rossini.
leading the ship?
So good.
I guess it was for Boston. I take it back. It was for the Celtics.
So good.
They had Vrabel and Rossini doing the Titanic pose.
Two things. Number one, incredible that Philly came back and won that series. Give them all their flowers. Choke job by Boston. You're up 3-1. You got to finish that series. I don't care if Tatum's playing or not. Number two, okay? We thought things were toxic between Denver and Minnesota during the Nuggets-Timberwolves series. Oh, I'm sure the fine people of Philadelphia and New York will be super cool to each other for the next couple of weeks. You got Embiid out there already being like, I will buy all the tickets so no Knicks fans get in our building. Yeah, it's going to be vitriolic, to say the least. By the way, the Rockies did manage to cut the Mets lead in half, 4-2 now. As we head to the 8th, Rockies had a little 2-out rally going, and then unfortunately, not surprisingly, the rally ended when Ezekiel Tovar dug into the box. He is struggling.
He goes through one of these stretches every year, it feels like.
It is.
Does he not?
Man, that dude cannot find his way right now. Batting average down to a $192 after an 0-for-3 today. So, yeah, captain of the struggle bus right now. By the way, Mickey Moniak did extend his hit streak to 17 games in this ball game today. So Mickey Moniak continues to rake, cranking that trade value, dude. All right, Andy. Josh Manson still not back for game 1. We don't know his status exactly for game 2 because it's hockey and they don't tell us anything. Okay. I know Nick Blankenberg scored a sick goal, but also like.
Gave 2 back.
Yeah, he was on the ice for 3 goals against last night.
Not ideal. I felt like we saw less of him in the third period.
He only played 10 minutes and 6 seconds last night.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to get Josh Manson back.
Yeah.
You need his physicality, but also you just need him as an option.
Spring, is there not another defensive option out there too? I mean, there's just this is the pool.
You got Jack Ashawn.
Okay.
You made that name up.
Yeah. That's a dude that has a name on an Avs sweater.
Keaton Middleton might still be somewhere.
Guess he could go fight his brother, right?
I prefer the Pacific Ocean. Thank you very much. Yeah, so that was kind of, I would say, the one bit of struggle in game 1. I know that Scott Wedgwood, yes, I know he gave up 6 goals. Not ideal after he had a .950 save percentage in the opening round against the LA Kings. But, look back at those goals. Johansson just whipped it with 1,000 bodies in front of him. Hartman, that was just an unbelievable pass by Quinn Hughes. Tarasenko went all Peter Forsberg and,
basically had a breakaway.
Yeah,
because Blankenberg was on him.
Yeah, there was a shot through traffic from the point from Hughes, and then Foligno had a shorthanded breakaway when Nathan McKinnon fell over. And then the Zuccarello goal is stupid. But, but stupid goals go in when the puck just bounces off a guy's foot right in front of the goal. So, yes, I know, it's Scott Wedgwood would not tell you that was his best game. There's no planet on which a guy gave up 6 goals, but, not for 1 second did I think, oh, they should go to Blackwood or anything else like that last night. If I was Minnesota, I would have said we probably need a goalie change.
Well, right, because Gustafsson actually had a couple good games against the Avs this year.
Well, that and did you just ruin Wallstead for the rest of the series?
But this is the thing about young play. Look, it's the thing about sports overall, Nate. You can't be so quick to crown people. Things can be fun. Remember the now I can't even remember his last name. Jeremy, the old Houston Rockets
Crabtree?
player. No, the basketball player that was funny. He was a Nick too. Jeremy Lin.
Oh, yes.
Remember
Jeremy
him?
Lin. Yeah, Jeremy Lin was good, though.
Well, but it was all the rage for a bit, but then it dropped off.
Yeah, after that, he was just a good NBA player.
So how do we know that won't be Wallstead?
Could be.
Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, again.
Especially at that position.
Right.
I mean, you can just be the goalie that's
and sometimes goalies get hot for a couple weeks and then never to get to that level again.
Yeah, exactly.
You talked about it with Grubauer. Grubauer was phenomenal for the Avs for a long stretch, and then the puck goes off his backside in Vegas, and he's never the same.
Yeah, I really don't have, again, with Wedgwood, no frustration. Minnesota, I think, has a decision that they got to make for game 2.
Okay, let me ask you this. If it's Minnesota that jumps up 2-0 tomorrow, will Blackwood make an appearance? I'm with you.
It all depends on what they look like.
I'm with you.
See,
here's the other tricky thing, and I give, Raj had talked about this a little bit about why he was thinking about maybe they start Blackwood in game 4 against the Kings. Is that now, what are we talking, a month since Blackwood's played, 3 weeks since Blackwood's been on the ice? I mean, it's a tough thing to come into.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Cale Makar got hurt in the first period, and I think everybody had just, a lump, heart in the throat after that of just he better get back. Then he got back, and then he was the best player on the ice for the rest of the game. He and Quinn Hughes
They're quite fun to watch.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that Brock Faber dude's not bad either. That Devon Taves guy ain't bad either.
Wouldn't mind having a couple of those. That's why I'm telling you, seriously, do you see anybody? Carolina's in the conversation, obviously, but whoever wins this series is your odds-on favorite for the Cup, right?
Yeah, you would. Well, the Avalanche are the favorite to win the
They
Cup
are anyway, but I'm telling you, if Minnesota gets past the Avs, I don't know who stops them for the Cup. I guess Carolina could.
Yep. By the way, speaking of the Carolina Hurricanes, Andy, did you see this one? For their series against the Flyers, they were selling beer skates.
Yes, they did. Did we share that tweet?
They sold out.
They look kind of cool.
They were sick. And they sold, apparently they had allotted 300 of them for game one, and they sold out before the game started. And they had 4,687 skates. They went and got the whole pallet full of them, hauled them out there, sold them all out in game one. Because I'm sure in every section, everyone's like, where'd you get that thing?
Yeah,
that thing
I want
rules.
one.
Exactly. They sold every single one of them. They're done. Because according to the people with the Hurricanes, the team had ordered the skates through a specialty promo item vendor, and, quote, there's just no way to turn it around fast enough to get more. So these things are going for $200 on eBay right now.
Could they get them next round, or they mean they're done?
No, they're done for the playoffs.
Oh.
Apparently, they had ordered them ahead of time enough. I have no idea.
How do we not have an enterprising company here in the States that can't find a way to make these things? And is it copyrighted? It's a beer skate. Come on.
They're probably stuck on a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, Andy. I don't think they can get them through. I don't know. The mug holds 28 ounces of liquid. Sold for $19 on its own with a beverage. The skates cost $12 plus the price of whatever drink was put inside of it. It's beer. You always put beer in it. Anyway, they're very cool, but they're sold out, and now they're the sickest Carolina Hurricanes
of course.
Collectors.
And now people are going to make more money than ever off them. By the way, did you eyeball this Detroit receipt that I sent you? Because you brought up the beer?
It was very good.
Go find. I'm going to retweet it right now.
Very good.
A guy is complaining. Jay Mangual is complaining about, and it's very tongue in cheek.
Yes,
but he's complaining about the cost of taking a family of four to the ballpark. I'm gonna go ahead and retweet it right now.
The itemized receipt. Read through it. Andy.
Read through it and find the flaw in his complaint. And the comments section is not to be missed.
It's very good. The keyword is multitude, multitude. Text multitude right now to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, and you are entered. For all the information you could possibly need about the Avs, from Avs Alley to tickets and everything in between, go to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. By the way, guys, Avs Alley closed tomorrow night. Again, this hour's keyword is multitude. We will announce our winner at 5:55. Here is the challenge in the commercial break for our excellent producer, Mark Springer, who I believe is up to the task. There were 15 goals scored last night, Andy. 15 goals scored. In this commercial break, Mark Springer will attempt to fit all 15 goals in one audio melt under 60 seconds.
Ooh,
Can
okay.
he do it?
He looks annoyed.
When we return,
He doesn't appear to want to try.
he is
What's
in
this guy's deal?
Spring was ready to coast into the blitz
He was
tonight.
going to go take his break. And now you got him doing stuff?
Spring was going to go rip a dart and take a crap in the break, and instead...
Wow, if you could do
It's
both.
a number two.
I'm going to need you to show me how to do that sometime in a break.
He has got...
If I ripped a dart or took a crap, I don't think I'd have enough time in the break.
He has got
You're going to do both.
Roughly 4 minutes to get all 15 goals in under 60 seconds. Can he do it? Find out next. Okay, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Let's see how he did. If you're just joining us, we threw out a producer challenge right before the break. Our own Mark Springer, unbeknownst to him, quite frankly, Andy, unbeknownst to me until 30 seconds before I came up with it.
Welcome to Kreckman and Lindahl.
Every day, the thing about this radio show is sometimes inspiration strikes, and you just got to go with it.
Yeah.
So the challenge that I gave to Mark Springer was to put together what we in the biz here call an audio melt, okay? A compilation of all 15 goals scored last night in Game 1 between the Avalanche and the Wild, a 9-6 Colorado victory. You all watched it. You enjoyed it. Some of you listened to it with Connor. So I gave Spring the challenge. Can you fit all 15 goals in under 1 minute?
Minute was the key mark there.
Yes.
The mark of demarcation.
Oh. Well, I just heard from Sean Payton right there. So, Mark Springer.
Did he fail?
Did you not adhere to the rules of the challenge?
I went for quality instead.
He made some executive decisions, is what he's telling you.
It's simply impossible. The math doesn't add up.
Oh, the math doesn't math.
If
Okay.
you want it to sound, unless you want it to sound like a little cut off at points.
You know what I'm getting out of you right now, Spring?
He wanted to work clean.
You know what I'm getting out of Spring? Little Luke Skywalker vibes on Dagobah. You ask too much.
You asked the impossible.
Apparently, Nate asked you to lift the X-Wing out of the swamp.
Yep.
You said it couldn't be done.
Yep.
So you know what you need to do? You needed Nate to go full Yoda and show you it can be done.
What Yoda would say to you
Get
right
on
now
in there, you use those editing skills.
That is why you fail.
I had 5 minutes.
I'm not sure you had that much.
Spring.
I mean, just start piecing it together, and then at a certain point, you're just like, it is what it is.
Spring.
I got to have this
You know what
ready.
you needed to make that work? An Andy Lindahl live in the middle of that spot block. That's what you needed.
Spring, try not, do or do not.
Yes.
There is no
try.
All right.
May the fourth be with you.
Spring, how did you do? What's the final count?
We got 120.
Ooh! We'll have to see if it's worth it.
Wow.
We'll have to see if there was fat to
15
trim.
goals.
We'll have to see if there's fat to trim.
I mean, Spring, we never said it was going to be easy.
Yeah, Spring, that's why it's a challenge.
Okay.
You know what Connor does, too.
He does. We are aware.
I mean,
he
again.
took wah. I mean, think about the word wah,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
And he
yes.
did this. That was 3 seconds.
So now you're blaming Connor. That's Connor's fault. We can't fit them all in.
All right. Let's tell you what. Let's give it a listen.
Yeah, let's just see.
And
let's judge the work.
We'll give a ruling right here. Again, we asked for a minute. You know what though? To be fair, this show has never been known for finishing when we're supposed to.
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin Shockey is nodding in agreement somewhere right now. All right.
Curlin says hello.
We really did that story
You're
today.
done back there.
We sure did. Okay. All right, let's see how Mark Springer does for his 80 seconds. Here we go. The challenge was 15 goals in 60. We got 15 goals in 80. Here we go. All 15 goals from last night in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Here we go.
Now it's Malinsky. He scores! Now it's Malinsky. He scores! Saved by Volta. Turns it back in front. Lekanen scores! Nathan McKinnon, an electric factory! Turns and fires and he scores. Wilder on the board. Here's Clint Hughes trying to get away from Brock Nelson. Backdoor, they score.